The world was gradually falling into ruin, the earth was plunged into endless darkness, humanity grew sparse, and only disgusting monsters roamed everywhere. Facing those monsters was a young man on the brink of death. Breathing heavily, he growled, "That traitor dared to plot against me." Seeing the monster charge at him, exhausted, he no longer bothered to resist, bidding farewell to the world, never thinking he would die at the hands of his own people. "I still don't belong in this damn world. My name is Zhongming, a dreamer in the apocalypse, and now I'm about to die." How did it come to this? 10 years ago, the world changed drastically. 9/10 of humanity turned into terrifying monsters, and countless roulettes descended from the sky. Gradually, people discovered that the magic crystals from the heads of zombies could be used to draw unimaginable items from the roulettes. Supplies, weapons, and even potions that unlocked superhuman abilities. Human factions fought endlessly over the roulettes just to survive. The entire world turned into a cruel survival game. As for me to survive, I could only choose to submit, abandoning my principles. I trained for 10 years, finally earning a place in the team, thinking the future would be brighter, thinking that as long as I worked hard, I would have a way to live. It should have been like that, right? But I never expected to die in the end because of a teammate's scheme. Is my game over here? After Zhongming closed his eyes, he suddenly jolted awake. He turned to see a beautiful girl lying next to him. By shishi, am I dreaming? Or is it a side effect of the stone? Hasn't she been dead for a long time? This is my home, the house from before the disaster struck 10 years ago. Just a moment ago, could it be that I've been reborn? May 10th, 2022, was the very day the apocalypse, a living hell, broke out. Do I have to go through it all again? No, that's not right. Being reborn is a chance to turn everything around. My 10 years of experience in the apocalypse is my most valuable weapon. Snapping out of his thoughts, he quickly grabbed a bucket and a knife and immediately started packing. Bai Shishi woke up from the noise. Her voice sleepy. "Zhongming. Where are you going?" Zhongming ignored her, not bothering to answer, and opened the closet to get his things, thinking to himself, "This is an heirloom my parents left me. I couldn't bear to use it before, but now it has its use. After the apocalypse, money is useless." Seeing his continued silence, she got a little angry and yelled, "Zhongming, I'm asking you. Where are you going?" He didn't hide it anymore. "Women only slow down the speed of my sword draw," he said. "I know you and Qin Jun have been having an affair. Was what just happened charity for me?" She asked, trembling slightly. "Qin Jun. Zhongming, what are you talking about? In my past life, during the early stages of the apocalypse, I did everything to protect this woman, Bai Shishi. Yet she chose to leave me. To rely on Qin Jun. Zhongming, make yourself clear. What proof do you have to slander me and Qin Jun? You're just jealous that he's handsome and rich. You're the despicable one, you damn witch. Shishi, for old time's sake, I'll warn you one last time, be careful of Qin Jun. He's not someone who will stick with you through thick and thin. Later on, he'll trade you away for just 3 cans of beer. You won't believe me if I tell you now. So I'll leave it at that. I can't waste any more time. There are more important things to do." With that thought, he turned and left coldly, looking cool as hell. The girl on the bed was still screaming her head off. "I'm the one who dumped you. I dumped you first. To prepare for the coming apocalypse. First, I need to prepare tools and medicine." The scene changes to outside. He hails a taxi, hands the driver a wad of cash, to the nearest hospital. "As fast as you can," the driver says. "Okay. Hold on tight. First, medicine. These pharmaceuticals are scarce resources in the apocalypse with unpredictable uses. Next, the clothing store. Heh. Sir, everything you need is here. Will you be paying with cash or card?" As he was about to swipe his card and leave, his eyes suddenly fell upon the Tang Kai Shen Dao. "Isn't this the one I used in my past life? The quality is good, and the price is a steal." The deal was a success, and the old shop owner was as happy as if he'd struck gold. Selling a blade for 10 times its price. Back in the taxi, he made an offer. "Get me to Dingsheng Villa within 5 minutes, and I'll add another 300 yuan. The driver saw a good deal and went into beast mode. Speeding like a rocket. Everything is ready. Now it's time to repeat history. The roulette, the apocalypse roulette, or the exchange roulette. The only source of survival supplies in the future. Water, food, equipment, and even special abilities must be obtained through the roulette. I have to seize the earliest opportunity. According to my memories, the first apocalypse roulette shard should be here." Arriving at the villa complex, his car was stopped by a security guard. He told the driver, "Just ram through. I'll add another 500. The driver immediately agreed. The car smashed through the barrier and sped inside. A moment later, he stopped at a certain spot and told the driver, "Remember to take the deserted roads on your way out." Okay, at this moment, Doa was carefully preparing her spray gun equipment and gem-inlaid accessories. The security guard ran over and yelled, "A beat-up taxi like this has the nerve to crash and break the railing. You still want to run? Run my ass. Hey kid, are you listening? Don't play dumb with me. He wasn't scared at all and pointed to the sky. Look up there. The security guard looked up, his jaw dropping. What is that? It's exactly like 10 years ago. Why leave behind the apocalypse roulette, causing humanity to slaughter each other? If everything is destined to repeat, if this survival game is still going to happen, this time I will definitely seize the opportunity to become stronger and not waste this second chance. For those who don't know, the object in the sky is a golden holy light warship. The two security guards quickly pulled out their phones to record it. While his face turned pale, this soon. The golden holy light warship has already started its attack. Immediately after, he turned and bolted. The warship's attack lasted for 5 continuous minutes. 5 minutes later, the apocalypse turned the world into a living hell. This is probably the location of the first apocalypse roulette. Once the warship stops, the roulette will appear. With that, he rang the doorbell, pretending to be a delivery guy to get inside. The person inside realized he wasn't a delivery man. A super sweet-looking girl came down the stairs, her voice sharp. Who the hell are you? Get out now, or I'll call the cops. What could he possibly want with a girl who has no combat ability? Before he could finish speaking, an explosion echoed from outside. The holy light warship frantically released something like pills, which unleashed a green poisonous gas that mutated humans into disgusting creatures. The apocalypse had begun. People started tearing each other apart, and cries for help echoed everywhere. She was a bit panicked. What's going on outside? So many people are screaming. If you don't leave now, I'm calling security. Then a bright light flashed in the kitchen. He realized his prize had arrived and immediately rushed in. She followed, stunned by the sight. What is this? Sure enough, the exchange roulette appeared. In the middle was a gray crystal, a level 1 roulette crystal, the lowest rank. So this is what you were looking for. But why is it in my house? Seeing the potion on the roulette, he grinned. It was a strengthening potion, the most valuable reward from a level 1 roulette. Capable of doubling or tripling one's stamina. If only he had 5 level 1 crystals, that would be great. He could exchange for it immediately. Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat. Why are there 7 slots? This roulette requires 7 level 1 crystals, 2 more than usual. There must be a more important item for exchange on this roulette. You know what this is, right? Say something! On the roulette wheel, he discovered a strange icon, a lucky card, unable to contain her curiosity. She grabbed his shoulder. What are you talking about? What on earth is this roulette? What lucky card? This girl hadn't turned into a zombie, which proved she was either resistant to the poison gas or could become a useful assistant. The lucky card is a special type of power-up card. For example, it could enhance her 5 senses, greatly increase her physical strength, or give her a companion beast. Even with such a detailed explanation, she still didn't believe him. Cut the crap. Are you playing a game or something? Are you high? A companion beast. Yeah right, only an idiot would believe you. He pointed outside. Listen, huh? The screaming outside has stopped. You were right. All those horrible screams from a moment ago are gone. What on earth is happening out there? Idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed by going out there? But her hands moved faster than her brain as she rushed to open the door. Immediately, a zombie stuck its head in and lunged forward. Ready to tear her apart, she panicked and let out a piercing scream. So with one slash, he split the zombie in 2 and then struck a cool pose. She was frozen with fear. He grabbed the zombie's head and pulled out the crystal embedded in it. She quickly analyzed the situation. She quickly deduced that what he wanted was the crystal from the monster's head, which looked just like the one on the roulette. Just then, 2 more zombies charged at them. He continued to act cool while shielding her, splitting one zombie in 2 with a single slash and smashing the other's head with the next. Seeing him dispatch them so cleanly, she was mesmerized. So handsome, she immediately asked for his details. Who are you? Since she asked, he answered. He said softly, Zhongming, and what's your name? I'm Moke Sinfei. Hearing the name Moke Sinfei, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Moke Sinfei. Could it be the Moke Sinfei, the legendary 9-star powerhouse from a year in the future? Why is it her? Big brother, yeah. What on earth is going on? The earth has been attacked. As you can see, most people have turned into zombies. Holy crap, attacked. Turned into zombies. I don't know who attacked Earth either. I only know that a small number of people weren't affected and didn't turn into zombies, like you and me. So what are we supposed to do? Will the government or the army come to save us? The army, fat chance. A few minutes ago, the government and the military completely collapsed. Right now the outside world belongs to the zombies. Hearing this, Moke Sinfei was so shocked her soul almost left her body. No matter how you looked at her, she seemed like an ordinary woman. Could she really become a 9-star powerhouse? If she could reach that level, she must have some outstanding qualities. Besides, I need an assistant. Let me tell you a little about the rules of survival in this zombie world. He walked over to the clock-like machine and explained, "This roulette is the Apocalypse Roulette. Most of the weapons and supplies in this zombie world come from the roulette. To spin the roulette and get items from it, you need to fill all the empty slots. Their shape is very similar to the thing he took from the zombie's head. Could it be this type of gray zombie crystal? After filling the slots, you can spin the roulette once. Does that mean you have to kill 7 zombies to spin the roulette once? The higher the value of the reward on the roulette, the more zombie crystals are needed. Could it be that there are many types of roulettes too? Does each roulette have different rewards?" "That's right, this is just a level 1 roulette. Brother Yi, how do you know all this information? Are you a transmigrator or the main character of some story?" He broke into a cold sweat at her question. "It's hard to explain. By the way, do you want to see the roulette spin?" She nodded eagerly. "I'm going out to kill a few more zombies. Lock the door tight, don't open it." Scene changes to the outside. At this moment, the villa area was swarming with zombies. One turned its head to greet the audience and was immediately sent to the scoreboard by him. Hearing the noise, 4 nearby zombies rushed over. With his 10 years of grinding experience, he took care of this group easily. Just as he was about to loot, he suddenly heard a cry for help. A girl was being chased by 2 zombies. She saw him and immediately hid behind his back. He could handle 4 with ease, so these 2 were game over in a few strikes. Suddenly, the girl started screaming like a mad dog, her face contorted. And she attacked him. He wasn't surprised at all. With a quick flick, he sent her to the scoreboard too. A moment later, he returned with a pile of crystals. Xinfei showered him with praise. "Brother Yi, you're so amazing just like that. I've got 11 zombie crystals. Plus the 3 from before, that's enough for 2 prize draws. Come on, I'll show you how the roulette prize draw works." He walked over to the roulette and inserted the crystals one by one. The crystals disappeared, and the roulette began to spin. He prayed for a bottle of enhancement potion. He prayed, but his wish didn't come true. The roulette landed on the prize of 4 jars of delicious fruit jam. He could only cry at this point. To think he'd pull this piece of junk. In a time of famine like this, canned goods and luxury items were hard to come by. But while you were out, I organized the food in the house a bit. We have enough to eat for a long time. Feeling like his luck was rotten, he gave the remaining crystals to her. "You try pulling once, Mo Xinfei, the future 9-star powerhouse. What kind of prize will she pull?" After Xinfei inserted enough crystals, the roulette wheel began to spin. The first prize draw always has an indescribable, precious feeling. "I hope her luck is a little better than mine." "Ah, I got this." Seeing what Xinfei pulled, Zhongming's jaw dropped. It was an exclusion card. "I can't believe you pulled this, an exclusion card. Is it very valuable?" "Of course it's valuable, although it's not essential right now, but later on, when pulling for important equipment or skills. This exclusion card can increase the chances of pulling a divine weapon. I didn't expect my luck to work on the roulette too. Is your luck always this good?" Right after that was a showcase of her incredible luck. When she drinks a soda, she often wins another bottle. When smashing golden eggs, she always gets the grand prize. When opening mystery boxes, she hits the lucky prize. She won a live cow in a supermarket raffle, and actually managed to draw it. In contrast to Xinfei's luck, he was the kind of guy who never won a free bottle of soda. Thanks for playing. A man with no affinity for prizes. I wondered why she was a 9-star powerhouse. Who knew it was all because of luck? If you re the goddess of lucky draws, then let me take advantage of your good fortune. Scene changes to the next morning. You were planning to go out this early in the morning. You had to collect some crystals. Why are you going out to harvest so early? Today's goal is 100 crystals. Seeing his diligence, she thought to herself, this man is quite reliable, isn't he? In that case, I can't just be idle either. The kitchen is a woman's domain. I must make a meal worthy of 100 crystals. Some time later, he returned with a long face. You were back so soon. Yeah, I have one piece of bad news and one piece of good news. Which do you want to hear? Let's hear the good news. The good news. Besides us, there are no other normal humans left in this area. I've killed all the zombies in this area. You were really amazing. So what's the bad news? I've killed all the zombies in this area, but only got a few crystals. It's okay, that's still enough for a few pulls. Even after turning this whole area upside down, he only managed to collect this small amount of crystals. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Oh, of course. Then Xinfei brought out a pile of ruined dishes. Sorry, I don't usually know how to cook. It doesn't matter what the food is like. He picked up his chopsticks and ate it all. It's actually edible. It just doesn't look very good. Hearing this, she was so moved she burst into tears. He wasn't disgusted by it at all. Having something to eat is a blessing. I was so hungry before. I almost ate a corpse. Now that we refuel, let's get down to business. Let's see what she can get this time. Then, she drew a gun and a crossbow. Holy crap, that's awesome. She got practical weapons 2 times in a row. And we can still draw one more time. You give it a try. I have terrible luck. I'll give you some of my good luck. You'll get something good. Items that have been drawn won't appear again. There are now 6 types of rewards left on the roulette. There's a chance of getting the enhancement potion. Should we use an elimination card to remove the cookie option? The moment he said that, the elimination card was instantly used. He was left speechless. I didn't know it would be used like that. I'm sorry, it can't be undone now. Now there's a 1 in 5 chance of getting the enhancement potion. Let's gamble on it. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. Please let me win this with the power of friendship. He immediately hit the jackpot. He got it! This is amazing! The basic enhancement potion can significantly improve the user's physique. Close combat power will increase by at least 3 times. In the early stages of combat, this physical enhancement potion is the most crucial item. Hurry and drink it. Your body will be instantly strengthened after you use it, right? Not so fast. Let me show you something more interesting. He took out the vial of medicine from the hospital and mixed it with the enhancement potion. As expected, it worked. This method can turn 1 vial of potion into 2, really. Yeah, there's more than one roulette. There are many others out there. The rewards on each roulette are different. If we can get more enhancement potions, we can trade them with others for valuable skill cards or rare medicinal items. I see. How do you know so much? The temperature of the potion must be strictly controlled. It's a little too high right now. Lower it a bit. You have to memorize the process carefully and adjust to the standard temperature. You will make the next vial. Okay, I'll be sure to remember it. Just like that, we can concoct 2 vials of enhancement potion. Brother, yeah, how do you know how to make potions? Suddenly, he shushed her. Be quiet. Hissing sounds came from outside. Immediately, he grabbed her hand and ran upstairs. What is it? Something more troublesome than zombies is coming. Mutated cockroaches, infected by the virus, have evolved into carnivorous insects. A single one isn't very strong, but they move in swarms. If you see one, there's a whole nest of them. Help me push this cabinet. What on earth are those things? They were mutated cockroaches. The apocalypse didn't just turn people into zombies, it also mutated many plants and animals. Mutated flora and fauna will also attack, not just humans, they even eat people to survive. You hide in here, and don't come out without my command. What about you? Don't worry, this will be over in a minute. Then, the cockroaches swarmed in. He took out the goods. Now is the right time to use it. Even though the side effects are a bit nasty. Downstairs, swarms of mutated cockroaches scurried about, making a loud clattering noise as they crawled all over the house. Each and every one was enormous. An ordinary person would be scared out of their wits just seeing one, let alone a whole swarm. Click, clack, clack. They reached the door and began to break it down. Their legs were incredibly tough. There's no other choice. Seeing the swarm of mutated cockroaches about to break through the door, he took out the test tube. The only option was to drink the potion. With a loud crash and creak, Zhongming squeezed his eyes shut and gulped down the contents of the vial. In an instant, his body began to tremble violently, his pupils fully dilated, and he collapsed with a heavy thud. Arf! He screamed in agony. Ah! Just then, a mutated cockroach kicked the door down and charged in while he was writhing on the floor. Screech! It lunged, and the rest of the swarm poured in after it. Zhongming was completely surrounded, lying still and motionless. Swoosh! The potion took effect. He swung his blade, slicing off the head of the nearest cockroach. Thud! After the slash, he leaped forward. The cockroach's body and head were separated. Green blood sprayed everywhere as its head went flying. The others charged forward. He stomped on one and vaulted into the air. It hurt so much. His eyes turned bloodshot as he muttered, a thick killing intent radiating from him. Another cockroach lunged as if to avenge its brethren, giving him no time to breathe. Damn it, the pain is killing me! He roared, his eyes blood red, a faint mist swirling around him. Swoosh, swoosh, he spun around, cutting down 3 of the lunging creatures at once. In an incredibly clean motion, without any hesitation, Arv! He roared, his eyes completely devoid of fear. Swish, swish, he continuously sliced through the mutated cockroaches, cutting each one in half with a single strike. The knife was covered in green blood, dripping down drop by drop. Panting, he gasped for breath, surrounded by the corpses of mutated roaches. Zhongming scanned his surroundings, then went downstairs. The appearance of these roaches meant there had to be a mother roach, and if he didn't eliminate the root cause, it would never end. He frowned, using memories from his past life to search for the mother roach. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother roach appeared from behind him. Zhongming immediately sensed it. What a coincidence. He whipped around to see the mother roach had shown up uninvited. Even better. I'll wipe out the whole nest at once. The massive mother roach advanced towards him, its young lying scattered on the ground. The mutated mother roach was silent. Crack, crack, crack. The mother roach spat mucus at him. He leaped forward as the mucus shot out with a sizzle. instantly melting a wooden table. From the spot where the mutated mother roach had just spat, a sizzling sound emerged. Thud. A necklace fell to the ground. Clink. Zhongming happened to step on it. Zhongming scanned the area and growled. You want revenge for your children, huh? Screech, 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 screech. The roach shrieked loudly and lunged at him. He recalled his past. Come on. According to his experience from his past life, the mother roach's weak spot. Zhongming jumped onto the middle of the roach's back, where there was a red mark. It's here! Thwack. He brought his knife down, and green blood gushed out. Crack, crack, crack. The mother roach cried out in pain. Die. He slashed with his knife, and with each swipe, more green blood gushed out. It's over. He spun his knife, and the mother roach fell to the ground, motionless. He jumped off the roach. Thud. Zhongming rolled his shoulders. The more strength he used, the more obvious the side effects became. It hurts like hell. Click. The door opened. Come on out. It's okay, he said, his voice extremely tired. Mok Sinfei rushed over and hugged him tightly. Zhongming was stunned. Hey. He was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Mok Sinfei was trembling all over, as if utterly terrified. He patted her back comfortingly, crying over a little thing like this. This is the apocalypse. A tear rolled down her cheek. He comforted her, saying that in the apocalypse, tears are the most worthless thing. Who's crying? It just stinks in here. So much. Mok Sinfei wiped her tears, pretending to be strong. Her face completely flushed. Is that so? He asked. She turned her head away, clearly not telling the truth. With so many insect corpses, how are we going to clean this up? She looked at the pile of slain mutated roaches and sighed. Their green blood is everywhere. He pointed out that this was a good thing delivered right to their doorstep. Hearing that, she pinched her nose. Finding this good thing extremely hard to understand, he said that right now, they could still find food in supermarkets and abandoned houses. But in 1 year, food would become an incredible luxury. As he explained, she asked, is it because the mutations mean we can no longer get food through farming or raising livestock? Zhongming nodded. Correct. The main food sources in the future will be of 3 types: leftover food that hasn't spoiled, and rewards obtained from dungeons. The third type is jerky made from the corpses of these insects. She covered her mouth. Eat insect corpses. She looked like she couldn't process it for a moment. He scratched his face. Eating insect corpses is still better than eating people. He mentioned a terrifying thing that often happens in the apocalypse: cannibalism. Mok Sinfei was terrified. She probably never imagined in her entire life that humans would eat other humans. Trembling, after she butchered the pile of insects and put the meat in a bowl, one of their legs was still twitching. Mok Sinfei held a knife in each hand, properly wearing an apron and even a face mask. It's still alive. She immediately chopped down with her knife, her eyes squeezed shut as if not wanting to see the gruesome sight. He said cheerfully. You were doing a great job collecting the meat. Chop, chop. She chopped them on the cutting board. One by one, Mok Sinfei took off her mask after hearing him. How can you say that? This is so gross. Are you planning to go out? Yeah, I'm going a bit farther this time. We need more crystals and information about the surrounding area. He nodded. Okay. I'll turn this meat into jerky. She nodded and stood up, went over to him, and also resumed making the strengthening potion. Trust me, Zhongming told her firmly. I will definitely come back. After that, he went out, fully equipped, while she stood at the door, watching him leave from a distance. Mok Sinfei's heart was full of worry, but she also had faith that he would definitely be okay. As evening fell, he ran quickly into the city. On the roadside, countless zombies with their guts spilling out lay scattered everywhere. Their blood also turned green, truly bearing no resemblance to humans anymore. Thump thump, he ran past without stopping. Help me! A cry for help came from nearby. Zhongming, who was running, stopped short and looked back. Idiot, shouting so loudly. Do you want to attract all the zombies in this city? He cursed inwardly before running towards the sound. Even though it was the apocalypse, he still had a kind heart and couldn't just watch someone die without helping. Help me. The girl cried, tears streaming down her face. She looked almost unable to move. Slap. He immediately clamped his hand over her mouth, stopping her from saying anything else. He cursed. Shut up! I don't want you to get me killed! Growling. Thud thud. However, the zombies over here were also attracted by the girl's voice. A whole horde looked over at the two of them. And then rushed forward. The girl's jacket was ripped off. He reached out and forcefully pulled the girl back from the zombies. Damn it, meeting someone this stupid. Can a guy curse? Slash. Then he drew the blade he carried with him. Slash. A single horizontal slash sent a zombie's head flying, while he held the girl in his arms. Thud. A zombie's head fell to the ground. A super clean cut delivered by Zhongming. The zombie's body collapsed along with its head. There are too many. Run. He threw the girl to one side and told her. His hands never stop in their slashing. Slash slash. Just like that fruit slicing game we often play. One slash, one head fell, and the girl immediately ran away. Still crying, she then ran to a house, and without a word, immediately rushed inside. Click. The door opened. Pant. After carefully closing the door, she rested and caught her breath. Feeling exhausted, the girl was still crying, silent without making a sound. Get in the door. She peeked her head out and said to him while he was still focused on slicing fruit. Slash. Hearing the signal, Zhongming turned and ran towards the girl. The horde of zombies was still in hot pursuit. Just as he was about to slip in, they reached out with their hands. Ah! Click! As soon as he was inside, he immediately shut the door, but a hand blocked it. It was a zombie's hand holding the door. Zhongming was surprised, and so was the girl, not expecting them to be so fast. There was no time to go up the stairs. The only option was to run. The zombies were still in hot pursuit. Thud thud. The two of them ran nonstop to the upper floors. He was faster and ran ahead, while the girl couldn't keep up behind him. Pant. The girl stopped, gasping for breath. Grab. A zombie's hand caught up and grabbed her leg. Ah! The girl screamed loudly, and he had to turn back to look. Zhongming frowned, then picked her up, and with one slash, cut off the zombie's hand. Slash. Ha! Then the girl ran behind, while Zhongming covered the rear. A horde of zombies continued to surge forward like a tide. Boom. Suddenly something lit up, and the whole space was dazzlingly bright. He and the girl turned to look behind them, and the zombies took the opportunity while they were distracted to rush forward. Whoosh! Something fell from the sky like a shining comet. Zhongming immediately recognized it as the Secret Realm Key. The Secret Realm Key has appeared. The Secret Realm Key is said to be one of the most precious things in the Apocalypse. The Secret Realm Key is the only way to reach the land of the Secret Realm, which is full of hope for survival. He and the girl watched the Secret Realm Key slowly fall to the ground. In his past life, there wasn't a single high-level elite expert who didn't covet it. In this life, Zhongming looked at the key, a deep ambition rising in his heart. In this life, the Secret Realm Key must be mine. Watch out. Turning around, the girl blurted out in fear. Shit. The zombies had already reached them, and one was even aiming to bite his family jewels. But luckily, Zhongming anxiously backed away immediately, then raised his fist and punched the zombie. One punch, and it spat out its own green blood. If it were a normal person, they'd probably need dental surgery. Damn it. He cursed. I almost became the last of my line. Huh. The horde of zombies continued to surge forward like an endless, rolling flood. Zhongming took out his dragon-slaying blade, calculating the width of the staircase, which was perfect for attacking and defending. About 10 of them. Let's end it all here! He took a deep breath as if gathering all his strength. In that case, I will finish off every last one of you. The first zombie lunged forward, rushing at him, but Zhongming remained incredibly calm. Slash. A single slash. The cut was so clean there was nothing more to say. The zombie's arm immediately fell off. The zombie's blood splattered onto the girl. The severed arm flew past her face, thinking about the past. Just a few days ago she had everything she wanted, chasing fame. The girl was a streamer. Her money supported the whole family. Her family all lived together in harmony. She studied at a prestigious university. She was on top of the world. Looking at the zombie before her, memories flashed through her mind. Suddenly everything changed. Zombies appeared, biting people. Everyone in her family turned into zombies, including her father. She fled in terror. She had lost everything. She closed her eyes as if she didn't want to face reality. Tears still streaming down her cheeks. Then the girl collapsed to the ground. It's so scary. Am I going to die? Stop sitting there in a daze. Zhongming finished dealing with the entire horde of zombies and turned to the girl. Get up and let's keep moving. She looked up just as Zhongming finished off another zombie, his other hand gripping another one by the neck. Once it was done, he let go, and the zombie's corpse fell to the ground with a thud. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. He killed all the zombies! Zhongming wiped the sweat from his brow after the intense battle, let out a breath, and told her, if you don't want to die, stop sitting there stunned. He started walking ahead, his mind focused only on the Secret Realm Key. He had to find it quickly, or he'd miss his chance. The girl got up and said to him, I really thought I was a goner. This man is so strong. She watched his back as he walked away, lost in thought. Zhongming scanned the area and then told her, the roof here connects to the building in front. We can probably get down from there. Okay. The girl immediately agreed. He had already mapped out a route in his head, down from the building ahead, and across 2 more streets to where the Secret Realm Key had fallen. Thump thump, he walked slowly. But when they arrived, the two of them stopped abruptly, stunned by the sight. It was a mass of giant vines, and they were still growing. The confused girl stepped forward. Why are there vines blocking the way here? And they were moving too. She reached out to touch them. Watch out! He yelled, but it was too late. The girl was instantly wrapped tightly by the vines. The vines squeezed with immense force. She couldn't move an inch, and sharp thorns on them dug into her skin. What a pain, he frowned, swinging his blade and slicing through the vines, sending severed pieces flying. Then he pulled the girl into his arms. The girl blushed, her mind wandering. He risked his life to save me. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Her eyes welled up with tears. She hugged Zhongming tightly. You were so strong. If you were paired with someone as charming as me, thud. Then he dropped her without a second thought. The girl was taken aback. Ha ha. Isn't this supposed to be the hero saves the damsel in distress scenario? Why does this feel so wrong? He moved forward, hacking away at the vines. Damn mutated plants. They were such a nuisance. The girl heard a new term and committed it to memory. Mutated plants. Does he look like he's just cutting weeds? You're wasting my time. He wiped his sweat, annoyed, and walked over to the rooftop door to open it. Click-clack, what's wrong? The girl asked worriedly. It won't open, he said. It's locked from the outside. The girl grew anxious. So what do we do now? He immediately kicked the door down. Bam! With a loud crash, the door flew open. Countless people on the rooftop were holding clubs, ready to strike. Zhongming swallowed hard. And the girl was also a bit scared, because in the apocalypse, humans can sometimes be more terrifying than zombies. Who are you two? Why did you come up here? The group immediately questioned them to verify their identities. Zhongming said, it's not safe downstairs, so we came up here. Have you all been hiding here this whole time? One of the people there pointed at his face fearfully. Damn it, why did you two break the door? What if the zombies get up here? He replied, you can rest assured about that. There are no zombies here. I already confirmed that on my way up. The angry man ordered others to fix the door. Just because you say there are none, that means there are none. Zombies are causing chaos everywhere. Damn it, who knows when they might come up here? It can't be fixed. We can only temporarily block it with an iron bar, the person by the door reported, while another pointed a baseball bat at him. This is all your fault. If the zombies breaking up here, we were all dead. Forget it. A rather handsome guy with a red mohawk stepped in to mediate. They didn't know we were here either. Zhongming stood in front of the girl. She clung to his shoulder in fear. Stay back. He looked up at the roof. There are people over here too. The girl pointed to the side. The guy who had threatened him earlier said, we read just like you. We ran up here to escape the zombies downstairs. It seems there was a misunderstanding before. What are your plans now? The man retracted his earlier hostility and asked. He replied, I need to get to the high school. The man let out a breath. Whoosh, so you want to go to the high school? Do you have relatives trapped there? The streets are full of zombies. How do you plan on getting there? Thinking about the high school being completely surrounded by zombies. With zombies everywhere. He also explained he was looking to see if there was a path from up high. It seemed like there was a light shining over there earlier. He didn't know what it was. The man nodded. There was indeed a light shining down on the school. But to run into such a dangerous place because of that. You've got some serious guts, he asked the man. There must be a shortcut to get there from nearby, right? The man gave him an answer. There is. The rooftop to the east is very close to a building's corridor, but you have to jump across. It's very dangerous. Then a blonde-haired guy pointed behind them. Don't even think about it. You will break your legs if you jump. He looked down below, calculating in his head. The building below is 1 story shorter. The balcony of that building is about 5 meters away from this one. He was confident. Perfect. I'm jumping down from here. Then a hand grabbed the hem of his shirt. It was that girl. I'll go with you. Don't leave me behind. The girl looked like she was begging, as if she didn't want to stay with this group of people. Then, you hold the backpack. He handed her the backpack. All right. You take the backpack. The blonde guy mocked him. It's already hard enough for you to bring her along. And now you re-carrying a big bag like that. Are you trying to get yourself killed? How about you give the backpack to me? The man approached as if he wanted to snatch his things, putting on a very friendly act. Don't get me wrong. I'll help you hold the backpack. You jump down first. Then I'll throw it down to you. The girl held onto the backpack tightly, unwilling to let go. She could tell this guy had no good intentions at all. Come on, put it on. We were going now, he told her, right away. The girl agreed and did as she was told, putting the large backpack on. Then he took a rope and tied her, securing both her and the backpack together, as he looked down from the railing. Preparing to take the girl with him, the other guy tapped his hand with a baseball bat. You've got climbing gear in that backpack, don't you? He asked menacingly. The girl was about to curse him out. The guy threatened him. Leave the backpack, or I will break your arm, idiot. He smirked contemptuously, and then jumped. Damn, he actually dared to jump. The group couldn't believe their eyes. Someone actually jumped for real. Does this kid have a death wish? Whoosh. He and the girl soared across to the roof of the building on the other side. Below them were countless zombies, and falling meant certain death. Thud. He and the girl landed safely on the other building. The people left behind were stunned. He really jumped. He's effing crazy. Absolutely insane, are you okay? The girl was trembling all over. She had never done anything so risky in her entire life. She nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Someone was watching them from afar through a telescope. How interesting, he licked his lips, having found two interesting prey. The man's face was covered in scars, and he stood on a tall building looking down, his shadow casting a demonic figure. Over there, a group of men were assaulting a girl. That biatch dared to bite me. Are you done yet? Then it's my turn. This is what the world has come to. Human morality had degenerated to its lowest point. Haha, now it's my turn. The man pinned the girl down, his voice utterly beastly. Haha, brothers. How many minutes do you bet he'll last? I'll bet 1 minute. The time it takes to smoke this cigarette in my hand. The men outside didn't intervene, instead laughing and joking among themselves. In your dreams. In this rundown place, we can't even find a barrel of wine, but I managed to find a pack of cigarettes on this damn old man. That's not normal. What kind of wine would a school cafeteria have anyway? If you want wine, you have to go to the principal's office. There are already people inside the school. What should we do about those trapped students? They discussed among themselves, waiting for fifth brother to give the order. I'm hoping we just throw them all to the zombies. Don't throw the girls away. Keep them, damn. That guy was surprisingly quick, damn. You guys haven't had enough fun yet. What are you all talking about over here? The leader finally entered. Fifth brother. The whole group immediately greeted him, bowing their heads respectfully. Fifth brother. Someone just came out the door. He must be finished. It's all zombies outside. We can't get out. Are we just going to stay here forever? The world changed overnight. The streets are filled with zombies and monsters. This is the apocalypse, right? The apocalypse. The man laughed, and his underlings didn't understand. He then explained, look, now we can do whatever we want, and have our way with whoever we want. This is the world now. The strong make the rules, the man said, while the female student couldn't escape her fate of being toyed with. These people truly had sick and twisted minds, unafraid of the apocalypse. They could even smile. This isn't the apocalypse. This is clearly our paradise. Mum, it's gotten dark, and the streets are still filled with countless zombies. He watched them from a corner, saying nothing, just observing quietly. Then he waved his hand, and the girl came up from behind. Thump thump. The two of them immediately ran out. Zhongming looked around, and the girl followed close behind before dashing forward. Thump thump. The two ran through the night, the girl panting heavily behind him. She said, Can you slow down a bit? I can't keep up. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, getting frustrated. He'd gone and saved another troublesome person. He was bewitched by her face and made a basic mistake. Impulse truly is the devil. He clicked his tongue, so damn annoying. He even cursed out loud, but he still did as the girl asked. I will slow down a bit, you follow me? He finally slowed down. The girl was overjoyed. I can still keep up at this pace. This is great. The two of them ran to the school's front gate, where it seemed like no one was around. He explained to her, not necessarily. This is a school, a place where many people gather. The girl was surprised. But I don't see any zombies, and why is that? They were all gathered somewhere else. He explained as he walked forward. Over here, a horde of zombies was frantically pounding on a classroom door. Some students inside were still trying to hold them off. One student held his head in despair. If the zombies don't get us, we will starve to death. Another student looked on sorrowfully, having lost all hope. Are we just supposed to wait here to die? Huh? A girl looked outside! Someone's here! Someone's coming! She was shocked. The young student shouted. Hey! Over here! Over here! There's someone over there! The girl quietly followed Zhongming, quickly noticing his brow was furrowed. She could barely protect herself. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Let's go, he urged. Big brother, big sister, please save us! The students continued to cry out. Save us! We don't want to die! Help! The girl stopped in her tracks, her heart filled with pity. But he was different now. Forget it. Their screams will just attract more zombies. It'll be a real hassle when a huge horde gets here. Save us! Help! Their cries continued to echo. The girl following him mumbled, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He led her away, and they walked in silence. Finally, she broke the silence. I'm sorry, but can we really not save them? Zhongming frowned. Saints like you die young, he explained. They were definitely surrounded by zombies, and with all that screaming, who knows how many have gathered there. I'm not capable enough to save them. If you feel so strongly, go save them yourself. The girl finally pushed aside her compassion, and her rational mind took over. He reminded her, this is the apocalypse. I hope you will stop being such an impulsive fool. This was also a lesson he had to remind himself of. Creak, creak, a corpse dangled from a beam, its leg caught, making a bizarre sound as the wind blew past it. Swish, swish. Seeing the sight, the girl following him couldn't help but tremble. She didn't understand why he'd come to a school. Was there a way to avoid zombies here? Full of questions, she decided to ask. Thank you for saving me earlier. I still don't know your name, he replied with a smirk, thanking me for saving your life. A thank you requires a bit more sincerity than that. You think you can just get what you want with a few words. I risked my life to save you. He stepped closer with a smirk. The girl trembled. What do you want? To use you as bait to attract zombies, of course, he said, turning away. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he thought about his plan and chuckled to himself. Bait this good will definitely be effective. As he imagined the scene, she started crying in fear again. He said bluntly, don't think you're so special that people should just naturally save you. When it really matters, you might be less useful than a backpack. I know, the girl said softly, forced to accept the reality. They continued walking, with her following timidly behind. Finally, she introduced herself. My name is Liang Chumo, Zhongming replied, which surprised and delighted her. His name is Zhongming. Even though he's sharp-tongued, he's not a bad person. Finding someone good like him in the apocalypse is nearly impossible. Help me! Another cry for help rang out. He and Liang Chumo looked up. Ah! They were devoured instantly. Liang Chumo covered her mouth. No matter how many times she witnessed it, she could never get used to it. He thought that from this angle, he could see where the key had landed. Find a good hiding spot, he said before taking off. She called after him, Yes, Zhongming! But it was as if he didn't hear her. He reached a drainpipe and scaled it as nimbly as a monkey. Thump. A zombie inside the classroom heard the noise. Bam. He burst in, kicking the zombie square in the face. Crash. The glass window shattered as he landed safely on the ground. Thud. The zombie went flying backwards. Swish. He swung his blade and finished it off in a single strike. Phew. The children cried as they clung to their teacher. Thank you, Ms. Park said. Thank you for saving my students. She held 2 female students in her arms, but he acted as if he hadn't heard her. Looking out the window, he confirmed that from this angle, he could see the drop point for the secret realm key. Park walked over to the student who had turned and gently closed his eyes. Xiao Kaiyang is gone, she said to him. You re so capable. Could you please lead us out of here? These 2 girls are the only students I have left, Zhongming replied. I came to this school to find something. If you tell me where it is, I will protect you until you get to a safe place. The 3 of them were surprised. Ms. Park asked, what is it you were looking for? He pointed outside. Did you see a beam of light shining down from the sky? Where did it land? The 2 students next to her shook their heads, but Ms. Park remained silent. She said, wait, I saw it, but I have a condition. You have to get the 3 of us out of here safely, making conditions. He frowned. How can you prove you actually saw it? This sounds like a bluff in the apocalypse. The first rule is to trust no one. Ms. Park quickly explained. That beam of light, it appeared in the sky, like a shooting star in broad daylight. And it fell somewhere on the school grounds. She had indeed seen his power, so she had no choice but to listen. He asked where the spot was. Ms. Park replied, if I tell you and you leave, what will happen to us? You can stay here and wait to die, or you can tell me the drop point and have a chance to live. The 3 of you make a choice. Ms. Park swallowed nervously. If I tell you, will you save all of us? He laid out the harsh truth directly. There are too many zombies in this building. I can't protect all 3 of you. Right now, I can only lead 2 people out. 2 people. Can't you just try a little harder? Are you even human? The 2 students were immediately terrified. Our request is perfectly reasonable. What is wrong with you? Zhongming frowned. The world isn't reasonable anymore. There's only the strong and the weak. Then he drew his knife. Choose. Who gets saved? The teacher and her 2 students faced a life or death decision. If they didn't choose, they would surely end up like the student from before. One of the students, a boy, hugged her tightly. Teacher, I'm scared. She patted his head with a helpless expression. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Choose. So who are you taking? Zhongming repeated. Ms. Park answered, I'm not choosing anyone. Take my 2 students. In the end, she chose to sacrifice herself. The 2 students couldn't bear to leave Ms. Park. He nodded. Fine. I will lead them out of here safely. Now can you tell me where the beam of light landed? Ms. Park stroked the boy's head. Wait until you get them down to a safe floor. I'll write the location on a piece of paper and throw it down to you. He couldn't help but be impressed. She's a teacher, all right, and not a stupid one. Then he led the way, smirking to himself, hoping they were worth her sacrifice. Okay, you 2, let's go. Teacher. One of the girls held her hand, reluctant to leave. Ms. Park comforted her. It's all right, go quickly now. He went to the door, listened closely, and determined there were 3 zombies outside. He looked back to Worms. Park. The second we re-out, you lock this door tight, barricade it, and don't make a sound. Okay, I will. Ms. Park nodded. Click. He held his knife in a ready stance, prepared to fight as soon as the door opened. Grr. Instantly, a zombie stuck its head and hand through the opening. The 2 students screamed in terror. Grr. Thump. He kicked it, sending it flying back. Grr. Soaring through the air and slamming against the wall. The other two zombies didn't even have time to move. Grar, then he charged out. With one swift motion, he lopped off a zombie's head as if it were a piece of fruit. Stay close. Let's go! The two students immediately ran after him without a moment's hesitation. Teacher! One of the students cried out. Looking back in worry, Park quickly slammed the door shut. The girl grabbed his hand tightly. Pulling him along! We have go! Those two are obviously scared to death, but they still try to act like heroes. Park whispered to herself as she gently closed the door. Trying to stay calm, tears streamed down her face. I am their teacher. After all, click, clack, the stairwell was littered with zombie corpses. He led the way, constantly shouting, stay right behind me, don't stop. Thump, thump, he was panting. There were too many zombies. It was hard enough protecting himself. Leading two students was a huge risk. He immediately rushed down, but the stairwell below was silent. It seems the zombies are all gathered on the upper floors, so it's safe down here. What is this feeling? Then he stopped in his tracks. Stop. Everyone, go back. He shouted, huh? The two students looked confused. Is there something ahead? The blonde girl asked. He frowned. I don't know. I can feel a wave of danger. His past struggles for survival had honed his sixth sense into an irreplaceable, sharp instinct. The girl peered down the stairs. Let me see. There aren't any zombies ahead. Are you just seeing things? Could it really just be a hallucination? He broke out in a cold sweat. He wished it was just a hallucination. Thump, thump, there was no sound from below, only the whistling of the wind. He started walking down. Let's just assume I was imagining things. We can't waste any more time. Let's keep moving. Click, clack, from a distance. Something was staring intently at the three of them. On the ceiling, a creature clicked its mandibles and flicked its tongue out. Its body was covered in sharp spikes. Only now did Zhongming sense it. He immediately looked up at the ceiling. What is this? The girl ran right into his back. Ow. Why'd you stop all of a sudden? He motioned for the two of them to be quiet. Shh. The blonde girl looked annoyed. He scanned the area, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Zhongming's mouth fell open in shock. There's nothing there. Am I just being paranoid and seeing things? Then he led the two kids onward. I was just worrying too much. Let's go. The monster crept right behind, silently tracking the three of them. Zhongming led the two students slowly down to the next floor, completely unaware of the danger at their heels. Hiss, hiss. The monster eyed the three of them like a tasty meal. Drool dripped from its mouth as it appeared right behind the girl, causing her to shiver. Zhongming broke into a cold sweat. Something's wrong. It's somewhere. Hiss. The monster was now right behind the two kids, its mouth gaping wide, ready to devour them. As he walked in front, its tongue flicked out and licked the girl's hair. Slurp, it's all wet. What was that? She touched her hair and looked behind her. The monster lunged forward, repeatedly chanting, meat. Meat! The girl let out a terrified scream. Ah. Whoosh. Its enormous mouth shot towards her, its tongue swiping across her face. The little girl was terrified, her face drained of all color, trembling and unable to move. Whip! He threw the blade over. Ugh. The blade slashed across the monster's mouth, just as it was about to devour her. Zhongming broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if he had made it in time. If not, everything he had done so far would be for nothing. The monster, with one side of its mouth torn, glared at him with pure hatred. Its severed tongue was now twitching, and his blade was stuck firmly in the wall. Pain, pain. Shrieked, its cry sounding human yet monstrously distorted. Heck, kill. Then ignoring the girl, it lunged at him, wanting to tear him to shreds to vent its fury. Swish, swish! He dodged a swipe and relentlessly punched its stomach with his bare hands. It's not working! He backed away in fear. The monster continued to advance, completely unfazed. This is a mutated armored zombie. Why is it here? His eyes filled with disbelief as the monster attacked again. He immediately dodged backward, leaning back swiftly, his mind racing for a way to fight. Are the zombies evolving this fast? This is too hard to handle. Swoosh. Sensing danger, he kicked back at the zombie. That kick would have sent a normal zombie's head flying, but this one was unharmed, with only a tiny scratch. It was ineffective. This was the first time since his past life that he felt death was so close. The zombie didn't hesitate for a second, immediately grabbing his leg. Ugh. It swung him hard, slamming him onto the ground. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Zhongming clutched his head. The impact would have knocked a normal person out instantly. Yet he still managed to struggle. The floor cracked under the force, and the two female students backed away in panic. Lily, the short-haired student, couldn't even stand properly. The long-haired girl trembled and asked, "Can you help me up?" But Lai, her short-haired friend, turned and ran. The long-haired student watched in horror, unable to believe her own friend would abandon her at a time like this. On the other side, the monster raised its fist and brought it crashing down on him. A blow that would undoubtedly be fatal to anyone it hit. He lay motionless, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Before the girl's eyes, The sight of Yi Zhongming about to die filled her with despair. In a flash, the monster's fist came hurtling down with full force. Ah! The girl screamed in terror. Bang. From somewhere, a large hole was blown through the monster's back, and a gun suddenly appeared in Yi Zhongming's hand. He had hit it with just one shot, his whole body panting as if he had just survived a life or death moment. Silently grateful he'd managed to bring the gun he got from the roulette. His right hand was dislocated, and he struggled to his feet, knowing a hit like that would leave anyone severely injured, if not crippled. Yi Zhongming turned to the long-haired girl and said sternly, "If you don't want to be torn to pieces here, get up now." The blonde girl gradually regained her composure and slowly stood up. Whoosh. Roar! Eerie sounds echoed from downstairs. Yi Zhongming was startled, inwardly thinking he was screwed. Could the gunshot have attracted more zombies? Roar! The ghostly noises echoed up from the staircase again. Yi Zhongming tightened his grip on the gun, while the two girls were terrified beyond belief. The blue-haired girl mumbled, sobbed, "Did the gunshot just now attract the zombies?" The blonde girl was also trembling, her face pale. Then he looked downstairs and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a zombie. Liang Shumo actually rushed over, appearing right in front of him. She ran up to him hastily. "Hu-hu, I finally found you." He was startled when Liang Shumo hugged him tightly, as if she wished she could be with him every single second. She called his name earnestly. "Yi Zhongming!" "Ah, you, why did you come up here?" He asked. At this, the two students sighed in relief. The blonde girl asked suspiciously, "Who is this person? She hasn't been bitten, has she?" Liang Shumo explained through her tears. "I waited for you for a long time, but you didn't come down. I was scared to death. This building is full of zombies. Don't you want to live anymore?" She continued in a choked voice. Just now, a classroom at the back of the building suddenly lit up. I saw all those zombies heading towards that light. Then she wiped her tears. "I thought maybe that light can attract zombies. So I decided to take a gamble and come upstairs to find you." Yi Zhongming was surprised. "Wait, what did you just say? A light source can attract zombies?" She nodded, confirming his question. "Yeah, I saw that all the zombies were attracted over there. I was really scared being downstairs by myself, so I came up to find you." Yi Zhongming led the way. Thinking she was lucky not to have run into any zombies, he walked over to his blade and pulled it out of the wall, his mind racing. There's only one kind of light source that can attract zombies, and that's the light emitted by the roulette. A determined glint appeared in his eyes as he grabbed Liang Shumo's hand. "Let's go downstairs first." He started to leave, and the two students, seeing this, immediately followed. Liang Shumo was surprised, realizing he had saved these two girls. A warm feeling welled up inside her as the short-haired girl ran to catch up and explain. The other girl nodded. "Yeah, you don't hate me, do you?" Lei asked again. The blonde girl kept following. "It's okay. It's not like you did it on purpose." The three of them finally got out of the building. He glanced at Liang Shumo, not quite understanding. Teacher Park was happy to see the three of them emerge. "It's Teacher Park." The two students exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Xiao whispered to be quiet, so the zombies wouldn't find them. Teacher Park smiled. "That's great. You two have been saved." She clutched the piece of paper tightly, but then had another thought. If I don't tell him where the beam of light landed, will he still come to save me? But she immediately dismissed the thought. "Park, don't do anything unnecessary. The students are still in his hands. There's still one person up there." Liang Shumo was surprised. The paper was dropped down. "She's a good teacher," he said as he caught the paper. Liang Shumo asked, "You said she's a good teacher, so aren't you going to save her?" "She just tried to threaten me. I'm just teaching her a little lesson," he said. Liang Shumo broke out in a cold sweat, not expecting him to be so petty. He smiled. "So the secret realm key fell in that place. It's also a safe place that ordinary people wouldn't notice. Well then," he smiled. "Right now there are two places to investigate. One is the secret realm key at the construction site, and the other is the glowing object Liang Shumo mentioned, which is most likely another roulette. These two students are strangers and can't keep their mouths shut, so I can't take them to find the secret realm key. How about we go check out the place Shumo mentioned?" "Lead the way," he said. "Let's go see the glowing place you talked about," Shumo replied. "But a lot of zombies have gathered there." He smiled. "That proves there's something good there." Then he turned to the two students and said, "You two, we're going somewhere. You should come along." Yes, the two students had no other choice but to follow. They set off, and soon Liang Shumo arrived at a building. She stopped him. Don't go any further. I saw a lot of zombies go in here. I swear." "What?" The two students shouted. "There are zombies in here. What are we doing here? Isn't this just asking for death? You got the information from the teacher. You're not planning to sacrifice us as zombie bait now, are you?" He smiled. "Relax, don't be afraid. As for you two students," he drew his knife. "It's the apocalypse. Where aren't there zombies? As for using you two as bait, I wouldn't stoop that low. The three of you wait outside, he instructed them and then went inside. I'll be right back. Zhongming entered the building alone, carefully observing his surroundings. His hand on his knife, ready to fight at any moment, the three of them watched him disappear into the darkness, each swallowing nervously out of fear. Since he was fundamentally the strongest fighter they had, no one wanted him to take such a risk, but once he made up his mind, he couldn't be stopped. Liang Shumo worried. Why does he have to go in there? Could there be something very important inside? The two students, on the other hand, sighed in relief. That scared me to death. I really thought he was going to use us as bait. The girl, Lily, looked in the direction he had gone with a harsh glint in her eyes. This guy has a screw loose, so what if he has a gun? If a horde of zombies rushes him inside, can bullets even stop them? She gritted her teeth. Perhaps it wasn't fear that he would die, but rather fear of being without his protection. Then, Lily grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and started to pull her away, signaling for silence. A stunned Xiao Xiao asked, "What's wrong? Are you saying we should find a safe place and hide?" Lily said hide. But Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her ears. Would her friend really say something like that? Forget about them, Lily persisted. Look at the situation we were in. Who has time to care about others? There are tons of zombies in there. That Zhongming guy is definitely not coming out. Xiao Xiao was still hesitant. But he saved us before. Lily was adamant, not thinking twice. If they get stirred up and all run out, we'll be goners too. Humans can be so selfish. Liang Shumo looked over and asked, "What are you two doing?" The two girls were startled. Lily made an excuse. "My stomach feels upset. She's coming with me to the bathroom." Xiao Xiao said nothing, but tacitly agreed with her friend's words. Truly a person with no backbone. Without a word of goodbye, Lily pulled Xiao Xiao along. Before Xiao Xiao left, she glanced back at Liang Shumo one last time. Liang Shumo knew full well what the kids were planning, but she didn't say anything more. He will definitely be alright. She looked towards the building, her heart filled with faith. Swoosh! Meanwhile, he had made it inside the bank. The lights flickered and creaked, and over there were tens of thousands of zombies. He chuckled to himself. Just my luck. He broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that at least there were no difficult mutated zombies, like in the other building complex. He bit down on his blade, as if to draw strength from it, thinking to himself, this is going to be another fierce battle. Then he let his hand drop to his side, still clenching the blade in his teeth. He raised his left hand to his previously dislocated arm, with a bit of force. He popped the joint back into place. After he was done, he rotated his wrist. Even though he had set his own bones countless times in his past life, it still hurt a little. Then he took the blade out of his mouth and stood before the horde of zombies that were slowly closing in. Every single one of them looked like they wanted to tear him to shreds, growling without any command. The moment they spotted Zhongming, they all charged forward in unison. Click! He drew his gun, holding the blade defensively in front of him as he aimed carefully. His eyes seemed to flash as a gunshot rang out. Liang Shumo jumped. It was a gunshot. She never expected him to do something that would attract zombies like that, and she was incredibly worried. The two schoolgirls also looked back at Zhongming in fear. Le looked around. He fired his gun. "We need to go now. Let's get out of here." "Go where?" Xiao Xiao asked. Suggested, "To the teacher's dormitory." The zombie outbreak happened during the day, so the teacher's dormitory was probably empty. "It should be safer there, and we can definitely find food," the girl explained clearly. Xiao Xiao looked back at Liang Shumo, still feeling a bit of compassion. Then what about her? The girlie ignored her friend, directly pulling Xiao Xiao away. "We were lucky to be able to look after ourselves right now. Stop worrying about others." Xiao Xiao thought it over and decided it wasn't right. She yanked her hand away from her friend, and unexpectedly ran back to Liang Chumo's side. The girlie couldn't believe her eyes. Thump thump. Liang Chumo was extremely surprised to see Xiao Xiao return. "What is this? I thought she'd run off, but she actually came back." Xiao Xiao tried to persuade Liang Chumo, "We have to leave this place. It's dangerous." Over on the side, Li cursed. Maybe she had already forgotten how she abandoned her friend out of fear. This idiot. One more person is just one more mouth to feed. If I had known, I would have just made an excuse to leave earlier. Why did we have to bring her along? Li bit her nails, a vicious look on her face, only thinking about her own survival. Liang Chumo immediately refused. "I'm not going." Xiao Xiao was taken aback and tried to persuade her. "When the zombies get out, we won't be able to escape even if we want to." Liang Chumo retorted, "If we leave Zhongming, how long do you think you'd survive? Are you kidding yourself?" Xiao Xiao was in disbelief. Liang Chumo continued, "Zhongming is much stronger than you've seen. Given the current situation, leaving him is a death sentence." Xiao Xiao was completely confused. "It's hard enough to save ourselves right now. Why are you still?" Liang Chumo paid her no mind. "And how do you know he's having a hard time saving himself?" The young Xiao Xiao stammered, because slash. Meanwhile, inside the bank, he had nearly finished off all the zombies. Just as I suspected, Zhongming stood before the roulette, realizing it was what had attracted the zombies. But then he saw something even better. Something he could hardly believe. This was no ordinary exchange roulette. Sizzle, the roulette before him was incredibly mysterious. A three-colored roulette, divided into gold, black, and red sections. The apocalypse brought a deadly virus, but it also brought life-saving roulettes in the apocalypse. Besides the normal roulettes that have levels 1 to 9, there are also a few special roulettes. A roulette with 3 colors like this is called a 3-colored roulette. There are also 5-colored, 7-colored and 9-colored roulettes, which are collectively known as multicolored roulettes. The tiers of these roulettes are different. By spinning a multicolored roulette, one can obtain class skills, including powerful combat skills like Blade Master and Marksman. There are also various support skills, such as Pharmacist or Culinary Master. Only by obtaining the corresponding class skill can the power of equipment or items from the tiered roulettes be fully unleashed. For example, a Blade Master who also obtains a combat knife would be like a sword master from the movies, able to kill more than 10 people without breaking a sweat. The number of multicolored roulettes is only 1/5 that of the tiered ones, making them extremely valuable. He stood before the roulette, stunned and a little excited. I can't believe I've encountered a 3-colored roulette so soon. However, these roulettes are also dangerous. If you land on the black section, the roulette will explode like a firecracker, but this black section has a crest on it, indicating it's also a class item, so it won't explode. Zhongming mumbled. Can someone with more than 20 years of bad luck like me really get this fortunate? He then raised his hand to examine it. Could it really be that Sinfei transferred her luck to me? He recalled the moment she kissed his hand. It all felt so magical. Xiao Xiao and Liang Chumo decided to go inside to rescue Zhongming. Earlier, Xiao Xiao tried to persuade her. It's full of zombies in there. Zhongming can't get out. You should come with us now. Liang Chumo replied. I trust him. If you two want to run, go ahead. But let me warn you. Be careful you don't get bitten to death by a zombie after taking just 2 steps. What? Lily sneered. How could we possibly run into zombies? Zhongming is in there attracting them, so there are fewer zombies outside now. Then she pulled her friend away. Xiao, don't waste your breath on her anymore. Let's go, leaving Liang Chumo all alone. That girl, Lily added with great confidence. But she seemed to forget who had saved her from the classroom. Don't be like her, thinking that Zhongming guy is some kind of savior, as if he's invincible. Just let this idiot wait here for Zhongming's corpse. Hearing that, Liang Chumo was furious, clenching her fists. Someone with a mouth like that definitely needed to be taught a lesson. She lunged forward and slapped that girl Lily, making her spit blood. Liang Chumo yelled, shut your mouth. Don't you forget who saved you too. You've gone way too far. Lily flew into a rage, screaming like a mad dog. You psycho! How dare you hit me? Xiao tried to intervene. Lily, you okay? But that girl Lily dared to hit Liang Chumo back, yelling, don't think that Yi Guy can protect you forever. Idiots are always the loudest. That brat told her friend. Xiao Xiao, come with me. Xiao Xiao was then dragged away by Lily. She kept looking back at Liang Chumo, as if wanting to say something. Meanwhile, someone was watching the 3 of them from afar. It was fifth brother, the leader of the delinquents from before. He laughed. These girls sure slap hard, huh? Ha, now that's what I call a good show. You two, go down there and grab that chick for me. He then ordered his lackeys to capture Liang Chumo. His men immediately objected. Fifth brother, you've got to be kidding. There are zombies everywhere down there. That fifth brother ignorantly replied. The zombies have all gone to the media center. It's perfectly safe down there now, so hurry up and grab her for me. As Xiaoxiao followed Lily, she still felt uneasy. Lily, I don't think it's right for us to leave like this. But the brat stubbornly retorted. You have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't meddled, I wouldn't have been slapped. Clatter, clatter. The 2 of them reached a spot where something was moving suspiciously inside a container. The 2 girls backed away in fear. Well, what's moving in there? So ungrateful. Meanwhile, Liang Chumo angrily kicked a pebble. If it weren't for Zhongming saving those 2, yet they showed not a shred of gratitude. She cursed under her breath, then suddenly looked up and turned around. That sound came from those 2 students. At the same time, fifth brother's lackeys came up from behind. A blonde-haired youth grabbed her. Hey, gotcha, he said, looking extremely pleased. Liang Chumo struggled and yelled, let me go! Who are you? The guy stared at her with a vile look. Well, look what we have here, a real beauty. Another guy approached. She's even better than the last one we had fun with. What do you 2 want? Liang Chumo asked, terrified. What do we want? The man laughed. To have our way with you, of course. The guy you were with is already dead in there. You're an idiot for still waiting for him. He laughed openly, insulting both her and Yi Zhongming. What did you just say? Tears streamed down Liang Chumo's face. Yi Zhongming. She couldn't believe he was dead. She repeated, this is a real pain. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming was busy collecting zombie cores, cursing at how slow it was to pick them up one by one. Picking up a core, he sighed, can't I just collect all of these at once? Modern games have an auto-loot feature. Crackle, thunder rumbled in the sky again. A horde of zombies appeared out of nowhere, chasing after Xiao Xiao and the wicked Lily. Xiao Xiao screamed, help me! With Lily right on her heels, the brat told her friend, stop screaming. No one is coming to save us, just run. Ah! A zombie was closing in, its hand outstretched, just inches away from grabbing Lily. Ah! She wasn't fast enough. Just as the zombie was about to grab her, she tripped. Lily fell flat on the ground. She cried out in pain. Thud, just as Xiao Xiao came to help Lily up, the zombie arrived. Lily squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for death. But then the brat made an even more shocking decision. Lily pushed her friend, Xiao Xiao, towards the zombie to save her own skin. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her eyes. The very girl she was determined to protect was now pushing her to her death. The zombie lunged, its jaws wide, and bit into Xiao Xiao's shoulder. The selfish brat Lily ran away crying. I'm sorry, Xiao, what a wicked heart. Stopping at nothing, pant. As she ran, she muttered, I have to live, I must live. Arriving there, he discovered Liang Chumo being carried away by some bastards. She was trying to struggle, but couldn't break free. Damn it. The blonde guy sneered, she's pretty heavy. Let's take this broad back so I can have some fun with her first. Tesk, someone cursed. Fifth brother is letting you have the first go. Liang Chumo saw Xiao Xiao on this side. She looked over and tried to struggle. Sobbing as if pleading for the little girl to save her, Lily backed away, and the two thugs also saw the kid, another one. Delivered right to our doorstep. I'll go catch her. The guy carrying Liang Chumo's legs let go, while the blonde guy held her tight. Goo woo, be quick about it, ah! Seeing the situation was bad, Xiao Xiao turned and ran, screaming as she went. Meanwhile, Liang Chumo, who was being held tightly, seized the opportunity to bite the bastard's hand. Oh, that hurts. After being bitten, he let go of Liang Chumo. That guy cursed up a storm. Liang Chumo immediately took the opportunity to run. The thug lunged after her, shouting, I'm gonna get you. Desperately, Liang Chumo ran for her life. She cried out for help. Her only hope now was for Yi Zhongming to come back. Got you! The thug lunged and grabbed Liang Chumo by the hair. She screamed out Yi Zhongming's name, holding onto a sliver of hope that he was still alive. The thug grabbed her face, lifting it up. What's a Yi Zhongming? Before he could even finish his sentence, a blade fell from above and pierced his hand. Ah! He screamed in agony, the pain even worse than when Liang Chumo had bitten him earlier. Yi Zhongming pulled her into his embrace. Liang Chumo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sighing deeply, she knew it. The man she had her eyes on wouldn't die that easily. Tears streamed down her face. Ye Zhongming, you okay? That's wonderful. Then she hugged him, so overjoyed she could have jumped. Damn it. The thug pulled the blade from his hand, gritting his teeth through the pain as he cursed. Do you have any idea who we are? You dare to mess with me? Fifth brother won't spare you. But before he could even finish his little speech, Yi Zhongming gave him no chance to speak. Rushing forward with eyes full of killing intent, he threw a single punch, sending the guy flying more than 10 meters. Thud. The guy was sent crashing to the ground from that single punch, but before he could even land, Yi Zhongming followed up with a powerful kick. A normal person would have been sent to meet their maker instantly. No time for last words. Whum. The kick landed squarely on his face. Yi Zhongming turned to Liang Chumo. Where are the two little girls? She pointed. Over there. The bastard was already knocked out, foaming at the mouth. He instructed, wait for me here. Liang Chumo nodded. Okay, rain started to fall. Lily was huddled in a corner, crying, I'm sorry, Xiao. I'm sorry, sob. As if she were the victim. Ye Zhongming looked at the girl, utterly disgusted and at a loss for words. He thought to himself. He had just seen Xiaoyao's corpse. She had truly been bitten to death. Meanwhile, Liang Chumo stared at Lily with absolute contempt. Emph, this is the second time he's had to save you. Who told you not to listen in the first place? Lily trembled, her face pale with fear. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Wiping away her tears, Liang Chumo pointed to the two thugs. What should we do with these two perverts? The zombies will take care of them, he said. Liang Chumo smirked, a fitting end for the wicked. He then said, let's head to the media center first. I've already cleared it out. It's temporarily safe. Liang Chumo nodded, but Lily couldn't believe what she was hearing. He killed all the zombies in the media center. So he's that strong, no wonder that older girl is clinging to him. Lily smirked to herself and made a decision. I have to stick with him if I want to survive. Truly a wicked heart. But Yi Zhongming instructed, you two wait here for me. I'm going to go get someone. This news was a complete bombshell. Who else is there? Why were all the zombies in the classroom already dead? Knock, knock, knock. Teacher Park, who was waiting for death to claim her, was startled when she heard a knock at the door. Just as she was about to end her own life, thinking, what's the point of living in a world like this? The knocking became more insistent, almost turning into a loud banging. She muttered to herself, it's better to die with a little dignity than to be eaten alive, especially since my 2 students were already rescued. Teacher Park smiled sadly, pressing a glass shard against her throat. She thought with regret, I'm dying without ever having fallen in love. What a waste of a life, bam. The door was suddenly forced open, flying off its hinges from a powerful blow. It was Zhongming, he muttered. This door was blocked pretty tightly, huh? Hey, are you alright? Teacher Park was shocked, because he had arrived at the very moment she believed all hope was gone. Fortunately, the glass shard hadn't pierced her neck. Crash. She threw the shard to the floor, and it shattered into pieces. Teacher Park collapsed and began to cry. Oh, and here I thought you were fine. He walked over to comfort her. It's me, I came to rescue you. Park Soo-young threw her arms around him. I thought it was the zombies at the door. Sob. I thought you weren't coming back for me. Sob. Feeling utterly wronged, Yi Zhongming coughed dryly. A hero shouldn't have seen what he just saw, and said, let me go first, Don't cry. Piao Xiaoying was overjoyed. I thought I was dead for sure. Thank you, Yi Zhongming smiled. It's nothing. I'll get you out of here first. Outside, the rain was still pouring. In the media center, the 2 of them collected crystal stones, according to his instructions. Liang Chumo couldn't help but wonder. What is this? Why did Zhongming tell me to collect this? Over on the side, Li was cursing. This is so gross, telling me to take something off a disgusting zombie. But before she could finish, Teacher Pao ran over happily. The girl was startled and turned around. A touching scene was about to unfold. Teacher Piao, boo-hoo, this is wonderful. The teacher and student hugged and cried their eyes out in joy. Piao Xiang remembered someone else and asked the girl, Xiao, how is she? Lai told her what happened. The teacher patted the girl's head. So much had happened. It's my fault I didn't take good care of Xiao. What's done is done. I understand now. Lai, you must have been terrified too, right? Liang Chumo said. If they hadn't distrusted Yi Zhongming and left on their own, how would they have run into zombies? How could Xiao have died? Lai, this brat was still extremely stubborn. If he had saved the teacher from the very beginning, none of this would have happened. He clearly could have saved all 3 of us. So why did he force us to choose? The teacher patted the ill-mannered girl's head. The situation back then was, Liang Chumo said angrily, he already did you a huge favor by saving you. How shameless can you be? That brat still had more to say. If you 2 are such good people, why didn't you save everyone? Someone died and you still call it a huge favor. Liang Chumo angrily pointed her finger at that little wretch, wishing she could kill her on the spot. You re the one who left on your own and got Xiao killed. Are you trying to blame us first? That girl was still defiant, getting defensive, feeling guilty. Stop pretending. You 2 just wanted to harm people. Yi Zhongming stepped forward and slapped the girl for her nonsense. He frowned. Think before you speak. I was able to save you, and I can just as easily put you back where I found you. In a world overrun by zombies, no one can predict what they'll encounter, and bringing an extra person means extra danger. Remember this clearly. You have no right to demand that anyone save you, and I am under no obligation to do so. Piao Xiaoying stepped in. You should be grateful that he came back for you, Mother. He saved both our lives. Liang Chumo smiled faintly. Well, this teacher Piao seems to be a reasonable person. Liang Chumo said to him, by the way, Zhongming, why did you want us to collect these crystals? He nodded. Follow me. I'll explain everything on the way. As I was explaining, this is called the 3-colored roulette. Give me the crystals you just collected. Liang Chumo handed him a bag. This is amazing. So this is what the crystals are for? He replied. You will find out in a moment. The girl, Lai, also handed him a bag of crystals. Who knows what schemes that vicious brat was cooking up? He walked to the roulette and poured the crystals in. The multicolored roulette is different from the level roulette. It doesn't count the number of crystals, but calculates the total energy provided by them to see if it meets the activation requirement. I wonder if 26 level 1 crystals will be enough for 1 spin of the roulette. Whoosh. The roulette activated and began to spin. He was delighted. Great, it's spinning, so it wasn't a waste of effort. The roulette stopped on the red area. Clank, something dropped out of the roulette. He excitedly opened the box. What could this be? It's pink. Maybe it's some kind of class with high combat power. Then a system notification appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained the Glorious Craftsman, a support class, class level intern, 1 out of 100. Class trait, immediately gain the ability to craft basic level weapons and equipment, and the ability to modify them. Class abilities collection, refining, homogeneous, strengthening, crafting, enchanting, and inlaying. He couldn't believe his eyes, his mind filled with question marks. A craftsman, and an intern on top of that. Classes obtained from the multicolored roulette are divided into main classes and support classes. Main classes are related to combat power. For example, a marksman class can give its user godlike sniping abilities. The other type is the support class, which doesn't directly contribute to an increase in combat power. The craftsman is a support class, and its levels are divided into 4 tiers: intern, basic, advanced, and proficient. He sighed in disappointment. Took over 20 crystals, just to get one support class, and it was the lowest intern level at that. My luck is really as bad as ever. He crumpled the paper, and the people behind him didn't understand why he was sighing. Lily held out her hand. This came from the roulette. What? Quick, let me see. The girl cursed inwardly, thinking he had used up all the crystals she worked so hard to get. She didn't consider who had just killed all those zombies, allowing her to gather the crystals in the first place. Everyone, take a look for yourselves. He held it out, since he didn't need it anyway. In his hand, he still had a 5-colored badge. This badge is so strange. He had never seen anything like it in his previous life. Can the mage teacher class with its special abilities really draw something like this? Lily was surprised. What is this? It's like something from a game. Lying Chumo read out the artisan class, which even had a crafting skill, and an enchanting skill or something. There are 5 types in total. He had a sudden realization. 5 types. Let me see that again. He then took back the instruction sheet, which listed a gathering skill and a refining skill, a homogeneous enhancement skill, a crafting skill, an enchanting skill, and an inlaying skill. He finally understood. So that's how it is. No wonder this badge has 5 colors. It turns out each color represents an ability. Can being reborn really change your luck? He chuckled to himself. We still have a few more zombies here. I want everyone to go collect the crystals nearby, by exchanging them for all the rewards. We'll have a much better chance of surviving in this apocalypse. He felt a glimmer of hope. All right, the 3 of them replied in unison. Only that girl Lily remained silent. Then, the 3 of them went to drag the zombie corpses over. That 5th brother guy was still watching. This guy is really capable, taking on so many monsters by himself. But what are they doing? Are they clearing out the zombies to make the media center their base? His underling asked, confused. No, that's not it. This is... He squinted at each zombie, his brow furrowing as if he had realized something. He frowned. That's not it. What is it? What did you find? The underling asked, moving closer. Quick, get everyone over here. We've got something big to do. Huh. What is it? The underling asked, startled by his boss's words. I've discovered their little secret. He smirked, and I plan to take it all. It seems scoundrels really thrive in times like these. After observing and studying carefully, Lying Chumo let out a tired sigh. Phew. We've finally collected a good amount. She rubbed her stomach. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. Here, Chumo, he said, handing her 2 packs of dry rations. Chumo was surprised. Thank you. He continued. The restroom is in here. I already checked it. And there's still drinkable water. That means the school's reserve water tank isn't damaged yet. He took off his backpack, which contained enough food for 3 days, along with some tools and medicine. You keep it safe for me. Lying Chumo was taken aback. You want me to keep it safe? She asked. He instructed her with a serious tone. These supplies are incredibly precious right now. They were life-saving treasures. You absolutely have to keep them safe. Lying Chumo was a bit moved that he would entrust her with something so important, which meant she held a place in his heart. But I'm afraid, she said, for now, I trust you. He smiled. Lying Chumo was at a loss for words as he continued. For the time being, we can rest at the media center. You all stay here and keep collecting crystals while I go find the key. She exclaimed. You re going out alone? That girl Lily jumped in again. You re going to leave us alone again? Zhongming bent down to tie his shoelaces. If everyone comes along, it will only tire me out. I'm just gonna find supplies. I'll be back quickly. Lily yelled as if she was terrified of dying. What if zombies attack while you re gone? Who's going to protect us? I've already told you, he said, picking up a wooden staff. I'm not obligated to protect anyone. He then activated the artisan's crafting skill and created a wooden spear, which had decent attack power and could be used for self-defense. He said, if zombies show up, you'll have to protect yourselves, or else you will die. Then he turned to threaten Lily. The girl shrank back in fear. Teacher Piao hadn't said a word. He's right. Piao Xiuying finally agreed. We need to learn how to protect ourselves. She comforted Lily. Lily, the world isn't normal anymore. You can't keep living like you used to, sheltered by your teachers and parents. We all have to be strong now. He offered them the wooden spear. Here, take this, use it for self-defense. Piao Xiuying took the spear and thanked him. Lying Chumo urged him. Zhongming, you have to come back safe. He didn't say a word, simply raising a hand to show he had heard before walking away. Don't worry, just take care of yourself, and don't about the danger facing the people left at the media center. Zhongming went outside. He carefully observed his surroundings, thinking to himself that he was almost at the place where the secret realm key would drop. He went inside and was shocked to realize this was the place. The new school construction site was where the secret realm key would drop. He carefully looked around, thinking that probably no one else would come to the construction site. Just as he thought that to himself, thud, something fell right where Zhongming was standing, and it was a girl. He was startled but managed to catch her. Zhongming was stunned that someone else was here. The girl was also surprised. How is someone here? Am I that lucky? She frowned, then spun around and jumped out of his arms. She twirled a few times and grabbed Zhongming's hand, instantly subduing him. Zhongming was annoyed. What are you doing? I just saved you. The girl asked suspiciously, who are you? What are you doing here? He immediately broke free. The girl attacked, but was taken by surprise as Zhongming grabbed her by the neck without hesitation. Then he pinned her against the wall, growling, who are you? What are you doing here? The girl was furious. You dare ambush a guard? Let me go now! He was surprised. A guard. The girl laughed while rubbing her neck. You've practiced martial arts before. Your skills are pretty impressive. Zhongming laughed. I've been training for almost 10 years. He thought about his past life, where he had trained for 10 years. Even though he got beaten up the beginning, the girl was surprised. 10 years. Impressive. That's even longer than me. You are? She asked probingly. Whoosh! A bullet flew past. Zhongming quickly grabbed the girl and dodged it. The two of them immediately hid behind a large rock. He asked, who's that? They started shooting as soon as they arrived. They're the ones hunting me, the girl said. I ran to this construction site to escape them. Zhongming was very surprised and asked her, aren't you a guard? The girl laughed, but there was a hint of resignation in her expression. It's precisely because I'm a guard that they hunting me down to kill me. The dust slowly settled, revealing 3 men approaching with menacing looks. The girl reported that they were escaped convicts. Zhongming frowned. He recalled that many of the most rampant people in his previous life were criminals. Their nature was brutal, and without any restraints, they would be even more ruthless. They killed without batting an eye. Zhongming smirked. In that case, I don't need to hold back either. How do they have weapons? He asked, ducking back just as a shot flew past where he had peeked out. The girl said, the armory at the station was cleaned out. The 3 men approached, laughing with extremely vile and malicious expressions. Each of them held a gun. The shorter man in the lead said, Dai Lap, you attack from that side. She's over there without a weapon. Force her out. His accomplice next to him asked, Lakhan, what about that man? Kill him too! I'm feeling ruthless. It's been a while since I've killed anyone. The man named Dai Lap licked his lips with glee. A headshot is the most satisfying. Click-clack. A bullet flew from out of nowhere, piercing Dai Lap's head. He died with his eyes wide open. Before he could even do anything, Lakhan, they have a gun too! The 2 remaining goons panicked. Quick, lay down suppressing fire. Just as you'd expect from untrained people, even with guns, they just fired wildly. They had no discipline at all. You damn wench, die! They continued to unload their guns, ignoring the noise that echoed everywhere. That Lao Coin guy even pulled out another gun. It was as if carrying one wasn't enough. When one ran out of ammo, he'd switch to the other. Bang! The 2 of them advanced while firing. Any normal person who peeked out would have been turned into a honeycomb instantly. Bang! The 2 men gleefully jumped to the spot where Zhongming and the girl were hiding. But they found no one. Where are they? The 2 looked around in confusion. Up here! He called down from above, holding a gun. The man cursed in fear. Damn it. Bang! A bullet pierced through Lao Kaian's chest, hitting his heart. The remaining man raised his gun to shoot him instantly, not forgetting to curse. Damn it to hell! But the girl had already rushed forward, kneeing the man, not giving him a chance to do anything. Then she followed up with a punch. Her fist clenched tight. Smack! She punched him in the chin, sending his whole body flying. There was no hesitation in her movements. The guy's face was distorted by the punch, and his body was sent flying before it could even react. He knelt down, crying, Officer, spare me, spare my life. His whole body trembled as he looked up with tears in his eyes. Bang. Bang. The girl was shocked. Where did that gun come from? She confronted Zhongming, saying the man had already given up. Why did you still shoot him? Zhongming jumped down. He frowned at her, not wanting to say anything else. How has a goody 2-shoes like her survived in a world like this? The girl walked over to the man and checked his pulse. She said his artery was ruptured. He's dead. She turned and asked him. He had no fight left in him. Why did you have to be so ruthless? He turned to leave without a word, then glanced back at the girl. Wasn't he a prisoner? I just finished the job you guards failed to do. Or are you naive enough to think they would have spared you? That he would turn over a new leaf? Then he drew his gun. The girl reacted sharply to his actions. What do you mean by that? You should know better, Zhongming patiently explained. This isn't an era of law and order anymore. People like him are nothing but violent predators, who will just keep on killing. The girl was at a loss for words. He said, looking extremely annoyed. Young lady, don't let your misplaced kindness give evil people another chance to do harm. In my past life, my ex-girlfriend, Bai Shishi, was killed by someone just like him. That's why I show no mercy to scum like them. After hearing his explanation, the girl fell silent, because deep down, she knew he was right. He might be a bit extreme, but he wasn't entirely wrong. He's so young, yet he killed a prisoner without a second thought. Just what has he been through? She couldn't even begin to imagine what would make someone so cold-blooded. He walked ahead to search for the key, and she followed him. Fifth brother, you told me to go downstairs. The two guys were tied up. By the time I got there, they had already been killed by zombies, the subordinate reported to his boss. What? They were both dead. Fifth brother was completely stunned. That's right, his subordinate looked terrified. That kid is a trained fighter. Fifth brother, we should just leave him alone. What nonsense are you spouting? Kill him! Without another word, fifth brother punched his subordinate. All the gear will be ours, and we'll become the kings of this area. How? Has everyone else arrived? He asked. Yeah, they in the main hall. The subordinate rubbed his face, tears welling up from the pain. The door swung open. Fifth brother walked in with a grin. Are all my brothers here? Fifth brother, his gang members had all gathered and came forward. Brothers, some little punk is trying to act tough, running wild on our turf. 2 of our brothers died at his hands. Fifth brother announced loudly, as if Zhongming was the one who had picked a fight with them. But you told me that they were killed by zombies. Fifth brother angrily punched the subordinate again. Damn it. Shut your mouth. Don't say another word. He cleared his throat and continued. It doesn't matter how those 2 died. What matters is this: before, we had to operate in the shadows. It was humiliating. But now, with zombies everywhere, there's no one left to control us. Hearing this, the gang members' expressions turned grim. We were free. Now is our chance to really show what we can do. We can't let some little brat ruin this for us. The gang members listened and thought he made a lot of sense. From now on, anyone who gets in our way, we kill them. Fifth brother's eyes glinted with a murderous light. His men roared in agreement. Fifth brother is right! We the bosses of this area now. The guy who killed our brothers has to die. Seeing that he had successfully riled them up, fifth brother grinned. Excellent. Brothers, let's go take care of him together, you little punk. Your time is up. His eyes were bloodshot, looking more terrifying than a demon. Fifth brother, what about me? What's my job? The subordinate who had been hit earlier came over, pointing to his own face. I have a more important job for you, he said, looking at his foolish subordinate. As evening approached, the girl was still following him. Hey, she asked. What are you looking for? He replied calmly, I lost a key. It's a very important key, and I have to find it today. What does it look like? The girl asked, seemingly wanting to help him search. He thought to himself, I've never even seen it before. But he answered differently. It has a very unique design. Yeah, you'll know it the moment you see it. Is that right? The girl also crouched down to help him search. Well, I'll help you look. This place is so big. And it's getting dark. Can we really find it? He smiled. It's better that it's dark. The secret realm key will give off a faint glow. Ah, I found it. Look, is this it? The girl exclaimed immediately. He turned around, delighted, as expected of a guard. You found it so fast. What the hell is that? The guard held up a keychain with a small fork attached. The guard was confused. Isn't this it? The design is very unique. His face darkened. It was indeed unique. But it wasn't the right one. Oh, what a shame. She then tossed it away, throwing it behind her without any hesitation. Something monstrous was approaching from that direction. Is that a dog over there? Zhongming asked. A dog. Yeah, my eyesight is very good. The female guard pointed right where she had just thrown the keychain. Zhongming frowned. Something was moving. It was definitely a zombie dog, the girl confirmed. During my training, I work with police dogs. And dogs are very obedient. You just need to know the right method. The zombie-infected dog slowly approached, looking extremely dangerous. Before doing anything, it let out a roar, then leaped up and kicked off the wall. This is bad. Zhongming suddenly gave a warning. He was shocked by what had just appeared before him. And the female guard was also extremely surprised. Snap. It opened its mouth and charged forward without any fear. He immediately recognized it as a level 2 mutated dog. The dog charged at him first, so he raised his gun. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots, but the dog instantly dodged them. He didn't land a single bullet. It quickly closed the distance and pounced on him. Zhongming raised his arm to block. I'm screwed, he thought, blaming himself. The female guard watched worriedly. Ah. Roar? The dog opened its jaws, intending to crush his head in one bite. Zhongming backed away, trying to get away from the police dog, for some reason, as if it smelled something. It pressed its nose against him and sniffed, losing all intention to attack. Then it stuck its tongue out as if seeing its owner, its initial ferocious demeanor gone. It happily wagged its ears and pounced on him, licking him, and even wagged its tail like a normal dog. Zhongming was confused. What's wrong with this dog? The female guard approached. It seems to be fawning over you. Zhongming was completely baffled, unable to make sense of it. What's happening? The level 2 mutated dog just kept wagging its tail happily, grinning as if trying to please him. It wagged its tail. Zhongming suddenly realized, wait, could you be? He remembered a time back when he was a kid, walking home. Damn it, where did this thieving dog come from? A man's cursing voice was heard. The little dog trembled, holding something in its mouth, looking terrified. Get lost. The man, holding a glass of liquor and likely drunk, raised his leg to kick the dog away. The dog darted off, dodging the man's kick. Haha. You mangy mutt! I'll beat you to death, you little beast! He turned and threw the bottle at it, intending to kill the dog. Thud. The dog was hit by the bottle and yelped in pain. Afterward, it trembled all over but still tried to stand up, its survival instinct kicking in strongly. The man stepped on its tail, preventing the dog from running away. The man sneered, you beast, let's see you run now. The dog struggled to get away but couldn't. It whimpered and yelped. Wait. A young Zhongming ran over. The man was very surprised. What do you want, kid? He asked, raising his fist as if to punch him. Zhongming swallowed nervously. It's that dog, it's covered in diseases. My hand has been festering for days after it bit me, he said, pointing at the dog. Hearing this, the man flinched and backed away in fear. It's not just diseases, it also has fleas. It's filthy. You shouldn't touch it, sir. The man fearfully removed his foot and kicked the dog aside. Zhongming continued, it's also covered in its own filth. You will get it all over you if you touch it. The dog trembled and moved behind him. It still couldn't walk straight and was trembling a little. He sighed. Phew, good thing I managed to save it. Humph, what bad luck. The man walked away, waving his hand dismissively. He bowed slightly. Take care, sir. Zhongming turned and walked away happily. I saved a puppy and did a good deed. He turned back to look at the dog, which came over and nuzzled his leg as if to thank him, looking utterly pitiful. He bent down and petted its head. You poor thing. Your tail is injured. The dog stiffened in fear. Here, have this, he said, offering it a piece of a pastry. The dog happily wagged its tail and let out a bark as if to say thanks. Woof, then it bent down and gobbled it up. Zhongming looked at it sadly. You're really cute, but my family doesn't allow dogs. He left, waving goodbye to the dog before he went. After that, the two became good friends. He played with the dog until it grew bigger. Zhongming said happily, Dai hong hon, you day hong hon. Right. The dog then got down. The female guard chuckled to herself. So it's your dog, it's mutated but it can still recognize you. But its name is a bit strange. It's the stray puppy he used to feed. Its eyes showed complete trust in him. He continued, when it was little, it looked like a yellow ball. So I named it Duer. Stop, Duer, stop licking me. The dog was still happy to see him, and the two of them looked incredibly joyful. The girl watched and remarked, so you have a gentle side too, huh? That night, the three remaining people at the television station were eating dried rations together by candlelight. That girl, Lalai, pointed at a backpack. Hey, Liang Shumo, what else is in that bag? You can't eat it all, can you? Liang Shumo replied, her eyes showing a hint of annoyance. Lalai stood up. Who are you kidding? I clearly saw there was meat inside just now. So why didn't you take it out to share with everyone? Teacher Piao stopped her. Liang Shumo said irritably, it's already generous of me to give you anything to eat. If you don't want it, then spit it out and give it back. Smack. Lalai reached out and grabbed the backpack, but Liang Shumo held on. Hey, what are you doing? The other girl was shameless. If you won't give it to me, I will take it myself. Teacher Piao never expected this to happen. Liang Shumo hugged the backpack to her chest. This is the bag Zhongming gave me to look after. You have no right to touch it. But that girl Lalai still clung to the bag and wouldn't let go, acting completely unreasonable. He's not here right now, so don't try to use him to scare me. The food inside must be shared equally among us, Teacher Piao intervened. Alright, Lalai, what's there to fight about? It's not like she didn't share with us. Lalai threw the bag aside, and although she listened to the teacher, she still cursed. Humph, you stinking wench. A dog relying on its master's power. Go on and guard your dog food carefully. Teacher Piao couldn't believe her student would say such things. Liang Shumo was extremely upset. This person doesn't know what's good for her. I shouldn't have given her any food in the first place. Piao Shuying patted the girl's head and explained. Lai, this food wasn't ours to begin with. Since they were willing to share it with us, we should be grateful. That girl Layla even cursed at her teacher. All you know is how to preach, what's the use of that? Her heart was filled with rebellious thoughts. The teacher is too compassionate. Wouldn't it be better if we just took the food together? That Zhongming guy, who knows if he'll even make it back this time. A Q! Over here, being badmouthed by that brat, he suddenly sneezed. The female guard asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you sick?" He laughed. "It's nothing. Maybe someone is thinking about me." Ha! Then the three of them and the dog continued their search for the key. The female guard said cheerfully, "It's a good thing we have this flashlight. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to see a thing." He said, "This flashlight is useful. But the darker it is, the easier it is to find what I'm looking for." Thump! Another zombie appeared right behind the two of them. Just as he was about to give up, he dug something up, and a beam of light shone out. Zhongming was surprised by this light. He happily cleared away the dirt and rocks. His movements were relentless, afraid that if he hesitated for even a moment, the key would disappear. It was the key! It was emitting a yellow light. He picked it up joyfully. It really is the secret realm key. "I've finally found you!" He happily held the secret realm key in his hand as it emitted a faint yellow light. The girl smiled. "That wasn't easy, was it? Look how happy you are." Just then, a tongue shot out from behind. The tongue wrapped around her body. She looked behind her and saw a gigantic, terrifying toad. It was about to pull her into its mouth. The female guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Slash! He lunged forward and sliced off the mutated toad's tongue. Rescuing the female guard, Zhongming stood in front of her, like a completely different person, incredibly powerful, activating the enhanced craftsman's Kaijian Dao. "It's a good thing I have the enhancement skill. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have been able to cut it." The enraged toad charged forward, and the girl cried out in fear. "I can't even stand up yet, and now there's a huge mutated skink." The skink charged, swiping with its leg, trying to send him flying 10 meters away. Zhongming ducked down, dodging one of the skink's attacks. Then the dog came forward and bit the skink's leg. As if to help, the skink glanced at the dog, its eyes glinting with hunger. Zhongming seized the opportunity while it was distracted, lunging forward and slashing at its eye. And just like that, it lost an eye. The skink shrieked violently in pain. Blood gushed from its eye in streams. Zhongming panted heavily. Fighting such a large mutant consumed too much stamina. "Come at me!" He lured it upward. The monster immediately took the bait, thundering towards him and then pouncing. The level 2 mutant dog rushed forward to block his path. He was shocked. "Doer, why are you here? Doer, get out of the way!" he said, but the dog remained in front of him. It seemed to have no intention of moving. "Get out of the way now!" he told it, but Doer stayed put, letting out a roar as if to threaten the skink. The skink and the dog charged at each other for a one-on-one fight. The dog was many times smaller than the skink, making this matchup look incredibly uneven. The dog roared at the skink. Yes, it roared. Zhongming yelled out, trying to stop the giant skink. Doer, his loyal dog, was making him incredibly worried. Suddenly, the skink lowered its head and snapped its jaws wide open, seemingly trying to finish the dog in a single blow. But Doer unexpectedly lunged out from somewhere, biting down hard on the monster's neck. The skink, writhing in intense pain, immediately flung the dog aside. Doer was sent soaring through the air. As the skink's tail slammed into its stomach, making the dog yelp in pain, with a thud, it was sent flying backward, landing right near where the female guard was standing. Even so, it struggled back to its feet, its eyes showing a fierce determination to fight to the very end. The skink raised its sharp claws, intending to grab Doer. Zhongming couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He lunged forward, holding his knife to shield his precious dog. The piercing sound of metal striking claws echoed as sparks flew. The skink swatted him aside. Even in a 2-on-1 fight, it held the upper hand, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. It snarled, opening its mouth to bite straight at his head without hesitation. Suddenly, a long iron bar flew through the air, piercing the monster's head. A fatal blow intended to kill it instantly. The skink went rigid, ceasing all movement. Someone approached and pulled the iron bar from the skink's mouth. It was the female guard. She had finally joined the fight, determined to kill the monster, because if he and his dog failed, she would be next to die. Doer barked loudly, woof woof, as the skink collapsed. The girl was panting heavily, saying nothing. Zhongming praised her, as expected of a guard. "You were truly powerful." The girl glanced at him in silence. The dog trotted over, wagging its tail happily at Zhongming. He stroked its head and said, "Doer, even though you're a puppy, you can't get scared when things get tough. Stop, stop, stop." The dog barked, woof woof woof, "Don't lick me!" Doer jumped on him and started licking his face. He tried to push the dog off. "I missed you so much." The female guard standing nearby chuckled quietly, while the two were enjoying their reunion. From the shadows behind them, two figures silently appeared and then vanished without a trace. Zhongming's expression turned serious again. playtime was over, he plunged his blade into the skink's corpse. The girl asked in surprise. What are you doing? Look, Zhongming held out his hand. She was surprised when he showed her a crystal. This is a crucial resource in the zombie world we now inhabit. A magic crystal, a magic crystal. The girl asked cautiously, reaching out to touch it. Does this have magic? Zhongming smiled. Close enough, you could even say. It's even more amazing than magic. How do you use it? She asked. He replied, do you want to know? Do you even have to ask? Tell me already. Then you have to agree to one condition of mine. The female guard turned away, annoyed, as if I'd agree. How dare you try to bargain with a guard? Worst case, I'll just figure out the secret of the magic crystal on my own. He was surprised. Girls really are all different. If it were Fi or Chu Mo, they wouldn't have turned him down so quickly. An image of Chu Mo briefly flashed through his mind. As long as it's not a strange condition, I can consider it. I agree. The girl turned back. Okay then. The key has been found. So you can leave now. Zhongming tried to hold on. Is our friendly fight really over just like that? He sighed. She was strong after all. So he should try to get her help. He rubbed his hands together. Actually, there's something I wanted to tell you, the girl said. Go on. You see, the current situation is so dangerous. The environment is awful. And there are many bad people out there. How about we form a team? It would be easier to help each other out. The girl frowned, thinking, then said, you have a point. Zhongming sighed and hung his head. Why am I being so pathetic? As if it understood, the dog placed a paw on his shoulder comfortingly. The girl's eyes brightened as she looked at him. Are you surprised? All right, the girl nodded. Even though you act a bit weird, I don't think you're a bad person. Then she held out her hand to him. He reached out his hand as well. My name is Zhongming Moye, the girl replied, and just like that, the two of them formed a temporary alliance. The body of the thug from that afternoon was still lying there. Someone walked over and picked up the gun. Damn, it's a real one. The person was surprised and felt a surge of joy, because having another weapon now meant an extra layer of protection for their life. Idiot. Someone else came over and covered his mouth. Don't be so loud, quiet down, let's go that way. The scarred man pointed to where Zhongming and Mo Yi were. The gunman gulped as two men approached, one with a knife and one with a gun. Seeing Zhongming and Mo Yi, he grinned and aimed the gun at the two of them. You damn couple up ahead, stop right there! Put your hands up if you want to live, the other one threatened live. As if, fifth brother wants this guy dead, the black-haired man shouted. The scarred man was at a disadvantage. I almost forgot. This is the brat who got two of our brothers killed. Today he'll pay with his life. After saying that, he pointed his knife at the two without hesitation. Who are they? Moye asked. He frowned. Criminals. I just dealt with two clueless punks, and now two more show up. Are you tired of living? Go to hell. That guy raised his gun to shoot him. Click, click. But unexpectedly, it didn't fire a single shot. He kept pulling the trigger, but nothing happened. He was terrified. His face drained of all color. Why won't it shoot? Old knife, this gun is fake. Old knife cursed angrily. You idiot, you haven't switched off the safety. The fool asked back, his eyes wide. What's a safety? Old knife was left speechless by the idiot and growled. Damn it, it's true what they say. You shouldn't fear a strong enemy, but a stupid teammate. Have you never seen a movie with guns? It's the thing that keeps the gun from going off by accident. So how do I turn it off? The guy asked again. You idiot. Old knife lost his patience. If you don't know how to use a gun, why didn't you just say so? Give me the gun! The guy replied, I'm a security guard. I've never even seen a real gun before. Truly a complete idiot. Here, you use the gun, he said, handing it back to Old Knife. Meanwhile, a dog was preparing to lunge. What is that? The moment they spotted the dog, it was already charging. Its target was the idiotic gunman's arm. Chomp! It bit the gunman's hand, making him drop the gun in pain. He screamed in fear. Ow, what the hell is this thing? Old Knife, save me! His face turned deathly pale. Old Knife also screamed in fear, backing away. That's a zombie dog. You been bitten, you redone for. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Moye rushed up behind Old Knife. As he turned, a knee flew towards him. Whum! The kick smashed into his face, twisting it to the side. Then Moye spun around, grabbing one of his arms and throwing him. He slammed onto the ground with enough force to send dirt and rocks flying. Thud! Old Knife coughed up blood, his eyes staring blankly. Zhongming watched in horror, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Her fighting style is terrifying. I must never get on her bad side. Speak, who is fifth brother? And why did he want you to kill me? After taking down the two men, it was time for interrogation. Boss, please stop the bleeding first, the man begged. As the blood from the bite on his arm continued to flow, Zhongming threatened. If you don't want to bleed to death, tell me who fifth brother is. He showed no mercy to the men who had just tried to kill him. While Zhongming was killing zombies and saving people, a blonde underling asked his boss, Fifth brother, are you hungry? Let's go get something to eat. Trying to slack off, are you? Watch it, or I'll beat you. Now get back to work. The man called fifth brother scolded his underling. The guys haven't slept all night. Why are we collecting this trash from the zombies? We were seizing the opportunity, get it? Fifth brother said, taking a long drag from his cigarette with a calculating look in his eyes. What do you mean? The blonde underling asked, completely confused. It's not like it's some kind of game equipment. It just feels like we were wasting time collecting garbage. You talk too much, now get to work. Fifth brother couldn't stand it anymore and punched his idiotic underling. The man's eyes bulged as he cried out, ouch. These crystals can't just be in the zombies' heads for no reason, fifth brother thought, his mind racing with possibilities. Besides, many of the zombies around here have already had their crystals taken. They must have some important use that we don't know about yet. Meanwhile, at the media center office, Liang Chumo hugged her backpack as she slept. That girl, Lily, stared with wide eyes, still determined to get that backpack. Once she thought Liang Chumo was sound asleep, she reached out. She got up nearby. Teacher Park was sound asleep and completely oblivious. Lily walked over to Liang Chumo, who was clutching the backpack. Her eyes filled with malice. The wench smirked, a sharp shard of glass in her hand, intending to kill Liang Chumo. It's true what they say. Save an animal and it will thank you. Save a person and they'll stab you in the back. Haha. Her hand was covered in her own blood, but she didn't let go of the glass shard. The girl sneered internally. Liang Chumo acts so high and mighty just because she has that Zhongming to back her up, always picking on me, throwing her weight around, while Liang Chumo slept peacefully. The ungrateful girl plotted, you rotten witch. These survival supplies. I will have them. Just then, Teacher Park woke up. Lily, what are you doing? She asked, startled. Lily froze and quickly hid the sharp piece of glass. She immediately explained, I was just going to the bathroom. Teacher Park watched her student's back as she pretended to leave for the restroom and said nothing. The moment the girl was out of Teacher Park's sight, her demeanor completely changed. Why? Splash, water ran from the faucet. She walked to the sink and washed her face. Lei frowned, her heart filled with frustration. Why were they all so naive? Everyone trusted others so easily. This is the apocalypse. How could you possibly place your survival in someone else's hands? The girl growled in the bathroom, especially since the Zhongming and Liang Chumo had started targeting her. She clenched her fists, thinking she could only rely on herself to survive. She couldn't be weak like Teacher Park now. The idea of betrayal lingered in her mind. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from somewhere. Lei was startled. What was that sound? Liang Chumo and Teacher Park woke up as well. Liang Chumo grabbed a stick, and Lei hurried back to the room. It sounded like someone was banging on the door. Teacher Park grew worried. The girl asked, Teacher, what's happening? No, it's nothing. Liang Chumo trembled. The zombies can't get in. Bang, bang. The door began to buckle, breaking on one side. Liang Chumo was shocked. It wasn't zombies. Who's out there? Teacher Park was also terrified. Then the noise stopped. Bang, bang. Now the banging was even louder, as if they wanted to shatter the door. We re-screwed. Lai was terrified. The door was about to give way. Crash. The door shattered, revealing a group of young men and old thugs, all with naturally menacing faces. The man who broke the door laughed sinisterly. Just as I thought, there are girls in here. His gaze was lewd and despicable. You people, what do you want? Teacher Park trembled, backing away. Liang Chumo held out the stick defensively. Meanwhile, Lai was looking for a place to hide. Ah! The stick was snatched away. Liang Chumo panicked. Who are you people? What do you want? Puff! A cloud of smoke was blown in her face. She grew anxious, and Teacher Park also stepped back. Please, don't cause any trouble. The men stared at her, their eyes filled with filth. I like this teacher. The short-haired student ran off. Go catch her. Someone noticed. The man next to him whispered. Brother Dongzi, fifth brother told us to take care of that man, but not to touch these girls. Hearing this, Brother Dongzi became furious. Fifth brother isn't here, so I'm the boss. Besides, these broads are accomplices of that bastard, got it? Yes, got it. The man trembled and moved forward. I'll go catch her. He looked incredibly aggressive. Brother Dongzi said, get back here. No sneaking, a taste for yourself. Teacher, don't be afraid. Do you remember me? One of the thugs grabbed Teacher Park, sneering. The teacher was taken aback. I was a student at this school too. I was even in your class. You bay. The teacher stammered. The man reached out, intending to do something depraved. Teacher, with you around, all my attention was focused here. How could I possibly study? Another thug grabbed Liang Chumo, while one shone a flashlight in her face. He looked her up and down. This face looks really familiar, Dongzi. Come take a look. This chick looks like that influencer from Hue. The man laughed loudly. She looks just like Liang Chumo. I heard she's worth 1.3 million. She was immediately terrified, tears streaming down her face. Right now, She could only pray for Yi Zhongming to return in time and save them all from this chaos. The two loud-mouthed thugs from before were now hanging in the air, terrified and struggling to escape, but to no avail. Duer patrolled the area, keeping watch. It even walked up to one of the men and sniffed him, terrified. The man immediately pulled his legs back. Mo Yi approached and asked, "What's the plan now?" Yi Zhongming immediately frowned. He said, "If someone wants me dead that badly, then I'll go and meet him." Mo Yi was surprised and retorted, "That fifth brother has a huge force. How about we go back to the police station to regroup before making a move?" Yi Zhongming warned her, "Miss Mo, stop being delusional. It's chaos everywhere now. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's the reality of the situation." He walked ahead. "Running away is not my style. I'm going to face him head-on." Duer followed him, leaving Mo Yi behind. It was her choice whether to come or not. In the end, Mo Yi chose to follow. "All right, I'll go with you. We can help each other. By the way, what were you planning to do with that key?" she asked. He answered, "The secret realm key can open up the future." Open up the future? Mo Yi was completely stunned. In a chaotic world like this, what future is there? You've seen how hopeless it is. He replied, "Zombies, monsters, crystals. The world has changed beyond your wildest imagination." Mo Yi still didn't fully understand his vague explanation. "When can we use that key?" She was extremely anxious. "If it can end all of this, then let's do it quickly. I don't think anyone can endure this much longer." "When we are strong enough," Yi Zhongming replied. Yi Zhongming's eyes were filled with determination, thinking of his past life. He was certain he would overcome everything, and would never repeat the same mistakes again. Thump, over here. Lily was running. The thug was chasing right behind her. "Stop right there!" He was hot on her heels. That girl sure had a lot of stamina. But there was no way she could escape a strong man. "Little mouse," he became amused. "Once I catch you, I will tie up all your limbs so you can't run anymore." Lily ran forward and saw a door. The girl was in a panic. It was a dead end. Why won't this door open? She desperately tried to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The thug caught up to her. "Run! Go on and run!" The girl was so scared she started to cry. You stay away from me." He squeezed her face and said in a lewd tone, "Run. Every time I meet girls like you all despise me, mock me, and avoid me. But now it's the apocalypse." He became even more excited. "What I have now is the chance to make sure you can never leave me." "No," Lily said. "I won't leave you. I won't mock you." He frowned. "Why should I believe you?" Lily tried to beg. "I'm not like other girls. I'm just a student, boss." She took his hand and pressed it against her chest. Not disgusting at all, trying her best to plead. "If you just let me go, I'm willing to do anything." He grabbed her by the shoulders and laughed. "You look pretty average, but you've got a sweet mouth. But I can't betray Brother Dong." He laughed. "Now, come back with me and meet Brother Dong." Lily was startled, and the girl tried to beg, "Please let me go. If I go back, I will surely die." He chuckled sinisterly. "With me here, how could I let you die? Stop dreaming and let's go!" Behind her back, Lily was still holding that glass shard, ready in her hand, prepared to strike at any moment. "Brother Dong," the girl decided not to act. He brought the girl back. "I'm back. This is Lily," as if not believing her eyes. Her clothes were torn, and there wasn't a spot on her that hadn't been touched. He drooled. "Damn, this guy is so violent. Her clothes are all ripped to shreds. After all, she's just an innocent teacher. Ha ha ha." Lily couldn't believe her eyes. That Brother Dongzi laughed. "Yeah, this teacher is pretty tough. We haven't even done anything, and she already bit Da Bai's face. The blood won't stop. What a buzzkill. What else can we do?" Over here, Da Bai's face was a mess from the bite, and he was crying from the pain. "Boo-hoo. I didn't expect her to be so aggressive." Lily ran to the teacher's side. "Brother Dongzi." That fat guy pointed at the young girl. "This girl is with me. What's her deal?" He asked again. She wants to join us." That Brother Dongzi laughed. "Join us. This student sure knows how to adapt. She can tell who's strong and who's weak. How interesting." The fat guy laughed. "That's right. How could I dare hide it from you?" He yelled, "Hey, stop crying and get over here and greet Brother Dongzi." She forced a smile. "Hello, Brother Dongzi." That Brother Dongzi pointed at Lily. "Girl, you want to join our crew?" "Yes, Brother Dongzi, please take me in. I will do whatever you tell me to." Then, pointing at Liang Chumo, he smirked wickedly. "All right, of course you can. Prove it to me. She's your friend, right? Go over there and deal with her for me." Liang Chumo cursed. "Shameless. Lily, you traitor! Yi Zhongming helped you, and you just throw away his kindness like this." Liang Chumo now saw her true colors and cursed relentlessly. To think he saved such an ungrateful snake. Hearing this, Lily walked over and slapped Liang Chumo with all her might. Liang Chumo cursed, "You animal," her eyes burning with fury. Brother Dongzi found this amusing. "Nice, that was a good slap. I heard she's a hottie. I love toying with little vixens like you. Beat her senseless for me." That Lily laughed, her eyes filled with malice. "Don't you worry, Brother Dongzi. She and I have some old beef. How dare she come after me? I won't let her off easy. Liang Chumo couldn't believe her eyes. The person she had shared hardships with was now acting like a complete monster. She cursed, "You monster!" Lely stepped forward, grabbed Liang Chumo by the hair, and in front of all the thugs, slapped her again. Liang Chumo glared daggers at the traitor. If looks could kill, Lily would be dead and gone. Brother Dongzi looked at her and frowned. Humph. The more I look at that face, the more it annoys me. What was he planning to do? Brother Dongzi nodded. That's enough, you requalified to join now. Lily was surprised. Brother Dongzi pointed his club at Lily. She's your woman now, keep her in line and don't cause any trouble. The fat guy nodded. Got it. Brother Dongzi, the fat guy walked over to Lily. Hehe, Dongziji has acknowledged you. You are my woman. Lily gritted her teeth in anger. That Dongziji said, brothers, come over here. I have something to say. He said, all of us used to be Siji's men. Because Siji turned into a zombie, we reluctantly submitted to Lao Wu under him. Hearing Siji's name, the crowd grew agitated. Siji came from the Axe Gang. His skills were formidable, but Lao Wu is just a punk. Treacherous and sinister. Everything we risked our lives to loot, he took it all for himself. They grew angrier as they spoke. Lao Wu tells us to go out and kill. But he's nowhere to be seen. I even saw him sneak away secretly. Dong Zija riled up the crowd, his voice full of indignation. So sneaky and secretive. How can we brothers tolerate this? He raged. It's a chaotic world. That's human nature for you. As soon as they get a foothold, they turn and tear each other apart. Why should we submit to him and be his lapdogs? Right. Hearing this, the scoundrels raised their hands in agreement. I feel that Lao Wu doesn't treat us sincerely. From today on, we will only follow Dong Ziji. We'll follow Dong Ziji. Dong Ziji laughed heartily. Lao Wu, today is the day you die. His eyes were filled with malice, without a shred of kindness. Just then, a scout came in to report. Dong Zi, there's no one in the cafeteria. Lao Wu isn't back yet. Dong Ziji opened the door and walked in, smiling brightly. A heaven-sent opportunity. Let's go in and wait for him. Thwack. Someone spat out a bone, which flew straight into Dong Ziji's face with great force. His face was knocked to one side. I couldn't react in time. Damn it, who threw that bone? He cursed as he looked around. It was Yi Zhongming and Mo Ye. He said to him, you came back just as we finished eating. Looks like our luck isn't too bad. Mu Yi was wiping his mouth on the side. Dong Zija looked at the pile of meat on the table and realized. Chicken bones. He ate the chicken that we couldn't even bear to eat. Son of a B-touch. Who are you? Why are you here? He cursed, rage boiling up inside him. Yi Zhongming stood up to face Dong Ziji. Hey, didn't you guys want to kill me? I've delivered myself to your doorstep, saving you some effort. Dong Ziji thought to himself. Could this be the person Lao Wu wanted to kill, and La Dao failed? He smiled. Those two subordinates of yours who were chasing me have already been taken care of by me. Now it's your turn, boss. One of the underlings came in, shouting, this kid is too arrogant. Dong Ziji, let's kill him. Dong Ziji laughed heartily. No rush. Bring the person up here. He brought Liang Chumo forward. Very good, kid. Take a look. This is your companion, isn't she? His face darkened, but he said nothing. Mui was surprised, a hostage. How despicable. Dong Ziji, as if he had the upper hand, said cheerfully, why aren't you doing anything? Haha, are you scared now that your person is in my hands? He looked utterly despicable. This chick is also an internet celebrity. It must not have been easy to win her favor, huh? He squeezed Liang Chumo's face. He smiled. Too bad. This girl and I don't have that kind of relationship. We were just using each other. Dong Ziji was still stubborn, still talking tough. I clearly saw you acting together with her, he said. But that filthy hand and stinking mouth of yours. Do you not want them anymore? He lunged forward and stabbed Dong Ziji's hand with the chicken bone. He even had the presence of mind to shout, run. He went crazy, clutching his bloody arm and cursing non-stop. Son of a B-tech, you dare stab me, are you looking to die? He casually pulled Liang Chumo into his arms. Dong Ziji screamed, brothers, get him, kill him for me. Yi Zhongming handed Liang Chumo to Mo Ye and stepped back. Mo Ye, take care of her. Then he alone faced the countless thugs charging at him. Without a trace of fear. The first one charged forward aggressively, aiming a swift punch at him. But Yi Zhongming dodged the blow by tilting his head. The man was surprised. Then Yi Zhongming clenched his fist. He couldn't land a hit, so it was Yi Zhongming's turn to strike back. That guy was toast. Pow! One punch knocked out his molars. Looks like he'll need urgent plastic surgery. Useless. Dong Ziji kept cursing, knocked back with one punch. Don't go one by one, all of you get him! And so all four of them surrounded him. Yi Zhongming said nothing, just frowned. This many people. I'll have to change my approach. I can't fight them one-on-one. He let out a cold snort, his fighting instincts kicking in. Come on, bring it. Without hesitation, he continued to provoke them, beckoning at the thugs with both hands and sneering coldly. A bunch of useless fools who don't know their place. Guys like these, he could probably take them down with a single punch, arf. A guy with brass knuckles rushed forward. No wonder he was so confident, even shouting loudly. Whoosh, he dodged the attack with ease. Just an amateur with no real fighting skills. How boring. Grabbing the man's hand, he snapped it backward, making him scream. Aff, that one move definitely dislocated his joint. After letting go, the man's arm couldn't return to its normal position. He lay on the ground, wailing miserably. He thrashed around, crying, "Task, can't even take a light hit like that. What a loser got you now!" Another guy charged at him from behind, trying to pin Zhongming with both arms. He was startled when Zhongming spun around and instantly grabbed his head. Before he could even react, he was slammed to the ground. The floor looked like it cracked from the impact. Bam. A hit like that would definitely fracture bones. With one guy left, he slowly approached him. The man backed away in terror. Having witnessed his friend's fates, he was utterly terrified, never expecting to run into such a monster. Useless, watch me. The fat guy shoved the skinny blonde aside. Cursing at him, he held a knife and pointed it at Zhongming. Zhongming saw the thug's expressions shift, noting they had switched from bare hands to a weapon. But he wasn't fazed in the slightest. Bringing a knife. You have no idea who you messing with. Swoosh. He lunged forward, dodging the blade, punching the fat guy's hand that held the knife. The fat guy smirked. I've got plenty of fat. Hitting me isn't like hitting those skinny runts. That punch felt like a mosquito hitting steel. The fat guy, seemingly feeling no pain, immediately swung the knife at him. Swish, swish. He dodged in an instant, moving so fast the man only slashed at an afterimage. He instantly struck the man's knife hand again. The man lost his grip, and the knife fell to the ground, seizing the opportunity. Zhongming jumped and kicked him square in the face. The kick was incredibly powerful, knocking the fat guy out cold. The last thug fell to his knees, begging for mercy. What an indescribably pathetic sight, kid. You think you so tough. A man leaning on a cane walked over. Fifth brother told us to take you out. It seems these guys weren't enough to do the job. Hey heh. And this teacher here, she's with you, right? Make one move, and I'll crack her head open like an egg. Teacher Park was bound, her face filled with fear and tears. Zhongming realized the situation had turned sour. Frowning, hey, the only reason we haven't touched her is because she's our leverage against you. You wouldn't want this pretty lady to die because of you, would you? He said, grabbing Teacher Park by the hair. She cried out in pain. Lily stood behind them, saying nothing. Get on your knees. The man continued to threaten him, without a word, his expression growing darker. Zhongming knelt. The man laughed menacingly, thinking victory was his, when suddenly, thwack. A brick flew out of nowhere and smashed into his face. He coughed up blood. It was Lily. Even though that kid has a nasty attitude, she sure comes in handy when it counts. The young girl was panting heavily. She didn't care about anyone else. But Teacher Park had always been kind to her. The young girl could never betray her teacher. Soon after, the thugs were all tied up in a pile. Lily cried, "Teacher, are you okay?" She was incredibly worried about Teacher Park. Teacher Park smiled. "I'm fine, Lily. Thank you for saving me." Liang Shumo pointed an angry finger at Lily. "Now look what you've done! You traitor!" Mui observed that all these girls were his companions. Lily turned her head, saying nothing. Teacher Park tried to mediate. "Lily just saved me. She must have been pretending to be with those bad guys to find a chance to help." Mui also came over to mediate. It seemed she was just biding her time to strike back. "Why are you being so petty?" Liang Shumo argued back. "Impossible. Who are you to talk? You didn't see what she did before." Zhongming walked over to calm everyone down. "Alright, that's enough. Lily saved Teacher Park, so let's drop it." Liang Shumo rushed to hug him. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back?" Sob sob. He gently patted her head. "It's okay now. Don't cry." Moya silently sized her up. This girl is certainly arrogant. Lily just watched everyone in silence. Now that he was back, she wouldn't dare act out again. The four of them were finally together again. After some peaceful time passed, elsewhere a three-colored roulette spun continuously. Oh ho. This roulette and this place with the crystals. Fifth brother had also reached the three-colored roulette. He let out a wicked laugh. "So that's how it is. I've figured out how that kid got so strong." Clink, he held a handful of crystals. A sinister thought forming in his mind. The three-colored roulette continued to spin. Fifth brother. "This big stone can be used for the lottery." His subordinate pointed to the roulette. "No kidding, genius." Fifth brother smacked his subordinate on the head. The man's eyes bulged as he sputtered. And then the roulette stopped on the black space. Fifth brother was ecstatic. His subordinate was overjoyed as well. "We hit the jackpot, fifth brother. We won!" To die. "Congratulations, you have received a class." The system window appeared. Novice pharmacist. It wasn't a very desirable class, not exactly useless, but it had a crucial function. An old man appeared, announcing the class change was successful. You have become a junior pharmacist. That fifth brother's face darkened. A junior pharmacist class. Is this some kind of video game class change? Damn it. All that effort for a useless junior pharmacist class. He was so mad he cursed and kicked his underling's butt. This place was their base. Go search for anything useful around here. The underling quickly replied. Got it, fifth brother. Careful kicking there. You might get hooked. Fifth brother gritted his teeth. We struggled to get over 20 crystals, and now they were all gone. He didn't realize at the time that he had put in more crystals than needed for the draw. And the roulette wouldn't refund the extra. The next person would only need to top it off for another spin. An underling came over and handed him a backpack that fifth brother had found. It was that kid's backpack. It felt heavy, looked like it was full of stuff. Let's see what we have here. Fifth brother took the backpack and pulled out a coil of rope, some cans, and a first aid kit. Why is it all just useless junk? But then he found a junior strengthening potion in the backpack. He picked up the potion. It rapidly enhances physical abilities, increasing both strength and stamina to a level comparable to a 1-star warrior. Side effects. An ordinary person will experience excruciating pain all over their body, and a small number might not survive it. Fifth brother happily held up the vial. So this is a strengthening potion? Awesome! His underling asked, Fifth brother, how do you know that's a potion? Fifth brother was taken aback. Abayan couldn't see the description. What was happening? His underling just looked at him, completely baffled. He thought to himself, could it be because of my new pharmacist class that I'm able to see the effects of potions? A small number of people won't be able to withstand it, and will die. His eyes grew bloodshot. That kid must have taken this to fight off all those zombies by himself. He opened the vial. I might die, but no risk, no reward. Then he chugged the entire potion. His underling tried to stop him. Damn, can you even drink this stuff? Be careful, you might get sick. Whoosh, the potion's effect was immediate. He felt a wave of pain spreading throughout his body. Then he screamed in agony as all of his muscles contracted. He screamed relentlessly, and his underling grew worried. Damn, fifth brother. What's wrong, fifth brother? A puff of smoke appeared, and the guy named Abayan quickly ran off. Fifth brother. I'll go get help. Bang! Something hit the door. The underling was startled. This is... He trembled in fear. Then the zombie lunged forward. Abayan was shaking all over. The glowing red zombie threw a punch at him. He immediately put up his guard. He closed his eyes and waited for death. But Abayan looked forward in surprise. It didn't hit. After drinking the enhancement potion, fifth brother was able to block the zombie's kick with one hand, shielding Abayan. He asked worriedly, Fifth brother, you saved me, are you okay? Fifth brother laughed. What could possibly happen to me? I'm better than ever now, so this is the power that kid has, a 1-star warrior. Abayan's jaw dropped from behind him. Completely shocked, fifth brother said confidently, Come on, let me test my full strength. Early that morning, he finally returned home. Zhongming pointed, we here. This is the place. This is our base. Zhongming led the way and introduced it. Everyone, make yourselves at home. Just put your things down anywhere. I'll go get Moke Sinfei. We've taken all of that fifth brother's supplies. This trip was really something else. I'm back. He called for Moke Sinfei. Moke Sinfei, where are you? As he walked over, someone called out to him, not expecting the worst. Yeah, Zhongming, hurry and look at this. Lying Chumo pointed to the first floor kitchen. Everything was in complete chaos, as if a robbery had occurred. Zhongming panicked. The kitchen. What happened here? He quickly spotted a piece of paper with Moke Sinfei's bloody handprint on it. The note read, Supermarket has roulette. He was furious. Roulette. Is this the message Moke Sinfei left? His mind was in turmoil. The zombie had been killed. Fifth brother was panting heavily. Abayan said cheerfully, Fifth brother, you killed a mutated zombie. Fifth brother laughed, looking at his hand covered in green blood. I have obtained great power. He was overjoyed, shouting as if he were a savior. Abayan praised him. Fifth brother, you are so powerful. We don't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. Fifth brother looked back at his underling, repeating the words, From now on zombies are my prey. He patted his underling's shoulder, and Abayan nodded. Yes, fifth brother, you are the best. Let's go find Brother Dong's group. The two of them finally returned to the base. Fifth brother, Brother Dong probably isn't back yet. Abayan explained as he walked ahead, or he would have come out to greet you. As soon as they opened the door, both of them were completely shocked. Abayan shouted, What happened here? Brother Dongzi's men were tied up on one side. One of them was passed out cold and didn't even need to be tied. One of Brother Dongzi's underlings woke up and said joyfully, Fifth brother, you're finally back. He immediately reported, That kid is the one you wanted to kill. Not only did he kill Brother Dong, but he also stole all of our supplies. Fifth brother immediately ran to the storeroom, looking extremely anxious. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as he opened the food storage door, he was greeted by the sight of nothing. It was completely empty. Fifth brother growled in anger, gritting his teeth. You little brat. This time I'll kill you myself. Crunch. He grabbed the door and crushed it. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, he shuddered. Liang Chumo asked worriedly, Zhongming, are you okay? Why did you suddenly start shaking? He said it was nothing, just a strange premonition. Liang Chumo walked over. Concerned, Muyi also brought some things. Eat something and get some rest. We have to keep moving after this. Teacher Park also brought a cup over. Drink some hot water. Yi Zhongming discussed the plan. My partner Mo Xinfei is probably in danger. And what's more, she left a message about the roulette. We should probably act on that information and start with the roulette at the supermarket. Liang Chumo asked, genuinely worried. That Mo Xinfei, is she your girlfriend? He replied, no, she's just a very good partner, with no trace of romantic feelings in his eyes. Liang Chumo was delighted to hear that. Then I'll go search with you. She was secretly happy. It's good that she's not his girlfriend. If I can help Zhongming, maybe he'll pat my head. He thought, as long as you don't mess up my plans as teammates, everyone has to be useful. You can't just get carried by a pro. He thought about the people he brought with him in the current squad. Liang Chumo was quick and loyal to him, and could be trained. Mo Ye, a skilled fighter, was calm and brave, a good choice. But this teacher named Piao Xuying, as if guessing his thoughts, Piao Xuying spoke up, Mercia. Can I go with you? I'm a health teacher. I know some healing techniques and can also handle logistics. He nodded. Just don't drag everyone down. I can't protect you girls. He looked over at Muye. Officer, are you coming? Muye laughed and said, what's this? Let's go, comrade! After everything that had just happened, she had a basic understanding of him. A person like him was someone you could truly ally with in this apocalypse. Let's move out. Everyone was fully equipped with gear and supplies. Ye Zhongming was worried. They were heading out to find Mo Xinfei and the new roulette, and he didn't know how long it would take. These supplies would only last for a few days, but they couldn't carry anything more. Muyi walked over and asked, Zhongming, what's wrong? He replied, we'll take these supplies for now. The rest will have to be left here. Muyi smiled. It's not safe to leave them here. I have an idea. Yi Zhongming was surprised. Oh, that's great! It's like a light bulb went off. The two of them went to the security bureau and commandeered a truck. Muyi pointed at the vehicle with a grin. How about it? This is the security bureau's prized possession. Our chief had to beg and plead with headquarters to get this sent over. Yi Zhongming praised it. Top notch. It's the uncrowned king of military vehicles. Equipped with protective outer armor, its four-wheel drive system can handle any terrain, Muyi explained. It has a maximum payload of 33 tons and a top speed of about 54 miles per hour. It's a shame this truck isn't equipped with missiles. A small regret, he muttered. Missiles aren't really necessary anyway. He was thrilled. This truck was going to be a huge help. Thank you, Moye, she smiled. Hut, it's nothing, just soldiers helping each other out. Meanwhile, inside the school, a Bayan followed behind Wu Ji, carrying a bag, and asked, do we have to leave the school? That Wu Ji pulled out a knife. We were going to find the brat who destroyed our den and skin him alive. He looked incredibly fierce. A Bayan trembled. What about the other brothers? That Wu Ji thought back, never expecting that useless Dong Zi and his crew would dare to rebel. He got annoyed just thinking about when his underling reported it. He abandoned them without a second thought, leaving them to fend for themselves. Help! Save us! The ones left behind cried out continuously. But that Wu Ji licked his knife. You only need one hunter to kill a zombie. He looked like he wanted to eat Yi Zhongming alive, leaving him no way out. The two of them drove the truck out of the security bureau. Driving through the city streets, it was all zombies. We just ran over any that came close. Ye Zhongming felt more relaxed. This is awesome. With this vehicle, facing the zombies is much safer now. Mo Ye also smiled, of course, for a few zombies. Our vehicle is more than enough. A prized possession from the police department should be this good. The two of them continued driving, running over any zombie in their path. Chatting leisurely in the car, it's a good thing we have Mo Ye, that we were able to get this military vehicle. Fox Yu Yang sat happily, while Liang Chumo still seemed uncomfortable about something. The teacher said, as expected of a guard, you re much more capable than us ordinary people. Liang Chumo was angry. Officer Mo Ye is getting all the credit like this. I want to be useful too. Yi Zhongming looked at the note again. He told the other three, the clues Xinfei left don't have a clear address. We can only check the supermarkets one by one. There's a supermarket up ahead. Let's go check that one first. Muye looked back at a horde of zombies that appeared out of nowhere, swarming like a tidal wave. She said. Yi Zhongming, look outside quick. He was also extremely surprised. Why are there suddenly so many zombies? The zombies surrounded the vehicle. They seemed to be charging towards us. It's as if they were running away. Not a single zombie dared to stop. All of them were running for their lives. Liang Chumo looked up. Her voice filled with terror. warning everyone. Look over there, what is that thing in the distance? Something leaped up from behind the horde of zombies, boom. It looked like a giant King Kong. It landed on the ground, causing the earth to shake violently, even cracking open. That zombie was enormous. It must have been over 7 feet tall. The entire horde of zombies below looked like ants scurrying forward. An unlucky zombie was caught by it. The giant zombie then shoved the smaller zombie into its mouth. As it was eating the zombie, Zhongming frowned. A mutated white ape, a ferocious beast post-evolution, with limitless strength and a brutal nature. He explained to everyone, with my current power as a 1-star warrior, I'm afraid I can't deal with this mutated white ape. He intended to turn the car around and leave. But having fought the white ape in his past life, I know its fatal weakness. Thinking of his past life, he shuddered. He had almost died in that battle. The ape noticed the vehicle and lunged towards it. He clicked his tongue. Tizkits noticed us, hold on tight. He decided to avoid the mutated ape zombie. The car quickly reversed, while the zombie charged forward. But there was a pole behind them. The vehicle hit the pole and couldn't move. Zhongming frowned and cursed. We've crashed into the side of the road. What bad luck. That zombie is already here. It jumped, its leap so powerful that it cracked the road, lunging at the vehicle without a moment's hesitation. From this angle, it was as big as the entire vehicle, bam. Then it slammed down onto the car. Normally, the car would have been crushed. But luckily this was an armored vehicle, so it wasn't badly damaged. Everyone inside the car was thrown into the air by the impact, and shards of glass flew everywhere. Liang Chumo covered her face and screamed. Zhongming, however, showed no signs of fear, his eyes still filled with determination. He frowned. This was the situation he wanted to avoid the most. The car's windows were shattered. The ape, with its bloodshot eyes, peered into the vehicle. Zhongming swerved the wheel, trying to throw the ape off the car. The vehicle shook for a moment. But he couldn't shake off this mutated ape zombie. It held on tightly to the vehicle, no matter how hard he tried. Zhongming said with annoyance, "This thing is hard to shake off. Moye, you drive." Moye was surprised. Are you planning to go out and fight that mutated ape zombie? He unlocked the car door and jumped out, confronting the mutated ape zombie that was still clinging to the roof. Before the zombie could do anything, he leaped up and kicked it in the mouth. He held onto the roof of the car with both hands to keep from flying off. Thwack. The zombie was kicked to the side, the pain causing it to shut its eyes. But it quickly wrapped its tail around Zhongming's leg. He was caught off guard. Its tail had coiled tightly around his leg, and he couldn't move. He thought to himself, "This is bad, I can't escape this time." The mutated ape zombie pulled him off the vehicle along with itself. Whoosh. Zhongming couldn't resist. Then it landed, and his entire body was slammed onto the ground. Screech. The truck slammed on its brakes as soon as they saw he had been thrown off with the ape zombie. Muyi worriedly called out to Zhongming. He was still dazed from the recent impact, breathing heavily. Cough, 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 cough. The mutated zombie seemed completely unharmed. It slowly rose from the dust and smoke, then approached him. However, its mask had also been partially shattered by his kick, revealing its shaggy whiskers. That zombie gorilla laughed as if celebrating a victory, because its instincts told it that the enemy before it could no longer fight back. The zombie gorilla roared and pounded its chest like a victory anthem, but it was mistaken. No main character dies that easily. Thump thump. Then, after finishing its victory anthem, it punched down at the spot where Zhongming was lying. The force was incredibly powerful, as if it wanted to kill him in a single blow. Its 2 eyes were bloodshot. Pew pew pew. Just as it was about to strike him, where did the gunshots come from? This zombie gorilla immediately used its arm to shield its entire body. It looked over to where the shots were fired from, silent and no longer roaring. It was Mo Xinfei. She had just saved Zhongming from certain doom. She opened the car door, firing her gun at the same time, attracting the mutated zombie's attention. Humph, the gorilla roared in anger, its maw wide open, drool dripping out, and its eyes filled with savage fury. It charged towards the car where Mo Xinfei was unleashing a hail of bullets. No matter how many shots she fired, this mutated zombie dodged them all. Pew, not a single bullet hit. Every single one missed. This mutated zombie was unpredictably strong. Then it got right in front of Mo Xinfei, raised its fist, and slammed it into the car. The metal door slammed shut. Mo Xinfei leaped out of the car just before it struck, her hand still firmly gripping the gun. Bam. The people inside the car screamed continuously, and Liang Chumo watched the situation, terrified. It's chasing Mo Xinfei now. Teacher Park was also terrified, because she had never seen a zombie this enormous before. She was extremely worried for Mo Xinfei and Zhongming. Outside, thunderous sounds echoed. 2 people, 1 zombie gorilla. Muyi was playing a game of cat and mouse around the vehicle. Grrr! Bang bang! She kept firing her gun. It seemed to be effective. The zombie didn't dare to face the gun head-on. Mo Yi used this chance to circle around it. It was shot in the chest, after which it roared ah. It looked extremely angry. Since turning into a zombie, it had never faced such humiliation. Not only could it not catch its prey, but it was also being shot at and forced to run in circles. It aimed its 2 hands at Mo Xinfei. Taking a stance, she backed away in fear, unsure of what to do. At this moment, just as the mutated zombie gorilla was about to strike where she stood, Mo Xinfei immediately dove under the car. She was terrified. I'm screwed. It's furious now. Thud. If she hadn't dodged that blow, she would have died without a doubt. Humph, the mutated gorilla grunted angrily, because it couldn't catch Mo Xinfei. It missed. It let out angry growls, pounding its chest thunderously. Then it jumped onto the car as if trying to lift it. Liang Chumo and Teacher Park screamed from inside the car. Ah, this is bad! Liang Chumo immediately realized it was about to flip the car. Thud. Teacher Park fell out of the car after a terrifying jolt from the mutated zombie gorilla. The zombie seemed to notice Teacher Park, stopped what it was doing to the car, and reached out for her as if it wanted to eat her alive. Whoosh! But it missed. Teacher Park quickly dropped to the ground to dodge its attack. Ah, but her back couldn't escape. The mutated zombie gorilla clawed Teacher Park's back, making it bleed. She cried out in pain. Blood was everywhere, and she had no strength left to stand up. Sob. Seeing this, the zombie was about to leave but then looked back at her. Liang Chumo was also extremely worried. No, don't, she cried, terrified by the scene before her. Just as the mutated zombie gorilla was about to roar to claim its bloody victory, someone whistled from behind. It was Zhongming with Duer. He was back on his feet. Woof. Grr, woof woof woof. Duer barked continuously, charging at the mutated gorilla, even though it knew the gorilla was many levels higher than it, and much larger. The mutated zombie gorilla also roared humph. Then it threw a punch. Duer managed to dodge the zombie gorilla's swing. Then it nimbly jumped onto the gorilla's shoulder without any hesitation. Whoosh! Once it was up, it continued to bark threateningly. Woof woof, grr grr. Just as it was about to bite the mutated zombie gorilla, the zombie swatted its arm. Duer was instantly knocked off. Hemph. The dog and the beast continued to tangle with each other. Whenever the zombie tried to dodge, Duer would leap to another spot to bite. It seemed the zombie had no way to deal with Duer. Thud. While his dog was buying time, Zhongming ran towards the others. Mo Xinfei, the gun! He rushed forward, seizing the opportunity. Muya tossed the gun over to him, calling out Zhongming's name. Thump. He caught it. With the gun in his hands, he instantly felt much more confident. He used his crafting skill, activating the homogeneous reinforcement technique. The zombie ape was losing patience and let out a roar. Just as it was about to grab Duer immediately leaped away, dodging the ape's grasp. Not only that, it even lunged forward to bite the ape's finger. But it got slapped away by the ape. In the chaos, Duer's 2 horns were knocked clean off. Thud. It landed over 30 feet away. That blow seemed to be incredibly painful for it. The zombie ape then got to its feet, glaring at Duer with pure rage. It panted heavily, huff huff, just as it raised both hands to finish off Duer. A voice shouted, "You ugly white-furred beast." It looked over at Zhongming. A human who can't even beat me dares to call me an ugly white-furred beast. You're the white-furred beast. Your whole family is white-furred. He raised his gun and aimed. Your weak point. Zhongming frowned. Now he finally had a chance to counterattack. Bang. Right here, he fired at the bone on the ape's back, and it couldn't dodge in time. It cried out in pain. Its eyes went wide before it collapsed. Thud. Its immense weight was enough to crack the pavement. Zhongming let out a soft sigh. Its overly enhanced and mutated body caused its spine to be exposed, and that very spine was its fatal weak point. He glanced at the gun, thinking to himself, luckily, I applied the reinforcement technique. Otherwise, even knowing the mutated white ape's weak spot, it would have been difficult to take it down. It seems I need to make full use of the 5 techniques from the crafting skill: the collection technique, homogeneous reinforcement technique, creation technique, enchantment technique, and inlay technique. This truly made him excited. Maybe they weren't as useless as he once thought. Inside the vehicle, people were bandaging the magic teacher. She suddenly cried out, "Ah, hurts so much." Liang Chumo gently comforted her. "The wound is a bit deep. I'm disinfecting it with alcohol. Miss Piao, please bear with it for a moment." Liang Chumo was gently cleaning Piao Xiang's wound with alcohol. She clenched her teeth and endured it. I know. Her face was covered in a cold sweat. Zhongming pushed the door open and walked in, his voice filled with anxiety. "I heard a terrible scream. What's wrong with you two?" His gaze fell upon Piao Xiang, whose back was exposed. Liang Chumo was cleaning the wound, and she blushed when she saw him barge in, while he was also startled and flustered. Xiang immediately screamed, "Ah! Zhongming, get out!" "I'm sorry." He quickly closed the door. His face beat red as he left. Muya approached and asked worriedly, "How is Miss Piao?" He replied, "She's getting medicine applied. It's just a scratch, nothing life-threatening." He walked to the back. And even though he had been through so much, witnessing that violent scene still left him a bit shaken. He went to the back of the vehicle, sat down, and petted his dog's head. "Doer. You've worked hard," Doer whimpered softly. And he looked at it, a pang of heart-touch welling up inside him. Luckily, the wound wasn't serious, but it would affect its movements. Wounds after mutation heal very slowly. I have to find a way to speed up its recovery with medicine. He frowned, continuing to pet Dua's head. "Duar, I will definitely heal you." The dog nodded its head as if in agreement. As for that giant mutated ape, they had indeed started dissecting it. Lying Chumo came out to report. "Zhongming, Miss Paya's wound is too deep. The bleeding won't stop." Muya stated the problem. "Right now, large wounds like this need to be stitched up, but we don't have the tools or anesthetic." He frowned. "I can craft suturing tools with my crafting skill, but anesthetic is another matter. It's troublesome." He thought about his past life. "Without anesthetic, I've done it myself before, but I'm afraid Miss Pia won't be able to endure this torment." He walked forward and stated his plan. "Duer is also injured. There should be a private hospital nearby, which will have various surgical drugs. It just so happens we're also looking for first aid supplies." Lying Chumo wondered, "What about that friend's supermarket of yours?" He smiled. "Moksinfei is very smart. I believe she'll be able to stay alive. No need to worry too much." He thought of the past. Besides, she's a future 9-star powerhouse. She probably doesn't need protection. He smiled. "I believe she won't be easily killed in a place like this." Muya voiced his thoughts. "But it's better to be safe than sorry. We can split into 2 groups. You take Miss Piao to find medicine, and I'll go to the nearby supermarket to scout it out. I'll just be scouting. I won't act rashly." "You can rest assured," he said worriedly. "This won't work. We have no idea how many more mutated monsters are on this road." He seemed to want to stop Muye, but she told him with great confidence, "Don't underestimate me. I'm a guard." Then she threw a punch forward. "You've already seen what I can do, right? You still don't trust me." Yi Zhongming fell silent. Seeing Muye's unwavering determination, she even gave him a thumbs up to show he could trust her. Muye added, "Don't worry. A people's guard always does what they say they'll do." Yi Zhongming finally gave in, sighing with a smile. "All right, just be careful then." He then started walking ahead, but didn't forget to add a warning. "Remember, the roulette naturally attracts zombies. Any zombies in the area will unconsciously gather around it. Be extra careful." "Got it," she nodded. He thought back to his past life, how he had been betrayed by his teammates, and hoped things would be different this time. Meanwhile, 2 people were pedaling furiously on a bike, escaping from a zombie pursuit. It was Abayan, with the large 5th brother on his back. He cheered, "Pedal faster, Abayan. The stronger the wind, the more my heart burns with excitement." Abayan asked him, "Where are we going?" He didn't answer, just kept them moving forward. "Your 5th brother is a master strategist. That kid is definitely looking for something right now, which means he's definitely going to certain places." He was only half right. 5th brother thought about Yi Zhongming and smirked to himself. "I know exactly where that little brat is headed." There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Abayan, panting from all the pedaling, asked him, "Where are we going?" 5th brother laughed. "The supplies they stole from me won't last them more than a few days. They'll definitely have to go to a supermarket to find more." He was right, except they weren't looking for supplies, but for their comrades. 5th brother laid out his theory. Supermarkets are stocked with everything, all the essentials for survival. Hearing this, Abayan began to pedal even harder. "You're a genius, brother. Why didn't I think of that?" 5th brother pointed forward. "Hurry up. The biggest supermarket in this district, Qua Supermarket, is right ahead. They'll definitely come here." The 2 of them reached the supermarket and left their bike behind. 5th brother remarked, "So this is it. It really feels like the end of the world." "The supermarket is totally deserted," Abayan said. "Brother, let's be careful. I bet there are zombies in here." 5th brother went ahead to scout. "Zombies? You think old 5th here would be scared of them?" "It's more like they should be scared of me." Abayan trembled as he looked around. "Looks like this place has been completely looted. The shelves are bare." Old 5th cursed in anger. "Damn it, it's been picked cleaner than I imagined." Suddenly, a pack of instant noodles fell from a shelf. Abayan's face lit up. "There's still ramen." He bent down to pick it up, but on the shelf above them was a mutated zombie, its glowing red eyes glaring down at the 2 of them. Abayan was horrified, and Old 5th was also completely shocked, not expecting to find a zombie here. The zombie let out a shriek and shook its head, making 2 loud cracking sounds, before leaping down. It looked more like a wild beast than a typical zombie. Abayan screamed in terror, "Ah!" 5th brother got into a defensive stance, ready to fight the zombie. The zombie turned its head to look at Abayan, much to Old 5th's surprise, then it slowly walked away. making no move to attack them and showing no hostility, Abayan asked in astonishment. Why didn't it attack us? Fifth brother was also baffled. He reasoned, it looks like it's searching for something. Let's follow it and check it out. And so, the two of them began to tail the zombie. Abayan followed, wordlessly lugging a heavy bag. Click, clack, clack. Fifth brother stopped in front of Abayan, who was already shaking uncontrollably. Fifth brother whispered, "What's that weird sound?" To his surprise, what appeared before them was a massive horde of zombies, all drawn to some kind of machine. The zombies swarmed the device, grabbing at a piece of cloth on it. One zombie even opened its mouth wide before the cloth. Abayan was terrified. Telling his boss with tears in his eyes, Weavy stumbled into a nest. "We have to run!" But fifth brother stayed, closely observing the scene. He laughed. "Why run? Weavy just hit the jackpot." His heart raced with an indescribable excitement. Thump. At that moment, Muyi ran up to the area. Muyi scouted the area, gun in hand. As a guard, she was quite familiar with this part of the city. There should be a supermarket just ahead. "I'll go take a look for now." She slowed to a walk, no longer running. Muyi entered a small supermarket to investigate, and thankfully, there were still some usable supplies inside. Buzz, in a corner lay a dead zombie, swarmed by bugs, a grim afternoon scene. After clearing the supermarket, Muyi kept searching to see if she missed anything. There's really nothing left at all, she sighed. Despite searching several supermarkets thoroughly, she couldn't find the roulette. Zhongming once said the roulette naturally attracts zombies, but there are no zombies here, so it seems it's not in this supermarket. Then she thought of the last supermarket, realizing the only option left was Kuehua Supermarket, the largest one in this area. "I wonder how that guy Zhongming is doing." Meanwhile, he was driving at full speed to find a private hospital. Liang Shumo told him, "Miss Park's condition isn't good. It looks like she's passed out." He drove as fast as he could, telling her, "Hang on a little longer. We're almost there." Click. They parked in front of a private hospital, and he jumped out of the car. "Hang on, I'll be right back." Watching his retreating figure, Liang Shumo couldn't help but worry. Miss Park was drifting in and out of consciousness. Easy, it hurts so much. Liang Shumo looked at her worriedly. "Miss Park." She touched Park Soo-young's wound, and discovered something. Looking at her hand in fear, blood. The blood wasn't stopping at all. As Zhongming ran off, Shumo prayed in her heart. "Zhongming, you have to come back quickly. I'm afraid Miss Park can't hold on for much longer." Zhongming ran inside the hospital, quickly locating the necessary supplies in the pharmacy and the operating room. He continued to run at top speed, searching for the pharmacy and operating room, when suddenly, whoosh, something swung past him. He dodged to the side defensively. When he opened his eyes, thump, thump, a massive tail was thrashing in front of him. It was a mutated crocodile. He cursed, "Another mutated zombie. Is this never going to end? Damn it, my luck can't be this bad, can it?" The creature, with bones protruding from its body, slowly advanced on him. Zhongming backed away, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. "This is bad," he thought grimly. "Why is there a crocodile here?" Unlike other mutated creatures like the duer or the mutated white ape, the mutated crocodile was far more powerful. During the 10 years of the apocalypse, humanity discovered they didn't originate from Earth, but were one of the alien creatures that arrived with the apocalypse. These extraterrestrial beings were collectively known as guardian beasts, and places with many guardian beasts often held special supply rewards. But he had no need for that at the moment. He silently sized it up. This crocodile appeared to be a level 2 guardian beast, but with his current strength, he feared he couldn't even handle a regular level 2 monster. Luckily, he still had his skills. Thinking back to the knowledge from his past life, he felt a sense of relief. Was a good thing he'd relentlessly studied all kinds of monsters before, because that knowledge was finally paying off. Zhongming ran back to the car. Seeing him return, Liang Shumo quickly asked, "Zhongming, did you get the medicine?" He didn't answer, just rushed straight past her. Liang Shumo was utterly confused. What was going on? He hurried to the back of the car, opened his supply crate, and pulled something out. Zhongming exclaimed joyfully, "Found it!" Liang Shumo asked, confused, "Why are you grabbing a weapon? Is there a monster in there?" He left with a bow and crossbow, instructing Shumo, "Yeah, I can handle it. You take good care of Miss Park. I'll make this quick." He stepped back into the hospital, muttering, "I hope I can find enough of the remaining materials inside the hospital." As he left, Liang Shumo couldn't take her eyes off him. Filled with curiosity, what was he planning to do? But since he sounded so confident, it probably wasn't a life or death situation. She had no combat skills, so all she could do was stay outside and look after Park Soo-young. After re-entering the hospital, Zhongming began crafting. Great, I have all the materials. My current power isn't enough to face a level 2 guardian beast, but I can use these props to figure out a way to slow it down. That's right, the homogeneous reinforcement technique from my crafting skill. It can enhance the piercing power of both the crossbow and its bolts. But I have to control the amount of materials during the process, he muttered. My crafting skill is only at the primary level. So to use the homogeneous reinforcement technique, I need to use identical main materials in a reasonable quantity. The reinforced bullet used on the white ape was also a fusion of 2 bullets, which doubled its power. Then, he started working on the crossbow. This skill could not only change the state of matter, but also miraculously enhance its quality and durability. This supernatural ability was like a form of magic. He even used crystals while reinforcing the crossbow bolts. A moment later, he finally finished crafting the dual reinforced bolts. Zhongming let out a sigh of relief. Next, I need to make a large metal net. In his past life, someone had used the inlaying technique. Theoretically speaking, the inlaying technique combines 2 completely different materials while allowing each to retain its original properties. It's like an iron sword fused with ice, giving it a freezing property. I'll combine the iron net and this blue protective net. Dealing with that crocodile will depend entirely on combining these 2 materials. I wonder if it will be as effective as I imagine. Then, after finishing all the preparations, he looked towards the crocodile and whispered, "Preparations are complete, time to act." He rushed forward with all 3 enhanced arrows. He stared intently at the crocodile with a sharp gaze. It all comes down to this. 3 arrows shot towards the crocodile at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. The crocodile immediately raised its hand to block, but it seemed not to understand what was happening, as the arrow had already landed right in front of it. Thwack. Another arrow landed next to the crocodile without harming it, but the last one hit its tail dead on. Humph! The crocodile glared at him angrily. If it could speak, it would say, "Who are you? How dare you pin my tail to the ground?" He happily brought over the blue net. Success. Now's the time. However, the blue net seemed a bit heavy after being inlaid. Zhongming's face paled, and he panted heavily. Oosh! He rushed to the operating room as soon as the crocodile was secured. Zhongming was overjoyed. Bandages, needles, syringes, hooks, anesthetic, and even painkillers. With all this, the surgery should go smoothly. Meanwhile, the crocodile struggled to pull the arrow out, but it couldn't. It thrashed its tail wildly. Whoosh whoosh. Being trapped in the iron net made it extremely furious. It let out a series of unintelligible cries. Grr. Finally, its claws managed to reach the iron net. This guardian beast finally managed to tear the iron net off its body. It let out a loud cry, roared, and turned to look in the direction he had just left, slowly advancing towards Zhongming. He still had his back turned to it. For this crocodile, it was a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, in the largest supermarket in the area, all the zombies had been killed. Most of them beaten to death. Blood was splattered everywhere. That 5th brother was so tired he was panting heavily. Haha, no doubt about it. This is it. He turned towards where the roulette was. He was overjoyed that Abayan had been hiding in a corner, waiting for the zombie commotion to die down, and finally took the chance to crawl out. After looking around, he was completely bewildered. The zombies were all dead. Whoosh! That 5th brother pulled the white cloth, the roulette. After the cloth was removed, a roulette wheel appeared before their eyes. He was delighted the roulette was still new and already had many slots. Turning to his subordinate, he yelled, "Abayan, you coward. Go get the crystals from the zombies and bring them here." Abayan got kicked in the butt by him again, crying out in pain. Abayan looked back at his boss resentfully but still complied without resisting. While collecting the crystals from the zombies, he felt like throwing up his lunch. But he managed to hold it back. That 5th brother walked around the roulette, studying it. This roulette was different from the 3-colored one from before. On top were both cards and necklaces. After a while, Abayan finished gathering the crystals and brought them to 5th brother. "Boss, the crystals are all here." That 5th brother picked up the crystals covered in green blood, feeling a bit queasy himself. Abayan reported that they had killed a few zombies on the way, and got a few crystals, for a total of 9 pieces. Damn it! He cursed, but each spin of the roulette required 10 crystals, so they were still short one. That 5th brother was furious. Damn it, now I have to sit here and wait for a zombie to show up. Abayan tried to console him, saying the roulette could attract zombies, so it would surely be fine if they just waited a bit. Seeing his boss's grim expression, he was afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. 5th brother hit Abayan again. "You still have the nerve to talk. You re no help at all, you useless piece of trash." Abayan cried out as he was hit. Oh, that already hurt before. Ever since 5th brother took some kind of enhancement drug, his hits hurt even more. Thump thump. Meanwhile, Moya had also arrived. She arrived in front of the Kua supermarket. She muttered, "I'm here, this is the place." Looking inside the Kua supermarket, she couldn't help but assess the situation. It's too quiet here. The zombies have all been dealt with. Then she slowly started to step inside but stopped. Something's not right. It feels like something is waiting for her inside the supermarket. Back on the other side, the guardian beast crocodile had gone berserk. It stood up on its hind legs, screaming and roaring, "Grar!" Liang Chuma was startled when she heard it. What's that sound? She was extremely worried. Liang Chuma looked back at teacher Piao Xiu. He was still bleeding profusely. But her thoughts were on Yi Zhongming. Could Zhongming be in danger? Then she wrapped the blanket tightly around Piao Xiu and planned to leave to check on Zhongming. Her mind raced with all sorts of thoughts. There must be zombies inside giving him trouble. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing for Ming Ming. Click, she opened the car door, deciding to go in and help Yi Zhongming. She walked to the front gate of the hospital, leaving Faxiu alone in the car. She ran inside at her top speed. Yi Zhongming, please don't let anything happen to you. Crash. Crash! Just as she arrived, she saw that crocodile repeatedly slamming against the room's door. Liang Chuma was completely shocked. What the hell is this thing? The crocodile roared, tearing at the iron door of the hospital room. Liang Chuma was terrified. What kind of monster is this? Then she backed away. Inside, he was trying to gather all the furniture, using a chair to block the door to buy some time from the monster. Crash! Crash! The door was already dented from its blows. A level 2 guardian beast crocodile is certainly not easy to deal with, and it's gone berserk now. I can't get out. This is tough. Liang Chuma witnessed everything from her position and judged for herself. This is bad. That monster must have trapped Zhongming in the pharmacy room. He can't get out. I have to find a way to distract it to help Zhongming escape. She looked around to see if there was anything she could use. She walked over and saw several eggs in the hallway. Liang Chuma immediately realized what they were. She thought that they were. Grr, the crocodile growled continuously, unable to get to Zhongming. It was truly furious. Swoosh. Then it used its tail to shatter the glass window on the side. Yi Zhongming shielded himself. To avoid being injured by the flying glass shards, he frowned. The props made from basic crafting are still not strong enough. It managed to break free so quickly. This guardian beast's desire to attack is so strong. Could it be protecting something important? He couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the guardian beast. Then he seemed to see something, and was extremely surprised. Crash! Crash! Over there was Liang Chuma, but why did she come in here? Outside, the guardian beast was still frantically slamming its tail against the wall. The wall it was hitting was about to collapse. Crash! Crash! Yi Zhongming felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Liang Chuma, why did this foolish girl come in here? Is she here to cause more trouble for me? He was so angry he cursed his teammate in his mind. Isn't she afraid of dying? Coming over here. Bam! The guardian beast's tail finally broke through. Yi Zhongming rushed into the pharmacy room, ducking down and covering his ears. Damn it! Peeked outside to observe, not forgetting to let out a curse. The guardian beast sensed a human presence and immediately slammed hard into the opening, sticking its head into where Yi Zhongming was. This time, if no one helped, it would be hard for him to keep his life. The mutated crocodile was still clinging to the wall, trying to dig its way through to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Liang Chuma stood still, thinking of a way, encouraging herself to pull it together. Liang Chuma, don't be afraid, think of something. Meanwhile, the guardian beast had almost dug its way to him. Just a little bit more. She clenched her fists, her expression determined. It's always Yi Zhongming who takes action. This time, it's my turn to be useful. I'll risk it. Then she rushed over to the eggs, planning a genius move to save him from this monster mess. She yelled loudly, "Look here!" The guardian beast heard the noise and looked behind it, to see who was tired of living and dared to provoke it. Whoosh, but the moment it saw her next to the pile of eggs, it charged over without a second's hesitation, its footsteps thundering across the ground. Foolish! Yi Zhongming watched what Liang Chuma was doing. Is she just throwing her life away? Thud. Yi Zhongming saw his chance when the guardian beast left. He immediately jumped out of the pharmacy room. He ran over and yelled, "Liang Chuma, run!" His heart was still pounding with panic as Liang Chuma saw the guardian beast charging at her. He yelled loudly at Liang Chuma. Facing the massive beast without any panic, she stood her ground, unafraid of its imposing presence. The guardian beast was about to pounce with its claws, wanting to kill her without mercy. But just as it was about to lunge, Liang Chuma turned to the eggs. She intended to push them away. Seeing its eggs being pushed, the guardian beast froze. This human is actually using my children as bait. But its children were more important, and seeing the eggs rolling away, it suddenly darted forward. Whoosh. Whoosh! The 3 eggs each rolled in a different direction. Ugh, it was furious but couldn't do anything. Which egg should it chase? The guardian beast immediately gave chase. Looking frantic, Liang Chuma let out a sigh of relief. It's finally gone. Her judgment was correct. If it weren't for these eggs, she and Yi Zhongming would have both been buried here. As soon as the crocodile caught its egg, even if it was just one, it also breathed a sigh of relief. because these eggs would break if handled roughly. Zhongming couldn't help but be surprised as he watched the scene unfold. Those are the crocodile's eggs. She's diverting the crocodile's attention. Couldn't help but praise Liang Chumo. As soon as she saw the guardian beast crocodile leave, she immediately ran out from that chaotic mess. But as she ran without looking, she tripped over a rock, and Liang Chumo lost her balance and fell. Just when she thought she was about to eat dirt, a hand pulled her back. It was Zhongming's hand. He cursed, "You idiot." She was cursed at before she even got a thank you. Yet she didn't feel the slightest bit upset. She said cheerfully, "Zhongming, run." Then he pulled her by the hand, and they left the private hospital together, very quickly. The two of them had run out of the hospital gates. Zhongming kept pulling Liang Chumo's hand without looking back. Liang Chumo glanced back to see if the guardian beast was following, and she sighed in relief. It hadn't chased them out. He said it wouldn't go far from its eggs. "So we're safe now, that's great," she was happy. But before she could even enjoy the moment, he started scolding her relentlessly. "Liang Chumo, are you trying to get yourself killed? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Then he grabbed her, but despite his tone, the worry in his voice was undeniable. For a moment, Liang Chumo didn't know what to do. Zhongming squeezed her hand tightly, and she said, "Zhongming, you're hurting me." But he didn't lessen his grip. "So you can feel pain. You almost lost your life just now." Liang Chumo felt wronged by the scolding, on the verge of tears. "I was just anxious to save you in the heat of the moment. I wasn't thinking straight." Seeing her pitiful and wronged expression, Zhongming was at a loss for words. Feeling like he couldn't continue scolding this girl, he let go of her hand. "It's fine, I don't need you to save me," Liang Chumo said softly. "I'm sorry," Zhongming sighed. But this time, he was also grateful to her, Liang Chumo. He only thought this to himself, not saying it out loud to anyone. That night, at the biggest supermarket in the city, the zombies were slowly drawn there. Crackle crackle, the roulette inside was covered by a piece of cloth. Muyi went inside, carefully observing the many zombie corpses, wondering where that guy fifth brother had come from. Instead of waiting for zombies, he found this little lady. Muyi was surprised someone was there, but her face darkened when she heard the filthy words that came out of the guy's mouth next. "Oh, looks like we've got a cop. Judging by the uniform, this is my lucky day." Muyi was annoyed and raised her fists into a defensive stance. "I'm afraid you're not lucky enough to enjoy it." This kind of guy needed a punch to the face to wake up. As soon as he got the medicine, needle, and thread, he immediately went into the car to stitch up Piao Xiu Ying's wound. Over here, Piao Xiu Ying had developed a high fever from her wound and blood loss, and her face was flushed red. After he finished stitching everything up, he told her, "It's still going to hurt for a while after the numbness wears off." Piao Xiu Ying said softly, "It's gonna leave an ugly scar, won't it? Whether it's on the face or anywhere else. A girl will always cherish her body the most." Zhongming replied, "You were lucky to be alive." As if his attempt at comforting her failed, he said, "You should get some rest." Piao Xiu Ying thanked him in a low voice. When Liang Chumo saw him get out of the car, she immediately walked over to ask, "How is she?" Zhongming nodded and reported back, "She's fine, she just needs some rest." Grumble. It was already afternoon, and Liang Chumo's stomach let out a loud growl. Zhongming was startled and turned to look. Her stomach was rumbling. Liang Chumo scratched her ear and stuck out her tongue with a playful smile. He laughed. It's natural to be hungry at this hour, telling her to eat something before they went to meet up with Mu Ye. Thump, thump, over on the other side. Mu Ye was fighting with that guy named Fifth Brother. He threw a flurry of punches, and she dodged them all. He attacked with all his might, his punches getting more ferocious and excited, his muscles bulging. When he threw another punch, Mu Ye couldn't dodge anymore, so she raised her arms to block the blow to her face. But the force of the punch seemed too strong. A normal person like Mu Ye couldn't block that kind of power. She was sent flying backward, and the guy immediately chased after her, intending to knock her out. Mu Ye's hand felt something behind her, so she grabbed it, then smashed the piece of brick against Fifth Brother and somersaulted away. Smack! He stopped and didn't chase her anymore, instead brushing the brick dust off his shoulder while glaring at her as if he wanted to eat her alive, and gave a sleazy smile. Feisty huh. I like it. He finally decided to go for the last hit, raising his fist to finish Mu Ye off with this punch. That hurts. The punch grazed her, and she cried out in her mind, "How is this guy so strong?" Fifth Brother just laughed and raised his fist again as if he never got tired, his power constantly surging. He tried to grab her shirt, but Mu Ye deflected his hand, surprising him. What kind of martial art is that? Clearly not accepting defeat, he threw another punch right at her face. This punch used almost all of her strength. Thud. He was knocked back several steps. Whoosh. But afterward, he seemed completely unharmed and became even more frenzied. It was like she had awakened a monster. That Fifth Brother rubbed his nose. which had been stung by the blow. As if her full power punch hadn't left a single scratch on him, he turned and beckoned to her, signaling her to keep coming, that he could take it all. He said tauntingly, "Come on. Show me everything you've got." Muyi was surprised by this. This guy wasn't afraid of a fight, and it was clear he hadn't mutated. A sense of alarm grew in her heart. She took her stance again, ready to fight if he wanted to. That fifth brother burst out laughing like a madman. "Ha ha ha, so you're a martial artist. Ha, how interesting." Swoosh. Muya lunged forward but was already feeling wary. How could he not be tired at all after fighting for so long? Whum! Her fist was caught effortlessly in his hand. Muyi was horrified. The guy laughed. Not bad. He acted like a martial arts master teaching a student, proving that in the face of absolute power, her techniques were nothing more than a kitten's scratch. He wrestled her down, about to throw her away. Muyi raised her leg to kick him. He looked crazed. "The more you resist, the more I enjoy it." Abayan watched from the side for a moment, praising her inwardly. This girl was such a good fighter. How could she be at a stalemate with fifth brother, even after he took that drug? Fifth brother was kicked, and had to let her go. She used her hands to brace herself. The two of them locked in a cat and mouse game. The roulette was right there, and yet they were still being delayed like this. He glanced at the roulette as an idea formed in his mind. I have to help fifth brother take care of this enemy. If I can just draw an item, I can become a Superman. I have to seize this chance, then I won't have to fear anyone in this apocalypse. He made up his mind, clenching his fists. He must have been beaten stupid. Now was the time. He ran towards the roulette. Muyi was struck from behind by Abayan, and she cried out in pain, "Ah!" She cursed inwardly. "I can't believe I forgot about the other one, that bastard." Swoosh. Fifth brother then seized the opportunity to strike Muyi, landing a punch to her stomach. Thud. Muyi flew back in pain, crashing into some shelves. Thump. She lay sprawled on the ground, motionless. Muyi thought resentfully. So there were two of them. She looked up, her eyes blazing with anger. Fifth brother growled and cursed at Abayan. "Damn it. Who needed your help? You think I can't beat her? After taking that drug, I could take on 10 cops like her." He then kicked Muyi hard in the face. She spat out blood from the kick, feeling like she was about to pass out. Still not satisfied, he grabbed Muyi by the collar. He looked at her and sneered, a cop protecting justice. How ridiculous. Muyi still tried to resist. Even though she had no strength left, she stared straight into his eyes, refusing to admit defeat. That fifth brother raised his fist again, as if to land another blow. Fists are the only true justice. He looked like a demon at that moment. Just as his fist swung towards Muyi, she showed no fear and even smirked, because behind him, Zhongming had finally appeared. This time, that fifth brother was going to die. Whump. He kicked the man, who looked behind him in surprise. "Who dares to sneak attack me?" Zhongming landed on the ground and walked over to Muyi. She sat on the ground to rest for a moment, looking completely exhausted. The fifth brother sized him up from head to toe, looking completely at ease. The fifth brother spoke first. "Kid, it's you. I was just looking for you, and you delivered yourself right to my doorstep." Zhongming ignored the fifth brother and walked over to Muyi, coldly asking, "Do I know you?" The fifth brother got angry. It was true. The two didn't know each other at all. It was just the fifth brother's one-sided grudge. He walked to Muyi's side, who still looked defiant. She struggled to sit up straight. "Zhongming, I'm fine," she said, despite the incredibly painful battle she had just endured. Zhongming turned to look at the fifth brother with an extremely fierce gaze. The man was taken aback. "You were clearly the kid who stole my supplies, so why are you acting like I'm falsely accusing you?" The fifth brother muttered. "Listen up, But before he could finish his introduction, Zhongming flew forward, swinging his fist at him and adding, "I don't care who you are, no one touches my people." Swoosh. The fifth brother ducked to avoid the punch, cursing, "Damn it. I can't believe this brat won't even listen. Die." He also swung back at him, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes. Clang. Zhongming blocked his hand. He was inwardly surprised. Something's not right. His strength and speed are on par with mine. Did he take a drug and become a one-star warrior too? He blocked the punch, frowned. Well, not too bad. But inwardly, he laughed at the pathetic attack style. Zhongming despised the guy from the bottom of his heart. He dodged every single punch the guy threw. Whoosh! He kicked him in the waist, just as the guy was about to kick him. While his hand parried the guy's fist aside, the guy reeled from the painful kick, staggering backward. "Damn it," he cursed, clutching his stomach as he retreated, one hand clutching his waist. Zhongming taunted, "You didn't really think you could fight me just because you took some drug, did you? Come on, keep screaming, damn it." The guy, as if on steroids, charged forward with all his strength, hoping to knock him out in one punch. But it wasn't going to be that easy. The moment the punch came, he instantly ducked, dodging as nimbly as a rabbit, and took the chance to punch the guy in the waist. Your ribs are shattered too, Zhongming smiled. A ruptured kidney, doesn't feel good, does it? That fifth brother gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage, but he was no match for him. Their fighting skills were on completely different levels. As if enraged, he lunged forward like a mindless beast. Damn it, I'm gonna kill you! Fifth brother yelled, as Zhongming immediately backed away. And as the punch came, he dodged to the right. The guy couldn't land a single hit. Whoosh! Then he threw another kick. Zhongming dodged again and again. While the guy attacked relentlessly, the sounds of their blows echoed. A fight that an ordinary person probably couldn't even follow. He looked down on him inwardly, even though he's also a one-star warrior. And his physical functions and reaction speed are not much different from mine. The real difference isn't any of that. He parried fifth brother's punch, grabbed his arm, and yanked him forward. Fifth brother lost his balance and stumbled forward. Zhongming seized the opportunity. He raised his fist. It's my years of life and death experience. His eyes were murderous as his powerful fist shot towards fifth brother. The guy's jaw dropped in terror. Smack. The punch landed right on his face. Fifth brother coughed up blood. This punch was payback for the kick Mu Ye had received earlier. He was knocked backward by the punch. His underling Abayan watched in alarm. Fifth brother. He yelled. Cough. Fifth brother hit the ground hard, writhing in pain. He looked at him with terror in his eyes. You, who on earth are you? He never expected to have messed with someone so tough, and panic finally set in. He started rattling off possibilities. Special forces, an assassin. I was blind to have messed with you. I was a fool. Please, spare me! That fifth brother immediately started begging for his life. But if Zhongming had been the one to lose, who knows what would have happened to him? He advanced on the man like a grim reaper. Fifth brother dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Please spare me. I'm begging you! This was a far cry from his heroic posture just moments ago. If you'll have me, I'll work for you like a dog. Without a single complaint, however. He had pulled out a folding knife. As soon as Zhongming turned away, he slowly rose, still begging for mercy. But his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Spare me this one time. I swear I'll change. I will turn over a new leaf and repay your kindness. As he said this, he lunged, planning to stab him with the knife and kill him. Whoosh! Just as the blade neared Zhongming, whoosh, thud. He turned and caught the hand holding the knife. He had actually dodged it, and with his other hand, he snapped the man's arm, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Ah! Ah! Fifth brother screamed in agony, my hand, my hand. Thwack. He turned and landed another punch, as if to say, I've met plenty of your kind before. Cough. He collapsed to the ground in agony from the blow. So much scheming, yet so pathetically weak. Fifth brother turned to his underling, the weakest one he always bullied, and pleaded, Bayan, save me! His underling just stood there, frozen and speechless, apparently just as horrified. Fifth brother. Then he ran over. Fifth brother was delighted. Quick, help me up. Let's go, my good brother! He praised Abayan said to him. Fifth brother, let's hurry and leave. As the two left, Muya asked him, Hey yeah, why did you just let them go? Zhongming said, this won't end well. Those good brothers are about to destroy each other. I won't even have to do anything. After all, I know how deceitful people can be. He smirked, a self-mocking smile on his face. As for those two, the sky was growing dark, and the twilight cast an eerie glow over the city. He stood silently, watching them help each other limp away until they were out of sight. He quickly sat down beside Muyi and asked, How are you doing? She looked at him and smiled faintly. This little injury will be fine with some rest. He also smiled and told her, You're lucky. You didn't break any bones. She playfully winked and replied, These are the bones of a guard. How could they break so easily? He placed a hand on his knee and stood up. All right, it looks like this is the place. He looked at the machine covered with a white cloth and said, It has the roulette that Mo Xinfei mentioned. Abayan was helping Wuji walk in the faint evening sun. The two of them were laughing and talking happily. The big, muscular guy looked at his underling, laughed, and said, Good brother. You only know who your real friends are in times of trouble. From now on, we'll share our fortunes and our hardships. The underling Abayan was covered in sweat from supporting a guy twice his size. He also chuckled and replied, We don't have to wait for that. Once you're better, Wuji, you will be a hero again. Wuji looked down at his deformed arm and said angrily, Damn it, I'm crippled. You were not completely dead, and the new roulette has fallen into their hands. Abayan replied, That's right. The muscular guy leaned his whole body on his underling again, shouting with bravado, Just wait a few days for me to recover. I'll get my strength back and take it all back. But Abayan seemed to have lost interest in him. He looked away and replied perfunctorily, Right? Suddenly, he stopped walking. Abayan came to a complete halt. His expression changed as he said coldly, Wuji, there's something I have to make clear. He grabbed the other man's hand with one of his, steadied himself, and decisively showed his true colors. share fortunes and hardships. The brothers have followed you for so long, from struggling in the underworld to being chased by zombies. Have we ever shared any fortune? Wuji was speechless after hearing this, stammering, "What are you?" Abayan ignored him and continued. "Why is it that you get to eat the meat, while the brothers can barely get a sip of the soup?" Perhaps these were words he had wanted to say for a long time but never dared. Now that Wuji was injured and useless, he finally dared to speak his mind. He shoved Wuji away, clenched his fists, and shouted angrily, "The honest get bullied. So am I supposed to be an underling for my whole life?" Wuji panicked and quickly said, "Brother Abayan, don't do anything crazy." Unexpectedly, Abayan directly grabbed Wuji's injured arm, lifting it up and saying viciously, "You re a cripple now. Wouldn't the crystals be safer with me?" Wuji could only scream in pain. Abayan took the crystals in his hand, looked at the other man maliciously, and said, "I'll hold on to the crystals for you for now. You just stay here and recover well." Just then, outside the alley, a horde of zombies was peering in, ready to charge. There were many of them, looking terrifying, and every single one wanted to eat him alive. Wuji tried to call for help but failed, his face filled with despair. At that moment, outside in the car, Chumo was sitting inside. She looked out worriedly, wondering, "I think I heard a scream. It wasn't Zhongming's group, was it?" Her eyes widened in alarm. She saw him carrying Mo Yi back. She panicked and quickly shouted, "Zhongming, Mo Yi, what happened to her?" He walked calmly towards the car and replied, "She's injured. Let's go to a nearby area and find a safe place to spend the night." Chumo looked out and asked, "A moment ago, two people came out of the supermarket. Was it them?" She angrily gripped the steering wheel and cursed. "If I had known, I would have run those two bastards over." A large fire flickered inside the building. Chumo and Yi Zhongming sat with their knees drawn up, watching the flames. The other two girls were already asleep under the blankets. Chumo said while eating, "Oh right, shouldn't we hide this roulette? Just in case someone else tries to use it." He also picked up a piece of food and replied, "The roulette can't be moved. After its secret gets out, there will definitely be a fight for it." He put a piece of bread in his mouth and continued speaking as he chewed. "But we've already drawn our prizes. We've basically redeemed all the useful stuff." He looked at the pile of items on the ground, which included water, enhancement potions, immunity potions, and a silver round shield necklace. Looking at these things, he smiled smugly, thinking it was a good thing so many people had helped him collect crystals. It wasn't a waste of effort. Chumo picked up the necklace, her eyes crinkling with a delighted smile. "Wow, this necklace is so beautiful." She tried it on, her eyes sparkling. "It's really pretty." Yi Zhongming added, "That's not jewelry, it's an important item." She sighed in disappointment. "Even if it were jewelry, I couldn't wear it." "Who would I wear it for?" "The zombies." "That's right, most girls dress up for others to see." She grew sad, and at a loss for words. She stared at the fire in front of her, her voice filled with sorrow. "The world we knew can never come back." Her words made all three girls sad, and the atmosphere suddenly became significantly heavy. He frowned and said loudly, "But if our team can act together, we can at least stay alive." He said with determination, "I need to motivate you girls. Yi Zhongming, and not some good guy. I only saved you because I want you to be my support. I need you to trust me, and then prove your own abilities." He took out a vial and held it up. "I will give you power, a power called the future." Both Chu Yin and Mo Yi looked at the vial in surprise and exclaimed in unison, "The power of the future." He held up the green vial and explained, "This is called an enhancement potion. As you all know, it's one of the prizes you can get from the roulette. This potion can enhance a person's physical abilities, for example, muscle strength, speed, and even the body's immunity and metabolic strength." Chuyin looked at him and asked, "So, isn't that basically a superpower?" He replied, "It's not that exaggerated. Right now, what you get from the roulette is a basic enhancement potion, which can enhance bodily functions by 20 to 30%. It's more than enough to deal with regular zombies. Simply put, a person who drinks it will be stronger than normal." Chuyin said dejectedly, "Even with a 20% boost, my physique is still not good enough." He looked at her reassuringly. "The most amazing thing about this potion is that it first unlocks your hidden potential, and then enhances it by 20%. Don't underestimate your own strength." Muyi also turned to ask him, "Ye Zhongming, are you this strong because of this enhancement potion?" He replied, "What else could it be? With my physique, do you think I could take on the police?" She looked at him, frowning seriously, and continued, "The enhancement potion can only strengthen bodily functions, not combat techniques and experience, right? Yi Zhongming, you know way too much about the apocalypse, and your combat power is even greater than the police. Who exactly are you?" Chu Yin also glanced at him, thinking nervously, "That's right. I had a strange feeling when I first met him. It's like he's already completely adapted to this zombie world." The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. After a moment of silence, Mui spoke again. Don't tell me you know the cause of the apocalypse. Hearing the barrage of suspicious questions, he put his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly, calmly saying, haha. The information I know was told to me by Moxinfei. If you want to know more, you can ask her. But in reality, he thought to himself, I can't let them know I was reborn, whether they believe it or not. This is my biggest secret. Chu Yen's eyes widened as she looked at him and exclaimed, is that so? Then this Moxinfei must not be a simple character. Seeing her believe him so completely, he laughed inwardly, thinking, she actually believed that. She's so gullible. He held out the green vial again. Chu Yen, sweating a little with worry, looked at the vial and asked, this potion is so effective, are there any side effects? He replied, the normal side effects are intense physical pain. A few people will experience cellular rupture, quickly bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yen jumped up in panic, standing in front of him, covering her mouth and screaming in terror. You could die! That's too dangerous! But he just looked at her calmly and replied, reward and risk always go hand in hand. He took out 2 vials and looked at the 2 girls in front of him, seriously persuading them, I won't force you. You two should think it over carefully and then choose. The 2 girls were silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. Finally, Mu Yi placed her hands on her knees, stood up, and held out her hand to him. Give it to me. I want it. Yi Zhongming smirked as he looked at her. Yeah, that's just like you. He handed her the vial and said, let me remind you, the pain of evolution is unbearable for a normal person. It's best to prepare yourself thoroughly and drink it tomorrow. The girl just hummed softly in agreement. Chu Yen, standing nearby, turned pale watching this scene. She thought to herself, I can't be the one to drag the team down. I can't always rely on Yi Zhongming whenever there's trouble. Even if it's dangerous, I have to try. After motivating herself, she also said resolutely, I want one too. He turned to look at her, smiling with satisfaction. Of course you can. He also instructed her. Drink it tomorrow. Prepare yourself well, and get some rest early tonight. One more thing. He suddenly pulled her zipper up over her chest. She exclaimed in shock, huh? He calmly said while zipping up her jacket. From now on, wear your clothes properly. This look isn't suitable for action. She blushed beet red and nodded quickly, okay. I understand. Watching the 2 of them chatting and laughing in front of her, Mu Yi sat up in anger. She shouted loudly, you two, keep it down. I'm trying to sleep. He turned back and instructed everyone. Everyone get some rest. I will take the night watch. We have big things to do tomorrow. The night was quiet, with only him sitting guard in the back of the truck. Beside him, the dog was also fast asleep. Suddenly, someone approached. He squinted, trying to see ahead, then quickly grabbed his knife and charged forward, shouting, who's there? Just as he was about to strike, he was startled to realize it was Chu Yen. She screamed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ah, he said, his face darkening as he frowned and asked, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing out here? She looked downcast, poking her index fingers together as she replied, I'm a little scared. He looked at her and asked, scared of what? Do you regret taking the potion? Suddenly, she threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Catching him off guard, she rested her head on his chest, her eyes welling up with tears as she whispered, no, I don't regret it. It's just that if I drink the potion tomorrow and die, I won't be able to see you anymore. I couldn't sleep just thinking about it. He listened to her quietly, then affectionately patted her head and said, then let me just ask you one more time. She looked up at him, her cheeks blushing and tears streaming down her face, looking incredibly pitiful. He frowned at her and said seriously, obtaining that thing isn't necessarily a blessing. Once you have great power, I won't let you go so easily. I will require you to stay and fight with me for my goals. He held her shoulders firmly and asked gently, are you willing to stay with me? Chu Yen, now calmer, wiped her tears and replied softly, I know and I understand. I understand very well that you saved my life. She looked at him, her eyes crinkling into a smile. So as long as you give me the chance, I will always stand by your side. I won't be scared anymore. Hearing her words, he was very satisfied. He turned around and asked, what about you? Behind the 2 of them, next to the truck, Mu Yi had been standing there with her arms crossed for some time. She frowned and replied coldly, can you tell me what you plan to do next? He looked straight at her and answered, not unexpectedly. Tomorrow, we'll make a trip to that hospital, and then we'll head to Zhenju Lake in South City. She turned her face away, a hint of apology on it, and said sorry, I might have to leave. He looked at her, startled. Chu Yen also asked in surprise why. He glanced at her, thinking to himself, what a pity. She's a good prospect. Although he didn't want her to go, he still had to reply, all right, I agree. I'll give you that power. The promise still stands. She had one hand in her pocket, and held out her other hand, looking at him confidently as she said, don't worry, I will be back soon. It's just that there are a few things I need to take care of. If things go smoothly, I'll find you at Zhenju Lake then. She offered him a few bullets, Take these bullets. You might need them. He took them and said with a smile, "Actually, even if you hadn't offered, I would have asked you for them." That night, the surroundings were silent, with only the sound of their voices. All right, go to sleep now, get some good rest. Tomorrow will be busy again," Chuyan cried out, "But I still can't sleep," Muye, however, replied, "Good night." The next morning, the three girls each held a vial of potion. All three looked at each other, sweating with a bit of fear, then without hesitation, they drank it all in one gulp. Chuyan went first, followed by Xu Ying. The vials fell to the ground and shattered. All three girls trembled and collapsed to the ground, gritting their teeth to endure the bone-deep pain. Zhongming stood with his arms crossed, watching the three girls, and said, "I'm heading to the hospital from before. You all stay here and rest for a bit. If Chuyin and Xu Ying's conditions aren't too bad later, you can try hunting some zombies nearby. Remember not to fight too many at once. And if you see a zombie with a white magic crystal or a mutated creature, run immediately." He looked at the two girls writhing in pain on the ground and asked, "Got it." With that he left with the dog. Chuyin watched him go and managed to call out, "Be careful," he replied softly. Yeah, after a while, he finally arrived at the hospital. Looking at the imposing hospital before him, he smiled smugly and thought, "It's still here. Just as I remembered." He looked at the beast inside the hospital, recalling something he had heard in his past life. He'd heard that people in this city had once discovered 3 guardian beasts at a certain hospital, which had killed many nearby survivor teams. Their strength was immense. He looked at its 3 giant eggs. Later, a 6-star powerhouse from the military took action and dealt with these 3 beasts, obtaining a map and one of the beast's eggs. He recalled that map and thought, "I heard that map was a blueprint for a blade-type weapon." 'Cause not long after, many people in that powerhouse's army began to equip themselves with an outstanding silver-grade battle blade. He frowned, breaking into a sweat and gritting his teeth, thinking with excitement, "This time, both the map and the egg will be mine." He looked down at the pile of corpses on the ground, feeling that he had already wiped out all the nearby zombies, so there definitely wouldn't be any unexpected situations. He took out his gun to check the ammunition. Then he just needed to make the final preparations. He recalled that last time, he had used a bow and arrow to shoot the crocodile ape. Last time he faced it, he was completely unprepared, and besides, the power of the bow and arrow was too weak. With that in mind, he raised his gun to inspect it. This gun wasn't bad, but it was only gray grade, and its power didn't surpass that of a normal weapon from Earth. He took out a few bullets along with a creature's claw. He figured his only option was to do something with these bullets. The claw he had obtained from killing the skink last time finally had a use. With that said, he quickly performed an enchantment. Instantly, the bullet and the claw fused together, creating a super-powered round. He looked at them with a relieved smile. It was a success. The normal bullet was enchanted and enhanced into an armor-piercing round, with its penetration and damage greatly increased. With all preparations complete, he was ready to move. Zhongming bent down to pet the dog's head, instructing, "You wait here for me. If anyone else or any zombies come, you warn me." The dog seemed to understand and barked once in agreement. With that settled, he vaulted over the wall into the hospital grounds. The dog stood guard on top, looking down. The crocodile below wore a piece of skull-shaped armor. It opened its eyes wide with vigilance, immediately jolting up and whipping its head around to look everywhere. When it saw his red jacket fluttering in the wind, it became enraged and growled, getting on its hind legs and charging like a mad bull. It let out a ferocious roar. Then its whole body lunged forward to snatch the jacket, sending it flying into the air. The creature immediately looked up to follow it. Zhongming, hiding in a corner, saw that it had dropped its guard. He immediately pulled out his gun and took aim. He figured the crocodile ape would be easily provoked by the sight. That intel was right on the money. He fired a bullet into its body. The bullet went straight through its armor, definitely drawing blood. He thought cheerfully, "Bingo, it's effective." The monster roared in pain and turned to grab him. He nimbly leaped away to dodge. No wonder this thing had suddenly come after him last time. The crocodile abruptly transformed. Its body swelled far beyond its original size, and it shot forward like a sharp arrow aimed right at him. Its aura terrifyingly fierce, yet Zhongming remained unusually calm. He quickly drew his knife, gritted his teeth, and began stabbing relentlessly. Suddenly, its massive tail swung right at his face. He glanced aside as an idea flashed in his mind. Maybe this was his chance. He jumped up, landing cleanly on the monster's tail. Its eyes widened in horror at his unexpected move. It never imagined he would cleverly use its own tail as a platform, knife in hand. He aimed straight for its face and lunged forward. The monster couldn't dodge in time, its mouth gaping wide open. He seized the opportunity and plunged the knife into its tongue. Aiming precisely before delivering a powerful, fatal strike, the blade sank deep into the soft flesh, all the way to the hilt. He grinned victoriously, pulling out his gun. With one hand still holding the knife, he aimed the other straight at its throat. Goodbye. In the blink of an eye, a gunshot rang out. He leaped off its body, laughing heartily in triumph. The crocodile had been cleanly defeated. As he put his jacket back on, his eyes fell on 3 giant eggs in the distance. Among the eggs, a map was glowing with a brilliant golden light. He picked it up, shouting with joy, "I found it!" The map clearly detailed each stage. Fengjiu Fujia, Yuxia Xia. After reading the paper, he muttered, "So the final stage is a rare purple grade, and even comes with 2 skills. One passive and one active. In the 5 years since the apocalypse began, the price of attack skills had only skyrocketed, never decreasing. 5 years later, even when the market cooled down, they were still considered top-tier luxury items in any trade." He recalled the rare, golden-hilted blade from the weapon equipment, which already came with a top-tier skill. That blade was purple grade and possessed 2 skills, making its true value practically limitless at the epic level. He clutched the paper in his hand, sighing in anguish. But the cost of compatible materials would likely be 1,000 level 5 magic crystals. At his current stage, there was no way he could gather that many. He clenched his fist. He resolved to first figure out how to craft the initial stage, Fengji Yu, as for the second stage, Yu Xia, and the third stage, Yuexa Xia. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a real problem. For a reincarnator like him, what was there to fear? He stuck his hands in his pockets, looking at the 3 enormous eggs. Besides, these things were treasures. Is called a minor evolution potion. Anyone who eats it can greatly enhance their physical fitness. If a pet consumes it, it can even trigger evolution. Thinking this, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Silly pup, come and get some food." Hearing the word food, the dog immediately started barking loudly. Soon after, a man and a dog sat side by side, grabbing an egg and devouring it. Zhongming mumbled while chewing, "This evolution potion really lives up to its name. My physical and mental strength are almost fully recovered." Moreover, he looked at his own hand, his whole body brimming with vitality, and continued, "I can clearly feel that my body's strength has doubled again compared to after I used the 1-star evolution potion." He looked at the dog and said, "Silly pup, lift your head and let me see." The dog, which was enjoying its meal, obediently lifted its head. He looked at it with an amused smile and said, "What's your innate skill? Show it to me." Hearing this, the dog began to demonstrate. All the fur on its body stood on end, and it shot out a series of sharp quills, looking just like a porcupine shooting its spines. He glanced at the sharp hairs stuck firmly in the wall. "That's pretty powerful," he commented. "So this silly pup's innate skill is a fur attack, called fine needle hair." But when he turned back to look at the dog, its entire body was now bald. It had lost all its fur after just 1 shot. He was speechless, not knowing what to say, and just patted its head to comfort it. "Well, at least I don't have to brush you anymore. And you're still as ugly as ever. But the power isn't bad though." With that, he waved his hand and left. "You can eat the rest. But don't touch the other 2 eggs." The dog obediently barked once. Inside the hospital, Zhongming walked out with his knife, touched the car door and mumbled, "There's no time to waste. I'll craft the Fengji Yu first." He closed his eyes, flashes of magical light appeared, and the craftsman's skill activated. His power surged as he held the knife high, watching the materials fuse together. He thought to himself, "I hope the claws and fangs of the Yuan Gai crocodile plus a level 2 magic crystal will be enough." Finally, a brilliant light erupted from where he stood, shooting straight into the sky. The knife now looked completely different, brimming with power. He smiled. "It's a success." Then he swung it to test it out, and a nearby wooden post was instantly sliced in 2. He exclaimed in surprise, "So sharp." He looked at the clean cut on the wooden post, which was flawless, and felt extremely proud. "I still have some materials left to craft more weapons for Sumo and the others, to increase their strength." He carried the bowl of crocodile eggs from before to the car, and when he arrived, he saw 2 beautiful girls drenched in sweat. Sumo saw him and quickly greeted. "Yuri back." He looked at the 2 of them, smiled and said, "Moya is gone. How are you 2 feeling? Did you get anything?" Sumo looked towards the white stones carefully placed on a cloth on the ground and said, "They were all here. Killing this type of monster isn't hard at all. Now that we've evolved, even a random swing of a club can stop those zombies. I don't even know what Tuen is still afraid of." Hearing this, Tuen frowned at her, a little annoyed. "You threw up too." The other girl joked. There's a first time for everything. It's unavoidable to feel some pain and nausea." He looked at the pile of stones and praised them. "You 2 did a great job." He thought to himself, "These few magic crystals aren't much, but being able to adapt so quickly to the apocalypse makes my investment in them worthwhile." He handed an egg to the 2 of them and told them to eat. Both girls were surprised, and Sumo asked, "What is this?" He replied, "Food. It can help you 2 become stronger." He stood outside, deep in thought. After this, for the trip to Pearl Lake this time, I absolutely must get that item. He took the remaining egg and put it away, thinking, there's still one yuan guy crocodile egg left. I have to keep it safe. Suddenly he looked over. The two girls were eating heartily, while the dog lay nearby, waiting for more food. The two girls looked at the dog and laughed out loud. Haha, Tuan said as she tossed it a piece of meat. We haven't seen you for a little while. How did you get uglier? Sumo then said, we were eating so much, I hope we don't get fat. Tuan grabbed her own wrist, closing her eyes to feel the power in her body. But I feel like eating this has significantly improved our physical qualities. Zhongming walked over and asked, are you done eating? If you redone, come over here, I have something cool for you too. Sumo stood up and walked over. What is it? Tuan was still busy playing with the dog. He took out a green whip. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she looked a little flustered. Here, he handed the whip to her. See if it suits you. If it does, it's yours. She took it and exclaimed in amazement. Wow, this whip feels like it has a special connection with me. Holding it felt very strange. She narrowed her eyes, then frantically whipped it hundreds of times, creating distinct marks on the ground. She looked at the whip in surprise, feeling as if she could become one with it when she held it, as if it were specially made for me. Then she looked at him and exclaimed, I used to do a bit of sports. With this, I can definitely help you. Tuan watched them with a smile, saying nothing. Suddenly, he asked her, what kind of weapon do you want? She looked at him in surprise and stammered, me, I get one too. She petted the dog's head, looking a bit troubled. Me. Yeah, I don't know either. He smiled slightly and nodded, no rush, just think it over carefully. He thought to himself that it was understandable. Besides Jiao Tai Jiao during the Ping era, who would have ever thought about weapons? Sumo tied up her hair and asked, aren't we going to Pearl Lake? He looked at her and replied, yes, everything we've done so far has been in preparation for our next move. He looked at the two of them seriously. Next, we won't just be facing monsters and a large number of powerful zombies. We might also have to endure attacks from our own kind. Do you two still want to come with me? Sumo was full of energy, punching the air and shouting yes, but Tuan was a bit shy and timid. Can I really help you? If you think I can, I'll go. If you think I'll be a burden, he cheerfully cut her off. Then let's all go together. I only mentioned the dangers we might face. I haven't told you what we'll gain if we succeed. Then the three of them got in the car and sped off. Zhongming focused on driving, thinking back to his past life. He only ventured out after eating all the food in his house. That day, the streets were deserted, when suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Back then, he was just a weak coward. He fearfully asked himself, what was that? What's that sound? He grabbed a stick for self-defense, only to see hundreds of zombies charging towards him. They were even climbing the tall buildings. All he could do was scream in panic, his small body being pushed and shoved by the zombie horde, completely submerged in the chaotic sea of monsters. Luckily, he quickly squeezed into a corner, his mind filled with confusion. What the hell is going on? Those zombies seemed to be in a frenzy, completely ignoring him and charging straight towards the source of the light and sound. Maybe it's better to go back home and observe. After that, he holed up in his room, only daring to peek at the outside world through a narrow sliding window. He watched in horror as the city exploded as if it were the real apocalypse. What on earth happened? He drove with a somber expression, reminiscing about his past life. It was only later that he gradually learned the full story from a lucky survivor. He recalled that in the waters of Pearl Lake, there was a strange roulette wheel. Its surface had no selection options, only the image of a spinning gold coin. It required a level 1 magic crystal to activate. Once the roulette was running, it would be like a secret realm, where participants received mission prompts with reward previews, evolution potions, silver-grade weapons, class scrolls, and mysterious formulas. Back then, the outcome of that battle was unclear to anyone. He remembered the forces that participated in the past. They were either destroyed in the chaotic fight, or vanished without a trace, or grew so powerful that he couldn't even touch them. The car stopped in the middle of a deserted forest, and he got out first, leading the way and pointing, telling the two girls, in there, we will obtain many powerful things, enough to make us the strongest people in this city. 10 minutes earlier, in the city, Boss Lai's group was surrounded by a fully armed crowd, who were pointing their guns at them threateningly. The old, white-haired Commander Yi, with a long, defiant scar on his face, spoke up. Boss Lai, you've had some time to think. What's your decision? Boss Lai stared at the old man and replied, if I don't agree, does that mean my brothers and I will have to say goodbye to this world today? He thought to himself, damn it, even though we have 3 one-star revolvers and 10 guns, but his fists clenched, and he trembled with anger as he looked at the group before him. We just had to run into the military. If it weren't for them, I just needed a little more time. He glanced at the muscular young man who was casually flipping a small dagger. sizing up the young soldier next to Commander Yi, his aura. He's probably a 2-star evolver. Old Commander Yi frowned. Boss Lai, if you insist on an answer to your previous question, then I can tell you clearly, yes. If you don't join our operation, then I'm sorry, but we cannot allow any unexpected factors to interfere with our plans. That is a certainty. If you don't follow, you could die. Boss Lai's group fell silent, glaring at him angrily. One of his underlings stepped forward. Boss Lai, should we just fight them? But I immediately raised my hand to stop him. Regiment Commander Yi continued. Besides, you won't be risking your lives for nothing. You'll get the rewards you deserve. He raised his hand and pointed to the star on his shoulder. Even if you don't believe me, you'll believe this uniform I'm wearing, right? The guy named Wang Ning behind him spoke up. Perhaps after this operation, Bosley will become as strong as me, so why not do it? Bosley then extended his hand, reluctantly agreeing. I understand the situation now. We will cooperate with you. Wang Ning also stepped forward to shake Bosley's hand. Hello, I'm Wang Ding. Let's get along from now on. After that, Bosley turned to look at Regiment Commander Yi. Now can you tell me what your operation is really about? He replied, we've received some intelligence. Thinking of the giant golden clock at the lake, he said. Some very special monsters will appear at this city's Pearl Lake that everyone wants to fight for, and I just happen to have the manpower to secure it nearby. Just then, Tan Xiaobo said to Regiment Commander Yi, it's almost time. He spoke into the walkie-talkie. We'll be there right away. You guys guard that roulette properly. He observed it through his binoculars. Zhongming was sitting on the roof of a car. He lowered his binoculars and looked. They were almost all here. With that, he jumped down from the car and asked if everyone was ready. He looked at Liang Sem, who smiled confidently as she listened to him assign the mission, holding her walkie-talkie tightly. After the operation begins, Liang Sem, you need to go hide over there. If you spot a yellow monster about 1 meter tall, let me know. He also gave Tien a walkie-talkie, instructing the French girl. You stay here and observe. Continuously report the battlefield situation you see to me, and also pay attention to the movements and direction of that little monster. He pointed to a tall building near where they were standing. I'll set up an ambush near that bank. He turned back to look at Tien, adding, if you can confirm the little monster's direction of movement, then notify me at any time. Liang Sem and I will regroup in the direction you indicate. She listened to him, a little tense. Relatively speaking, you'll be a bit safer. But if you encounter a danger you can't handle, you can run first. If you get the chance, find another high place and continue reporting the little monster's position and the battle situation. She calmed down. I understand. Then, she pointed to the tall building near the bank. So is that spot okay? He raised a hand to his forehead, looking in the direction she pointed. Yes, wait for me and Liang Sem in there. He drew a knife from his waist and instructed her. You must report to me as soon as you spot the target. He glanced at her and warned seriously. Although that thing isn't very powerful, it's very cunning, and it can also summon many mutated creatures. Absolutely do not act alone. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot up from the ground into the sky. The beam of light grew stronger and stronger. The group raised their hands to shield their faces while staring intently in that direction. Ye Zhongming shouted. The Jade Roulette has been activated. The treasure monster has officially appeared. Let's go! Over on Tang Xiaobo's side, he also shouted in surprise, what's happening? He stared intently towards the lake and yelled. It's the little monster. On the giant clock in the middle of the lake, a strange, one-eyed creature appeared. It stood still, facing Tang Xiaobo's group. Then it took out a horn and blew it loudly. Tang Xiaobo's eyes widened in tension, and he gritted his teeth as he watched it. In the city, a horde of zombies swarmed forward. The army stood in neat rows, holding their guns. Everyone tensely watched the old man. Regiment Commander Yi lowered his binoculars to observe, as a soldier walked up, saluted, and called out to him. Captain. He put down his binoculars, turned to look at the soldier, and asked about the situation. The soldier immediately reported in detail. Yes, sir. Using our team as the origin point. At the 2 o'clock position. Le Shujin's team has been spotted reaching the designated location. At the 10 o'clock position. Hu Duohai's team has been spotted reaching the designated location. The 2nd Righteous Battalion is at the 5 o'clock position. Director Liu is in position at the 7 o'clock direction. Additionally, Tang Xiaobo's team disappeared at the 12 o'clock position, and we've completely lost contact. He reported continuously in one breath. Unknown forces have been detected at the 9 o'clock and 4 o'clock positions, as well as to our rear. Their numbers range from a dozen to several hundred people, at the Jianyin Building and Santong Street, Wuwei 5th Road, and in the direction of Liang Supermarket. A large number of mutated creatures have been detected approaching us at a rapid speed. Old Commander Yi listened with his mouth agape, and he asked nervously, what else? The man's face suddenly contorted as he answered with difficulty. We were surrounded by zombies. But unlike the man's worried and fearful expression, the old commander just chuckled lightly. He threw down the binoculars in his hand and said, "As long as we re still in this city, we've always been surrounded by zombies, haven't we?" With that, he looked up at his forces and shouted, "Brothers, everyone turn and look at me." With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at everyone. "Look at me," he roared seriously. "I might be leading you all into a grave." Recalling the scene of the broken-down vehicle surrounded by zombies, he said, over there, and over there too," he shouted. "There are several unknown monsters closing in on us. If we don't retreat now, we might die here." The soldiers looked at him tensely, sweating with fear. "I know many of you are worried about your families far away, feeling lost and directionless. Not knowing why you re-staying here or wearing this uniform." His face darkened. "I'm just like you, back in my hometown. I don't know how my parents are, or if my wife and children are still safe." But he immediately regained his composure and roared, "But are these things a reason for us to give up? Are these things a reason for us to abandon our own convictions? We are soldiers, we live to fight, and right now this is war." All the soldiers squinted, listening to him intently. "We must get stronger, become stronger than these monsters, become stronger than this world." He stretched his arm forward. "Even if I die, I will die wearing this uniform, die carrying the last glory of this world." His words seemed to instill a great motivation. The soldiers, as if brainwashed, forgot all about the danger. Everyone punched their fists into the air, shouting in unison, "Glory belongs to us. Belongs to us. Belongs to us." Under the brilliant, shining sun, the scene was truly magnificent and splendid. Zhongming stood on a nearby tall building, taking everything in. He was silent, only thinking to himself that although this team possessed a sense of collective honor, something almost unimaginable in the later stages, at this moment, he truly admired them. He just stood by the window, looking down at the tanks and the crowd of people approaching the lake. He felt that at least in this world, the passionate blood of those men was still boiling. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked in another direction, his heart filled with doubt. What's the situation over there? In the nearby forest, a blue light flashed like lightning under the ground, seemingly rising from beneath the earth. He watched in astonishment, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, the space tunnel has opened. The lightning bolts under the ground grew denser, and the ground began to crack open. That monster used a horn to open the space tunnel. The lightning bolts gradually formed a lightning vortex underground. That horn not only called upon the surrounding zombies and evolved life forms, but also summoned powerful beasts from underground. A strange beast appeared, with brilliant blue eyes, looking like a two-headed wolf with a massive body. It was the level 2 beast, the Crimson Steel Wind. The moment it appeared, the creature pounced on Kinsai Albo, forcing him to quickly retreat and dodge, but soon he was pinned under its sharp claws. Unable to resist, it opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared. Grr, the leg of another creature appeared. It was the level 2 beast, the Terror Ram, which looked like a goat with large, sharp horns. He hurriedly ran up the stairs. Zhongming rushed up the stairs, panting heavily. He kicked out, and the door immediately burst open. In front of him was a giant black hole, surrounded by flashing blue lightning. From that hole, countless bizarre monsters flew out. They were the level 1 beasts, the purple cloud war ants. He sweated as he looked at them, thinking with his mouth agape. To think there are even purple cloud war ants. Even though they were only level 1, there are more than 100 of them. He looked at that strange one-eyed monster, one hand holding the horn, and the other raised to the sky. What level of deadly ground is the tunnel opened by that monster's treasure connected to? Why are so many tough monsters appearing? Recalling that apocalyptic image, countless burning rock fragments fell to earth. And that's how it all began. The things that fell from the sky weren't just the roulettes, but also the deadly grounds left behind after the bombardment. Thousands upon thousands of golden holy lights there were filled with extraterrestrial creatures, rampaging beasts, and powerful existences that drove humanity to despair. There were also strange flowers and exotic plants, precious minerals, and all sorts of treasures could be found. He gritted his teeth, squinting at the black hole. Looking down from a high floor, he could see a hand holding a large club emerging from it. He wondered in horror, what else is coming now? Seeing the giant, hairy-headed monster appear, he screamed in fear. It's actually how is this possible? A sky ape isn't a beast, it's a level 3 zombie. His eyes widened in absolute terror as he stared at the hideous monster. He couldn't help but think, but how long has it been since this all started? How can there be a level 3 zombie? Watching it frantically destroy everything, even the high-rise buildings, he thought in confusion. In my past life, I heard the record for the fastest human evolution to 3 stars was what? I think it was 3 weeks. Everyone below was running away. Bosley stubbornly wanted to fight, but the monster just raised one hand, grabbed a person, and lifted him up. The guy struggled and screamed. Let me go. Help! But would the monster listen? It opened its mouth wide, preparing to eat him alive. Bosley gritted his teeth, watching his comrade being swallowed whole. 2N. In another building, saw this scene, and couldn't take it, collapsing to the ground and covering her mouth to retch. The radio next to her crackled with Zhongming's voice. Scout, report the situation. Where is the treasure monster now? She quickly looked outside. It's still strolling by the lake. He asked again, what about the Kung Duong beast? She looked in the direction the monster was heading and replied, it's behind the credit company building to your left. Hearing this, he leaped across the building, not forgetting to instruct. Keep reporting the Kung Duong's position to me, and also watch for any movements around you. If there's anything unusual, shout immediately. He jumped across the building and spoke into the radio. Map Sat, you heard me. He then leaped to the next building. He kept jumping from one building to another. Then, a voice came over the radio. Yay, I see the treasure monster. It's riding a purple cloud war mount. It's, how should I put it? Strolling along Zhenju Lake, he sat on the edge of a tall building, looking down. Has the black hole disappeared? He looked at the monster in front of him as a voice came over the radio. No, it's still there. He immediately jumped straight from the building to the ground, with both hands in his pockets, thinking that based on his past life's experience, the treasure monster could only blow its summoning horn once to call all the monsters here. It didn't blow the horn today, so why is the black hole connecting to the Forbidden Land still here? He stood calmly on the street, surrounded by a horde of zombies. He drew the knife from his back and, with one slash, wiped out a batch of small zombies. Seeing the zombie's head fall at his feet, he quickly knelt down and used his knife to pry the spirit stone from its forehead. Every little bit counts. Can't let it go to waste. Then a voice called out from behind him, Brother, help me. He turned around to see the giant monster chasing a guy running towards him. The monster was huge and extremely ferocious. Zhongming stood facing it, knife in hand. Although it's a level 2 beast, one level higher than me, the Kung Duong is the easiest one to deal with among them. Thinking this, he launched himself high into the air. Moreover, inside its body is a priceless item called Yang Bao. He jumped close to the monster, confronting it head-on, his feet digging into the ground as he pushed off with great force. Soaring onto its back, he plunged his knife deep into the Kung Duong's spine. He smirked, his eyes wide with excitement, his expression twisting into a wicked grin. Sitting on the monster's back, he thought this battle was already won. The group of people hiding in the alley watched him confront it, but not a single one intended to come out and help. What a bunch of cowards, one of them thought. He and I are both 1 star, so how can he do that? The monster growled angrily. It lunged forward, trying to throw him off its back, but he clung tightly to the spikes on its back, refusing to let go. With one hand, he stabbed its back hard with the knife, and green blood spurted out. The beast roared in pain, tilting its head to the sky. The people hiding in the alley were all astonished. I can't even break this beast's defense. But this kid's knife managed to pierce it. The Kung Duong was in so much pain that it bucked wildly. But it still couldn't throw him off its back. On the contrary, he stabbed the knife in even deeper, his hand gripping its horn even tighter. Finally, in its agony, the beast rammed its head into a large rock. Large and small stones flew up, hitting his face. Drawing blood. Seeing this, he thought to himself, this beast is quite cunning. It kept ramming its head into walls to try and throw him off. Its legs dug into the ground, its mouth huffing out white smoke as if exhausted. But it still couldn't throw him off. He remained kneeling on its back, slashed his knife hard around its back spike. It snorted at him, and he looked at it coldly. You want to kick me off? I'll get off. But he still made a deep cut with his knife. Its green blood splattered everywhere. The monster let out a pained growl, and he quickly jumped off its back. He looked up at the monster. Just as he landed, it collapsed heavily to the ground. He braced his legs, raising both hands to meet its body. His eyes were bloodshot as he held the knife and stabbed straight up into the massive falling body. Just as planned, its heavy body fell right onto his knife. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with strain, and quickly pulled the knife out with great force. The beast stared at him with blood-red eyes. He raised the knife in his hand, its gleaming blade once again pointing at its body. He smirked victoriously. Struggle all you want, you finished. The monster staggered, its body swaying, unable to stay up any longer, and collapsed completely to the ground. He stood with his knife, looking at its corpse, in front of the other group of people, who only now rushed out, shouting, "Oh my God, he really took down that beast." He glanced at them with disgust. Those guys stood at a distance, looking back. Their jaws dropped in amazement. One of them said, "Oh my God, did he really kill it?" Another asked, "Hey, how did you do that?" He looked at them coldly. "If you ran away earlier, then there's absolutely no reason for you to be hanging around here now." He gestured towards the monster and continued, "You re not welcome here. Go away, they all scowled at him. Sweating, a bolder one replied, young man, we don't deny that you were the one who killed this beast in the end, but you can't deny that we fought it too. We deserve half the credit. He sneered at them contemptuously. The credit you re-talking about, is it for letting the beast kill a bunch of people? Or is being unable to even scratch its hide what you call a contribution? Seeing that he wasn't listening, they immediately turned hostile, raising their clubs threateningly. Kid, you better watch your mouth. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. We were all survivors in this world. Try to make a good impression when you meet people. He lost his patience, scowled, and yelled, get lost. He stood protectively in front of the monster's corpse, gripping his knife tightly. The guys exchanged cunning glances, giving silent signals to their buddies. One of them, holding a club, gritted his teeth and roared, kid, you refused to do this the easy way, so now you'll do it the hard way. Get out of here right now. I'm taking this thing. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll deal with you today. Another guy in the group also chimed in with a lecture. Young people should think things through before they act. Don't be so impulsive. It's not good for you. They glanced at Zhongming's injured arm. Look at yourself. You can't even lift one of your arms right now. What are you going to fight us with? Take some advice from your big bro. Just leave now, and you might just keep your life. Another guy pointed at the one with the club, smiling threateningly at him. He's a ruthless one. He even killed someone yesterday, you know. The world has changed. Now whoever has the stronger fist wins, and killing isn't even a crime anymore. They were so foolish. If he could kill a monster like that, what did he have to fear from a few humans like them? Tuts, just then his walkie-talkie crackled. He raised it to his ear, and a voice reported, Zhongming, there's a large number of zombies moving in your direction. He whipped his head around, no longer paying any attention to them. The voice on the walkie-talkie continued. That monster is carrying a yellow bag on its back and riding a purple cloud war horse. It has just charged into a fruit stand. Hearing her words, his face paled and he frowned. A group of survivors has already headed towards that shop. He quickly replied, I got it. Remembering that monster, he thought that his main objective today was the bag on its back. He absolutely couldn't let it fall into someone else's hands. He looked at the monster's corpse on the ground, planning to take the spoils and leave quickly. But the guys behind him started trouble again. The man raised his club. Kid, you can go, but leave the knife, the walkie-talkie, and everything else you have on you for me, then get lost. He turned back to look at them, and smirked. You people are truly bottomlessly greedy. The man, not knowing his place, raised his club to strike, yelling, then I'll make the first move. His eyes widened, thinking ever since the apocalypse broke out, everything has changed. He thought about beating up his neighbor, old Wang, who was always making noise and disturbing his sleep. When I went to reason with him, he just cussed me out. Now he wouldn't dare to scold me again. He remembered the people who had wronged him. That witch who wanted to fire me for no reason could only let me do whatever I wanted with her, even his boss, the leader who dreamed of seizing control of the team. I broke his leg with a single swing of my club. Didn't he kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy? He's too stupid to realize he can only bully the weak. With that aggressive habit, he now intends to attack him just like that. He swings his club down, thinking times have changed, and everything from before can go to hell. Now becoming stronger is all that matters, but with a flash, Zhongming struck first. With one swift slash of his knife, he severed the guy's hand in an instant. His face turned purple from the pain, and he screamed violently. He looked at him with a smirk. In the apocalypse, there's a saying, when you want to kill someone, someone else might want to kill you too. He gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes wide as he stammered, You, how dare you? Without hesitation, he leaped up and kicked him hard in the stomach. He was immediately knocked back into his teammates. They screamed, Ah! It's broken, my leg is broken. My arm is killing me! He sat down to dissect the monster's corpse. But you don't need to remember that saying anymore, because for you, the apocalypse ends here. With that done, he picked up his bag and left. A massive horde of zombies was swarming towards them. Their terrified screams echoed once more. Stay away, help us! But now, even if they screamed themselves hoarse, no one was coming to save them. Meanwhile, at an old building, a group of soldiers was aiming their guns at the structure and firing relentlessly. Mutated rats lay dead everywhere from the gunfire. A group of people was in a ready-to-fight stance. Everyone had their own gun, Cheng Zi said. Xiao Yi? What's wrong? You've seemed out of it ever since you got back. Mu Ye frowned and replied, It's nothing, it's just that these rats are so disgusting. She turned to the girl beside her. Sister Lai Lai, are you okay? Xiao gave a gentle smile. I'm fine, just a little worried about my husband. Cheng Zi quickly reassured them. Everyone, rest assured. Xiao Kun's group is in a newly opened government sector where the population is sparse and there are few zombies. Besides, The armored barracks isn't far from them. He glanced over at her. On the other hand, Xiaoye, why do you always want to leave our headquarters? Muye thought of Yi Zhongming, feeling a bit conflicted. Just Theng Long, who was by the window, interrupted. Everyone, look outside. Attention, those gunshots from earlier were caused by that thing. Everyone went to look, and it was a horrifying, hairy, monkey-faced monster. The monster leaped up and charged forward, and everyone above opened fire. Gunshots rang out amidst screams. Fire, don't let that monster get close. What's the use? Bullets are useless against it. Do we have a rocket launcher? If it reaches the ground floor, we're all dead. Chengzi propped his gun on the windowsill, getting ready to fire. Lei, Xiaoye, cover me! Xia Lei turned and fired behind them, shouting 3 o'clock. The two of them fired behind them at a large swarm of rats that had appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, Muye saw a zombie climbing through a window towards a soldier. She screamed, "Watch out!" and quickly pushed him aside. In the process, her arm was slashed by the zombie. Chengzi yelled in horror. Xia! He then unloaded his gun into the zombie, cursing, "You bastard!" He rushed to grab her arm, asking worriedly, "You silly girl, what were you thinking?" She calmly reassured everyone. "It's okay, master, I won't get infected." He gripped her arm tightly, holding it up and yelling, "Damn it. You think saying you won't be infected makes it true. This is no time for your reassurances." Xia Lei took out a knife and said grimly, "Muye, come here, we have to amputate your arm. We might still be able to save you. It's better to be maimed than dead." Muye saw the knife in her hand and grew anxious. "I told you. I'm fine." But she wouldn't listen. She even told Chengzi to hold her arm tight. She quickly shook him off, forced to tell the truth. "Stop, I'm really okay. I've already used an evolution potion." They were all momentarily stunned. Chengzi asked in surprise, "What evolution potion?" Muye clenched her fist, her killing intent flaring as she looked in another direction. "All right, fine. All of you, watch closely." She then threw a punch straight into the wall, seeing the hole in the wall and her completely uninjured hand. She turned back to everyone and said, "I'm an evolver, and I've used an evolution potion, so you don't need to worry, I'm not." But Xiaohu cut her off. She shouted, "Whoa! Captain, whoa!" Muye picked up a handgun and looked out the window. "Don't just stand there stunned. That monster is still approaching us." Just as she finished speaking, the giant monster's head appeared at the window. Everyone screamed in terror. "No, Xiaoye, be careful." She looked at the monster, thinking conventional bullets have no effect on it. She fired a shot into its face, another into its eye. The monster roared in pain. It raised its hand to cover its eye. Watching this, she thought of Yi Zhongming. He was the one who had given her the bullet in that magazine. The wounded monster refused to back down, angrily picking up a car from the ground, and threw it straight at everyone. Muye frantically turned and yelled, "Everyone, get down." Before quickly dropping to the ground herself, the car flew right over her head. Meanwhile, Ye Zhongming was walking down the street, talking on his radio, lying. "Shumo, what's your position?" Her reply came through the device. "I've run into something tough, and I'm held up." He asked with some concern, "Can you handle it?" She replied, "No problem, but I might be a little late." He looked at the cityscape before him and instructed, "All right, just be careful. If you can't handle it, go find Miss Fa." Then he fell silent, staring at the building ahead, seeing cars being continuously thrown in that direction. He guessed it was the roar of that ape. It seemed to be on a rampage. And more than half the team was already injured. He frowned at his injured arm. It looked like it wouldn't heal anytime soon. At a time like this, it would be great if the team had a doctor and a pharmacist. In the apocalypse, many survivors didn't die on the battlefield, but rather bled out slowly from untreated wounds. This made medicine extremely expensive in the post-apocalyptic world, far surpassing the cost of daily necessities like food and water. Doctors and pharmacists were also the most in-demand professions. Having a pharmacist on the team was like having an insurance policy, allowing everyone to go all out on the battlefield. He glanced down the alley. The street ahead was the road to Pearl Lake. A group of people was now blocking Shumo's path. Their leader, dressed flashily, held a gun. "Well now, beautiful. It's not that we don't want to let you pass, but it's extremely dangerous up ahead. You'd be much safer staying with us." Shumo gripped the knife in her hand, not dignifying them with a response. The leader rubbed his chin, thinking that even though that leader Yi had given him weapons, evolution potions, and even a group of helpers, the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. He frowned and gritted his teeth. But he had taken the card he got from that roulette. That card had to be useful. He just didn't know how yet. He looked at Shumo. The E guy was just using him as cannon fodder, but this woman was different. He sized up the powerful evolved woman, his eyes falling on the whip in her hand, guessing it was some kind of strange weapon, and then at the radio in her pocket. Who was she talking to just now? He unconsciously licked his lips with a sly grin, thinking that all this proved she was a member of a team. And what's more, someone this powerful wasn't even the leader. With that, he raised his gun. How about this? If you want to stay, then tell me how you evolved. How did you get this whip? What do you say? He thought to himself. As long as I can get my hands on her method for becoming so strong. Shumo looked at him and answered truthfully. I used to live a very tiring life. I was like a sheep surrounded by wolves. I can't count the days I was exploited and devoured by those beasts. Now the world is in chaos, and many of those beasts have become corpses, even though I could die at any moment. I've never felt so liberated. Although she answered truthfully, it wasn't the answer he was looking for. He started sweating, scratching his cheek in confusion. What are you talking about? She didn't care if he understood, raising her whip high, her resolute voice echoing. I was lucky enough to meet a man who could keep me alive. He's very strict with me, but he genuinely wants what's best for me. He wants me to become stronger, and he taught me how to survive in this apocalypse. I'm so happy that, for the first time in years, I have someone I can rely on. Her face twisted in a furious snarl. Now that person needs my help. He's in danger, and you people are standing in my way. She leaped into the air, cracking her whip on the ground and screaming, "Get out of my way, or die!" Meanwhile, in front of an old shop, Zhongming was hiding in a dark corner, observing the scene outside. He saw a man, also a leader standing on the roof of a car with his arms crossed. In front of him was a deep, dark pit from which countless giant creatures were swarming out. The man raised his hand, pointed, and shouted, "Open fire." A deafening roar of gunfire erupted, bullets tearing through and felling one creature after another. The soldiers cheered excitedly. It's working. Advance. Both sides charged forward. Zhongming, hiding in the corner, thought grimly, this is way too risky. If the soldiers thought the fight would be this easy, they were gravely mistaken. Just as he had that thought, those creatures spat out a bright green liquid, aiming straight for the humans. The nearest soldier was hit by the poison instantly, his gun melting in a flash, and his horrific screams echoed, "Ah! My eyes! My hand!" Seeing this, he wondered if he should rush out to help. From behind, he watched Commander Ye, who stood still with his arms crossed, not moving a muscle as his comrades suffered. He snorted softly and then decisively rushed out from his hiding spot. Commander Yi caught a glimpse of him dashing past, but said nothing, just grunting lightly as if to dismiss it. He ran to the lake and stopped short, surprised to witness something emerging from the water's surface. Where is it? The candy house Ms. Pio mentioned. Where's the treasure monster? He shielded his eyes with his hand, searching around, and then spotted the small house swarmed by giant ants. The house was emitting a strange light. He thought to himself, over there. He rushed towards the house, sweat pouring down, his eyes widening in horror at the scene in front of him. How could this be? That treasure monster's horn sounded for a second time. Dense flashes of purple-blue lightning sparked, and the black hole grew larger. He thought anxiously, something else is about to appear. He stared at the black hole, on high alert, as a monster's leg emerged from it. It's here. Something terrifying is approaching. The monster's lower body gradually appeared, then its entire body, and finally a massive, sharp horn on its head. It was a fat monster with 3 legs and 2 arms. Sharp fangs, its entire body wrapped in iron chains, and a green horn on its head. He watched in absolute terror, realizing it was a chained prisoner. One of the rare, powerful beings that broke through the absolute barrier, escaping right after the apocalypse. Its hideous face was unbelievable. Now, on its forehead was a green magic crystal, representing a level 4 evolved S-class being. He frowned, thinking that soon it would reach level 5, level 6, and level 7, and moreover, 1 year after the apocalypse, it would become one of the first level 9 beasts known to mankind. When humanity had no 9-star powerhouses, the chained prisoner was invincible. It had no purpose, simply roaming the earth and destroying everything it touched. Dozens of survivor bases were wiped out by its hand. Later, when humanity had 9-star powerhouses, they recognized the immense threat and 3 of them gathered to destroy it. Remembering the beautiful purple-haired girl, he recalled that this battle was the turning point that made the Rose Assassin, Mok Sinfei, famous. He gripped his knife, gritting his teeth as sweat poured down. Although he was only a 1-star, thanks to the improved evolution potion and the cursed ape meat, his strength was far greater than an ordinary 1-star. With that thought, he leaped forward and took down the small monster before him, thanks to his class advantage and advanced knowledge. Killing a level 2 beast was well within his reach. He frantically slaughtered the small monsters, but a level 4 was out of the question. After killing each one, he collected the magic crystals, silently squatting to dig them out and storing them all in his backpack. He put on his backpack and stood there, looking at this 4-star giant chained monster. The most important thing now was the treasure monster. To catch it and get the bag on its back. With that, he kicked open the door to the house, where bodies were piled high inside. He pulled out his walkie-talkie. Mez, Piao. I've reached the candy shop. That monster isn't here. But Xiaoying's walkie-talkie only crackled with static, offering no response. He stared at the walkie-talkie anxiously, thinking, Piao Xiaoying and Liang Chuan have both lost contact. What's going on? Suddenly, he was startled and looked behind him, where a group of people were firing frantically. Director Lai yelled into his walkie-talkie, reporting, Commander, we need backup. I've spotted a small creature carrying a yellow bag. Just now, it took a vial from its bag and smashed it. We realized it was an evolution potion. This must be our main target for today. Its bag is full of goodies. The small monster was being fired upon relentlessly, shrieking in pain as bullets hit it. Director La watched it greedily and yelled, It's wounded.
Let's go after it!
Figure out a way to knock that bag off its back. Just then, Zhongming charged in, and they turned to aim at him.
Hey, who's that?
Freeze! He swiftly took down one of them. The men could only cry out in pain as they were hit. Arsh! He kicked the gun out of another's hand. Director Li pulled his gun to aim. But Ye Zhongming had already landed a heavy punch to his gut, causing him to drop his gun in pain. Ye Zhongming caught the handgun, thinking to himself, it's a military-grade weapon. Looks like the commander really invested in this operation. Without hesitating, he took off, sighing as he watched the treasure monster. This couldn't be kept secret for long. Soon everyone here today would find out. I have to get that bag before they do, the injured Director Lai groaned as he pulled the walkie-talkie from his pocket, spitting blood and pain as he struggled to speak. Commander Yi, the treasure is here.
If you don't come now, someone's going to steal it!
He dashed around, looking for the treasure monster. Where did it go? Suddenly hearing a scream, he turned back and saw it standing with a giant purple beetle monster. He leaped towards it. There it is. He observed that the wounds on its body had completely healed. It was clearly shot just a moment ago. How did it recover so quickly? The one-eyed monster spotted him and pointed at him, letting out a series of bizarre sounds. The purple monster charged forward to attack Zhongming. He dodged aside, thinking, this purple cloud war ant is actually a level 2 ant general. He drew his knife to block its mandibles. As far as I know, normal purple cloud war ants are level 1, but higher level ones exist within the colony. Level 2 ant generals, level 3 ant kings, and an ant queen that no one has ever seen, which might be level 4 or even higher, unexpectedly. The ant spat a green liquid at him. He gritted his teeth and dodged to the side as it spat again. He leaned back, luckily dodging just in time. How dare you sneak attack me? The ant spread its wings to fly high, and he drew his knife, thinking you were not getting away, and slashed fiercely. The sharp knife sliced off its wings. The wingless ant crashed to the ground, and he ran over, sliced its body open, and stabbed straight in to dig out the magic crystal. The little monster saw him finish off the ant in the blink of an eye, and broke out in a cold sweat, its mouth agape, unable to even scream. It frantically looked for a way to escape. He smirked, advancing to cut off its head. That gold pouch is mine. The panicked monster did something desperate, pulling an item from its pouch and throwing it straight at him to get away. He caught the object, thinking it was another attack, but upon closer inspection, he cried out in shock. Wait, is that a scroll? He caught it and read beginner condensation summoning technique. Thinking about this skill, he exclaimed, Holy sheks tea. So a summoning skill scroll is a top-tier item in the Apocalypse. He clenched the golden paper and smirked. Good stuff. The monster saw him absorb the treasure. Its jaw dropped, and after hesitating, it threw another item at him. He caught it without a second thought, seeing it was a job promotion scroll. In my past life, I paid a fortune for this, and now it's just being tossed at me like garbage. He threatened it with his knife again. These little trinkets are looking better and better. Got anything else? I still want more, or I'll finish you right now. The terrified little monster threw another item. He caught a green bottle, a regular 1-star evolution potion. He looked at the scroll in his hand and wondered in surprise. This is a professional certificate. His jaw dropped as he opened the scroll and read, Congratulations. You have obtained the gardener profession. Muye aimed her gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the giant monster, causing a stunned teammate to shout, Muye, what kind of gun is that? How is it even working on that monster? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gun in her hand, and they were all startled before quickly realizing something. Chengzi's brows furrowed deeply as he questioned her suspiciously. You and the leader said you wanted to leave. Was it because of this? Muyi frowned, focusing all her energy on shooting, not bothering to answer him. A thought flashed through her mind. At first I thought the evolution potions, ammunition, and weapons were a worthy reward for those sacrifices. She pondered deeply. In reality, what I contributed didn't seem to be enough to earn such generous treatment. However, her voice remained cold as she replied, There are many wondrous things, far more wondrous than we can imagine, outside. The monsters continued to roar wildly, tossing cars around like toys and flinging them towards the defending group. Moya narrowed one eye and said firmly, "I'll explain everything in detail later when I get the chance." Then she fired again, the sharp bullets piercing the monster's knee joint. It looked down suddenly, staring at the wound with a stunned expression. Immediately after, its rage erupted. It clenched its giant fist and charged straight at Mue. The Dong King teammates all yelled, "Here it comes."
It's injured.
Keep shooting its wound. It's been hit in the knee. It can't run fast. Keep firing. Don't stop. At that exact moment, the door to the room burst open. A man in a vest and glasses walked in, pushed up his glasses, and ordered, "Who was that shooting just now? Come with me. Director Liu wants you to join his team." The group fell completely silent. Muyi kept a tight grip on her gun, looked up at the ceiling, let out a soft sigh, and completely ignored him. She yelled, "Help me attack its right knee. Hurry up." Everyone immediately raised their guns, ready to fire, paying no attention to the man. Seeing this, the man with glasses, his face flushed with anger. "Hey, didn't you hear me? This is an order." But from start to finish, Muyi continued to ignore him. She kept her eyes on the monster, aiming carefully before pulling the trigger. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly approached and touched her gun, saying with curiosity, "Hey, there's something very different about this gun." That action ignited her fury. Without hesitation, Muyi punched him straight in the chest, causing him to clutch his chest in pain and stumble back. He trembled with anger and shouted, "Muya, what are you doing? Is there something rigged about your gun? Why are you stopping me from inspecting it?" She frowned, glaring at him with a firm voice. "I'm saving a life. You should stay away from me." Everyone present was stunned, their jaws dropping as they watched her yell. "You re-threatening me? I'm staying right here. I'm not going any Liu Bureau, and if you keep bothering me, I will take you out." Seeing her firm resolve, the old man trembled with rage, pointing a finger in her face and scolding that she was disobeying orders and would be disciplined. But Muyi didn't say another word. She just fired a shot in his direction. The bullet slammed into the wall right next to him, scaring him into a stunned silence. She coldly aimed her gun at him, her gaze piercing, and the surrounding teammates were all silent in astonishment, breaking out in a cold sweat with a hint of fear. He screamed again, You shot at me." She furiously shouted, cutting him off, "Get lost already, or I will smash your head in." The old man panicked and scrambled out of the room, obediently like a dog with its tail between its legs. Chin Xia looked at her with concern. Tong King said, "Xiaoye, you were too impulsive. How are you going to stay on the team after this?" Muyi was unfazed. She tightened her grip on the gun and smiled faintly. "It's fine. Besides all of you, my comrades, there's nothing here worth staying for." Chengzi frowned, glaring at her. "How can you say that?" She looked at him, her hands clearly on her hips. "Teacher, this place isn't as good as you think. Do you know what we were risking our lives for? What will we get in return?" He frowned even more deeply, his confusion evident. "What's wrong? What did you talk about with the chief when you got back yesterday?" She looked at him, her voice calm. "I overheard an internal call between the chief and Commander Yi. Being used as cannon fodder for Commander Yi's unit, so he can get a treasure that's dozens of times better than this gun and its bullets. Maybe even 100 times better." Now everyone was even more shocked, their mouths agape, sweating profusely, and eyes wide as they listened to her story. "We get nothing but sacrifice, while our chief gets evolution medicine for himself and his family, and a chance to seek refuge with the military." Xiao Hu asked hesitantly, "Captain, is that true?" Muya frowned at him. "If you were lucky enough to survive, then congratulations. You will see the chief and his family become evolved beings." Ye Zhongming looked down at his hands in confusion, suddenly remembering he had a second profession, the gardener profession. In his memory, the gardener profession was somewhat similar to a glory craftsman. It didn't just possess one professional skill, but compared to a glory craftsman which had a profession prefix, this gardener profession only had two types of skills: nurture and activate. Thinking about what a gardener does. Cultivation, as the name implies, is to start a plant species from a seed state, and to nurture and care for it to sprout and grow. Because it's a professional skill, the speed of cultivation, efficiency, and natural growth would be different, with higher efficiency and the potential for some outstanding abilities to emerge. Activation was a way to control plants with strange effects, but one thing was certain. It was something that could help the gardener accomplish anything. In his past life, he had seen a sycamore tree that had evolved to an unknown level, so much so that even 9-star human powerhouses are the most arrogant, top-tier beasts in the world, and even the Wu mutant stayed far away from its sphere of influence. It was called the Sky Tree. He clenched his fists, excited, thinking, moreover, even without mentioning mutated plants, if I can just grow some food crops and vegetables, those things are extremely valuable in the apocalypse, worth their weight in gold. He looked again at the little monster, which was sweating profusely. Got anything else? I still want to see what UV got. It tremblingly reached for the bag on its back. He stared at it, a smirk playing on his lips. And in the end, it had to throw something else at him, and hard. He quickly raised his hand to catch it, but suddenly noticed something was wrong with the thrown object, and he hastily jumped to the side to dodge. The thing it had just thrown landed on the ground and exploded with a deafening bang. Like a bomb. He quickly covered his nose and looked towards the explosion. It was a trap, just as he expected. After the smoke and dust cleared, a large, green monster appeared, its entire body covered in a slimy liquid. He gripped the knife in his hand, feeling a bit tense, and thought, "What is this monster?" He looked at the ghastly green, wrinkled monster, assessing that it had no magic crystal, and the liquid dripping from its body fell to the ground. The ground immediately sizzled and smoked, and after a moment, it all evaporated. He quickly realized the fluorescent green light on its body was highly corrosive. The green monster suddenly leaped up. Attacking him, he immediately turned and ran, with it chasing closely behind, reaching out to grab him. As he ran, he glanced back at it, thinking, "I don't have enough information. If I recklessly slash it and it corrodes the wind moon blade in my hand, it'll be a huge loss." The small monster saw him being chased by the green monster and laughed gleefully. Whoosh! He ran, sprinting to a water fountain. Luckily, his hand gripped the paper tightly as he plunged one hand into the water, gritting his teeth and thinking, "Let's give it a try," activating the primary condensation summoning technique. The water in the basin immediately started to bubble, then quickly formed into a large water monster. He smirked to himself. It worked. His water monster shot out a stream of water, hitting the green monster's shoulder. It roared in pain, its body immediately steaming. The water monster pressed its advantage and charged forward to attack, watching the two fight. He thought, "The duration of my summoned water elemental is 30 seconds. The time limit is only 1 minute. I have to finish this fast." Then, he dashed back towards the small monster. The terrified monster plopped onto the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat. It immediately covered its head and fled. Just then, Yi Zhang's group arrived, blocking the small monster's escape route. One of the underlings raised his hand, shouting with excitement, "What's mine is mine. Kill them." They instantly opened fire with a barrage of bullets. Zhongming quickly rolled behind a corner to escape, pulling out his gun and thinking angrily, "Damn it. Just a small delay and those guys already caught up. What do I do now? I can't even reload right now. Am I just going to stand by and watch the treasure monster and its bag fall into their hands?" After fumbling for a bit, "I finally got it, all right." He leaped out, raising his gun and firing at them. The few men he hit immediately fell back, dead. He sprinted over to the small monster cowering on the ground. He lifted its entire body, and it screeched continuously. He held the monster up by its neck. Jackpot. He looked at it, recalling his past life. Every time he participated in a hunt to capture a treasure monster, it was a brutal, chaotic battle, with a death rate exceeding 60%. He tightened his grip on the small monster's neck. "Am I the winner today?" His eyes widened in shock. Something was flying towards him at lightning speed. He quickly let go of the monster and dodged to the side. Who attacked? Did the monster scream? He looked at the figures in the distant smoke, thinking, "If I hadn't sensed something was wrong and dodged in time, my hand would have been cut off by now. I'm afraid there's more to this than just the treasure monster." 3 intimidating-looking figures approached. The woman among them looked at him and said, "Get lost,
And we'll spare you."
He looked at them in surprise, grabbing the golden bag on the monster's back. He thought all 3 of them are evolved individuals, and they're ruthless, clearly well adapted to the apocalypse. Another knife flew at him. He raised his own knife to block it. The masked man in blue pants, holding a long axe, was about to leap and skewer him. He dodged to the side, avoiding it. What should I do? If my right arm were fine, I might be able to handle this, but right now, my strength is severely depleted, and I have to fight 3 evolved individuals. He fell to the ground, quickly kicking the small monster to the side. There was no other choice but to temporarily retreat. But the 3 of them looked at him in confusion when they saw him kick the small monster away. One of them looked up at the monster flying through the air.
Wang Ning, that's the monster! Get the bag on it!
The small monster actually landed right in front of Wang Ning. He saw it and chuckled to himself. What a coincidence. The bald masked man cursed angrily. Damn it. He pointed in that direction and yelled, "Forget that kid, get the bag first." His underlings immediately shouted, "Yes, sir," and surrounded the monster. Wang Ning rubbed his muscular wrists and said, "I'll go stop them." Everyone seized the opportunity. The fully armed soldier next to him replied loudly, "Understood." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a tiger to confront the other 3. Zhongming frowned as he watched them, thinking to himself, "The waters have been muddied. Next step, how do I get it back?" The sun was a pale yellow, and the surrounding scenery was utterly desolate. Muya focused on firing at the monster and the horde of zombies that were still charging. It didn't look weakened at all. Still screaming and roaring. It lifted a massive concrete pillar. She broke out in a nervous sweat, adjusted her rifle, and said this monster has a trick like this. Looking at the magazine in her hand. Only one of Zhongming's special bullets was left. Clearly, changing targets was no longer effective. Could it be that all her previous efforts were wasted? Her eyes widened as she stared silently at the bullet, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, she saw the figure of a girl running below and recognized her immediately. Ha! The mage Mo Ye. Mo Ye recalled the time she spent with Yi Zhongming's group, thinking that when she left, that girl and Yi Zhongming were still together. If she's here now, Yi Zhongming must be nearby. With that thought, she quickly leaped down from the building. Chengzi watched in alarm, shouting, "Are you crazy?" She landed hard, ran over to Xu Ying, and called out, "Pao Xu Ying!" Seeing her, Xu Ying was also very happy. The two hugged each other by the waist, and Xu Ying said with a smile, "Mo Ye, this is great. You here." Mo Ye looked at her and quickly asked, "Why are you here? Where are Yi Zhongming and Liang Chu?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the two girls lost their balance, screaming, "Ah!" Xu Ying looked ahead, confused, and said, "What is that?" Mo Ye also turned her head to look, breaking out in a nervous sweat. In front of the two girls was a giant monster, wrapped in chains, looming as it approached. Cheng Zi and Xiao Lei watched Mu Ye's figure, grinding their teeth in both anger and helplessness. Cheng Long and Xiao Hu looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and immediately, the two of them also grabbed their guns and jumped through the window, shouting in unison, "We were going to find Captain Mo!" Cheng Zi grew even angrier, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You foolish brats." Xiao Lei held him back, saying, "Just let it go, let them be." Suddenly, a door opened behind them, and the guy with glasses from before led in a fully armed man with a gun, shouting, "Where is Muya? She has violated discipline. She must be held accountable." Xiao Lei turned to look at them, saying warily, "Do you see what time it is? Still playing these games." Cheng Zi also looked at the two and shouted, "The most important thing right now is to fight. What's this about holding someone accountable?" With that, he also jumped out the window, saying, "I'm going to bring Mo Yi back." The man with glasses behind him gritted his teeth in anger. Unable to do anything, Xiao Lei also stared at him, her jaw dropping in surprise. She looked down at the gun in her hand and sighed, thinking, "I really admire them, but in the end, I'm not like them, elsewhere." Xu Ying pointed, saying with a bit of fear, "The last time I saw Yi Zhongming, he was with that monster." Mo Yi glanced at the huge monster, thinking Yi Zhongming went after this monster. Can he handle it? Nothing bad will happen, right? Suddenly, Xu Ying grabbed her hand tightly and shouted, "But we have to save Liang Chumo first. She's in danger right now. I just saw her fighting with some people." Mo Yi replied. "But what about Yi Zhongming?" Xu Ying shook her head and said hurriedly, "I feel like he was already prepared. It seemed like he was looking for something. He probably wouldn't provoke that monster on purpose." She looked at Mu Ye, trying to persuade her. "It's best if we rescue Liang Chumo and then meet up with him. You know it too. A lot of the time, we just get in his way when we follow him." Mu Ye frowned, conflicted, looking at the monster for a moment before replying, "All right, let's go save Liang Chumo first. You lead the way." Just as the two girls were about to leave, a loud voice called from behind, "Captain Mu Ye, wait for us." Behind the two girls were three men, all looking excited. Mu Ye asked in surprise, "Cheng Long, Xiao Hu, and you two, instructor, why are you all here?" Cheng Long looked at her and said, "What's the point of staying there? I see it clearly now, the world is in chaos. We don't need to stay there anymore." Xiao Hu also scratched his head and said, "That's right, Captain. We'll follow you wherever you go, we'll go." Cheng Zi looked a bit embarrassed, lowered his head, and said, "Every era has its own rules, and maybe the rules of this new era are the right ones after all." Mu Ye looked at them, smiled faintly, and thought, the instructor, Cheng Long, and Xiao Hu are all elite soldiers. With them around, that fool will probably be very happy. With that thought, she patted Xu Ying's shoulder and said, "All right, let's go, we'll rescue a comrade first." Hearing this, Xiao Hu asked in surprise, "Huh, Captain, who are we rescuing?" She looked at him and said mysteriously, "Your idol." In this gloomy atmosphere, the team's morale was brighter than ever. He was surprised, huh? Meanwhile, Liang Chumo was facing dozens of enemies with her whip. Her body was covered in bloody wounds, and she looked extremely exhausted, letting out heavy grunts. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She wiped it away, thinking that killing someone was just like this. The fat guy in the floral shirt was also injured. He clutched his arm, looked at her, and cursed, "You damn B-touch, you're not leaving here today." With that, he raised his bloody hand and said, "Break her legs for me. I don't even care if she ends up a cripple." Immediately, the men opened fire wildly at her. Sumo quickly flicked her whip, wrapping it around the corpse of a man on the ground. She threw the body up to use as a human shield. If this kept up, it would be really dangerous. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, and her eyes widened with hope, lying sumo. The other men immediately turned to look. Before they could react, Xiao Hu and Cheng Long's group rushed forward and started beating them senseless. They jumped up to fight back. The fat guy in the floral shirt yelled, "Who are you people?" But before he could say anything else, Mu Yi punched him straight in the face. A bunch of his teeth scattered, and he was dazed with pain. Why is there another revolver? Meanwhile, Zhongming was hiding behind a large rock, watching Wang Ding fight the other three guys, all of whom had bulging muscles, especially the bald one wearing a gas mask. He raised his two brawny arms, and Zhongming looked at him, thinking that big guy definitely has a class, and a very specific strongman class at that, a very domineering one. He tensed up, glancing over to observe the white-haired guy, who was holding a spear at the ready. He looked at him, thinking the spear wielder also had a class, and the red-haired woman too. He sized her up. It seems these three people didn't just encounter a roulette and become one-star revolvers, but were also lucky enough to have encountered at least 3 roulette wheels. Wang Ding slammed his shoulder hard into the black-haired guy with the mask, who also puffed out his chest and slammed back. The two were evenly matched. Zhongming frowned. If someone had become an evolver now, or even obtained a class, he wouldn't find it strange at all, because no one could say for sure how many Apocalypse Roulettes there were. There might be one in some godforsaken place. Besides, as long as you find a roulette, sooner or later you'll figure out how to use it. As long as you are bold and meticulous, there's a very high chance of getting stronger quickly. He looked at the two men fighting fiercely in front of him, but that soldier who suddenly appeared is actually a 2-star revolver. With that thought, he quickly ran towards the yellow bag that had fallen on the ground. He gritted his teeth, concentrating and calculating. I'm a reincarnator, but right now I'm only a 1-star revolver. If it weren't for pure luck, I might not even have a class. The masked man placed a hand on his chest, his forehead covered in sweat. Could he have spun a level 2 wheel? Wang Ding also wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but even if he knew the location of a level 2 wheel, there are many level 2 mutated creatures around now. How could I kill them? Even with so many mutated creatures, can I kill them all? At that moment, the spear wielder also charged forward to attack him. Wang Ding tensed up as he watched the spear tip rushing towards him. He thought quickly, no, I can't touch that thing directly. But unexpectedly, before he could do anything, the spearhead shot straight through, stabbing him forcefully. He grabbed the spear shaft embedded in his chest, blood gushing everywhere. The masked man's eyes widened in surprise, seeing Wang Ding injured. Yet he still managed to slam him to the ground with one hand. This guy even yelled, "Go to hell!" The man in the gas mask stared in astonishment, his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "Huh!" Wang Ding pulled the spear out of his chest and said, "You shouldn't have come to steal something that doesn't belong to you." With that, he threw the spear hard towards them, aiming straight for the red-haired girl behind them. The masked man quickly turned around and shouted, "Xiao Dong, run!" He turned and ran towards the girl, yelling, "Xiao Dong, she's been impaled by the spear." Wang Ding smirked triumphantly. Humph, a bunch of amateurs. The protective bag would be his. He frowned in surprise and yelled,
How dare you!
In front of him was Zhongming, holding up the precious bag with a smile. He turned to leave, waving his hand, thanking him for holding off the other three. Seeing this, Wang Ding hurriedly chased after him. Don't even think about running. And so, one ran while the other chased closely behind. He glanced back at him. Now, how do I shake this guy off? He kept running, then suddenly stopped, his jaw dropping as he looked ahead. In front of him was a skyscraper and a giant monster that was even taller, its body wrapped in massive iron chains. Suddenly, an explosion rang out, and he smirked, quickly seizing the opportunity. He ran at full speed, vanishing into the thick cloud of smoke and dust. He moved so fast that only his shadow remained. But unexpectedly, this trick didn't fool Wang Ding. He managed to land a powerful punch on his face. He didn't flinch, immediately drawing his knife to fight back fiercely. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, clutching the precious bag tightly to his body, skillfully dodging the relentless attacks from him, and then once again dashed into the thick cloud of dust. However, the guy suddenly appeared, blocking his escape route. He tensed up, furrowing his brow and fixing his gaze on him. The guy looked down at the tear on his chest, thinking to himself that this kid was clearly just a 1-star revolver. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been cut by that sharp silver blade. With that thought, he took a deep breath, his body tensed up, and his shirt immediately ripped apart, revealing a jet-black skull tattoo on his chest. His eyes widened in shock at the tattoo, sweat pouring down like rain, and suddenly realized the reason he had reached the level of a 2-star revolver was the devouring black soul from old Commander Yi. Old Commander Yi shouldered his gun and fired relentlessly. A horde of zombies charged forward, but they were all stopped by the fully armed soldiers. However, the zombies kept coming in ever-increasing numbers, and even these soldiers were gradually losing their strength to fight back. The terrified screams grew louder and louder, and one of them couldn't hold back, turning to the old man and yelling, "Commander, the more we fight, the more zombies there are. The men can't hold on much longer." He frowned worriedly and replied, "We deployed teams in 4 directions, but we've lost contact with 2 of them." Chief Liu called from the other side, saying they couldn't stop that giant mutated zombie, and now have to retreat as well. Hearing this, the old man, his face contorted and he gritted his teeth, ordering, "Relay my command." The soldier behind him saluted and complied.
Yes, sir!
The old man scowled, his eyes fixed ahead. "Break through the encirclement on the front left." The soldier looked in that direction and hesitated. "Commander, over there is." The old man cut him off. "I know, but that's our only way out." The old man frowned, thinking seriously before saying, "It's fine, all our efforts are worth it, as long as Wang Ding and his men succeed. I can provide him with backup, even if it means more sacrifices." On the other side, Zhongming was face to face with this Wang Ding. He frowned, looking at him, thinking to himself that in his past life, he had heard about a special black card on some roulettes. The card didn't have instructions like other cards, only a skull pattern. He tried hard to recall that this type of card, once activated, had only one ability for a limited time. It could devour a life form of the same evolutionary level to achieve a +1 level up effect. He understood clearly, in other words, if a 1-star evolver used the black card and devoured a level 1 mutated creature, he would become a 2-star evolver. Recalling the card's mechanism, a 2-star evolver who devours a level 2 mutated creature would become a 3-star. He looked at him again, but the one-time devouring ability of the Black Soul skill was limited, only usable by evolvers up to 2 stars at most. It was rumored to have severe side effects, possibly leaving the user with less than 10 years of life. He pointed directly at him and shouted, "Drop the bag,
and I'll let you go!"
He frowned, a mix of tension and indignation on his face, thinking to himself, no wonder a 2-star evolver appeared so quickly. It almost shattered the confidence of a reincarnator like him. He put a hand on his hip, holding out his dagger with the other, and replied confidently, "You are certainly an unexpected factor, which might force me to scrap my plan. But that doesn't mean I'm going to give up everything because of this." Wang Ding was also a bit flustered, biting his lip and glaring at him, thinking, does this guy have another ace up his sleeve? Or is it a trap? His fists trembled as he clenched them. After all, in the face of absolute power, all schemes are just child's play. He raised his hand and pointed in another direction.
"Look over there!"
He looked where he pointed and saw the fat guy and Sai alive frantically shooting at the zombies, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Chief Liu." He then pointed in another direction, and over there. In the next direction, he pointed where the 3 evolvers from before, they had gathered together, watching the 2 of them, and it felt like all the survivors from yesterday had run to this place. After saying that, he pointed directly at him seriously. "You know what? I just heard your men call your name. Your name is Wang Ding, someone I once admired, but now I despise you." His words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Those soldiers deserve respect, no matter how apocalyptic it gets. They persist in protecting their honor. But you are not like that. Your commander isn't like that either. Your hearts have changed in this apocalypse. He shouted firmly in his face. "Everything you redoing today is for your own selfish gain." He roared back in anger, "You are talking nonsense." Hearing this, he let out a soft, contemptuous laugh. "Am I wrong?" Just then, a tank rolled up, and it was Regiment Leader Yi. He was standing on the tank behind Wang Ding. The color drained from Wang Ding's face. "Listen to what he says. When the disaster began, you were the only construction force in this town. What did you do? Did you organize any rescues? Did you help the refugees? Did you clear out the zombies?" Regiment Leader Yi stood with his arms crossed, veins bulging on his face. "Can't you tell he's furious? You people did nothing at all. Even killing zombies was for harvesting magic crystals, not for the purpose of saving people. Not only did you not help the populace, on the contrary, you exploited the evolved ones to serve you, the people who protected all sides, for you were just cannon fodder." As he said this, he looked over at the soldiers. The fully armed soldiers flinched in surprise. He continued, "They are the real soldiers, following orders unconditionally, leaving their families behind to fight bravely." He stood proudly amidst this desolate, death-filled city, then suddenly planted his feet firmly on the ground and began to move quickly. Leaping nimbly from one place to another, he jumped high into the air, looked down at the crowd, held up the bag of treasures, and shouted, "Wang Ding, you and all those wearing military ranks and medals, your souls are already filthy. If you want the treasure,
then come and get it!"
With that, he stood high above, took out a knife, and slashed the treasure bag open, causing the treasures inside to scatter and fall down. "Today, it's every man for himself. Let's see how many treasures a 2-star evolved one can snatch. A brilliant light, like a giant fireball, appeared in the sky, and everyone immediately looked up. Wang Ding was so shocked he broke into a cold sweat. Never expecting him to do such a thing, old regiment leader Ye and the other 3 evolved ones also rushed forward to snatch the treasures. The bald man in the mask watched as regiment leader Ye outpaced him. Thinking to himself that the soldier's speed was terrifying, Wang Ding reached out to catch a treasure orb, exclaiming smugly, "I got it." But before his hand could even touch it, a green vine shot out from the side. Seam's vine quickly and accurately wrapped around the orb right in front of Wang Ding. She grabbed the orb, giving him a smug look. Just then, Mui also arrived. She planted her feet and leaped up, grabbing another orb, and even turned back to call for Fa. Then kicked an orb hard towards Payok Xu Ying. Below, a tense Payok Xu Ying caught it with her mouth agape. The 3 girls looked at each other and smiled lightly, each now holding a treasure orb. Cheng Long spotted a glowing orb in a mountain crevice and exclaimed, "There's still one left," as he moved to get it. He saw Wang Ding was also aiming for it. He lunged forward, yelling, "Get lost." He balled his hand into a fist and attacked. Cheng Long was sent flying by the incredibly powerful punch, knocked back towards Cheng Zi, and the 2 crashed into each other painfully. Cheng Zi quickly caught him, asking De Long, "Are you okay?" He gritted his teeth in pain. Damn it. That was insane. Wang Ding knelt on the ground to pick up the orb and got it. But it was snatched from him again, as a bullet flew towards him from a distance. But he dodged it swiftly. It was Xiao Huying shooting at him. Wang Ding rolled on the ground to evade the bullets, and the orb flew into the air, hovering between regiment leader and Mo Ye. Both of them reached out to grab it. Cheng Zi turned to her and yelled, "Xiao yeah!" Before she could react, regiment leader Yi zipped past her. She froze, staring at him as he raised a gun to threaten her. Then, he bent down to pick up the orb. But before he could, the masked man with the spear intercepted him. The 2 began to fight, and it eventually became a 3-on-1. Regiment leader Yi was sent flying. The man in the gas mask knelt, quickly grabbing the treasure orb and shouting with glee, "It's ours now." Haha, everything fell silent. Xiao Lei's group sat in a rock crevice, holding their guns. The fat old man squinted outside and opened fire, but a confused subordinate asked, "Who are we shooting at, sir?" As soon as he asked, the short, fat man slapped him across the face and scolded, "Who else would we shoot? Are any of our people out there? Course we were just shooting randomly." Xiao Lei looked at the old man, thinking that in this situation, their chief had ordered them to fire on their own kind. She looked up at the sky, clutching her gun sorrowfully. Mo Ye and Cheng Zi were still out there. Suddenly, she stood up in shock. The other 2 also broke into a sweat as they looked up. A giant monster wrapped in iron wires was slowly approaching. Yi Zhongming looked at it and smiled with amusement, as it seemed everything was going according to his plan. The giant monster with a ferocious face continued to advance. Yi Zhongming raised his gun and fired at it. But he wasn't aiming at its body, he was aiming at the chains. He fired continuously, but the links remained just as solid, without a single crack. The old leader Yi watched him, wondering if that kid had gone insane. Meanwhile, the fat guy's face was a mess of frowns as he thought to himself, "Does he really intend to lead that giant monster over here to take us all down with him?" He fired until he was drenched in sweat and exhausted, thinking that with his current strength, forget about killing this chained prisoner, a pseudo-level 4 monster. He couldn't even manage to seriously injure it. Sweating, he raised his gun and aimed once more. But compared to the monster's treasure, I can get something even better from this chained prisoner. That's right, it's the iron chains wrapped all over its body. The ghost metal. He continued to fire relentlessly, thinking about how amazing this metal was in the apocalyptic future. This kind of metal is incredibly expensive. All of it forged by the roulette. Every single gram costs a fortune. Is said that adding just a tiny bit of ghost metal during the forging process can dramatically increase the quality of weapons and equipment, and even grant them some miraculous abilities. He continuously aimed at the chain wrapped tightly around the monster's leg, his eyes widening in excitement as a crack finally became visible. The fat guy shot forward with surprising speed, roaring like a madman.
"What are you standing around for? Go get it for me!" "Get it?"
Leader Yi stood imposingly from above, observing him with a cold gaze, and without hesitation drew his gun and fired at the people below. The fat man, cornered, hurriedly reloaded and returned fire. The battle exploded into absolute chaos. Tuan clutched the orb in a panic, her voice trembling as she asked Mu Yi, "What should we do now?" The girl replied with a cunning smile, "Let them slaughter each other. We'll look for a chance to get our hands on the 2 treasures." Yi Zhongming dropped. Tuan's worry was written all over her face, sweating profusely as she asked, "What is he doing? Is he going to be okay?" On the other side, Ye Zhongming stood directly at the chained monster's feet, staring up at intently before letting his gun drop. The monster then brought a powerful blow down right where he stood. Fortunately, he leaped aside just in time to dodge. He then charged forward with his knife, and the giant monster swung its mace in retaliation. He finally managed to grab hold of the dull chain, unsure if he could support his weight. Clinging to a link with one hand, he dangled in midair, his other hand tightly gripping the knife. He told himself, hang on, I have to hang on, to get the ghost medal. I can only rely on this uninjured left hand. He hacked fiercely at the link. Seeing a distinct crack appear, he thought joyfully, it's working, I can cut through it. The monster looked down at him in confusion. As if forgetting all his fatigue, Zhongming grinned with delight and continued to saw away at the link. While simultaneously staying alert to dodge its attacks, he gritted his teeth, clinging tightly to the iron chain, and thought, my right hand is hurting more and more. If it weren't for my evolved physique, my fingers would have been shattered by now. Seeing that the link was only slightly cracked, he thought in frustration, but this damn ghost metal is too tough. Who knows how long it'll take to cut through it. His face was drenched in sweat as he tried to hang on. I've come this far, am I really going to give up now? He kicked off the ground, trying to swing himself up, when suddenly his eyes widened. He saw something on the ground below, inside a crevice. He quickly stabbed his knife toward the 3 black dots. The moment the knife touched them, the 3 black seeds instantly transformed into 3 sprawling plants. He quickly grabbed them, pressing the 3 seeds into the knife in his hand, then resumed his frantic hacking at the iron chain, activating his gardener class skill. He touched the iron bar, and the seeds instantly sprouted. Growing larger and larger, he gripped the iron bar and smiled happily. Success. He looked down at the purple flowers that had skull-like faces. In his past life, the man-eating flower was an incredibly aggressive type of plant. These plants were brought out from forbidden lands by beasts and reproduced across the globe on a massive scale, and the bloodwood was the ancestor of all man-eating plants. He grabbed the iron bar, using it for leverage, and vaulted himself up. He frowned and gritted his teeth, and slashed with his knife at the spot on the iron bar entwined by the plant. Everyone below looked up in confusion. Finally, the severed link broke off and fell. Wang Ding laughed with delight.
Ha ha ha, thank you,
he said, preparing to leap up and snatch it. He smirked deviously, thinking, even though I don't know what it is, for that guy to want it so badly. Even an idiot knows it must be something good. Sumo watched this, shouting in a mix of worry and anger. Zhongming risked his life for that. And it's being stolen. What do we do?
Seeing this, he yelled, do it!
The moment he spoke, his dog shot upwards, even faster than Wang Ding. He watched helplessly as the dog leaped past. Zhongming fell freely, his back slamming hard onto the ground. Chuyan rushed over, calling out Zhongming's name. The monster grew even angrier seeing them run over. The horn on its head emitted a blue light and several bolts of lightning, acting like a mobile cannon as it fired blue energy beams at the ground. Aiming at them, the 3 girls ran to his side, and Chuyan called out worriedly Zhongming. He lay on the ground, panting, looking extremely tired and weak. Then he managed to whisper a few words. If you want to live, run now. After that, he closed his eyes and passed out. The only sound left was the loud screams of the girls calling for Zhongming. A sliver of light appeared, but it was pitch black all around, and nothing could be seen yet. Only a voice could be heard. When you reawake, sometimes I find you really annoying. You were cold as ice all day, looking at others as if you were trying to see right through them. Always wearing an expression like you don't care about anyone, as if everyone has wronged you. It's not like you that amazing. Aren't you just a little bit stronger, with a slightly better physique? So can you wake up and keep being mad at me? These past few days I've been so worried about you. He smiled faintly. Zhongming lay in bed, slowly opening his eyes beside him. Xu Ying had her back to him, washing a towel. She spoke as she worked. I've never done this for anyone else in my entire life. He broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, hey, I thought that while I was unconscious, the one taking care of me would be lying Chu Yin or Mo Ye, but why is it Piao Xu Ying? That completely untrustworthy person. In the sun-drenched room, there was only his hospital bed. Xu Ying had no idea he was awake, and continued talking. Yeah, you're obviously young, so who are you putting on that dead-looking face for all day? She brought the towel over to him. When you appeared before me, I thought you were a hero, but in the end, you stated your conditions and forced me to choose. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, get a grip, I'm facing reality here. Besides, I turned back to save you, didn't I? This silly woman, she still thinks I'm not awake. It's a bit embarrassing. Should I wake up right now? She wiped his face, and he was so tense that he was covered in sweat, looking a little pained too. She held the towel, looked at him, and said, but, student Zhongming, let me tell you. Don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you re my savior. Remember, I'm the teacher. Suddenly, her attitude changed. She raised a hand to cup her cheek and shyly softened her voice. You re clearly younger than me. So you know what you should call me, right? No, that's not right. Calling me by my name is too weird. Just call me sister. After saying that, she patted his face like he was a little kid. That's right. Little brother Yi Zhongming, you have to call me sister. Her expression changed as she looked at him seriously and said, also, you really should wake up. Our situation right now is not good at all. Every day we risk our lives for food and water. Every day we being hunted. Every day we have to fight against zombies, monsters, and our own kind. Even I had to use your knife. I've killed someone now. He frowned, his lips pressed together, lying silently in bed thinking, fighting for food, water, these basic necessities. I can understand the zombies. But what's this about being hunted? The woman started washing the towel again and said, things aren't peaceful within the team either. Those people are all Moya's former colleagues. Because they helped us during the retreat a few days ago, they spend all day thinking about how to divide up those treasures. Chu Yun has clashed with them many times, and each time, Moya has had to suppress them. But I know she's in a tough spot, caught in the middle, especially since her instructor seems to have other intentions, which makes Moya very distressed. She turned back to look at him and said, there's a woman named Xia who isn't too bad. She speaks fairly. But it's no use. No one listens to her. Even I feel exhausted. Moya and Chu Yun must be even more tired. Little brother, wake up soon. Then she picked up the basin of water to leave, saying, wait here. I'll go get you another bowl of porridge. But just as she turned to leave, his voice came from behind her. How long have I been asleep? She was so surprised that she dropped the basin in her hands. Seeing him sit up, she screamed with joy, ah! When did you wake up? In a high-rise building. Several people were gathered in a room. Yi Zhongming was neatly dressed, watching Chu Yen linking arms with Xu Ying, laughing happily. He thought to himself, lying Chu Yen's group of 3 must be very happy. He looked over at Xiaolai, sizing up the person talking with Mu Ye. That must be Xiaolai the woman Mims. Said acts very fairly and has a strong sense of justice. He glanced at Cheng Zi and Xiao Hu, then at the group of people in suits, and specifically at that man. Basically, according to Min's Piao, for the past few days, Deputy Chief Yang Zhen had been calling someone his talented treasure. When suddenly a dog barked and ran over, he sat down, petted the dog's head, and asked, where's the stuff? The dog obediently and happily gave him an iron chain link. He took it and watched the fat, thick-lipped, bald man walk over. Hey kid, since you reawake now, I think we should talk about my reward. He looked at the man, smiled lightly, and replied, go ahead. The man pointed to himself and said, before, when you all were cornered by that bastard Wang Ding. It was me who brought my men to rescue you. Am I wrong about that? He glanced over at Mu Ye, who lowered her head sadly and said, after Cheng Long sacrificed himself to help us. Deputy Chief Yang and his men did indeed put in a lot of effort. Hearing this, Deputy Chief Yang turned his head and said loudly, these past few days going out to find food, find water, kill zombies, and risking our lives against Wang Ding, I never backed down. I'm not wrong about that, am I? Su Yun, annoyed, propped her chin on her hand, looked at the old man, and said, it's true you never backed down, you just did all the sneaky, dirty work. When he heard her, he wasn't pleased either, pointing at her and saying, you little witch, you real talk, if it weren't for Mu Ye, I'd kill you in a heartbeat. Su Yun angrily pulled out her whip-like weapon and shouted. Yi Zhongming quickly grabbed her shoulder. That Chief Yang saw this, smirked at him, and said, so, young man, I've saved you in more ways than one. It's not too much to ask for a little reward, is it? He crossed his arms and replied, it's not. The guy pushed his luck, frowning at him despicably and saying, I know you guys got quite a few good things at Pearl Lake that day. How about this? Take those things out, and we'll all split them. What do you think? Consider it the reward for saving your lives. Hearing this, he held out his hand towards Mu Ye and asked, where's the stuff? Mu Ye took off her backpack and said, that day we got a total of 3 treasures. He looked at the 2 items in his hand and asked, where's the other one? She turned to look at Cheng Zi, sighed, and didn't answer. He reluctantly held out an item. He chuckled for a moment and said, let's look at these 2 first. He looked down at the paper in front of him and thought to himself, so it's a pharmacist formula. Although it's not a top-tier formula, it's very useful. Unfortunately, there's no pharmacist in the team right now. Then he held up the gem to examine it, and he was startled, thinking in surprise. This thing would be considered top-tier equipment in this world. Although it can't increase the owner's strength, spatial equipment is more convenient. He tossed the 2 items to Xu Yang to hold, thinking to himself, this spatial crystal is only the size of an egg, easy to carry. The space is only 1 cubic meter, but it's enough to store some commonly used items like magic crystals and such, avoiding the hassle of carrying a backpack where exposed items could be noticed. After examining the 2 items, he turned to ask Cheng Zi, what's that card? He replied, a summoning card. Moyi approached him and said awkwardly, "He's my instructor. During the retreat, I gave it to him to hold. But I didn't think things would turn out like this." Hearing that, he turned to the old man and said firmly, "These things cannot be split." Hearing this, the old deputy chief Yang put his hands behind his back, his men raised their guns, and the old man threatened, "Kid, I don't understand what you saying. Are you trying to trick me?" He calmly raised both hands and replied, "You saved our lives, and I'm very grateful. But these items were acquired before you saved us. They have nothing to do with you. So can I use something else as a substitute?" Hearing this, the old man's face darkened as he smirked wickedly. "Sure. Let's see what you can come up with." Zhongming called out loudly, his voice firm, "Suyen, get me the backpack." Inside his backpack were 2 sharp monster claws. He took out a bottle of green liquid and said, "An immunity potion. It can prevent you from turning into zombies." The old man licked his lips greedily. "Good stuff, but not enough." He then took out another bottle of blue potion, a 1-star evolution potion. After using it, you can become a 1-star evolver. As for what an evolver is, I think you already know. But the old man's greed was still not satisfied. His face darkened as he demanded, "Still not enough?" Zhongming couldn't take it anymore. His expression turned serious as he asked angrily, "Still not enough?" Lying Sumo couldn't hold back. She shouted in frustration, "Don't be so shameless. Do you know how much a 1-star evolution potion costs out there right now? Don't you know?" She pointed her finger and berated all of them. "Just yesterday, we ran into 2 groups who fought to the death over a single evolution potion. Dozens of people died. There has to be a limit to greed." Moyi couldn't stand it either. She looked at the bald old man and said, "Chief Yang, I think this is very fair. We traded our lives for this immunity drug and evolution potion." Even though the 2 girls pleaded, the old man still greedily frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and shamelessly replied, "You don't think your lives are worth that much?" Seeing the old man belittle his group, Zhongming angrily frowned and said, "I also have a type of egg from a creature called the ape beast, a level 2 mutated life form. While eating this egg for the first time isn't as potent as an evolution potion, it can still enhance physical attributes, potentially doubling them depending on the individual's constitution." Hearing this, all of them showed clear interest. Baldy Director Yang hurriedly asked, "Is it useful for evolved individuals to eat it?" He looked at the old man coldly and replied, "Oh, the effect is even better for a 1-star evolved person after eating it. But for anyone beyond a 2-star evolved person, the increase is minimal." The old man smirked smugly. He wanted it, but that's still not enough. His greed was bottomless. Perhaps he wanted him to hand over everything he had. The old man despicably pulled out a gun to threaten him. "My friend, I know you are very capable. Oh. Taking on the world alone with a group of women, and still managing to live so comfortably." The old man raised the gun in his hand, a sight that would make Wang Ding jump up and down with rage. "My friend, I admire your skills." After saying that, the old man pointed the gun at him. "Once you've recovered from your injuries, you will be as strong as an ox again. Getting these items is as easy as pie for you, isn't it? Am I right? Pay a little more now so you can get a little more later. This is a principle I learned after struggling for half my life, and now I'm teaching it to you for free." But he wasn't worried at all. Still standing with his arms crossed, looking at him, Chu Yin got into a defensive stance. He ignored the old man, gestured towards Cheng Zi and said, "That card is for you. That should be enough." Cheng Zi and old Director Yang suddenly fell silent and looked at each other. Old Cheng Zi pointed his gun and threatened, "Don't make me use this card first." But the old man, Director Yang, still kept his gun pointed at him. "Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." The old man's face changed, his brows furrowed as he shouted, "Now, throw your backpack and that black metal block over to me, or I left can kill you." All the girls got into attack stances around him. Zhongming put his hands in his pockets, looking at the old man with contempt. "So you've finally revealed your true purpose." He knelt down and picked up the backpack. "From the very beginning, you wanted everything. You didn't make a move before, because you were unsure of this officer Cheng Zi's attitude, and you were a little wary of me. Back then, you didn't know to what extent I would recover after waking up, and you were also afraid that Mu Yi would be forced to fight you." He frowned, looking at the old man coldly, his eyes seeing through the old man's thoughts as he said, "But when I woke up, you discovered I was seriously ill, obviously not recovered to my original state. Your hesitation about me vanished. And just now, you saw Officer Cheng's attitude, knowing he chose not to side with us, so your wariness of him also disappeared." He glanced at the 3 girls. As for the other 3, although they are all evolved individuals, their hearts aren't ruthless enough, and their hands aren't cruel enough, which is why even as evolved individuals, they've let you gain the absolute upper hand. He slowly pushed himself up from his knees. "But you too greedy. You want everything we have." he raised his hand, forming a finger gun and pointing it at the old man. You said it yourself just now, this is the apocalypse. That's very true, and in the apocalypse, there's a very popular saying that I'll also teach you for free, which is, he confidently pointed his hand straight at the old man, saying word by word, to be greedy, you must have the strength to back it up. The old man gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Just as he was about to curse, a bullet shot through his heart from behind. Everyone screamed in shock. The one who fired that shot was none other than Sayalai. All of his men turned towards her, raising their guns and shouting, damn it, kill her and avenge Director Yang. But from behind Sayalai, the dog leaped over her, it lunged forward, biting one man's neck and then moving on to the others. They scattered and fled, screaming,
Monster!
Ye Zhongming looked at Cheng Zi and said, Eva 1, hand over the card, and I'll let you go. He looked at him, thinking, if this were his past life, I would have definitely chosen to kill anyone who dared to touch my interests. But my identity in this life is too different. The entire house returned to its quiet state. Muye and Xiao Hu stood by the window looking down. He walked up behind her and said, he probably hasn't gone far. You girls can take this meat and the immunity potion to him. He did it all by design. Killing Cheng Zi would have been easy, but Muye would have certainly grown distant from him, so it was better to take a step back to win her over. He handed her the item, and she smiled affectionately as he spoke, although he acted poorly. They were once master and student, and this immunity drug can enhance physical abilities. I think he can survive. She took it and replied with immense gratitude. Thank you. Really truly, thank you so much then. The group immediately ran for the door. She shouted,
Xiao Wu, let's go!
He replied, yes, Sister Ye, and quickly ran after her. Sayalai watched his retreating back and asked, don't you feel like a hypocrite sending everyone away like that? Hearing this, he tossed her a vial of evolution potion and said, let's see how hypocritical you are. She caught the vial and asked in confusion, what's this? A consolation prize for killing my colleague. He paid her no mind and walked away, simply saying, no, this is a down payment. I always keep my promises. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I'll definitely escort you to find your husband. As he walked, he thought, next I need to take stock of the gains and losses from this Pearl Lake operation. Ye Zhongming sat on his bed, with a wide array of items laid out in front of him. He looked at them and mused. The main loss this time was that spear, along with some level 2 magic crystals and medicine used as payment for others. He picked up a golden card and brought it to his nose to smell it. He thought, so this is what Instructor Cheng tried to swallow. It's a Hellhound summoning card. He held up the crystal and the golden card, examining them. Looking at the jade green crystal in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. He felt that the gains from this operation far outweighed the losses. The most useful item was this spatial crystal. He shook the crystal, and all the items on the bed were instantly sucked into it. Afterwards, he stored the crystal in his backpack. Suddenly, he was startled to see the piece of cloth. He picked up the shimmering golden fabric to examine it. Isn't this that golden pouch? He recalled that he himself had torn this piece of fabric on the day of the treasure haste. He did it to throw the various factions into chaos, so that guy Wang Ding wouldn't have the strength to cause him any trouble. I deliberately tore this pouch to make them fight over the scattered treasures, making it easier for me to go and slay the gold gull. I remember tearing this pouch back then, didn't I? He couldn't help but feel the fabric. It was soft and delicate, silky smooth, but this was definitely not a tear, nor was it any kind of textile he knew. He then drew the knife from his belt and, without hesitation, slashed it hard across the fabric. But unexpectedly, the torn fabric mended itself instantly. He was so shocked he broke into a sweat, repeatedly slashing down with the knife and yelling, how is this possible? My Feng Zhiyu can wound the gold gull, so how is this fabric completely unscathed? He used the tip of his knife to pierce the fabric, but the fabric healed itself instantly again. His jaw dropped in astonishment. Wait, the mark from just now has closed up. A little bewildered, he threw the cloth away. Is this thing haunted? What's wrong with this fabric? The cloth he threw landed on an egg, and the egg underneath immediately began to change. He stared in even greater astonishment at the now glowing fabric. He gently lifted it and looked underneath to see the egg had shriveled up, as if its life energy had been completely drained. Finally, he exclaimed, I get it now. This fabric can absorb life force to repair any damage it sustains. What an amazing item. Now I understand. The monster was wounded by a gunshot right when it was carrying this pouch. Thinking back on it, that little monster's wound healed in a very short amount of time. That wasn't its own ability. It was using the properties of this golden fabric. He broke into a cold sweat as he stared at the cloth, feeling a bit perplexed. But I have no idea how to use this thing. It's too unique. He then held up the spatial crystal again. He took out another orb. This Yang core was the only one of its kind from this hall. It could directly increase his power. He immediately popped the entire orb into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. His entire body suddenly began to transform. His hair and eyes turned a fiery red, and blue veins bulged on his face. An excruciating pain washed over him, causing him to gasp for air, pant, pant. Pant. Suddenly he was startled. Looking at his empty hands, he wondered, why did the pain stop? He quickly leaped up, landing firmly on the ground with his fists clenched, his entire body surging with energy. He laughed heartily. I feel like my body has completely healed. He flexed his muscles, striking a cool and handsome pose. I feel that my physique and strength have been enhanced again. Right now, I'm probably 8 or 9 times stronger than a normal person. I'm a 1-star evolver. The harvest from a level 2 treasure is truly immense. He then took out half a chain link from the ghost gold and said, not only that, I feel my spiritual power has also increased significantly. He thought of the water person from the other day. My basic condensation ring technique uses summoning and spiritual power as a medium to determine its strength and duration. An increase in spiritual power will undoubtedly increase the strength of the skill. Thinking this, he immediately tossed the chain link into the air. Not only that, I now have enough spiritual power to use my craftsman skill to process such a large piece of ghost gold. He raised his hand and shouted, refining collection technique. The piece of metal immediately disintegrated into many small fragments. Then they gathered together, forming a blue gem. He satisfyingly held the gem to admire it, his eyes wide with delight. 100% ghost gold. Each portion is about 10 grams. First, let's use one portion to test its effectiveness. He stood in the sun in front of a tall building, tightly gripping a short knife. Zhongming stabbed the knife forcefully into the nearby wall. Sparks flew from his hand. Forging technique. He closed his eyes. His whole body erupted with intense power. The car in front of him was melted into flames. Looking at the iron pellets floating in the fire, he thought 10 grams of ghost gold, a few level 2 magic crystals, and also the claws of the ghost alligator. His body emitted a mystical blue light, and the knife was also coated in a new layer of power. He looked at the knife and shouted with joy. Success. Now it's the ghost gold wind moon knife. With the added skill, full power blade aura, he stared wide-eyed, breaking out in a sweat, didn't he? The previous wind moon knife was already a weapon that could contend with level 2, and even level 3, evolved lifeforms. This time, after infusing it with ghost gold, not only is the quality better, it also comes with a skill. He swung the knife forward forcefully to test the blade aura. This is a professional skill of the swordsman class. After reaching the expert level, it's a sign of whether one's mastery has reached an extremely high degree. A profession must go through development stages like basic apprentice, intermediate, and advanced. He thought of the masters in the Apocalypse. The vast majority of survivors have their professional levels concentrated in these stages, but beyond these stages, the Grandmaster, Master, and Transcendent levels are rare existences. Those who reach the Transcendent level will have the word God added to their title. A God Swordsman is a Transcendent level swordsman. A God Craftsman is a Transcendent level craftsman. As he continued to think, the Grandmaster and Master levels are commonly known as demigod levels. He looked at his reflection in the shiny knife. The auxiliary skill from the ghost gold is this kind of iconic type. With this, I feel like I could even cut through a level 4 prisoner's chains. He swung the knife a few more times, reassuring himself, calm down, I'm still just an apprentice craftsman right now. Without better materials and blueprints, I can't truly bring out the full advantage of the ghost gold. So continuing to forge would just be a waste of precious ghost gold. He walked away, holding 2 knives in his hands. I need to increase my strength further, and collect more and better materials and blueprints. In a room where several people were sitting, Zhongming opened the door and walked in. Seeing him, Xiaohu excitedly shouted, "Hey, you got another knife. Let me see it." He smiled and raised the knife. "You want to see the knife? Sure. Let's see if you can take it." He eagerly rushed forward. "You said it, so don't blame me for getting rough later." He planted his feet on the ground. His whole body flew up, elbowing towards him. He quickly dodged to the side, conveniently pinning him down. He turned back, sweating in astonishment, then pouted and whined. "My speed and strength are no match for yours. It's not fair." He lightly tapped the knife on his head and said, "There's nothing fair in this world. The strong make the rules. Besides, even though you re-evolver, you're still not my opponent." He stubbornly crossed his arms and shook his head. "I don't believe it." He also turned sharply and left, leaving behind only one sentence. "When you strike not with the purpose of suppressing the enemy, but with the purpose of killing, only then will you be qualified to fight me." After that, he looked at Mo Yi and asked, "Is there a map?" "Find one." Zhongming pointed at the map and said, "Right now, we are here." He pointed to another spot. "We will go here." Looking at the spot he pointed to, Xia Lei broke out in a cold sweat, thinking it was the new district where her husband worked. Is this person preparing to fulfill his promise so quickly? Chu Yin, standing beside him, put a hand to her chin and said, "Even if we go straight there, it's too far," he replied. "We can't drive right now. The apocalypse started a long time ago, and the outside is completely overrun by zombies and mutated creatures. Even a little bit of loud noise will attract nearby zombies, which is too dangerous, so we can only travel on foot." He then pointed to a spot on the map. "Besides, the city center is here, and this is the Old Town District." He pointed to another spot and said, "And here. It's going to be very difficult no matter what." MCD turned to look at him and asked, "I can understand the other places, but isn't the last place you just mentioned an integrated medical facility for recovery and treatment?" He answered with some hesitation, "Hospitals in the apocalypse are all very strange. We need to be careful there too." He thought that he knew the reason better than anyone, but he couldn't say it for now, because even he wasn't entirely sure. MCD clenched his fists in determination. Zhongming has proven himself to us many times. Listening to him is the right choice. He took a red pen and drew a zigzag line on the map. "Now that I've set the objective, I've decided to go this way." Xiaolei looked at the line he drew and immediately questioned him in confusion. "You want to avoid that densely populated Old Town District. I get that, but why take another long detour? If we go this way, even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take us more than 15 hours. Why waste double the time?" He frowned, looked her straight in the eye, and replied firmly, "I promised to take you to your husband, but that doesn't mean I'll risk my life and the lives of my companions. I can't guarantee that everyone will make it out completely unscathed. But at least I can try my best to keep all of us safer," Xiaolei said, a bit sadly. "So your detour is—" He cut her off. "To increase our strength, to increase the chances of successfully escorting you." MC Day looked at the two of them and asked, "So, are we starting right now?" He frowned, his face showing a determined, slightly cunning expression. "No, everyone has been wronged these past few days. We have to get even for this." The guy outside knocked on the door and called out, "Brother Deng." "It's me." Inside the room, the bald guy was bandaging the hand of the red-haired woman from their group. The white-haired guy opened the door, came in, and held up a bag, saying, "Brother Deng, got another 3 liters. This should be enough this time." The guy named Brother Deng lit a cigarette, glanced at him and asked, "How many crystals do we have?" The other guy replied, "Over 300 pieces. That's enough, brother." But the guy, Brother Deng, sitting on the bed, didn't seem satisfied. He said, "Have you forgotten how we failed last time? We traded the silver shoes we stole for 260 magic crystals, and it was all a waste. That thing over there. Who knew it would require more magic crystals with each spin?" The red-haired girl pushed herself up from the bed. "There's nothing to complain about. Finding that wheel was our good fortune. Otherwise the 3 of us would be dead by now." She walked over and pulled the window curtain. The white-haired guy said, "Xiaodong's luck is just too good. 5 spins got her 3 evolution potions, a skill scroll, and only 1 bad spin. That success rate is insane. And that colorful roulette. She spun it twice and got a top-tier professional scroll." Brother Deng exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "Actually, Xiaodong, you suddenly." Outside, Zhongming's arm, holding a knife, smashed through the window pane and reached inside. He grabbed Xiaodong tightly by the neck. The black-haired guy turned around and shouted in shock, "It's you." He gave a cold smile, the knife still pressed against her neck, and replied, "It's me." At that exact moment, the main door was also broken down, and MC Dean and Xiaohu rushed in with guns. "Hands on your head, get down."
Don't move!
Xiaohu pointed his gun at them and said smugly, "Weren't you chasing me the other day?"
Go on, keep chasing.
Zhongming looked at the scene before him and thought, a simple raid was all it took to subdue 2 professionals and 1 evolved person. This kind of thing could only happen in the early days of the apocalypse. Over time, all survivors learned to carefully set up countless traps and alarms around their shelters. Xiaodong gritted her teeth and said to him, "If you were going to kill me, just do it, but don't think we'll ever surrender." He looked at her and replied with a sarcastic smile, "Do I need to go through so much trouble just to kill you people? With your level of alertness, I have at least 10 ways to make you die without a sound." He looked down at the 2 men kneeling on the ground with their hands on their heads. "I will ask you one question. Answer it and I'll let you go. Don't answer and I will kill you." The bald guy replied helplessly. "Ask." He frowned, glancing at him and asked, "Where is that colorful roulette?" The man looked at him in silence. Saying nothing, he also looked at him in silence. But the knife in his hand pressed deeper and deeper into Xiaodong's neck, drawing blood. The more silent the man became. He pressed the knife even harder. Finally, the man screamed in fear, "Wait, that roulette is at Long Run Garden 83, Building 117. I'll take you there." He saw that Zhongming had loosened his grip. He thought in terror, if I hadn't shouted to stop just now, this guy would have really killed me. That morning, in another building, the group gathered and followed the bald man, Xiao Hu looked at the knife in his hand, his eyes sparkling like stars. And Zhongming said in annoyance, "Hey kid, can you be quiet for a bit? What's so great about a beat-up knife?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hu immediately puffed out his chest and argued, "This broken knife might not be pretty, but it's a peerless treasured blade. Brother Ye, did you see it cut down those zombies? That was like slicing melons and dicing vegetables. Bodies were piling up everywhere in an instant, you know?" But before he could finish, Zhongming signaled for silence, frowning as he reminded him, "Shut up, or at least lower your voice." He still wouldn't stop, even leaning in closer and excitedly holding up the knife, saying, "Brother Yi, the two blades in your hands. They have a similar design. That's not a coincidence, is it?" Zhongming replied warily, "My profession is craftsman. I made both of these knives." Xiao Hu scratched his head. "Brother Yi, when can I get a profession?" Zhongming answered him coldly, "You don't have to beat around the bush like that. I will be the one distributing the professions. The main principle for distribution is who is willing to fight alongside me." He spoke bluntly, leaving Xiao Hu stunned. Xiao Hu frowned in silence, his expression turning a bit awkward. Then he followed Zhongming and said, "I listened to Captain Mo." Zhongming smiled faintly and turned to look at him, thinking, this reaction is quite normal. If this guy started pledging loyalty to me just to get a profession, then I absolutely couldn't keep him around. Arriving in front of room number 117, the bald man spoke up, "We re-here." Then, Xiao Hu and Mo Ye, holding guns, kicked the door open. The two cautiously observed the inside, where there was indeed a multicolored roulette. Xiao Hu looked at it and exclaimed, "This thing looks special." "Huh." Zhongming approached it, touched the roulette, and said, "Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while." On the streets, zombies were aimlessly wandering around. A phone on a box rang, and the zombies immediately gathered around it. But once a large number of them had gathered, the box suddenly exploded. Zhongming signaled to Xiao Hu, "It's your turn." He quickly replied, "Where did you learn to make bombs? Besides, being able to detonate them remotely like this could get you investigated." Zhongming looked at him, annoyed. It was clearly not the time to be talking about this. He yelled at him, "Cut the crap and go!" Xiao Hu laughed cheerfully, grabbed his knife and charged forward. Alright. Suddenly, he noticed another explosion go off in the distance behind him. He looked in that direction and said, "Looks like things are going smoothly on Liang Chuan's side too. At this rate, we should be able to harvest over 200 magic crystals by tomorrow morning." He peeked his head out from behind a car and said to Xiao Hu, "Once you redone collecting over here, go help Liang Chuan. I'm gonna check on another location." Xiao Hu shouted back, "Got it, brother, yeah!" After giving him the task, Zhongming took off like the wind, thinking as he ran, the colorful roulette. Each spin requires more magic crystals. According to that group of three, the last time they tried to spin it, they used over 200 crystals and failed. This time, we'll need at least 350 crystals to be sure, and the final spin will probably require 500. He stopped in front of a large supermarket. He felt there wasn't enough time to collect normal magic crystals. "I need to find a way to collect level 2 magic crystals." He broke into a sweat as he observed the supermarket. A place like this would be teeming with zombies. The zombies here would have hunted many people, so their natural evolution level would be much higher. Despite knowing this, he calmly walked inside, because the chances of encountering a level 2 mutated zombie here were much greater. As soon as he entered, a zombie rushed out, screaming and roaring. Without a hint of fear, he drew his knife and stabbed it through the head. The zombie died instantly in a single move. They were all normal zombies. "It seems the one I'm looking for isn't on this floor." As he was walking, a drop of green liquid suddenly fell from the ceiling onto his shoulder. He immediately looked up and saw a giant spider above him. He gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking, a mutated long-legged spider. The spider shot something at him. It was a web. He faced the net-like web rushing towards him and raised his knife to block, thinking, the web is too wide. I can't dodge it. This is a good chance to test out my wind's dance. With that thought, he slashed wildly at the spiderweb, full power slash. The spider was startled. It could only watch helplessly as he brought a powerful blow down on its head. The spider died instantly, its body collapsing to the ground. He quickly used his knife to cut out the magic crystal from its head, and then he also cut off its legs, looking at the huge spider's corpse. He thought it was a good harvest. At least his efforts weren't in vain. Just then something flew at him from behind. He quickly dodged to the side, a bit surprised. What? A sneak attack. He frowned, looking back with some concern. This is bad. It was a half-human, half-ghost monster in front of him. Its hair was long like a girl's. And next to it was a cat. He thought in confusion, a siren and its pet. He remembered the sirens he had encountered in his past life, not long after the apocalypse began, where a beautiful yet bloody legend was widespread. A stunningly beautiful woman would wander the earth with her pet. If she met a man she liked, they would spend the night together. But after the pleasure came the slaughter. These favored men would have their bodies dismembered and their internal organs eaten, their blood drained while they were still conscious, and then they would die in agony. He looked at the siren in front of him again. It was only later that people learned this legend was true. Turned out that those beautiful young women, after becoming zombies and completing their evolution, turned into a new, special type of zombie, the siren. He stood opposite it, thinking that sirens weren't considered top tier among mutated zombies. But their first innate skill was called Spirit Seed. This type of innate skill could control a mutated creature or a monster. Spirit Seed was a skill of complete control, not only making the controlled mutated creature extremely loyal but also allowing it to retain its original consciousness. Moreover, the pet would evolve alongside the siren, eventually becoming incredibly powerful. He raised his knife, looking at it and thinking to himself that he never expected this supermarket to house not only a mutated long-legged spider, but also a siren capable of sneak attacks. Furthermore, its pet is an incredibly agile dual level 2 mutated cat. How interesting. The siren hugged the cat, smiling faintly as it stared at him. In his past life, there was news of a level 9 siren in the East Sea, and someone had seen this type of mutated zombie riding a giant white snow snake. Its appearance was completely indistinguishable from a human's, and every move and every smile was even more human-like than a human's. Some people even suspected that after a siren evolved to level 9, some of them regained their prey mutation memories and hid their identities to return to the human world. But a level 9 siren was far more brutal than other types of zombies. Zhongming looked at the zombie in front of him, which was holding a mutated 3-eyed cat, his entire body on high alert. Suddenly, the cat leaped out of the female zombie's arms and rushed towards Zhongming. But its target wasn't Zhongming, but the flesh of the spider he had killed not long ago. His heart pounded in his chest, and Zhongming's mind was stretched taut like a bowstring. They definitely weren't taking him seriously, thinking he was readily available food that could be eaten at any time. So they ate the spider's corpse, first to prevent its life energy from dissipating. At this thought, Zhongming became a little angry. These zombies were actually looking down on him like this. This wasn't the apocalypse of his past life. And he, Zhongming, was no longer the same person he used to be. With that thought, he gripped his knife and charged towards the cat, eating the spider's corpse, bringing his blade down mercilessly with powerful momentum. A brilliant light flashed through the space. The cat, which was eating the spider's corpse, noticed the sudden attack and stopped to look up. The slash came down with enough force to seemingly cut the cat in half, but the female zombie acted with incredible speed, instantly appearing to retrieve the cat and begin healing it. From start to finish, her expression didn't change at all. Zhongming frowned. Is this the innate skill energy exchange? This energy exchange skill can be used to accelerate healing from injuries, and after evolving, it can be used to share evolutionary energy. At even higher levels, this skill can even share life force. A spiritual evolved being like a siren would normally only acquire this skill upon reaching level 9, but the one in front of him had awakened it at only level 2. He absolutely couldn't let the siren continue healing that black cat. Otherwise, he would have to face 2 tough opponents later. Acting on his thought, Zhongming lunged forward again, attacking to interrupt them, but the siren had no intention of dodging at all. She simply retreated, continuing to heal the black cat as she ran. Zhongming rushed forward in pursuit, but that hag was surprisingly fast at her current speed. He definitely wouldn't be able to catch her if he recklessly insisted on chasing. Not to mention, other zombies kept rushing out to block his path. Right now, he absolutely had to go back and bandage his wounds. Otherwise, he would truly become a tempting, sweet-smelling piece of cake, attracting countless zombies to tear him apart. Zhongming veered in another direction where several glass doors blocked the way. Then, he raised his knee, shattered the glass, and leaped down from the high floor. But things were definitely not that simplest. If escaping was this easy, it wouldn't be the apocalypse. Zhongming also had a feeling that something was wrong. He suddenly had a bad premonition. He feared this matter wouldn't end so simply. Sure enough, right after Zhongming, several large birds also broke through the glass and flew out of the building, targeting him for an attack. He flicked his wrist, swinging his knife to block the continuous attacks from the 3 large birds. The sound of claws clashing with the blade was incredibly loud. Before Zhongming could even finish dealing with the 3 birds, several rats from a nearby manhole heard the strange noises and began to swarm out. Soon, a multicolored swarm of rats had spread everywhere. Zhongming quickly turned and slashed at the ones at the front of the pack. On a nearby building, the hag was still holding the black cat, leaping from one building to another without slowing down. Zhongming, of course, caught sight of her dark figure. As expected, that hag was behind this, even though she could only control one pet. It could relay information to other evolved creatures. This creature could actually communicate with other mutated life forms. Zhongming glanced towards the hag and thought to himself, "You think this is enough to kill me? How absurd, quantity without quality isn't very effective." Zhongming swung his knife again, slashing repeatedly at the rat swarm. The leading rats were all sliced in half, their heads and bodies separated. Of course, with such a large number, some were bound to slip through. Suddenly, two small rats managed to evade Zhongming's attack, leaped up, and each gave him a nasty little bite. Zhongming tensed his body, channeling energy into the knife in his hand, and continued to attack the rats. His speed grew faster and faster, but his expression remained unchanged, still calm and composed. Soon, a pile of rat carcasses with various colored furs had accumulated in front of him. Zhongming was surrounded by a wall of dead rats. The remaining rats seemed to have some intelligences. Realizing they were no match for the man before them, they hastily scurried away. Now Zhongming's only remaining opponent was the hag standing high above. He pointed his knife at her. Seeing Zhongming completely unharmed, her once calm expression now showed a hint of annoyance. Sweat slowly trickled down her face. It was unclear what she was thinking. She no longer intended to mess with Zhongming and turned to leave. Before she left, she gave him a long, lingering look, her blood-red eyes staring at her enemy as if she wanted to eat him alive. Zhongming met her gaze, calmly raised his hand to his neck, and said with a smirk, "Next time, it'll be you." Back at the base, the others were resting and waiting in a room when a sudden knock on the door caught their attention. Although the hag had left, Zhongming was not completely unscathed. He still had to fight off those pesky creatures. As a result, when he returned to the base, his body was covered in wounds from claws and fangs, and his breathing was somewhat ragged. Piao Shuying quickly opened the door for him and urgently asked, "How did you get so injured?" Zhongming didn't answer, simply trudging inside and telling them to quickly get some alcohol and bandages from his bag. The others hurried over to Zhongming to help treat his wounds. He sat silently on a chair, observing his surroundings for a moment before asking, "Where are Mo Yi and Xiao Hu?" "They went out to find food," Liang Chuyin said. She held the bandages in her hand and looked at his wounds, hesitating, unsure where to even start wrapping. How did he get hurt like this? Where should she even begin to bandage? Seeing this, Xiaolei walked over and told Liang Chuyin to let her do it. As expected from a professional, her movements were much more skilled. However, the wounds on Zhongming's body were very strange, showing marks from both sharp objects and fang bites. She was extremely suspicious about what on earth he had run into after being gone for just a short while. Seeing Xiaolei's hesitation, Zhongming spoke up, "You'd better hurry up, or the smell of fresh blood will attract zombies here." The group of people tied up in a corner saw Zhongming's condition and sneered smugly. "What's wrong? Did someone beat you up? It's a shame they didn't kill you." A moment later, Mo Ye and Xiao Hu also returned to the base, bringing some food in their bags. Zhongming didn't turn to look at them, but instead stood up and walked towards that machine, his body now fully bandaged. He said, "You all go ahead and eat first." Then Zhongming took out a huge number of magic crystals and threw them into the machine. The wheel slowly began to spin, and there was no telling what it would land on. This time, it was 360 level 1 magic crystals, all obtained from a killing spree he went on after that woman left. Everyone else in the room watched the spinning wheel with bated breath. What would it land on this time? Dang! The wheel stopped and a book appeared. This was a profession scroll. The scroll slowly floated towards Zhongming. He looked at the item in his hand, a surprised expression appearing on his face. This was for the Apostle of Light. What kind of profession was this? Why had he never heard of it before? Zhongming hurriedly opened it to take a look. After reading it, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a smirk. This turned out to be a main profession, similar to a combination of a healer and a light mage. However, its skills were geared more towards protection. A profession that could heal, defend, and provide attack support. It was truly a coveted, all-purpose profession. The others were also extremely curious. Zhongming handed them the profession scroll to look at. They immediately gathered around, but the only catch was that to learn it, the user must not have a profession. Furthermore, once someone became an Apostle of Light, they couldn't take on any other profession. Zhongming held up the high-quality cross that came with it and asked with a smile, "Who wants this?" Muye, just going with the flow, immediately raised her hand excitedly, saying, "Me." Muye and Liang Chuyin immediately shot Xiao Hu a withering glare, which was enough to make the kid shrink back without a word. He Xiao Ru thought to himself, "I was just shouting for fun. It's not like I don't realize I haven't known Brother Yi for long. And I'm not even an evolver. Taking any profession would be a complete waste." Seeing them remain silent for so long, Zhongming looked at Mo Yi and asked, "You only have one profession, right?" Mo Yi waved her hand and refused seriously. In that case, I don't want it. I don't want to be limited to just one profession. Muyi wanted to become as strong as Yi Zhongming. If he didn't limit himself to one profession, it meant that her own path to power required multiple auxiliary professions. Muyi wanted to follow that same path, and so, all eyes turned to Liang Chuyin. She immediately shook her head and said, I don't want it either. This profession doesn't suit my personality. So no one else present was suitable or willing. All eyes then fell on Piao Xiaoying. Being suddenly put on the spot made her a bit flustered. Liang Chuyin shouted in annoyance, Why are you hesitating? You don't want to go when we ask you to fight. This profession is a perfect fit for your personality. A goody two-shoes and a holy maiden. It's a perfect match no matter how you look at it. Piao Xiaoying remained silent, wrestling with her thoughts. Finally, she made up her mind, looked at Yi Zhongming, and said, I want this profession. Yi Zhongming frowned at Piao Xiaoying and said seriously, I can give this to you. But do you understand what it will mean for you? And for all of us, once you learn this profession? The scroll was held out towards Piao Xiaoying. Silently waiting for her decision, Liang Chuyin smiled at Piao Xiaoying and asked, That man who choked you and slapped me with a knife wasn't so bad. Was he? At least he's worthy of our trust. Piao Xiaoying reached out and took the scroll. Countless specks of pale yellow light appeared. They flew towards Piao Xiaoying. In an instant, the aura around her changed, becoming exactly what the profession entailed. A faint blue light also swirled around her body. Suddenly, Piao Xiaoying pointed at Yi Zhongming and said, Sweet dew technique. The bandages wrapped around Yi Zhongming's body slowly fell away, revealing a completely healed body, as if he had never been injured in the first place. Seeing this, Yi Zhongming was overjoyed. He looked at Park Soo-young and quickly asked, How many times can it be used? Park Soo-young thought for a moment and replied, 8 to 9 more times. After hearing this, Yi Zhongming couldn't stop smiling. No wonder this is a profession that a person can only have one of. He either has an enviably large pool of mental energy, or its skills have a mental energy cost so low it makes people jealous. Suddenly, Park Soo-young said, I have another skill. Yi Zhongming looked at her in surprise and asked, Another one? Aren't you just an apprentice apostle of light? Park Soo-young was stunned for a moment and asked, Apprentice? Are you talking about my current profession level? It's apostle of light. Yes, next is the emissary of light. Then the holy emissary of light. The next level is the saintess of light. And there's also the divine emissary of light, and the goddess of light. After hearing this, Yi Zhongming cursed hundreds of times in his mind. Holy crap, this profession is way too overpowered. No wonder whoever has it can't have any other professions. Putting her words into action, Park Soo-young used her remaining skill, casting Void Shield. A small blue shield appeared. While getting dressed, Yi Zhongming looked at the Void Shield and asked, Can this thing only be used on yourself? Park Soo-young touched the Void Shield and explained with a smile, This thing automatically identifies attacks and moves to block them. It can also be assigned to designated targets. This defense is automatic. After hearing this, Moyi and Liang Chuyin excitedly ran over to take a look, and the atmosphere became very lively. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming went back to the roulette wheel. There were still 2 black and white slots on it. The defensive capabilities would surely increase as the Apostle of Light's profession level rose. He was really looking forward to what would happen when Park Soo-young reached the highest rank. As he spoke, he threw another 4 magic crystals into the machine. How could the guys tied up over there not recognize that these were level 2 magic crystals? The scar-faced man's heart was momentarily filled with anxiety. The 3 of them combined couldn't even handle one level 2 mutated zombie, yet this guy had killed 4 of them all by himself. Yi Zhongming completely ignored the terrified guys in the corner. He just focused on the machine's spinning wheel. The wheel came to a stop. Another scroll appeared, this time for a profession called Wen Dancer. After looking at it, Yi Zhongming tossed it to Liang Chuyin and told her to take it quickly. Liang Chuyin blankly caught the scroll and opened it. This is Wind Dancer. The Wind Dancer is a profession that uses ribbons as weapons, such as whips, ribbons, and cloth strips, and only female evolvers can learn it. The user needs a basic foundation in dance to perform the related movements when executing skills. The Wind Dancer's first profession skill is Shadow Dance of the 4 directions. After activation, the user can launch themselves into midair to unleash an indiscriminate attack. Muye smiled at Liang Chuyin and said, Congratulations. Seeing that Liang Chuyin was still in shock, Park Soo-young chimed in with a smile. Besides, you already use a whip, so this profession is practically tailor-made for you. With everyone saying that, there was no reason for Liang Chuyin to refuse. She crushed the scroll in her hand, accepting the profession. Muye had been waiting for a long time. Seeing 2 awesome professions appear in a row made him a little expectant too. Yi Zhongming quietly watched the wheel in front of him as his calm voice rang out. We are out of magic crystals. If we want to spin it again, we might have to wait a day, Or even longer. When Muya heard this, his eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. Muya frowned and walked over, lightly smacking the guy on the head and scolding. Alright, quiet down now. Muya could only sulk, crying silently in a corner. Xiaolei, who witnessed this, was helpless. Who told him to be so noisy anyway? Zhongming walked towards the tied-up men and said, Everyone, pack your things. We were getting ready to leave. Seeing Zhongming approach, and having witnessed his strength, these guys became much more obedient. The scar-faced man hurriedly shouted, Wait, don't kill us! Let us go, and I will tell you something. Zhongming looked at them silently. Indeed, silence is the ultimate weapon of the powerful. Seeing Zhongming's silence, the scar-faced man became even more terrified. He hurriedly said, I can swear on my parents' name that what I'm saying is true and useful to you. Aren't you skilled with a knife? I know someone who has a similar professional certificate. Zhongming coldly told him. Spit it out. The scar-faced man didn't dare to delay, immediately blurting out everything he knew without a second thought. 2 streets from here, there's a small shop called On Supermarket. A group of people is gathered inside. Not too many. About 6 or 7 of them. And I don't know where they got a professional certificate from. But since there were too many of them to share it, they came up with a solution. They want to trade it for an evolution potion or other useful items. You can go find them, but how you trade is your business. A new day arrived, and the sunlight illuminated the gloomy building. Zhongming's group had finished packing their luggage and were gathered below the building, ready to move out. Xiaolei pulled out a yellow bag and handed it to Zhongming. He held the bag and said with a smile, This is more like it. Everyone needs to gather magic crystals through real combat and get used to their classes. Mu Yi, standing beside him, smiled happily and said, Brother Yi, you re such a good person. You didn't even take the magic crystals from those 3. Upon hearing this, Zhongming's expression changed. He said indifferently, It was just a reminder. The black area on this color roulette is the death zone. If the needle lands there, it means everything is over, even if you re a 9-star powerhouse. His words terrified them all. At a loss for words, Mo Yi asked awkwardly, So what about those 3? But before Zhongming could answer, a loud noise erupted from the building behind Mu Ye. For some reason, an explosion had occurred there. The others all looked at the building in horror. Zhongming said indifferently, This is the last time I will consider your feelings. Next time, I won't go through so much trouble, nor will I waste several hundred magic crystals. I will just act directly. Xiaolei asked awkwardly, but Zhongming understood what she meant and asked, But did I promise to spare them? How naive, Zhongming said. They only surrendered because we are stronger. If our positions were reversed, what do you think they would have done? In this world, this is just the law of the jungle. Don't forget, at the lakeside square, they attacked us without a sound. While I was unconscious, they hunted us relentlessly. You think I'm cruel now because you haven't been burned by that misplaced mercy of yours. Wait until the day that your foolish compassion causes you to suffer something unimaginable. You won't think this way anymore. Zhongming pointed to a zombie lying on a chair and said, Because at some point, you will become a filthy body, just like her, emaciated and gray, with matted hair, wearing tattered clothes, missing an arm, and the blood flowing from your body will be a tainted black. Zhongming's words left the others speechless. After all, the scene before them was too horrific, and no one wanted to imagine that day ever coming. These people are just too naive. Zhongming said indifferently, This is the apocalypse, and only when facing the dead do you have the right to grieve. The rest of the time, throw away your pity. Those 3 definitely hated us, so I absolutely cannot allow anyone who bears hatred towards us to live in this world. The scene then shifts to another building. Sunlight streamed through the window. A chubby man sat on a chair by the window, reached for a water bottle, then tilted his head back and chugged the entire thing. The girl on the bed peeked out, looking at him fearfully, and he had already noticed her gaze. He tipped the bottle, which had only a little bit left, and said with a smile, The rest is for you. The girl took the small amount of water and greedily drank it down. In a time of scarce resources like this, everything is extremely valuable. Just as the man finished putting on his shirt, there was a knock at the door. The person outside said, Dad, another group of people has arrived. They don't look easy to mess with. They want to spin the roulette. The fat old man opened the door and asked irritably, How many people? His son said with a smile, 6 people, 4 women and 2 men, and they have guns. The old man frowned. Thinking to himself that a team like that was indeed strong, he left the room. But first, he told his son to call their people over, and also told him to hurry up with whatever he was planning. His son then pushed open the door and entered the room, chuckled and said, I know, on the bed. The girl was wrapping a blanket around her scarred body, looking sadly at the man in front of her. The man took out a bottle of water and said, You bitch, this is for you. Hurry up, one more. Her body was offered up once again. Meanwhile, outside, the old man and the others had already gathered, standing around the roulette wheel. Yi Zhongming's group also arrived. Muye smiled cheerfully and said, "Brother Yi, those three guys weren't lying. There really is a roulette wheel here." The fat guy holding a gun looked at them with annoyance and asked, "You want to spin the wheel? Do you know the rules?" Yi Zhongming smiled and asked, "1 magic crystal for 1 spin, right?" 10 spins. After saying that, he tossed the bag of magic crystals that Xia Lei had given him towards them. The fat man took the magic crystals and signaled for his underlings to step aside. Yi Zhongming and Mo Yi stepped forward. Yi Zhongming said with a smile, "You were always bragging about how lucky your hands are. This time, I'll let you try," Mo Yi said excitedly. "All right, let me do it," while the two of them were spinning, on the side. The old man whispered to his son, who had just finished his business, "Keep a close eye on them." The roulette wheel lit up. Mo Yi was happily spinning the thing when she turned to Yi Zhongming and asked, "Brother Yi, see how lucky my hands are. We got 4 evolution potions now. I should at least get one of them, right?" As expected, those guys weren't very smart, and immediately moved in on them. The fat man shouted, "Leave the evolution potions,
Or I will kill you.
Yi Zhongming let out a sigh and said with a smile, "I knew this would happen. Perfect timing. We can use you guys for some practice." Before the other group could understand what was happening, he had already called his team to fight, with Piao Xu Ying's shield providing support from the front. This was a situation they never would have expected, even in death. Did they really think they were hot stuff, just because they had guns? You wouldn't even have time to gasp for air against people like this. A series of one-sided screams erupted from the ignorant fools. And in just a moment, they were all killed. Not a single one was left, only their corpses lying on the grass. Yi Zhongming said, "Let's go. Hurry to the supermarket and trade the evolution potion for the professional certificate in their hands." Having witnessed so many terrible things, Xia Lei had also become a bit wiser. She asked worriedly, "What if they demand an exorbitant price?" Yi Zhongming laughed and said, "Then we will just have to force the transaction, and as for how we will force it, I'm sure everyone understands." It didn't take long. Yi Zhongming's group found the Yangyang supermarket, but of course, they didn't go in right away. Mu Yi looked at Yi Zhongming and asked, "Brother Yi, what do we do now?" Yi Zhongming was silent for a moment, then said, "You just drank the evolution potion. Go with Mu Ye and clear out the nearby zombies for a bit. Try to adapt to it, while I'll go check out the neighborhood." In other words, he was going to scout alone. As soon as Yi Zhongming finished speaking, the others unanimously objected, saying it was too dangerous. Yi Zhongming knew they were worried about him, but he also knew his own capabilities, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry. If they want the evolution potion, it means most of them aren't evolvers yet, so they were no threat to me. Besides, I can advance and retreat freely on my own, and if I encounter real danger, I can get away quickly." Even though he said that, they still weren't very reassured. Liang Chuyan bent down, patted Duer's head, and said, "Then at least let him go with you." He had no choice but to accept, and so, the man and his dog moved quickly around the neighborhood. Their movements agile. They didn't notice that on a high rooftop, the matriarch's long-tailed black cat was secretly watching them. Yi Zhongming quickly made his way to the supermarket, but first stood outside the door to eavesdrop. He heard voices inside. But before he could do anything else, trouble found him. Doer and the black cat detected each other, and then lunged at one another. A fierce battle erupted between the two creatures. And although the black cat was smaller, it was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Yi Zhongming immediately drew his knife, his body tensing as he entered a state of high alert. How could he forget that black cat? With a lightning-fast scan of the area, he spotted the matriarch lurking nearby, just as he expected. This lingering ghost was still stubbornly pursuing him, even though he couldn't be bothered with her. Only this time, another guy had appeared beside her, clearly having brought the bone demon for backup. Yi Zhongming drew his hand across his neck, in a cold voice. "Aren't you a psychic-type mutant zombie? Don't you have much higher intelligence than the other mutant zombies? Then you must understand what these actions mean, right? Damn it, I'm definitely going to kill you today." After speaking, he charged straight at Yuba, and she was no less fierce, charging forward to attack without hesitation. On one side, Yuba rushed forward barehanded, while Yi Zhongming nimbly dodged to the side, dagger at the ready in his hand, ready to counterattack at any moment. It seemed like the fight would erupt immediately, but suddenly, Gumo leaped out from behind Yubai, its eyes glowing bright red, launching a psychic attack straight at Yi Zhongming. 2 blazing red laser beams shot out, causing Yi Zhongming to pause for a moment. But very quickly, he leaped up to dodge. Despite its name, Gumo, it was actually just a mutant zombie on an evolutionary path. Its most famous innate skill was the skeletal illusion, but at level 2, it had at most grasped the basic talent called Blazing Ray, Just as those two beams of light hit the ground, Zhongming swung his knife straight down, the blade slicing through, severing Gumo's arm before it could even cry out. And before it could even catch its breath, Zhongming reached out, grabbed its head, and roared, "Die!" Seeing this from behind, Yubai hurriedly rushed to its aid, completely unaware that Zhongming was wearing a calculating smile. He was turning her own plan against her. With astonishing speed, Zhongming seized the opportunity to chop off both of Gumo's arms, then spun around. The sharp tip of his knife aimed straight at Yubai. It seemed like she was done for this time, but the gem on her forehead suddenly flashed, and several purple rings shot out towards Zhongming. Zhongming froze, taking the full brunt of the attack. His perfect plan shattered in an instant. He had to admit his opponent was too strong. How could a level 2 Yubei possess this innate skill of psychic knowledge? Thanks to his extensive combat experience, Zhongming spun in mid-air, delivering 2 consecutive kicks, one aimed at Gumo, and the other at Yubai. When his feet touched the ground, he had taken the full force of Yubai's psychic attack, with blood trickling from his eyes and mouth. The psychic attack from the psychic knowledge innate skill directly damaged a living being's consciousness. It was incredibly vicious, but this thing was clearly only a level 2 mutant zombie. It already possessed the 2 innate skills of psychic seed and energy exchange, so how could it have a third one? After launching her attack and seeing Zhongming was still alive, Yubai immediately retreated. Clutching the black cat tightly and hastily fleeing, Zhongming wasn't about to let her escape so easily. He jumped up and pursued her with all his might. Gumo, thought to be down, suddenly rose up, attacking from behind. Zhongming frowned and swung his knife across its neck. This damned obstacle. In just a moment, Yuba had already fled far away. Zhongming picked up his pace. He had to pull out the weed by its roots, otherwise this thing would continue to hinder him forever. Just as he passed a supermarket, a grumbling voice echoed from inside, causing Zhongming to halt. The person snorted coldly, "Damn it, put the magic crystal away. Let's check the situation and get out of here." A young man's voice replied, "We were leaving. Uncle, are you abandoning this place?" Remembering that voice, Zhongming suddenly came to his senses, and he silently reminded himself, "Zhongming, you have to stay calm. The purpose this time is to trade for the professional certificate. Quickly increasing his strength is the most important thing right now." Behind him, Di Huanghyun was retrieving the magic crystal from the corpse of the slain Gumo, while Zhongming walked towards the supermarket and knocked on the door. "Hey, I know there are people inside. I've come to make a trade. I have evolution potions." Zhongming knelt down and patted Di Huanghyun's head. "You go back and meet up with the others. I will be back after the trade is done. After all, you're a mutant beast. It wouldn't be good if they got scared." The person inside heard the voice outside, but remained cautious and didn't open the door immediately. "Where did you get your information?" Zhongming replied. "Brother Deng," the old man asked again, "are you alone?" Zhongming nodded. "Yes." The old man continued, "Are there any zombies around?" Zhongming answered, "I've chased them all away." After hearing this, the person still didn't let down his guard. The old man opened the window bars and said, "Come in, slowly. Keep your hands where I can see them." Zhongming climbed through the window into the room. Light from outside streamed in, and the old man was aiming a bow and arrow straight at him. Zhongming frowned, cautiously observing his surroundings. In the corner of the room, 2 young men were standing there. The middle-aged man asked, "What about the evolution potions?" Zhongming took off his backpack and pulled out a vial of evolution potion. "I have more. But I want to see your goods too. This is just the basic rule of trading." The middle-aged man nodded to the young man beside him. That young man went inside, and returned a moment later with a profession scroll in his hand. Zhongming nodded. "I've looked at it. This thing is indeed authentic." He took a step forward. "How do you want to trade?" The others were startled and shouted for him to back off. Then the middle-aged man said, 6 evolution potions." Zhongming frowned and shook his head. "Too expensive." Although the man was a bit nervous, he still said that Zhongming didn't know how to appraise goods. What followed was the usual haggling process. But the other party stubbornly held the lowest price at 4 potions. Zhongming frowned, thinking to himself, 1-star evolution potions are extremely valuable in this early stage. Each bottle represents more than 10, or even over 100 magic crystals, even for an evolver. Killing that many zombies isn't easy at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Being able to obtain an evolution potion and become an evolver is what's most important. A profession certificate is good, but if you're not an evolver, it's just a worthless piece of paper. He put his backpack back on. "You must know how hard it is to get evolution potions right now. 3 evolution potions is already a high enough price." After hearing this, the man said, "If you insist on this price, then we'll just have to part ways." As he finished speaking, he raised his bow and arrow higher. Suddenly, the young man who had brought out the profession scroll spoke up. Uncle, 3 evolution potions is the highest offer we've gotten these past few days, of course. The man knew that. But 3 really wasn't enough. Seeing this, Zhongming became suspicious. He asked, "Can you tell me why you need to trade for 4 potions?" The man lowered his bow and shook his head. 2 people in my family are in very poor health, suffering from terminal illnesses. If they can't become evolvers, they probably won't live much longer. Zhongming understood in an instant. The evolution potion could fundamentally improve all aspects of a person's physical condition, so it did indeed have some healing effects. Even terminal illnesses weren't a problem. Since that was the case, Zhongming didn't intend to press them further. This could be renegotiated. He rummaged through his bag and said, "Take a look at this. This is an egg I randomly got from a level 2 mutated creature. There were 2. I've already eaten one. It can produce the effects of a small amount of evolution potion. Although it's not as good as an evolution potion for enhancing physical attributes, this thing can be eaten multiple times. And it's effective each time." The others were, as expected, still skeptical and a bit bewildered. This thing was truly miraculous. The young man was the first to react, asking hastily, "Is it effective for everyone? What about for evolvers?" Zhongming replied, "It's effective for them too. I've tested it myself. This is my final offer. If this still isn't acceptable, then I can only say it's a pity." Finally, the tables had turned. The others understood that this was the highest price they could get at the moment. Holding on to this item any longer wouldn't bring any more benefits, so they could only accept the deal. Outside the supermarket, it was gradually getting dark, and Zhongming prepared to leave. Before he left, he kindly told the middle-aged man, "It won't be safe here in a few days. You should leave as soon as possible." Perhaps the man didn't expect this sudden warning, as a surprised expression appeared on his face. But he thanked him nonetheless. Zhongming held the profession scroll in his hand and asked, "Can you tell me how you got this profession certificate? With all due respect, you don't have the ability to spin the roulette to get a profession certificate, right?" It was just as Zhongming said. The man honestly recounted, "We found 2 strange-looking monsters, but both were very strong, fighting in a certain place. This thing was in one of the monsters' nests." Zhongming nodded his thanks and hurried away. So it was clear this thing was the real deal. After running a distance from the supermarket, he finally stopped to inspect his newly acquired loot. It was the Radiant Blade Master, a powerful profession with the glorious prefix. Zhongming clenched the profession certificate in his hand. From what he knew, his glorious craftsman profession with the glorious prefix was only a subclass, but it was already incredibly powerful. Now he had a main class as well. As soon as he learned the new profession, the knife in Zhongming's hand immediately transformed, no longer short but extending out, turning into a sharp, gleaming blade. Zhongming smiled as he looked at the weapon in his hand. It was time to test this new power. He gathered power at his fingertips, and something like fire flowed out under his control. In midair, a flame in the shape of the character for flame appeared. Zhongming raised his blade to touch the flame character, and the fire erupted violently, enveloping the blade. The blade immediately began to glow with a faint orange light, surrounded by sparkling, floating golden motes. Zhongming swung the blade forward forcefully to test its power. A deafening explosion rang out, and a fierce fire erupted in front of him, spreading out in all directions. When the fire dissipated, it left behind a thick cloud of smoke and dust, and the air was scorching hot. Zhongming exclaimed excitedly, "Awesome! This single strike is probably half as strong as a full power strike from my previous life," even though he was also a blade master in his past life. Back then he was a 6-star evolver, whereas now he's only a 1-star. Radiant Seal Blade Master. This class is essentially 2 professions combined into one, a Seal Master and a Blade Master. A Seal Master uses spiritual energy in a special way to make seals appear outside the body and unleash various personal abilities. The Blade Master part is self-explanatory. And now he is a Radiant Seal Blade Master. The entire class system is divided into 2 branches. The first is Seal Arts, and the current professional skill he has is a flame, whose main effect is to use the blade as a conduit to possess flame abilities. The second branch of the Radiant Seal Blade Master is Blade Arts. Currently, Zhongming also only has 1 professional skill of this type, Lanhai Duan, but its consumption is too high, so he didn't use it just now. Zhongming sheathed his blade with his current abilities. If he were to use the seal and Lanhai Duan together, he could at most deliver 2 strikes. Moreover, the better the blade used as a conduit, the more powerful the seal's energy would be. And he just so happens to also have the craftsman profession. For now, he should meet up with Liang Chuyan first, and then figure out a way to strengthen the Feng Zhiyu later. Zhongming nimbly leaped across several buildings, and found Liang Chuyan's group's location. But as soon as he landed, he heard the loud barking of Duer from up ahead. Are they in danger? Elsewhere, Moya was fighting an enemy, But the situation was not looking good, and Piao Xiu Ying's shield had been broken. Their opponent this time was a large man. Wearing clothes that seemed to belong to some organization, the man held a blade in his hand and laughed loudly. Haha, nice skills, you heal her once, and add 6 more shields. I want to see how many more times you can do that for her. This blade isn't bad, but it's a shame you are too weak to unleash its power. Today this thing will be mine. The thing he was after was the blade that looked very similar to Yi Zhongming's. Xiao Hu had already been taken down by the others earlier, and was now lying behind them. Hearing this, Mo Yi became furious and cursed loudly, the hell it will. The other enemies had also started attacking Liang Chuyun's group. Facing Liang Chuyin was an old man who looked very experienced. Duer was facing 3 other heavily armed men alone, and the situation was becoming more and more critical. As if they had been pushed into a corner, suddenly, the large man charged towards Mu Yi to attack. Mu Yi raised his blade to block the incoming strike. But how could a single-wielding player fight against someone dual-wielding? The man just twisted his wrist and thrust his other blade towards Mu Yi. Just as danger was imminent, Piao Xiu Ying's shield arrived just in time to help Mu Yi block the blade. The man had no intention of giving up at all, and after retreating slightly to gain momentum, he advanced again, attacking Mu Yi once more. Piao Xiu Ying hurriedly controlled her Kongling shield to block a strike from Mu Yi. But Piao Xiu Ying had already used her Sweet Du technique on Mu Yi once. Duer had also just used it once, plus 5 shields for Mu Yi, and 1 for Liang Chuyin, and 1 for Duer. Her spiritual energy was already running dangerously low. They were still waiting for Yi Zhongming to return. And if he didn't come back soon, they were afraid it wouldn't end well. The man twisted his wrist, parrying Mu Yi's blade, then thrust his own blade towards Mu Yi again, shouting, "This blade will be mine today." As expected, the weak can only have their things stolen by others. Just at the most critical moment, Yi Zhongming's familiar voice rang out, causing the large man to freeze. What? A fiery light appeared reflected in the man's eyes, a light that grew larger and larger, stunningly beautiful, yet so powerful it struck fear into others. Yi Zhongming calmly walked forward, raised his blade, seal-style flame blade. This one move from Yi Zhongming changed the tide of the battle. Xia Lei, who was in the middle of a fight, froze. And the old man, the teammate of these bastards, also had to stop. The powerful flame swept past, severing the large man's arm. Yi Zhongming's blade was incredibly sharp. The power was immense. A single slash severed his arm. He collapsed, clutching the wound and screaming in pain. Yi Zhongming stood before him, like an untouchable being, incredibly strong and ruthlessly cold towards his enemies. The air around them grew hotter, thick with smoke and dust. The others, seeing Yi Zhongming return, joyfully ran over. Brother Ming, Brother Yi, the tables have turned. The other enemies, realizing they couldn't win, scrambled to their feet and turned to flee. The ones fighting Liang Chuyin also told each other to retreat quickly. Liang Chuyin shouted, "Don't even think about running." But they quickly got away. Yi Zhongming, who had been calm just moments ago, now looked exhausted, sweat pouring down like rain. He held his forehead and said, "We need to leave quickly." Liang Chuyin was still angry that the others had escaped. But seeing Yi Zhongming suddenly panting like that, she grew worried. She rushed over to support him, asking, Brother Yi, are you okay?" Seeing Yi Zhongming stumble a bit and explain that the last move consumed a lot of energy, Mu Yi came forward. While helping Xiao Hu up, he said, "Xu Ying, go take care of Huang Xia Lei and help Liang Chuan. Listen to Zhongming. We should leave this place immediately." They had also expended a lot of energy earlier. Another day dawned on the city of blue skies. The warm sunlight shone down, making it a beautiful day, if it weren't for the gray, moving corpses in the city. On the rooftop of a certain building, Xia Lei, Liang Chuyun, and Fa Xiu Ying were cooking breakfast, while Yi Zhongming was resting under a blanket. Xiao Hu and Mu Ye were sparing off to the side, apparently fully recovered. Seeing them like this, Yi Zhongming slowly woke up to the sunlight. Surrounded by those familiar sounds, he sat up, shielding his eyes from the sun and looking around, wondering where he was. Seeing Yi Zhongming wake up, the others stopped what they were doing. He was finally awake. Liang Chuyin quickly ladled a bowl of food for Yi Zhongming. Yi Zhongming smiled. "Don't worry everyone, after a full night's sleep, I'm feeling much better now." Unfortunately, he had used the flame saber 2 times in a row last night, which led to a massive energy drain, leaving him with no way to capture that guy Wang Ding. Liang Chuyin held a large bowl in her hands and smiled cheerfully. "Breakfast is ready, everyone come and eat." Everyone quickly gathered, sitting in a circle around the stove. Xiao Hu ate while looking at Yi Zhongming with a grin. "Boss, I can fight the captain now, so let me use the Mofeng Qiyu." Mo Yi pointed his chopsticks at him. "Dream on. If you have a death wish," Yi Zhongming asked with a forced smile, "isn't it just a blade?" After speaking, he took a sip of his soup. Xiao Hu frowned and asked, "Just a blade? Boss, didn't you see Wang Ding yesterday? Even though he had the upper hand due to his evolution level, he didn't dare to even touch the edge of the Feng Qi Yu. He was wary of it. I saw it clearly. This kid's observation skills aren't half bad. Zhongming put his empty bowl down and smiled. Making one for you would solve it, right? Before Xiao Hu could even react, Zhongming stood up and waved him over. He walked over to a wall, touched it, and quietly chanted a strange forging spell. The iron wall then transformed into something like a liquid, with sparkling stardust floating around it. Zhongming manipulated the liquid with extreme skill. The light it emitted grew stronger and stronger, and in just a moment, the forging was complete. Zhongming smiled and asked, "Didn't you want a Feng Qi Yu? I forged this one for you." After saying that, he handed the blade to Xiao Hu, homemade goods. "You can have as many as you want." Xiao Hu held the Feng Qi Yu. His jaw dropped in astonishment, and he repeatedly cursed, "Holy crap, holy crap. It's really a Feng Qi Yu, it's really real." Liang Chuyin was now full of admiration for Zhongming, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Brother Yi, this is just too miraculous." Fu Shuyang nodded in agreement, asking curiously Zhongming, "What kind of skill is this?" Zhongming smiled and replied, "My subclass, craftsman." Seeing Xiao Hu still mesmerized by the blade, Zhongming got annoyed and couldn't help but lecture him a bit. "You idiot. Forget about the other materials. The cost alone was one level 2 magic crystal. If I hadn't killed another level 2 zombie last night, you wouldn't even have this blade to use." Despite saying that, Xiao Hu had a new blade anyway. Liang Chuyin and the others didn't mind, and just told him to go wash the dishes. This fool got a new blade, and is just spacing out, so pathetic. Zhongming walked to the railing to observe what was below. Mui approached him and asked, "Zhongming, this place isn't far off from our planned route. What's our next move? Where should we go?" Zhongming pointed in a direction. "We go to this place to find someone. In the future apocalypse, this person was known by everyone as Teacher Yu, and he's an incredibly powerful individual. If we can get him on our side, the overall strength of our group will increase." The scene shifts to an abandoned building, where the morning sunlight shines through the glass windows, illuminating the interior. Inside the building, a group of people are resting, all of them looking exhausted. Just then, a man slowly walked up to them, his face marked by a large scar. He was gnawing on a chicken leg as he spoke in a mocking tone. "Hey there, senior technicians, hello." Seeing that no one responded, he casually asked, "Why is everyone so quiet?" "Just by looking at these guys, you can tell they are definitely the villains." A man with glasses stared silently at him, his gaze completely devoid of any goodwill. The scar-faced man put his arm around a blonde girl next to him and grinned. "I've come to tell you all some good news. Time's up, the food's almost gone, so we need to go find more. Now I'm going to pick a few people to go with me. Any volunteers? Whoever goes, whether you find food or not, will get a full meal, plus an extra bottle of water. If you find food, you'll get 3 days worth of rations." Upon hearing this, 2 young men immediately jumped up. "I'll go, we'll go." The scar-faced man agreed to their request, from start to finish. Only the man with glasses remained seated and silent. Suddenly, a man with a buzz cut came over and whispered something to the scar-faced man. He then pointed at a middle-aged man and grinned. "We're still one person short, musician. You were coming too, of course." The man had no choice but to accept, but that grin made it obvious this group was planning some dirty trick. The scene shifts to another room, which is extremely messy. Zhongming and Xiao Hu are in the room, scouting the area, and there are several corpses on the floor. Xiao Hu looked at Zhongming and asked, "Boss, are you sure this is the place? Besides these zombies, we haven't seen any living people." Zhongming frowned, a growing doubt in his mind. Could he have come to the wrong place? But he remembered very clearly. In his past life, the rumor was that Teacher Yu had emerged from this very place. Liang Chuyin was standing guard by the window, when she suddenly shouted, "Brother Yi, come look over here. Someone's using a living person to lure zombies." Outside, several zombies were swarming a living person, a truly horrifying scene. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man was pointing a club at one of the 2 cowards who had followed him and yelled, "It's your turn now. Get ready to go out." Of course, the 2 of them wouldn't dare to go out. The person before them, Old Li, had just been killed by zombies, and it was terrifying. But the other group had no interest in hearing their objections. He directly smashed the club onto the wrist of the one who resisted, then said to the buzz-cut man with him in an angry voice, "Throw him out, and make him run as far as possible." The buzz-cut man followed his order, immediately poking the young man with a knife and telling him to get out. The scar-faced man then went inside to check on things. He looked at the young man who was rummaging through the supermarket shelves and urged, "Hurry the hell up. Let's see how much you've got." The young man held a cloth bag in his hands and scratched his head. "Brother Changchun, there isn't much to eat in this supermarket." Hearing this, Changchun became furious, and slapped the young man so hard with his large hand that his face twisted. Damn it, this isn't even enough for one day for us. Wasting 2 baits just to get this little, you useless bunch of trash. Just then, the buzz cut man suddenly ran over to report. Brother Changchun. Most of the zombies outside have been led away, but there are still 6 left. Changchun turned around and asked with a frown. There are still that many. Hemph, I was thinking we could use this opportunity to kill 1 or 2 zombies and get 1 or 2 magic crystals. Suddenly, one of his underlings dragged the musician out and asked, Brother Changchun, don't we still have 1 more bait? He then looked at the musician and said, Musician, listen up. Even though I'm going to take a bit of your blood, I won't hurt your legs. In a bit, you're going to run for your life. After we bring the food back, we will figure out a way to support you. If you can outrun them, you'll outlive, and you'll even get food. If you can't escape, you can only blame your own bad luck. Got it? Before Professor Yu could say anything, Chang Chun's crew cut underling walked over and cut his hand, then shoot him outside. Professor Yu had no other choice but to grit his teeth and comply, though he felt incredibly resentful. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. He was a senior engineer with a salary of hundreds of thousands a year, with a scientific research team and a beautiful young wife, but the world suddenly plunged into an apocalypse. Zombies and monsters appeared, and everything changed. That was the first time in his life he had ever mustered the courage to attack another person. From that day on, his heart had died. It turned out that when you really dying, your life flashes before your eyes. As Professor Yu stumbled along, a light suddenly shone from ahead, and a familiar sweet dew technique incantation was heard. Our Fax Yoing has arrived and healed this man. Yi Zhongming rushed over to support Professor Yu, saying, I'm taking him away, Sao Hu, Chu Yin. This place is in your hands. Professor Yu looked at him in surprise and asked, You are? Yi Zhongming placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. Professor Yu, hello, there's no need to say anything right now, just come with us. We'll explain the rest later. Yi Zhongming supported the man. Inwardly celebrating, he had finally found him, the father of magic crystal weapons from his past life's future. In the apocalypse, Yi Zhongming knew humanity was able to survive among mutated life forms like zombies, monstrous beasts, and mutated plants and animals. There were many reasons for this. For example, some powerful individuals could fight back using their class skills, but they were in the minority. And what about weapons? The ones obtained from the roulette were too few. Weapons crafted by artisans were even rarer. Weapons found in secret realms were also scarce. The real key that allowed so many people to survive was the magic crystal weapons discovered by this very Professor Yu. Professor Yu, also known as Yu Daiyuan, he was the one who invented magic crystal weapons using scientific and technological methods, extracting the energy contained within magic crystals and releasing it through a complex process to achieve a powerful destructive effect. Everyone quickly took care of things. Yi Zhongming and Fax Yuing brought Yu Daiyuan back to their temporary base to rest. Mu Yi came in, and upon seeing the stranger in the room, asked Yi Ming, who is this? Yi Zhongming didn't answer, just looked at the man. Yu Daiyuan looked at him awkwardly and asked, Why did you save me? I am useless, I can't kill zombies, I can't find food. Whoa! Yi Zhongming was stunned to hear that. He thought to himself, you can't kill zombies. You might not have killed many directly, or perhaps none at all, but the number of zombies you've indirectly killed is countless. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you the zombie-slaying demon king. With that thought, Yi Zhongming said, I know you. A surprised Yu Daiyuan pushed up his round glasses, stared at Yi Zhongming, and asked, Excuse me, I don't believe we've ever met. Yi Zhongming replied, I've seen the factory's promotional materials. They had a detailed introduction about you. I have a great deal of respect for technical experts. This time, I happened to find you in distress, so of course, I had to help. Yu Daiyuan let out a sad sigh. That's all in the past. Now I'm just a spent force. This wasn't something he could tell them. Yi Zhongming turned to Mu Ye, his voice low and steady. Mu Ye, everyone wait for me outside. I want to talk with him for a moment, although they didn't quite understand. They had complete faith in Yi Zhongming's actions. So they went outside, and the door closed. Yi Zhongming took out a piece of bread, carefully unwrapped it, and smiled. Have some of this first. Yu Daiyuan didn't stand on ceremony, taking the bread and eating it. Yi Zhongming then handed him a bottle of water. He'd heard that technical experts appreciate a little red wine. This is a bottle of Li Qubao red wine I found, Professor Yu. Have a drink. Yu Daiyuan took the bottle, tilted his head back, and took a long swig, not refusing Yi Zhongming's goodwill in the slightest. After all, in his situation, he'd take what he could get. If he died, he died, after Yu Daiyuan had eaten and drunk his fill. Yi Zhongming took out a magic crystal and asked with a smile, Professor Yu, do you know what this is? Of course he knew. Yi Zhongming immediately got straight to the point. He said, I have an idea. There's energy hidden inside this thing. If this energy could be extracted and processed for human use, do you think it's feasible? Yu Daiyuan's expression changed instantly. The old man reached his hand out toward Yi Zhongming. Quick, let me see it. After carefully examining the magic crystal, Yu Daewon couldn't help but exclaim, how interesting. This idea is truly fascinating, Yi Zhongming smiled. From now on, if Elder Yu doesn't mind, you can come with us. At the very least, you won't have to worry about starving. To facilitate your research on this magic crystal, I will do my best to provide you with favorable conditions. What do you think? With such a good offer suddenly falling from the sky, it would be strange if the old man didn't have any reservations. Of course, Yu Daewon didn't agree immediately. The old man said, do one thing for me, and after that, my life, Yu Daewon's life, will be yours. The scene shifts to another abandoned building. Inside a room, the group that had abandoned Yu Daewon earlier today was resting. Liang Changchun had a cigarette in his mouth, but he couldn't stop replaying that scene in his mind. Filled with suspicion, the group he encountered today was clearly extremely powerful. So why would they save such a useless piece of trash? Just then, one of his underlings brought over a jar of fruit. Boss, have some canned fruit. Get some vitamins. Changchun took the jar of fruit he was offered, and suddenly remembered that this punk seemed to have taken that guy Yu Daewon's wife. Suddenly, the door to the room was viciously kicked open, and the men inside all jumped up in alarm, looking fearfully outside. Is it a zombie? But it doesn't look like it. Is it a person? Their hearts were still pounding in their chests with anxiety and fear. Yi Zhongming led his group as they kicked down the door and entered. With Yu Daewon following behind, he looked at Yu Daewon and asked with a smile, are these the guys? Yu Daewon nodded, yet his eyes filled with overflowing hatred. Those guys were all brawn and no brains. Seeing Yi Zhongming walk in like that, they didn't dare to move a muscle. After all, it wasn't the first time they had witnessed his group's power. Yi Zhongming walked over and effortlessly grabbed the buzz-cut guy by his shirt. Before they could even process what was happening, Yi Zhongming had already lifted the buzz-cut guy with one hand and then tossed him into the air. It happened so fast. The guy was thrown and fell from such a height that his entire body was rattled, finally landing right in front of Yu Daewon. Yi Zhongming glanced at the old man. Mehyu, he's all yours. Do whatever you want with him. Yu Daewon stared intently at his enemy, his eyes completely bloodshot, his hatred on full display. Now that they were here today, this guy's number is definitely up. Yu Daewon picked up a loose brick nearby and brought it down without a single moment of hesitation. Fresh blood splattered from the buzz-cut guy's head, but the old man kept smashing, again and again. The man's eyes had nearly rolled back into his head, a truly gruesome sight. The sound of the brick hitting his skull echoed relentlessly. Muya's group watched Yu Daewon in somber silence. They truly couldn't believe what was happening right before their eyes. Muyi knew that Yi Zhongming couldn't be considered a paragon of traditional morality, but as long as his own interests weren't involved, Yi Zhongming wasn't one to kill indiscriminately. But just why was Yi Zhongming treating this man named Yu Daewon so well? It was truly strange. Just then, Salai suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Yu Daewon's hand. You will get used to killing. Yu Daewon roared fiercely, let go. Yi Zhongming said coldly, if this doesn't concern you, then stay out of it. Salai was genuinely confused and flustered, but just then, Cao Hu, who had run off somewhere earlier, suddenly returned, and hurriedly shouted, Boss, I found it. In the next room, Yi Zhongming placed a hand on Yu Daewon's shoulder. Let's go. Yu Daewon stopped, grunted in agreement, and the door closed. Liang Chuyan pointed to the room. The person is in there. It's obvious who it is. Yi Zhongming said, go on in. There are some things you need to decide for yourself. Yu Daewon grunted and walked inside. Outside, everyone waited in silence, wondering what the person inside the room must be feeling. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Hu asked, Boss, who is this gentleman? What's his history with these people? Yi Zhongming replied, the world is in chaos, but murdering parents and violating wives and daughters, for anyone with a conscience, that's an unforgivable sin, a feud to the death. Suddenly, a woman's shrill scream erupted from the room. A moment later, Yi Zhongming walked out, the knife in his hand still pristine, while the old man remained silent. I couldn't do it. Just let her fend for herself. After all, that woman was once the wife he loved most. Yi Zhongming had no objection to Yu Daewon's decision, as it was ultimately his personal matter. He only instructed Liang Chuyan to bring some food inside. After everything was handled, Yi Zhongming walked over and placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. Let's get going. Yu Daewon nodded. Thank you. As the group was preparing to leave, a few people ran over, shouting urgently, Engineer Yu, wait for us. Can we go with you? These guys sure know how to pick a side. They were old colleagues after all. Yu Daewon could only shamelessly say to Yi Zhongming, Young Master Yi, I need some assistance for my research. Yi Zhongming let out a sigh. Engineer Yu, I can only take 5 people. We have a lot to do. 5 is the absolute limit. I hope you understand. That night, the streets were deserted, without a single corpse in sight. Yi Zhongming's group was gathered around a table for a meeting about the upcoming challenges. While Yu Dayuan and his 5 staff members sat off to one side, they were focused on researching the magic crystals. Yi Zhongming pointed at the map. "We are very close to the new area. This is our final objective. After we clear this place, we'll go find Miss Xiaolei's husband." Mu Yi looked at the map. It seemed the place Yi Zhongming was pointing to was a farm. Yi Zhongming nodded. "Correct, an eco-friendly wild boar farm." As soon as he heard wild boar, Xiao Hu got a greedy look on his face and started drooling. "Boss, are you craving pork?" "Well, it makes sense. Eating canned biscuits every day is bound to get bland." Yi Zhongming frowned and scolded. "All you think about is eating." He pointed at the farm and smiled. "The main reason we were going here is for the level 2 magic crystals." Hearing this, Liang Chuyen smiled. "Brother Yi has killed a level 2 evolved life form more than once. Even without Brother Yi, with our current strength and teamwork, killing a not-so-strong level 2 mutated life form should be possible. Of course it's possible. But this time it's not just one level 2 life form. It's a whole herd. At least 50 of them or more." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was completely shocked. Were they really going to wipe out that many level 2 monsters in one go? The scene then shifts to an abandoned area. A large man was dragging someone up from the ground. He chugged some alcohol while grumbling. "Damn it, what kind of booze is this? It's boring as hell." After saying that, he tossed the guy he was holding into the air, over the nearby fence, then said to the beasts inside, "Eat up." Seeing a foreign object, the beasts ran over. They sniffed the man for a moment. As more and more of them gathered around, they fought over the unfortunate Saul, tearing him to shreds until not even a scrap of clothing was left. This man was the owner of the farm of level 2 monsters that Yi Zhongming was heading towards. He looked at demonic beasts in the pen and said, "Wait till you've all evolved to level 2, then go find the level 2 roulette for me, so I can become a 2-star evolver." The warm golden sunlight of a new day shone on the farm, heralding a day that would be anything but warm for this place. Inside a small, old room, the bearded man was resting on a sofa. He held a bottle of liquor in his hand, and on the round table in front of him were several more liquor bottles and empty meal boxes. Despite his world-weary appearance and aged look, this man was actually not even 30 years old. His name was Gu Fan, a graduate of a prestigious university. He should have had a career that others would admire, reaching the first peak of his career by the age of 30, then marrying a beautiful woman and having a chubby baby, establishing a family and continuing the bloodline. But before that beautiful dream could come true, Gufan was framed by his colleagues and superiors, drowning in debt. His sick parents worked to help him pay it off and later died from their illnesses. With funding from a university classmate, Faust to open a wild boar farm. He discovered he had an unparalleled talent for animal husbandry. But because the buyer defaulted, his capital chain broke, and his farm was driven into a corner. Gufan once again fell into despair. Just then, the apocalypse arrived, and Gufan discovered that his herd of wild boars had all mutated, becoming powerful and bloodthirsty. The only thing that hadn't changed was that they still obeyed their master. Thinking of this, Gufan tilted his head back and chugged his drink. His desperate life might have ended a moment ago, but his happiness was short-lived as his subconscious sounded an alarm. His wild boars were being killed one by one. Gufan shot up and looked outside. Anxiety and fear began to creep into his heart as another one was killed. Was he mistaken about the feeling? But no, that wasn't right. This feeling of his heart trembling slightly. He could only feel it when they died. It couldn't be a hallucination. Gufan clutched his left chest, the veins on his hand bulging. He really didn't understand what was happening. Could it be that his herd of wild boars encountered a level 2 mutated zombie, or some other mutated life form while foraging? No, absolutely not. He couldn't let this continue. Gufan hurriedly pushed the door open, stood at the entrance, put his fingers to his mouth, and let out a long whistle. Hearing his whistle, the wild boars clamored and ran towards their master. Gufan mounted a mutated wild boar and commanded it to move forward. The rest of the herd swarmed behind him. Gufan was completely unaware that someone nearby was watching him through binoculars. Sahu lowered his binoculars and contacted Yi Zhongming nearby via walkie-talkie. "Boss, he's out. He left 7 behind at the house. 3 are level 2, and 1 is level 1. Yi Zhongming's group, positioned on a nearby building, also began to observe him. Mo Yi raised her binoculars to her eyes, watching as she spoke. The target has taken the wild boars he keeps with him, and the ones raised nearby, leaving 7 behind at the farm. In total, there are 74, 46 of which are level 2 mutated wild boars, and 28 are level 1 mutated wild boars. Truly an impressive number. Hearing such a large number, Piao Xuying grew even more worried. She looked at Yi Zhongming uneasily. "Zhongming, maybe we should reconsider." Yi Zhongming frowned and shook his head. "High risk, high reward. If that's the case, what's the harm in trying?" With that said, he tossed the walkie-talkie to Yu Daewon. This operation is very dangerous, and the view from here isn't bad, musician Yu. You will be in charge of staying here and acting as our communications relay, and Xia Lei will also stay here to protect you. Then he told Piao Xuying to meet up with Liang Chuan and Di to provide them with support. Yi Zhongming then looked at Mu Ye, telling her to hunt down any level 1 mutated boars she saw nearby, and told Xiao Hu to get a motorcycle ready. For the second phase of the battle, you will follow him. Mo Ye, holding her knife, nodded, understood. Ye Zhongming waved his hand. I'll be responsible for dealing with the 7 wild boars at the farm. Everyone get ready to move, remember. We will only avoid being eliminated if we maintain an evolution speed that's always one step ahead of the others. Otherwise, death is just a matter of time. Everyone quickly dispersed. Yi Zhongming made his way to the front of the farm. He stopped outside the gate, looking inside to observe the Pig King, Gu Fan, a 9-star powerhouse in his past life, who also commanded a herd of extremely high-level mutated wild boars, 5 of which had even reached level 8 mutation. Unfortunately, his entire life, aside from that herd of boars, he had always been a lone wolf, and was eventually defeated and killed by 2 9-star powerhouses who joined forces. It wasn't until after Gu Fan died that someone started writing biographies of the strongest humans in the apocalypse, that Yi Zhongming learned that he and this man were from the same city, and that this man had even opened a farm. A wild boar emerged from somewhere. Yi Zhongming leaped towards it and swung his blade without hesitation. The sharp blade, combined with his immense strength, decapitated the wild boar in a single strike. Yi Zhongming removed the magic crystal from its head. He needed to evolve again, so he required a large number of level 2 magic crystals. This was the only place he could think of. Perhaps he had to kill a future 9-star powerhouse now, but to achieve his goal, this was the only way. This was a result stained with blood, mostly the fresh blood of humans. Yi Zhongming absolutely refused to believe that this herd of wild boars had never eaten a single human. He raised his blade again, slashing wildly. In a situation like this, no snowflake is innocent, even in death. These boars couldn't atone for their sins. Elsewhere, Mu Yi was striding through the forest, holding a heavy-duty gun. Behind her, a herd of wild boars was in hot pursuit. Dust and smoke filled the air, making it hard to tell how many there were. Feeling she had run far enough, Mu Yi suddenly stopped, did a sharp turn, and aimed her gun at the herd, ready to send them to hell. The first shot rang out, and 1 boar fell. The other boars continued their chase. Gunshots echoed continuously. The herd of wild boars charged through a dense hail of bullets, but couldn't be completely wiped out. At least one managed to slip through the net, and was now rushing like the wind towards Mu Ye. This was just a puny boar. How could it possibly stand against her now? Mu Yi drew her knife, nimbly dodged to the side, and stabbed it in the back of the neck. The wild boar died on the spot, its blood pooling on the ground. Mu Yi looked at the dead boars in front of her, including this one. She had killed 10 of them. As she bent down to collect the magic crystals, Mu Yi reported over the radio, "This is Mu Yi. The battle is over. I'll be at the second mission point in 2 minutes." Elsewhere, a pack of wild boars was on the hunt. They were currently feasting on some poor man. The wind blew, but not a leaf stirred. Liang Chuan slowly approached, a leather whip in her hand, and the pack of wild boars noticed her presence. One of them paused its gruesome meal and advanced towards Liang Chuan. Liang Chuan coldly swung the whip in her hand towards the wild boar. Shadow quad-directional dance. This full power move made the whip move so fast it created countless afterimages, lashing repeatedly at the wild boar. But these creatures were thick-skinned and fat, so the whip didn't hurt much. In fact, it only enraged them further. The boar let out a squeal and charged at Liang Chuan. Just then, a shield appeared, blocking the attack for her.
What a close call!
Liang Chuan looked at the familiar shield. They had finally arrived. She looked happily at the newcomer and asked with a smile, "Are you here to back me up?" The boar in front had been knocked unconscious by the shield, but before they could even celebrate, Fox Yuing shouted, "Watch your back, Liang Chuan." Another wild boar, seeing its companion fall, charged like a rocket towards Liang Chuan. In that split second, she didn't have time to think. Her hand had already swung the whip high. Then Liang Chuan's body shot into the air, evading the collision with the wild boar. For a moment, high above, Liang Chuan aimed her gun at the wild boar and calmly took aim. 3 bullets were fired in quick succession, all hitting the boar's head. Liang Chuan jumped down, retracting the whip in her hand. The wild boar trembled slightly, then collapsed to the ground. Fax Xiaoying saw that everything was handled and reported over the radio. "This is Fax Xiaoying and Liang Chuan. Mission complete. We're heading to the second mission point now." Elsewhere, Xiao, who had prepared the motorcycle as instructed by Yi Zhongming, he rested his foot on the carcass of a wild boar, casually smoking a cigarette, waiting for his target to arrive from a distance. A herd of wild boars led by Gu Fan finally appeared. "It took you guys long enough." Gufan frowned and shouted, "Who are you people?" Although Gufan was strong, these people could slaughter his wild boars so easily. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Xiao Hu wasn't about to answer. He raised his hand and gave Gufan a loving middle finger, then grinned, "You want to know? Then come and catch me." Then he revved the engine and took off, leaving the guys behind to eat his dust. Seeing him flee, Gufan grew furious and ordered his boars to give chase. As he pursued, he cursed inwardly. "Who the hell is that kid? What's his game?" Riding his motorcycle up ahead, Xiao Hu reported over the radio, "This is Xiao Hu, mission complete. I'm now heading to the second mission point, on the other side of the battlefield." Zhongming had just finished off the remaining wild boars guarding Gufan's lair. The dagger in his hand was still dripping blood onto the ground, yet his clothes were spotless, without a single stain. Hearing Xiao Hu's report, Zhongming nodded slightly, his voice deep and steady. "Roger that, my side is also clear." Preparing to move to the second mission point to send the Boar King to hell. Heaven was out of the question. It was definitely a one-way trip. The scene immediately shifted to a derelict residential area, with not a single zombie in sight. Yet the air was still heavy with the oppressive stench of death. In one of the buildings, Muye was holding a sniper rifle, her eyes glued to the window on guard. Liang Chuan and Fac Xuing stood behind her. Hearing Zhongming's report, Liang Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "So amazing." He took on 3 level 2 and 4 level 1 beasts by himself, and finished in just a few minutes. Hearing this, Fac Xuing, standing behind her, teased with a smirk, "It's not that he's amazing. It's that you just head over heels for him, aren't you?" Liang Chuyen's nerve was struck, and right on cue, her face flushed red as she shyly shouted, "Humph. And who was it that said, when you were trapped by that Wang Ding guy, that all you could think about was Brother Ye?" This time it was Fu Shuying's turn to blush, and she frantically waved her hands. I did not mean it like that. I was just hoping Brother Yi would appear to save our lives." Liang Chuyan put her hands on her hips and interrogated her. "Save you, so you could repay him with your body?" Fu Shuying wilted and asked, "Why are you so mean? You are just projecting." Although engrossed in their conversation, Muyi remained half vigilant of her surroundings. The instant she detected movement, she immediately shifted into a combat stance. The herd of boars, lured by Xiaohu, had come into view. Everyone set aside their banter and sprang into action. Fu Ying summoned an energy shield for cover. Liang Chuyin looked outside and could not help but curse, "Damn it. It would be a huge waste if I die today. I have lived this long and I am still a virgin, embarrassed." Fu Xuyang quickly scolded, "Will you just stop it already?" That guy Gufan gave chase, his head throbbing, when he took stock of his wild boars. More than 20 of his battle pets, out of a total of 74, were now dead, a loss of 1/3. Where the hell was that bastard on the motorcycle? Today he was determined to make his boar killers pay. Completely unaware of the imminent danger, he scanned the area but saw no one. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. Another bad feeling. A bullet whizzed out, piercing the head of the boar running next to him. Gufan watched it collapse and immediately ducked low, pressing his body flat against the boar he was riding. An ambush. Very quickly, he pinpointed the location of Mu Ye's ambush and ordered his herd to charge straight at them. Standing on the rooftop, Liang Chuyan watched as the swarm of boars drew nearer and nearer. She let go and leaped down, shouting, "If none of us die today, let's go out and have some fun together another time." Then she unleashed her 4 directions dance shadow technique. Countless whip phantoms materialized, appearing like slender yet resilient weeds, but they struck the wild boars relentlessly. At the same time, a continuous barrage of bullets flew past, finishing them off. Liang Chuyin looked up in surprise as Mo Yi fired her gun and said,
I will provide cover.
"Let's wrap this up fast, go." And so, without a second thought, Liang Chuyin charged directly into the line of fire. Muya's marksmanship is truly incredible. She is firing so much but only hitting the boars. Liang Chuyin dashed towards a nearby building, hooking a rope in her hand onto a window. The moment the rope secured itself around the bars, she used the leverage to launch herself upwards, scaling the wall to escape the pursuing herd. Any later, and she would have been trampled to death. Mo Yi quickly leaned out the window and offered a hand. Liang Chuyin, holding the rope in her mouth, leaped into the room, revealing a wound on her waist. She slumped against the wall, exhausted, and said, "I am out of spiritual energy." Fu Xuyang rushed over, "You are hurt," and began to treat Liang Chuyen's wound. Muyi looked out the window and said, "I am out of the armor-piercing rounds Zhongming gave me. Regular bullets are useless against those boars. Our mission is complete. Let's get ready to retreat." Gufan had already dismounted his boar and followed them into the building alone. Overhearing her words, he furiously kicked the door open and stormed in. He roared, trying to run, "I am not letting a single one of you get away. I am going to capture all of you. Then I will torture you until you tell me everything you know, and then feed you all to my boars." Yi Zhongming had appeared silently behind Gu Fan at some point. Just as Gu Fan finished his threat, Yi Zhongming coldly asked, "Is that so?" The three girls in the room instantly relaxed upon seeing Yi Zhongming. It is true that when a powerful person arrives, any problem can be handled. Before Gu Fan could utter another word, Yi Zhongming leaped into the air and planted a powerful kick squarely on his back. The painful impact sent his large body stumbling forward, flying several feet through the air, shattering the window as he was flung outside. Gu Fan's massive frame hung suspended in midair. Before he could even process what was happening, his vision was filled with a brilliant crimson fire descending from above. Yi Zhongming flew towards him, wielding a flaming, phoenix-like blade, and brought it down without a shred of mercy. The intense flames incinerated everything in their path. Within the inferno, he coldly gazed at the figure beneath his feet. Down below, the herd of wild boars was incinerated along with Gu Fan. They writhed and struggled within the massive blaze, letting out nothing but ear-piercing squeals. Then, the sound slowly died down. The acrid smell of burnt flesh permeated the air. Xiao Hu looked at the boar carcasses before him and began to count, reaching a total of 72. After finishing his tally, he went to report to Yi Zhongming. "Boss, we have accounted for 72 in total, but 2 of them are missing." Yi Zhongming shook his head. "We cannot possibly locate every single boar. Being able to kill most of them like this is already good." After saying that, he turned and went into the house, not forgetting to instruct Xiao Hu before he left. "These wild boars are for everyone to handle." Xiao Hu didn't understand yet, so Yi Zhongming explained that some parts of the wild boars' bodies had undergone a partial localized evolution. They are all very good materials. Xiao Hu didn't understand at all, and just felt a sense of admiration for Yi Zhongming. Yi Zhongming was speechless, gave a helpless smile and asked, "Besides, don't you want to eat wild boar meat?" Xiao Hu drooled and nodded, "Yes. There's so much meat here, it's a lot." Mu Yi came over, patted Xiao Hu's back, and said, "You take the motorcycle and go get Yu De Yuan and the others to come help, while we go find salt and wood. Then process this pile of pork for preservation." Yi Zhongming nodded with a smile. "I'll leave it to you all. I'm going to rest for a bit." Although the others didn't notice much from a distance, Yi Zhongming's complexion was extremely pale right now. He was probably very tired. Everyone quickly dispersed to do their tasks. Xiao Hu quickly went to pick up Yu De Yuan. In the large courtyard, Liang Chuyin and Piao Xuying were hanging pork on large racks, using fire to roast and smoke it. In a corner, Xiao Hu, Xiao Lai, and Mo Yi were using knives to butcher the pork, while Yu De Yuan and the other staff began the initial steps of preserving the pork. Everyone was focused on their own work. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming was resting in his room, gnawing on the pork the others had brought him. On the floor, there were 2 other wild boars tied up. Yi Zhongming was deep in thought. Now that the class skills of the Radiant Seal Blade Master were combined, the power was truly terrifying, but his mental energy consumption was too high. This mutated boar meat was also a very good tonic. Although the effect wasn't obvious for him, for people like Liang Chuyin, it could cause their physique to take a small leap forward. The biggest gain from this harvest was over 40 level 2 magic crystals. Next, he just needed to find a place with a level 2 roulette and try his luck. Looking at his bag of magic crystals, Yi Zhongming's heart filled with joy. Suddenly, Duer stared at Yi Zhongming with puppy dog eyes, which surprised him a little. Yi Zhongming looked at the magic crystal on its forehead. Its color was starting to fade. Could this fluctuation mean it was evolving? Duer lay down at Yi Zhongming's feet, and he patiently sat and watched it. It seemed like nothing unexpected was happening. Once it wakes up, the evolution will occur. Suddenly, the sound of a dispute came from outside. It was Mu Yi with a group of strangers. Yi Zhongming opened the door and went out. Mu Yi was pointing a knife at 2 men. He looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" He couldn't sense the aura of an evolver on these 2. They were just ordinary people. The 2 men looked at Yi Zhongming and quickly explained, "My name is Jia Min, and this is Da Ming. We were from the new base area." As soon as Xiao Lei heard they were from the new base area, she shot up. A huge suspicion formed in her mind. Could this be the base established by the new district government? If so, then could he be there too? Mu Yi looked at the approaching Xiao Lei, then back at the 2 men and said, "Let's find out the situation first. If it's a base, it must be under very strict management." Xiao Lei stepped forward and asked, "How was your new base built?" The 2 men were honest. It was established by the artillery battalion and the new district government. Gathering the staff from the government building at that time, soldiers from the artillery battalion, and survivors from several nearby construction sites and residential areas. After hearing this, Xiao Lei became even more hopeful. She forced a smile and quickly asked, "Then do you 2 know Qin Yu?" "He's from the new district government office." The 2 men looked at each other for a moment, then shook their heads. "Qin Yu, we don't think we've ever heard that name. We don't know him." Hearing this, Xiao Lei was extremely disappointed. and fell silent again. Zhongming glanced at her, then looked back at the two men and asked, "Are you two out hunting?" The two men nodded, their voices trembling slightly. "As you know, this new district was only recently developed, so the infrastructure isn't complete, and the base was established out of necessity, so we're very short on supplies. Food and other necessities are extremely scarce. If you don't want to go hungry, you either need the type of crystals from the foreheads of zombies and monsters, or you need weapons and ammunition, otherwise you can only find food for yourself." Xiao Hu asked again, "So what are you guys doing here?" The taller man said worriedly, "I have a feeling you guys are trying to get to the new base, right? We're familiar with that area, we can lead you in, once we're inside. We can act as your guides, so you don't get scammed by anyone." Xiao Hu, who was usually a bit dense, was being quite clever now. He asked in a serious tone, "We have our own legs, why would we need you to lead us?" At this, the chubby guy became even more frightened. He said that they didn't know the new area outside the base was surrounded by zombies and mutated animals, and normal people couldn't get in, only through a special method. Zhongming said, "Be more specific." The two men didn't dare to delay and quickly said, "All right, I'll be straight with you. Right now, getting in and out of the base is done through the sewers. It's safer in there, but the pipe network is extensive. You'll definitely get lost on your first time. The two of us want to be your guides, and then, well, we were thinking about those 2 pieces of meat." Zhongming said coolly, "Fine. 2 pieces of meat per person. But you have to stay and help us process this meat, then take us to the base." The two men breathed a sigh of relief. Zhongming forced a smile and said, "Thank you." The other guy also explained a bit more. We were forced into this. We have family at home. Between the two of us, we have 7 or 8 mouths to feed." After hearing this, Zhongming said, "Then let's hurry up and process all the meat. We can't carry it all, so we'll split it into 2 portions. We'll hide 1 portion here, and the rest of us will carry the other portion on the road." CLA then said, "Xiao Hu, hurry and go to the farm to see if there's anything wrong with the pork. What you always quick to order me around." Suddenly, Doer barked from inside the house, and Zhongming rushed into the room. This little guy's evolution should take a few hours at the shortest, or a day or 2 at the longest. But it hasn't even been 10 minutes, and there's already movement. This is really scary. Zhongming rushed into the room, only to find that Due's soft, silky fur had completely vanished. All that was left was a hairless dog barking at him. The others also rushed in to see what was happening. Elsa asked worriedly, "Brother Yi, what's wrong?" Zhongming replied, "It's probably evolving. It's just that the process is a bit difficult." Xiao Hu pointed at Duer in shock and said, "Boss, it's growing fur, and it's golden." Duer took a deep breath, and its body transformed, revealing cold green eyes and a proud golden coat. Its body was lean yet agile, looking somewhat like a lion but not quite, having successfully evolved into a level 2 life form. Having just evolved, Duer excitedly pounced on Zhongming as if showing off, caught completely off guard. Zhongming was knocked to the ground by Duer. Seeing how happy it was, the others were just as joyful. After showing off to Zhongming, Duer excitedly ran to show off to everyone else. This time it had evolved into a golden boy. Zhongming wiped Duer's drool off his face and said, "All right, leave it be. Let's hurry and process the meat. Silly dog, stop it, come with me now." But that little guy Duer, having just evolved, just barked a few times, and then tried its best to shove its head into Elsa's shirt. Who knows where this dog learned to be such a pervert? After things settled down temporarily, Zhongming pulled Duer aside to ask, "After evolving, did you develop any new innate skills?" Duer let out a confused bark. Zhongming looked at it in silence. Did it really not get any? But the next second, Duer lay down, and 2 beams of light shot out from its body. Startled, Zhongming dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding them. If those 2 beams had hit him, it would have really hurt. Looking at the section of the wall it hit, which had now turned to dust, he knew it was powerful. Duer's previous innate skill was called Dense Needle Ray, a type of area of effect attack skill that many furry animals possessed. Its power was average, but this time, it was clear that it could control the number and intensity of the dense needle ray's attacks. Was this Duer's new innate skill after evolving? The scene then shifts to some urban area, filled with towering skyscrapers. On the rooftop of one of the buildings, a man in a green military uniform was surveying the area, and then, he spotted a strange sight in the distance. It was just a few people smoking wild boar meat, of course. He knew there was a freak at that farm, but now that freak, who led a pack of wild boars that always rampaged outside the base, was dead, and the boars he raised had become food for others. A seemingly knowledgeable man approached, smiled, and asked, "Captain, what's up ahead?" The man called Captain turned to look at him and said, "Kinki, don't call me Captain. Right now, we were all just people from the base, trying to survive." The man smiled and said, "Then you shouldn't call me Kinki, call me Kin Yu." After speaking, Qin Yu's gaze shifted to the captain's gun. He thought to himself, it would be great if I had a gun. With a gun, I could get magic crystals, and with magic crystals, I could become an evolver. Then I could survive and even hold endless power in the new base. What a huge advantage. At that moment, a man came up to the captain to report. Everything is ready, but this place has been overrun by zombies and monsters. There isn't much edible stuff left. The only uncontaminated food is just 1 bag of rice. But on the other hand, there's quite a bit of soybean oil, 7 or 8 barrels, and some scattered hanging noodles. The captain gritted his teeth, flicked away the cigarette in his hand, and cursed. No food, only oil. Are we supposed to live on faith? Ugh. He ground the cigarette out under his foot and yelled, is this all we got from this hunting trip? It wasn't easy to get these 10 magic crystals, and we still have to hand them over to the others. Suddenly, he realized. Didn't that group who killed the pig-raising freak also make a haul? If these people could be persuaded to join the base, wouldn't the base's strength grow even stronger? As he thought this, he peeked back towards Zhongming's group. If they don't submit, with dozens of wild boar carcasses and more than 10 magic crystals, such abundant resources, if the base could get its hands on them, couldn't he get a vial of evolution solution for himself? Well, a man can dream. It's a beautiful dream, but he has no idea he's about to die. He slung his gun, turned back towards the base, and said to Qin Yu, who was standing near the railing, let's hurry back to the base and report the situation here, after processing all the wild boar meat. Zhongming's group followed the 2 guides back towards the base entrance. Jia Min pointed to the sewer in front of them and said, Jia Ding and I discovered this passage from the wastewater treatment plant. The others don't know about it. After speaking, he pointed towards an urban area and said, and that over there is the new base. Sure enough, countless zombies were gathered outside the new base. This new base would later develop into the Yunshan battle group, only to be destroyed half a year later. As Jia Min led the way, he briefly explained the situation at the base to them. Life in the base wasn't very good at the moment. In a hidden corner, unknown to the group, the mutated zombies on the other side were just as numerous, most of them being level 2 evolvers. Pushing open the sewer gate, Jia Min said, just like your dog, their brains are white crystals. They occasionally launch attacks on the base, and people die every time they attack. Hearing this, Elsa asked worriedly, Brother Yi, will it be a problem to leave Da Huang alone to guard all that meat? Yi Zhongming smiled and said, don't worry, this vicinity was originally the territory of that wild boar pack, so there weren't many zombies to begin with. Besides, we really have no way to carry all that pork with us. While everyone was talking, Jia Min and Deming went ahead and opened a manhole cover. Then they carefully warned the group, be careful. Mutated insects or mutated rats often appear in these places. Hearing this, Yu Daewon asked worriedly, is it that dangerous? If you have to go out and run into those things, what do you guys do? Jia Min shook his head and said, we just have to endure it. We were more likely to starve to death in the base. Luckily, the mutated creatures in these sewers are a bit afraid of firelight, so carrying a flashlight makes it a little better. Yi Zhongming nodded and said, let's get moving. Then the whole group entered the sewer. The air in the sewer was a bit stuffy, but it wasn't too bad. At least there was still enough room to move. As they walked, Jia Min explained, there are a total of 4 sewer entrances to the new base. They are the necessary paths to get in, and each one is heavily guarded, especially against strangers. The guards might also collect a small processing fee of some sort, but don't worry, they don't ask for much. Anything will do. Though food and weapons are best, just a little something is enough to get in. Anything else depends on the guard's mood. Up ahead was the west entrance to the new district. Across from Jia Min's group, another group was also approaching. The 2 sides met, and the other guy immediately flashed a sleazy smile and asked, well, if it isn't the hunting party. How was the haul? The men behind him also started to move forward, reaching for Jia Min's bag and saying, Jia Min, find anything good. Let your big bro see. Although Jia Min resisted, it was futile, and his bag was snatched away, watching the bag being stolen right before his eyes. His heart sank into the depths of despair in an instant. The thugs eagerly opened the bag, which was filled with a lot of meat, and their beastly instincts began to surface. Seeing the meat he had risked his life for being taken just like that, Jia Min was extremely unwilling to accept it. He suddenly lunged forward, rushing at the man and shouting, give it back. The guy was pushed and stumbled backward, dropping the bag. Old Zhao stepped in front of Ate, raising his fist towards Jia Min and asking, we just wanted to see your stuff. Why get so rough? Got no manners. Deming, who was beside him, held Jia Min back and dejectedly explained, Uncle Zhao, he just got anxious seeing the meat he traded his life for being stolen. Please go easy on him. We'll split the bag of meat in half. You can take it back to help Ate recover. Of course, old Zhou wasn't about to listen. He bent down, picked up the bag of meat, and said, I won't make things hard for you, But I'm keeping all the meat, Jia Min snapped. Don't be so greedy. As expected, old Zhou was provoked by Jia Min's words, his face flushed with anger and veins popping, ready to start a fight. He growled, I'm taking all of this, and Deming, you leave your meat here too. This was going too far, even a worm will turn. And they didn't even see who they were with. A Tai, who was still sore from being pushed into the wall earlier, struggled to get up upon hearing this, clutching his head and saying, Uncle Zhao, how is this enough? We can't just let these two go like this, he said, then pointed towards Zhongming's group standing nearby and added, these people are all with you, right? Leave everything behind. Zhongming frowned. Elsa, standing behind him, saw his expression and felt a bit conflicted. Oh well, might as well save these people. She took the initiative to step forward and said, that's enough. Give back the meat and get lost immediately. The thug, oblivious to the impending disaster, still pointed his club at Elsa's face and yelled, you bitch. What did you say? Let's see if I don't take care of you today. It was unclear who would be taking care of whom, as a Tai rushed forward, swinging his club and screaming, die! Elsa remained perfectly calm. Before a Tai could bring the club down on her, she lifted her leg and delivered a painful blow right to his stomach. Elsa then followed up with a powerful kick to a Tai's chin, sending him flying several meters away, messing with an evolver. They had to be kidding. The other thugs saw a Tai get kicked several meters away and felt a flicker of fear. But they were still fools rushing in where angels fear to tread. In a moment of anger clouding their judgment, they all charged towards Elsa.
Shouting, get her!
Zhongming looked at Elsa coldly and said, Suyen, make it quick. He really had no patience for this group. Elsa nodded and said, all right, brother Yi. She didn't even consider those small-time thugs a threat, and rightly so, because it only took a brief moment for Elsa to finish them all off, and now she was just dusting off her hands. In front of her, the group of thugs had been beaten half to death, groaning and sprawled all over the ground. That was the price for their foolishness. Zhongming couldn't be bothered with them, and with the obstacle gone, he led everyone forward again. Old Zhao was still conscious, but he could only watch helplessly as the group left, wondering if they were evolvers, blaming his bad luck for running into the wrong people today. After walking a bit further, they were near the gate, and Jia Min pointed ahead, saying, the guards are up ahead. Just follow us and you will be fine, thanks. Before heading out, Zhongming reminded his companions that they would have to get used to this kind of thing in the future, as it could happen at any time. At least half of the fights in this world are protect your own things from being stolen to others. It might just look like they're re-robbing a few items, but in the apocalypse, these things are very likely exchanged for one's own life. Therefore, robbing and killing are no different, let alone just severely injuring someone in a fight. Even killing him wouldn't have been too much. Indeed, if Zhongming had been the one to act just now, he would have killed the man instantly. But before that, he didn't forget to praise Elsa for a job well done. Being praised by the person she liked made her overjoyed. But on the outside, she just smiled gently, nodding and saying, all right. Before heading out, Zhongming held his necklace in his hand and said, to avoid trouble, everyone give me all your weapons to hold on to. Everyone handed their things over to him without hesitation. After confiscating everything, Zhongming's group continued their journey outside the base. Warm sunlight shone down on the buildings as a hand reached up from under a manhole cover, pushing it aside. Zhongming and his group climbed out of the sewer. Enjoying the fresh outdoor air, they had finally arrived at the new base. The two residents, Jiamin and Deming, smiled and said, this is the new base area. Inside this base area, you could find a few people selling miscellaneous goods, but the ground, like many other places, was littered with dried bloodstains. Jiamin turned to Zhongming, now a little less afraid of him after being helped. He smiled and said, you all just arrived at the base and don't have a place to stay. Why don't you come with us? We have plenty of empty houses over there to live in. Zhongming didn't refuse. Just then, CLA suddenly said, I'm not going. I have to find my husband. Mu Yi was a bit reluctant to part ways, but she understood. So she just gave CLA a hug before they went their separate ways. Then CLA turned, waved goodbye to them, and left. Zhongming didn't stop her, simply watching in silence. What should we handle now? He asked Jiamin. You need to buy some supplies and daily necessities. Do you know where they resold? Jiamin pointed south and said, daily necessities are easy to find, not far from here, at the intersection with the southern district. There's a small market where they sell all sorts of things. You just need a little food to trade for them. Zhongming lowered his voice and asked, what about ammunition? Can you trade for it? Jiamin asked in surprise. Ammunition. Only the people from that small artillery regiment and Director Wang's group have any. You won't find it at the market. But I've heard there's a black market in the new district, and sometimes they have ammunition for sale. Hearing this, Ye Zhongming asked in surprise. So have you ever been there to sell strange things? Like scrolls or potion certificates? And some other things you might not recognize. Ye Zhongming was surprised that this base already had a black market, considering it was established not long ago. Jimin shook his head and said, I haven't seen anything like that. Deming, from behind, thought for a moment then replied. But I think I've heard people talking about something. In the eastern base area, someone is trying to sell some kind of formula for a high price. I don't know if that's what you were looking for, but a formula like that is a rare find. If you can use it, its value afterward would be immense. Thinking about this, Ye Zhongming asked, can you two help me find that person? Of course, he wasn't asking for free. The reward is 10 pounds of meat. And it's fine even if you can't find them. The two of them were incredibly surprised to hear this. Was he for real? But ultimately Ye Zhongming knew how to motivate people. Jimin nodded firmly and said, okay, I'll find that person for you. Then he turned to Da Ming. Let's split up, you take them to the market first, then head back to our house. We'll meet up there. Da Ming nodded and said, be careful. After Jimin left, Da Ming temporarily took on the role of guide. He gestured for them to follow and said, shall we go now, brother Yi? The group moved forward again, with Da Ming leading. Pyok Soing suddenly rushed forward, grabbed Ye Zhongming's sleeve, and pointed nearby, saying, Zhongming, look over there. Pyok Soing was pointing at a girl who would have been very beautiful under normal circumstances, but was now in a wretched state. She was wearing tattered clothes. Elsa also looked over and saw a girl lying there in a somewhat revealing outfit. Mui was also extremely uncomfortable. Near where she was, there were two others who appeared to be twin sisters. These people were just too naive. Ye Zhongming asked coldly, Pyok Xiaoying, are you prepared to kill people? Not just one person, but many. You will pay with food, and you'll have to kill for your own safety. Are you sure you want to give her food? Ye Zhongming looked coldly at Fact Tuan, completely serious about his question. Fact Tuan was suddenly asked this, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Da Ming, who was beside them, nodded and explained further. Brother Yi has a point. Sometimes, having a lot of food isn't a blessing, but a disaster. In the new district these past few days, people are killed every day. Most of them are killed because they have food. It's like they say, wealth invites trouble. If you have no food, you starve to death. If you have too much, you get killed for it. Becoming an evolver is truly a stroke of luck. Elsa stepped forward and gently patted Fact Tuan's back to comfort her. On the roadside, everyone looked dejected and wary. After all, business here is just too slow. Ye Zhongming went over to talk to a vendor. Elsa, next to Fact Tuan, looked at him and said sadly, if it weren't for him, we might have ended up like these women. Just then, two guys approached, and Ye Zhongming immediately noticed them. This aura was very familiar. It belonged to evolvers. The two guys were huge and fierce looking, with an arrogant and domineering air. Ye Zhongming immediately asked Da Ming, who are they? Da Ming lowered his head, pursed his lips for a moment, and said, Yu Kao and Yang Shilong, they are both evolvers. At that moment, Yu Kao walked up to a blonde girl, holding a package of food, and ordered her, lift your head. The girl trembled, her face pale. Sweat poured down like rain, and she weakly stammered, I won't do it. I won't do it anymore. It was unclear what they had put her through to make her react this way. Seeing her refuse, Yang Shilong kicked the girl hard in the face and yelled, You've got a death wish, huh? He showed no mercy at all. You ungrateful wench, you re out here selling yourself and you dare to refuse. What are you pretending for? After saying that, he aggressively threw the package of crackers at the blonde girl. She could only endure it obediently as they grabbed her by the hair and dragged her across the ground. Her skin burned from the friction, and tears streamed down her face. That bastard. The surrounding crowd could only glare at the two arrogant men with hateful and resentful eyes. Unable to do anything, Fact Tuan asked in shock, why are they doing that? Is forcing people fun? Elsa also watched the woman in astonishment. What's going on? She's clearly not going willingly, is she? Ye Zhongming shook his head and explained, if normal people have nothing to offer an evolver, they'll be tortured to death. Those two have definitely done similar things before, which is why that woman didn't want to go with him. Da Ming nodded, sighed, and said, Brother Yi is absolutely right. Those two beasts don't even see normal people as human. In the past few days, 3 or 4 women have been killed by them. Their reputation is already rotten. This is how it is among the evolvers here. This is life in the base. After hearing this, the 3 girls' expressions turned extremely grim. This place was truly too cruel. But such is the reality of the apocalypse. As he spoke, Da Ming spat on the ground and grumbled. If the 3 roulettes weren't all controlled by them, they wouldn't be so arrogant. The moment Ye Zhongming heard this, he was startled. He hastily grabbed Da Ming's arm, forgetting to control his strength, which made the man grimace in pain. What did you say? How many roulettes are there here? Zhongming realized he had lost his composure and let go. Zhongming rubbed the spot where he had been grabbed and said, "Everyone in the base knows there are 3 roulettes here." Before they were guarded, many people had seen them. Zhongming asked again, "What level are the roulettes?" Zhongming scratched his head and replied, "Probably level 1 and 2. After all, the crystals on the foreheads of the zombies outside are all the same. A grayish-white color. The white on top is pure white, so it should be level 2. Zhongming smiled in excitement. There really was a level 2 roulette. In his past life, he left the city as soon as he became a level 1 evolver, so he didn't know about the level 2 roulette. He had originally only planned to come to the base to trade for some supplies and see if there were any class change scrolls, but he never expected to find a level 2 roulette in the base. He looked at a nearby vendor, tossed him a piece of wild boar meat, and said, "I will take all of these legs." Night fell upon the city, and a musty heat enveloped everything. But as the night deepened, the weather grew colder, making the air somewhat more pleasant. In an abandoned building where Zhongming's group was staying, the 3 girls were busy starting a fire to prepare dinner, while Xiaohu chopped firewood nearby. Jiamin and Zhongming were organizing their things. Zhongming stood still in the room, observing his surroundings and watching them cook so comfortably. He had almost forgotten something important, even though everyone was an evolver now. Eating a diet lacking green vegetables for such a long time would inevitably cause problems. With that thought, he grabbed Xiaohu, who was chopping wood nearby, and said, "Come with me." Zhongming then turned to Zhongming and asked, "Do you know where I can buy seeds?" After getting the address, Zhongming and Xiaohu quickly went to buy seeds and soil to plant on the rooftop. After a busy evening, the work was finally finished. Xiaohu let out a breath and collapsed to the ground, his entire body covered in mud and dirt. Xiaohu looked at Zhongming watering the plants nearby and yelled, "Boss, how can we possibly grow vegetables in time?" Of course it wouldn't be in time under normal circumstances. But Zhongming was anything but normal. He bent down, placed one hand on the soil, and his whole body began to emit a green light. His gardener class skill activated, and nourishing energy from Zhongming's body flowed into the ground, seeping into every corner. He closed his eyes, sensing the feedback, feeling as if his spiritual power had become an extension of his own body, like roots spreading through the soil. Every time he touched a cabbage seed, it became a node in his mind. As each node lit up, green sprouts burst forth from the soil. Watching the green sprouts shoot up before his very eyes, Xiaohu couldn't help but curse. "This is freaking insane. You can actually do that." Zhongming slowly sensed the seedlings in the soil and continued to channel his energy into them. He repeated the process several more times as an experiment. Finally, Zhongming let out a breath, seemingly finished. The seedlings before him had all sprouted, even though he had planted them less than 10 minutes ago. But in that short time, he had used up more than half of his spiritual power. Still, the experiment was well worth it. This meant they would no longer lack vitamins and other trace elements, and in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages. Once his gardener class leveled up, his ability to handle food and nutrition issues would multiply. This meant he could feed a lot more people. He would possess a core advantage that no one else had. With that settled, Zhongming told Xiaohu to head downstairs with him. Xiaohu looked at the seedlings and asked, "Is this a skill from your second class?" "What is your second class?" Zhongming replied coolly, "Gardener." Xiaohu asked with excited curiosity, "A gardener, for growing vegetables?" Zhongming retorted gruffly, "If you don't understand, don't ask." When they got downstairs, dinner was ready, complete with some fresh greens and a huge slab of meat. Naturally, Zhongming took his seat at the center of the table. It had been a long time since Ming had eaten a meal like this, and he was stuffing his face in pure bliss. Witnessing the scene, Xiaohu burst out laughing. He said that this was nothing. Later, the boss would have something even better. Ming pressed him curiously, asking what it was. Hugh just smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret. I'm not telling you." He sure knew how to tease someone. Zhongming held his soup bowl, feeling utterly satisfied, and rested for a moment to recover his spiritual power. He planned to use tomorrow to accelerate the growth of those cabbages, and then they could have braised meat with cabbage. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Ming got up to answer it, and it turned out to be Jiamin, who had finally found the information. Jiamin poked his head inside, looked at Zhongming, and spoke. "Brother, yeah, I found the person with the formula." Zhongming looked at him, pleased, and asked immediately, "Where are they?" Min pointed outside and said, "Right here, at the Haiba Community Club in the Eastern District." Elsewhere, Xiale looked worriedly at the person who just walked in, asking urgently, "How did you get so badly injured? Who did this to you?" Kinyu walked in holding some food, frowning as he replied, "I got hurt in a fight. It's men's business. Women shouldn't worry about it." He clutched the now empty food bag in his hand.
He exclaimed, "This stuff is amazing!"
How come I never discovered it before? Hearing this, Xiaolei chuckled inwardly, thinking that as the son of a party secretary, of course he'd never eaten this kind of convenience food. Xiaolei glanced at her own bag, thinking thankfully that Xiaoyi had left her some meat and a vial of evolution potion. Otherwise, in this new base area, finding Qinyu would be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Qinyu collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and screaming, "Oh, it hurts!" This startled Xiaolei a bit. The door was suddenly kicked open, and some guy appeared at their doorstep, looking extremely arrogant. Qinyu forced a smile and said, Brother Fan, these are things my wife found for me, so I forgot. I'll go wash your clothes right now." Xiaolei grabbed his hand and asked in surprise, "Qinyu, what are you doing?" Qinyu frowned, quickly pulled his hand away and said, "Let go, I'll explain later." The man called Brother Fan stared intently at Xiaolei, making her a little uncomfortable. But what he was really eyeing was her body. The look in this guy's eyes was clearly indecent, as he unconsciously licked his lips, putting on an overtly lecherous expression. Today, he was suddenly surprisingly nice to Qinyu. He chuckled and said, "Forget it, I'm leaving." Then he left, much to Qinyu's surprise. As Xiaolei watched his retreating back, she couldn't help but feel a bad premonition. It seemed she could only go find Xiaoyi's group, to see if she could get a gun for self-defense. Elsewhere, that guy Fan was getting a massage with Yang Shilong in some area, enjoying the touch of several beautiful girls. A woman who seemed to be managing the place looked at Fan lying on the bed and asked with a fawning smile, "Brother Fan, have you seen that waste Qinyu's wife yet? Isn't she, as I said, a beauty that could topple nations? She asked for that waste's whereabouts today, which is how I knew she just arrived at the base." Fan smirked and said, "She is indeed beautiful. No, she's more than beautiful, a top-tier beauty. As for that guy Qinyu, I heard he had a very beautiful wife, but had never seen her. I didn't expect her to be even more beautiful than the rumors." Yang Shilong, who was getting a massage, shot up after hearing this and asked excitedly, "Is she that beautiful?" Fan nodded and said, "Yeah." He excitedly turned to face Fan and said with a grin, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. What else is there to do?" "Hey heh." Fan looked at the girls massaging him and said, "All right, all of you get out. It's time for us to have a normal conversation. A heart-to-heart talk between brothers." The girls were very perceptive and quickly left, giving the two of them some private space to talk. Fan looked at the man sitting in front of him and said with a smile, "Dadong, don't be so hasty. Let me ask you, why have we managed to obtain all these things? Before I was a reserve worker, and you were a mechanic. Why are we now able to enjoy paradise here, being served by 2 campus bells from the art school?" Dadong fell silent, deep in thought. Fan clenched his fist, turned to Dadong and said, "Because we are evolvers, we have more power than others. We can kill zombies. We can get magic crystals to spin the roulette, and that's how we achieved our current status. But do you think this is enough?" Dadong immediately said, "Of course it's not enough." Fan smiled with satisfaction and said, "What's the current situation at the base?" "It's not like you don't know. We're surrounded by zombies and mutated monsters outside. Who knows when the zombies will break in?" As he spoke, he took out a cigarette, and while lighting it he asked, "You and I are both evolvers. Can we deal with 1,000 zombies together?" Dadong shook his head and said, "Of course not." Fan nodded in agreement. "That's why we need to become stronger." Dadong took the lighter from Fan's hand and lit his cigarette. He listened to his big brother talk for a while, but was still very confused. What did any of this have to do with Qinyu's beautiful wife? Fan asked with a smile, "We all 1-star evolvers, right? So why can Director Wang and Chef Jin become leaders of the base, but we can't?" Dadong was silent for a moment. "Because they have skills, and they have men with guns under them. They were too powerful." Fan asked again, "They have very powerful skills. If the base is ever in danger, they'll have the highest chance of survival. Wouldn't you agree?" Dadong nodded in agreement. Fan continued, "Normally, the magic crystals from hunts end up in their hands. Whenever something good is found in the base, they get it first. We can only eat their leftovers. Am I right?" On a mountain 5 kilometers from the base, a place guarded by zombies and beasts was discovered. The roulette there has weapons and skill cards on it. You've probably heard about it. The base is already preparing to make a move on that place. Dadong nodded and said, "I heard someone saw it with their own eyes, and even took a picture with their phone." Fan asked with a smile, "Chef Jin has an unusual preference for older women, right? If we gift this woman to Chef Kim, he'll surely be happy, right? So what do you think, after the base captures that roulette wheel, in exchange for this woman, even if Chef Kim doesn't give us a skill card, giving us 2 weapons shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hearing this, Dadong slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly, "Damn it, Brother Fan. You hit the nail on the head. Let's do just that. We will go find that woman right now." Fan shook his head and said, "It's so late. I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself. We will make our move tomorrow and take her directly to Chef Kim. These guys truly had no idea they were courting death. The next morning, in a certain residential area, a group of people was gathered below a building. The resident walked ahead, leading Zhongming, looking towards the group and explaining, that man's name is Li Kuang. He's not an evolver, but he used to be a national-level marksman. And after the apocalypse, he managed to get his hands on guns. It's said that even evolvers can't get close to him. Many of his subordinates are not evolvers, but they have strong firepower, so his asking price is most likely evolution potions. A lot of people are interested in the formula Li Kuang has. For example, the two current leaders of the base, Director Wang and Chef Kim, but I heard Li Kuang's asking price is too high, so they've never been able to reach an agreement. After hearing this, Zhongming wondered, then why not just rob him? But in this world, you can't just take everything you want by force. The resident shook his head and said, Li Kuang's strength is nothing to scoff at. He has over 200 subordinates and more than 100 guns, making him the strongest private force in the base. Besides, Director Wang and Chef Kim aren't exactly on the same page. After talking for a while, they finally arrived in front of the stronghold. A long line of people was queuing up to go inside. Li Kuang is the only faction leader in the base who recruits regular people. Here, they can do some ordinary work in exchange for food. Although it's very difficult, it offers a glimmer of hope. Just then, a soldier approached them and said, "Are you the two who want to see Mayor Li? Submit to a search, then follow me." The resident said, "Don't worry, brother Ye, I arranged everything yesterday." Zhongming grunted in acknowledgement and went inside. At the main entrance, there were 4 fully armed men holding guns. Inside the room, a handsome man with a stern and righteous look, who looked like a righteous protagonist, was sitting and drinking tea. Behind him stood 2 other men holding guns. The resident stepped forward and said, "Li, we have arrived." Li Kuang put down his teacup and said, "Yes, I know, why else would people come looking for me? It's obviously for that formula scroll. Let's get straight to the point. If you can meet the price, it's yours." What a straightforward way of doing business. Zhongming didn't rush to make an offer, instead asking to see the item first. Li Kuang waved his hand, and a soldier came forward with a laptop. The formula was displayed on it. Zhongming silently scanned through it. "It's confirmed. This is the real thing." He smiled and said, "Li, name your price." Li Kuang didn't state his price immediately, instead asking a sudden question. "You look unfamiliar. I don't know anyone like you in the base." Zhongming smiled and said, "I just arrived." Hearing this, Li Kuang didn't hesitate to hold up 5 fingers and ask, "Since that's the case, how about 5 one-star evolution potions? Then this will belong to you." Upon hearing this, Zhongming understood. No wonder Li Kuang still hadn't sold this thing. The price was just too high. Li Kuang laughed heartily and said, "That's a given. Because my stuff is top quality." Zhongming snorted coldly and pressed him. "If it's really that good, then why haven't you used it yourself?" As expected, Zhongming was sharp, and with just one sentence, he backed Li Kuang into a corner, leaving him speechless. Zhongming continued nonchalantly, "Because the requirements for this formula are too demanding, and you can't learn it, so you have no choice but to sell it. Am I wrong?" His weak spot exposed, Li Kuang snarled, "If you can't afford it, then get out." Naturally, Zhongming wasn't going to back down that easily. He then asked, "How about this? 100 level 1 magic crystals, what do you say?" Li Kuang frowned, "Are you joking? Men, show them out." An offer of 100 level 1 magic crystals was a huge amount, not something one could just produce instantly. Zhongming calmly continued, "You're in control of a roulette wheel, aren't you?" Li Kuang replied, annoyed. "So what?" Zhongming immediately tossed a bag of magic crystals at him. "These magic crystals are enough for me to have 1 spin on your roulette wheel." Li Kuang stared intently at the bag of magic crystals in his hand, his expression growing serious. These were definitely magic crystals, and so many of them meant this guy was no ordinary person. So he agreed to lead Zhongming's group to the roulette wheel. It was located deep inside the base, with guards standing on both sides of it. Li Kuang looked at Zhongming. "Go ahead." Zhongming stepped forward, while the residents stared in amazement at the roulette wheel in front of them. Zhongming quickly observed and analyzed it, because the best formula had been removed from this roulette wheel. Now only required 6 level 1 magic crystals to operate. The items on the roulette wheel, aside from the 1-star evolution potion, were nothing special. The reason Chef Kim and Director Wang casually Li Kuang control a roulette wheel was obviously because after the formula was removed, it was no different from a level 1 roulette. Zhongming placed the magic crystals into the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel slowly started to spin, then landed on a vial of evolution potion. Li Kuang could only watch with envy, thinking how good this kid's luck was, while his own was terrible, unable to win even a single vial of evolution potion. Just then, Li Kaiyang's secretary approached him and gave a signal, but Li Kaiyang shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. Even though he had the firepower, he could still sense a dangerous aura from this guy. His stance seemed casual, but it casually shielded his companion, blocking his men's line of fire. Zhongming won 3 vials of evolution potion, presented them to Li Kaiyang, and asked, 3 vials will do. I agreed to the deal, no matter how you looked at it. These 3 vials were extremely valuable, but Zhongming then said, I can only give you 1 evolution potion and a good gun. Li Kaiyang frowned, glaring angrily at Zhongming, and had to restrain himself. To keep his composure, he asked, good gun? Are you kidding me? What kind of gun haven't I seen before? You gotta bear it. Zhongming didn't answer immediately. He just opened the bag on his back and took out a gun. To everyone's utter astonishment, they wondered. Weren't they supposed to be searched before coming in here? How could this guy still have a gun on him? Zhongming aimed at a nearby wall and fired. The force of the shot was incredibly powerful. Its firepower pierced right through the wall. Li Kaiyang stared, jaw dropped, at the hole in the wall in front of him. That wasn't a pistol. That was a cannon shell. Zhongming said again, 1 vial of evolution potion plus this gun, take it or leave it. What, this gun is way too powerful. Of course, Li Kaiyang was happy to make the trade. After completing the transaction, Zhongming quickly returned to his temporary base. Zhongming, who had stayed behind, had already prepared a full meal for them. A plate of green vegetables was served. The moment the girls saw the greens, their eyes lit up. It's real vegetables. Cabbage! This is so delicious. It's been forever since we had vegetables. After finishing his meal, Zhongming took out a vial of evolution potion and gave it to Zhongming. Zhongming accepted the potion with trembling hands, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he repeatedly said, thank you, thank you. This item was incredibly precious. Even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined he would one day own something like this. Zhongming stood up, looked at them, and said, I'm going back to my room to rest. Don't eat too much. We won't be short on vegetables from now on. Back in his room, Zhongming quickly took out the formula to examine it. It required the skills of a novice. Such a difficult condition. At this stage, it was no wonder that Li Kaiyang, Director Wang, or Chef Kim weren't very interested in this formula. For instance, the requirement of level 2 magic crystals alone was enough to intimidate any ordinary 1-star evolver. But to Zhongming, it was incredibly promising. Zhongming stood up and gazed into the distance, wondering if he should go check out that secondary roulette wheel tonight. If he got the chance, should he just take the evolution potion? Better leave it for later. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa owned by Chef Kim, a fat, ugly man with garish blonde hair had teeth so large that even his ridiculously thick lips couldn't cover them. Kim Yu was summoned. He bowed and said, Mif Kim. Hearing this, Chef Kim clapped his fat hands together with a smack and laughed cheerfully. Haha, what's with the mister? Just call me Chef Kim is fine. Of course, Kim Yu didn't dare to. So he still called out awkwardly, Miss Kim, you summoned me. Chef Kim plopped down into his chair and said with contempt, I've heard of Secretary Kin's great name for a long time. It's a shame he couldn't survive the initial mutant tide. Truly a pity, little Kin. Today I heard your lover came to the base looking for you. For someone to travel from a city full of zombies all the way to this new base. What a remarkable woman. Upon hearing this, Kyun Jun's whole body stiffened. He stared tensely at Chef Kim, wondering how he knew this information. Chef Kim picked up a glass of wine from the table and said, Everyone knows, a little exchange strengthens friendships. After saying that, he poured the entire glass of wine down his throat, just like a pig at a trough. After downing the glass, he stood up and dragged his obese body towards Kinjun, saying, As for me, I'll be blunt. I've taken a liking to little Kun's lover. So if you re-smart, I'll arrange for us to meet, of course. Kunjun couldn't bear this kind of humiliation. This fatso was suddenly making a move on his woman. But right now, he was trying his best to restrain himself. He simply couldn't afford to offend this man. Chef Kim completely ignored Kinjun's ugly expression and continued to pressure him. I don't like to make things difficult for others. That's no fun. So I have one condition. The fat man pulled out a vial of evolution potion, held it out to Kinjun, and said with a grin, Either I play rough, let you watch with your own eyes, and then send you two off to the afterlife. Or you convince your wife to stay with me for a few nights, and I will give you this bottle of evolution potion. Evolution potion. How alluring were those two words. This 1-star evolution potion would grant immense power after injection. It was a potion reserved for the privileged class. If he missed this opportunity now, he didn't know when he'd get another chance at an evolution potion. For the sake of these potions, dozens, sometimes even hundreds of people died in the base every single day. Yu Kunjun should know full well how many evolved individuals are in the base, what their status is, the privileges they hold, and the kind of life they enjoy. He walked up to Kunjun and said with a smile, As long as you convince your wife, you will become one of the high and mighty evolved, with power and authority in this base. Fupins and women will all be limitless. Besides, I'm only asking her to stay with me for a few nights. If she truly loves you, she'll agree for your sake, wouldn't she? At worst, you can just make it up to her after you become an evolved individual. What do you say? Kim-jun swallowed hard, his heart in turmoil. He turned to leave. Kim, I'll be going now. Chef Kim nodded and said with a grin, go on, you know what to do, heh, how interesting. He glanced behind his large armchair. The two men who had just reported to him about Sia Lai were both dead, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Truly a despicable man at the same time. Zhongming had scouted out the location of the level 2 roulette wheel, and was now hiding in a nearby building, observing. Just as he had predicted, the security around the level 2 roulette wheel was not as strict as the level 1's. After all, no one could currently spin a roulette of this level, so it didn't matter whether it was guarded or not. Zhongming slowly walked in, brazenly passing two guards who were fast asleep on the rooftop. The roulette wheel emitted a special golden light. Zhongming touched the roulette wheel. There was no lucky attribute. Without this attribute, it meant there were no skills, no scrolls, and no formulas. What a disappointment, however. There was a 2-star evolution potion, an immunity potion, and a piece of gray-level arm guard. Suddenly, an item caught Zhongming's full attention. That stone with the blue character on it. This was an attribute stone. Attribute stones were precious items that could be embedded into weapons or equipment to add secondary attributes. But its other function was even more valuable. This thing could be eaten. In his past life, the fact that it was edible was an accidental discovery. A weapon with an embedded attribute stone was damaged in battle, and the shattered stone was discarded on the battlefield. Later, a survivor on the brink of starvation mistook the broken stone for rice in his panic and swallowed it. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly revived and became much stronger. That new attribute came from the swallowed attribute stone. This news gradually spread, and people learned that eating an attribute stone could grant humans its power. The item immediately became a hot commodity, and its price skyrocketed. If things followed the old timeline, the true value of attribute stones wouldn't be revealed for at least another 4 years, and no one knew about it yet. Zhongming could use this opportunity to hoard a large quantity of them. He took out the magic crystals he was carrying, except for the minimum of 5 level 2 magic crystals needed to craft the puppet. The number of level 2 magic crystals in his hand was enough for 6 spins. Out of those 6 spins, hitting just one of those 2 items would be a huge win. The roulette slowly began to turn. The moment of evolution began. At a certain sewer within the base, 2 thugs who had just assaulted a woman were peering down into the drain. One of them cursed in frustration. Damn it, she was too weak and stopped breathing before we could even have our fun. Now we have to go out after midnight just to dump the body. The other guy sighed. There's no other choice. The weather isn't cold yet, so if we leave the body in the base, forget about diseases. The stench alone could kill someone. If we just toss her over the wall, we're afraid of sending the zombies into a frenzy, so we have no choice but to take a trip outside to dump the body. After they were done, they started heading back. As they walked, Dedong grumbled. Or else we could go find 2 other girls to play with. Hey, what's up with you? She too hadn't been paying attention, because he was staring at the light on that tall building. He exclaimed in shock, someone spinning the level 2 roulette inside the base. The light shone down, making the atmosphere increasingly heavy. CLA sat on the bed, silently gazing out the window with a look of profound sadness. Kunyu stood in front of her. Alai, I know I've wronged you, but you see the current situation. If you are not an evolver, it's impossible to get by. We'll have no food to eat and no water to drink. In the end, we'll either starve to death or have to pay a price anyway. We have to pay a price to survive, right? So it's better if... Kim is very sincere, and he can make me an evolver. I feel that all of this is worth it. Kinyu's mouth twitched into a forced smile, and he raised 3 fingers to the sky. He swore, once I become an evolver, I will treat you so much better. I won't despise you. I will forget about what happened today. From now on, we'll live a good life. I'll definitely make you an evolver too.
Then we can, damn it!
What a complete scumbag. After hearing this, CLA couldn't hold back anymore. Her blood boiled as she furiously shouted, You despise me. What right do you have to despise me? Damn it, what right do you have? You made me do that disgusting thing, and you keep saying you won't despise me. Are you effing kidding me? Who do you think you re-talking to? Kinyu called out weakly. CLA pointed at his face, cursing, You coward. You useless trash. Before walking to the corner to get her bag, Kinyu asked in fear, Ale, where are you going? CLA snapped, I'll go anywhere, as long as it's away from you. You disgust me. Seeing his evolution potion about to walk away, Kinyu panicked and grabbed her hand, saying urgently, You can't leave. Xiaolei ripped her hand out of his grasp and shouted, "Stay here so you can feed me to that bastard."
Get away from me!
Suddenly, a disgusting voice spoke up. "Kun Yu, it seems your little talk didn't work. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself." Xiaolei looked toward the door. Seeing that shameless face and hearing those words, she didn't need an introduction to know this was the scumbag. Xiaolei spun, leaped into the air, and aimed a kick at Chef Kim. But since Xiaolei wasn't an evolver, she was no match for him. Chef Kim effortlessly raised a hand and caught her leg, then casually tossed her backward. "If talking doesn't work, I guess I'll just have to change the flavor myself today." Just as Xiaolei landed, a hand reached out and grabbed her arm. That scumbag Kun Yu had grabbed her, and was now looking at Chef Kim like a begging dog. "Come on over. I've got her held down, sir. Please don't forget my evolution potion." What a complete scumbag. Xiaolei immediately sent Kun Yu flying with a kick. She couldn't beat Chef Kim, but a normal person was another story, with Kun Yu kicked aside. Xiaolei seized the chance to spin and land on the ground with her bag. She pulled 2 vials of evolution potion from her bag and asked furiously, "Is this what you want? Is it? Isn't this the reason you betrayed your own woman? Open your eyes and take a good look. Is this it?" Both Chef Kim and Kun Yu froze in place simultaneously. Evolution potions were so rare, yet this woman had 2 of them. The moment Kun Yu saw the vials, he lost all composure and his true filthy nature was revealed. He started blaming her. He screamed, "You bitch! You had evolution potions this whole time. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you tell me sooner? You didn't want to give them to me, did you? So why are you showing them now? Have you ever once thought of me as your husband? You used to do whatever I told you. And now you re-hiding an evolution potion from me. I was so wrong about you, Sai. You be tech." Xiaolei opened the potion vial and sighed. He really is beyond saving. Seeing that Xiaolei was about to drink the potion, Chef Kim rushed forward to attack her, intending to stop her. But before he could even touch her, screams rang out from outside. Someone was spinning the level 2 roulette. Chef Kim froze, looking towards the building with the level 2 roulette, then launched his chubby body out the window. He completely forgot about using the main road. He jumped down and shouted loudly, "Everyone assemble, assemble. The target is the level 2 roulette. All guards gather there, and capture whoever is spinning the roulette for me, on the other side." Zhongming was still waiting patiently for the roulette to finish spinning. It was a truly suspenseful moment. Suddenly, the sound echoed over. Something was definitely about to happen. Zhongming watched the golden roulette spin, but it was finally coming to a stop. After today, he, Zhongming, would be the victor in this base. Zhongming bent down and inserted the last magic crystal into the roulette. This was the last chance. He had to hurry outside. Chef Kim's men had arrived, determined to capture Zhongming at all costs. This was a race against time. The roulette began to spin again. Zhongming watched it nervously, unconsciously urging, hurry up, come on." The golden roulette stopped. This time, the prize it landed on was an evolution potion. The balcony door was kicked open, just as he managed to get the evolution potion. Chef Kim's men burst in. They pointed their guns at Zhongming and shouted, "Don't move! Put your hands behind your head." Zhongming looked at them as the evolution potion was dispensed from the machine. He held the evolution potion in his hand, and a great deal of his tension eased. He got it. Of course, the men behind him weren't blind. This was a level 2 evolution potion. This guy had actually managed to win a level 2 evolution potion. Chef Kim grew increasingly impatient and ordered his men to open fire and kill Zhongming. Zhongming immediately spun around and took cover behind the roulette. Bullets rained down on the machine, but it wasn't even scratched. Zhongming seized the opportunity to jump down, using his blade to slide down from the high floor. By the time the men rushed out onto the balcony and looked down, he was nowhere to be seen. Zhongming hid in a blind spot on the wall as Chef Kim's slurred voice echoed, "Search for him. We have to drag him back here." Zhongming landed on the ground and looked around. The knife in his hand was still in perfect condition. He absolutely couldn't stay here for long. He had to take advantage of the fact that Chef Kim and Director Wang's subordinates hadn't fully assembled to make his escape. Just then, a few henchmen caught up to him. They hurriedly shouted to each other to capture Zhongming. Zhongming immediately spun around and took off, dodging the bullets from behind while twirling the knife in his hand. He conveniently slashed a few more men. The distance between Zhongming and the soldiers was closing, making them hesitant to fire recklessly. Right now, the most important thing was to find a secluded place, make some improvements to the 2-star evolution potion he had obtained, and then drink it. As long as he became a 2-star evolver, all his problems could be easily solved. Zhongming burst out of the building, his speed increasing dramatically. Behind him, the subordinates frantically picked up their pace, shouting loudly, "Don't
Let him get away!
alert the entire base to hunt that guy down." Back to Kinyu. At this moment, that despicable man had been sent flying into a wall by a kick from Xiaolai. His body was severely injured. Xiaolai's expression remained fiercely cold, mixed with profound disappointment. She remembered the moment she had left. Mui had given her the evolution potion and said, "Take this with you. He told me to give it to you. If anything happens, drink it." Xiaolai held the evolution potion in her hand, a self-deprecating sneer on her face. A man with whom she had no real relationship, just a simple transaction, was willing to give her an evolution potion. But the man she shared a marriage certificate with, the one who was supposed to protect her, had sold her out for a single evolution potion. Why was the contrast so cruel? So disgusting? Xiaolai opened the evolution potion and downed the entire thing. The empty vial fell and shattered into countless pieces. Just like Xiaolai's completely broken trust. Just moments ago, Kinyu had been viciously cursing Xiaolai, but now, seeing her drink the evolution potion, he instantly changed his tune and approached her with a fake smile, calling out, "Alay." He basically wanted to latch onto her now that she had become an evolver. But only a fool would take this guy back. She gifted him a painful slap across the face, then said coldly, "From now on, we re-through. If you dare say another word to me, I will kill you." Then she turned and walked away. Kinyu was left behind, clutching his face as he asked in fear, Where are you going?" Xiaolai frowned. "Ivy suddenly realized there are people more worthy of my loyalty than you." The soldiers rushed through the city in pursuit of Yi Zhongming, the commotion growing louder and louder. Meanwhile, Yi Zhongming was hiding to the side, observing the situation. Enemies were everywhere in front, behind, left, and right, leaving no escape. He looked at the evolution potion in his hand, feeling extremely frustrated. If he just had 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes of peace, he could modify this evolution potion and complete his 2-star evolution. The moment he found a small opening, a group of people came shouting. He ran in this direction. "Be careful." Yi Zhongming clicked his tongue in annoyance. They were like leeches. They'd be caught up again. If he couldn't find a breakthrough point now, it would be troublesome once the enemies spread out and completed their encirclement. Left with no choice, Yi Zhongming could only use the battle spoil from Hu Yuzu, the Hellhound summoning card. Summoning cards were an extremely common item in the Apocalypse, providing an instant boost in combat power, making them one of the most sought-after goods. Capable of instantly increasing a survivor's strength, a Hellhound appeared and instantly incinerated a pursuer lurking nearby. The hunting soldiers froze, shouting at each other to aim their guns at it. The Hellhound growled amidst a hail of bullets, attacking other enemies. Of course, when one group of pursuers fell, another would appear. Yi Zhongming was running himself ragged. He placed his hand on a tree and used the basic materialization technique. The tree immediately transformed and began to move. A large eye opened on its trunk, and its branches twisted together to form hands. The pursuing soldiers were scared out of their wits. As Yi Zhongming ran, he skillfully passed by a car, placed his hand on its door, and used the basic materialization technique again. The car transformed into an incredibly cool combat robot. This robot blocked the path of the pursuers, and Yi Zhongming didn't dare to delay, running faster and faster. He strictly controlled his mental power consumption, only using the basic materialization technique. Such summoned objects couldn't last long, but it was enough to draw the attention of the others. However, if he didn't deal with the two base leaders, Chef Jin and Director Wang, Yi Zhongming would never be safe. At an abandoned building, another group of pursuers had arrived and began searching, determined to find him. Better to kill an innocent than let one escape. In an area outside, Director Wang and Chef Jin were on the move. Director Wang was handsome, but for some reason Chef Jin was painfully ugly. Chef Jin looked at the person next to him and said, "Old Wang, there are too many residents nearby. If that guy randomly finds a building to hide in, it'll be a real pain. That guy with the evolution potion, if we don't find him tonight, we'll never find him again in this lifetime." Director Wang agreed, but he knew that after tonight, the problem wouldn't be whether they could find Yi Zhongming, but whether Yi Zhongming would come looking for them, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Director Wang raised the crimson chain in his hand and roared, "Clear them all out. Kill them all. Except for our own people. Kill everyone else for me." And so, the massacre of innocent people began. Meanwhile, the two ringleaders acted as if nothing was happening. Truly wicked villains. It's only right they won't live long. Just as he finished speaking, a blade wrapped in fire appeared behind them. Yi Zhongming said coldly, "Mark of the wind flame blade." The two of them surely never expected that Yi Zhongming would hunt them down before he had even finished evolving, so they were caught completely off guard. In this situation, all they could see was a massive blaze. Yi Zhongming's fiery attack was a success, and the area became quiet for a moment. Yi Zhongming hid in an abandoned building, looking outside. With the two base leaders taken out in the midst of such chaos, there probably wouldn't be any more pursuers. Yi Zhongming opened the vial of evolution potion and poured it into his mouth. Because of this small vial, countless people had been reduced to piles of white bones. How ironic, it was the usual procedure. After drinking it, he crushed the evolution vial. Suddenly, Yi Zhongming collapsed, clutching his head, his expression turning visibly worse. His whole body seemed to lose all strength as he fell to the ground, sweat pouring off him like rain. But his body was already transforming. Yi Zhongming could feel that he had successfully become a 2-star evolver. In the short time since the apocalypse began, the city was filled with screams and the sound of gunfire, the atmosphere growing more and more suffocating. Every now and then, buildings would explode, sending thick smoke and dust into the air. In the distance, the glow of fire lit up the sky. Xiao Hu and the others couldn't wait inside any longer and went out to look for him. As soon as they saw Yi Zhongming, they called out excitedly, "Boss!" Seeing all the commotion and remembering Yi Zhongming's disappearance, they had a pretty good idea who was responsible. Xiao Hu asked with a grin, "Did you cause all this chaos outside?" Yi Zhongming stared silently at Xiao Hu, looking at their expressions. It seemed they had also run into some trouble during this chaotic night. Liang Chuyin and Xiao Hu had even drawn blood. Adapting quite well, Yi Zhongming felt a sense of satisfaction. He placed a hand on Xiao Hu's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go. We'll talk when we get back." Hu asked in surprise, "Huh, boss, what's with you?" Mu Yi walked over, looked Yi Zhongming up and down, and remarked, "Zhongming, you feel different somehow." Yi Zhongming smiled and said they'd talk back at the base. Xiao Hu, go get Jia Min. It didn't take long for everyone to gather inside. Jia Min and Deming stood obediently before Yi Zhongming. Yi Zhongming said, "Jia Min, there's something I want to discuss with you. Do you want to own this base?" As soon as Yi Zhongming finished speaking, his teammates were all startled. Jia Min was even more bewildered. He asked, flustered and shocked, "Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? Are you joking?" Yi Zhongming shook his head and explained, "I've already killed the 2 leaders of this place." This news was even more shocking than the offer for Jia Min to become the new leader. Jia Min was so stunned his jaw dropped. He exclaimed in disbelief, "You killed Chef Jin and Director Wang." Yi Zhongming nodded, then stood up and said, "I need a stable base, and this place needs a new leader." He walked towards Jia Min, placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked with a smile, "Do you want the job or not?" Jia Dan was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, fearfully saying, but I'm not an evolver." Yi Zhongming shrugged. "If you want it, you can." Jia Dan looked at Deming, who was so scared he had collapsed onto the ground, and said worriedly, I don't have many subordinates." Yi Zhongming chuckled lightly. "The one thing this base doesn't lack is unemployed people." Jia Dan was still afraid. "But I don't have much management experience." Yi Zhongming gave an indifferent smile. "The apocalypse doesn't need management experience. The apocalypse only needs people with killing experience." Jia Dan stared intently at Yi Zhongming, his heart in extreme turmoil as his thoughts battled endlessly. Finally seeming to relent a little, he asked, "Brother Yi, why did you choose me?" Deming, standing nearby, nodded. "That's right. I think I'd be a good fit too." Yi Zhongming stroked his chin and smiled. "It's because I want it that way, and I find you agreeable. If I say you can do it, then you can do it." After hearing this, Jia Dan made up his mind, bowed his head to Yi Zhongming, and said, "All right, I agree. After I become the master of this place, what will I need to do for you?" Yi Zhongming smiled, "Of course. I will need your help with a few things, but we can talk about that after you've taken full control of the base. Right now, I'm going to meet someone else, and with his help, you will be able to do an even better job." Question marks popped up over the heads of Yi Zhongming's teammates. Since when did Yi Zhongming have such extensive connections? In another district, the earth-shattering explosions, echoing through the city, also terrified the members of the other faction. Li Kang and his men were hiding behind a trench, cautiously peering out. Mushroom Head, sitting next to Li Kang, said worriedly, "Brother Kang, if this keeps up, I'm afraid the base is going to collapse. Look, over there is the eastern passage leading outside, where a huge crowd is fighting and killing each other." Li Qiang gritted his teeth. "I know, but what can I do? Just maintaining the safety of this small district is already my limit." Suddenly, Ye Zhongming appeared out of nowhere behind the wall near Li Kang and asked, "What are you looking at, Brother Lai?" Startled, Li Kang pointed his gun at Yi Zhongming, shouting, "Who's there?" Of course, Li Qiang was far from forgetting this face. But how on earth did this person manage to get so close? Also, tonight's riot seems to have been caused by someone spinning a level 2 roulette. Thinking it over, this person was the most likely culprit. With that thought, Li Kang lowered his gun and asked cautiously, "Our deal is done, so what are you looking for me for now?" Yi Zhongming was secretly surprised and looked at Li Kang with a sense of admiration. "Li Kang, you are indeed capable to have figured it out so quickly. Since that's the case, of course Yi Zhongming won't beat around the bush anymore." He held up one finger and said with a direct smile, "There is one thing I need your help with." Li Kang forced a smile. "If there's something you need, just say it." If he was suspicious before, Li Kang was now certain that this man was a 2-star evolver, outside the base. The zombies had already started moving in that direction. Preparing for a large-scale assault, a male figure stepped forward, looking exactly like a high-level zombie. The zombie beside him looked towards the base and stammered, "Goodies, they re-inside." The vampire-like man stretched his hand towards the base, and the sandworms charged forward. Behind them, a swarm of sandworms appeared. Their bodies massive and ferocious. Behind the sandworms, countless zombies followed, promising an extremely powerful wave inside the base. The atmosphere had calmed down, but not for long. A flare was shot into the sky. Seeing the flare, the civilians immediately rushed out, fleeing in a noisy, chaotic stampede. The crowd grew more and more panicked, wondering what on earth was happening. On the high platform in the square, Jiamin stood by a pile of torches, holding a megaphone and looking down below. While the others were still suspicious, he shouted loudly, "Everyone listen to my command.
Do not run around randomly!
Take out anything you have that can produce light. Everyone don't panic and maintain order. The base is very safe right now. The zombies are not attacking, and the other areas will return to normal immediately. Men with families under 30 years old, step out of the ranks and come with me to put out the fire." Liang Chuyin and the others watched Jiamin calmly directing everyone and were very satisfied. This kid did a great job. Not bad at all, stabilizing the situation so quickly. Liang Chuyin looked at the people who had been killed on the ground and sighed. But one person's voice was not enough. Some of those animals probably enjoy this kind of chaos the most. Cao Hu squinted into the distance and said with a smile, "It's almost dawn. The boss over there should be finishing up soon." A moment later, Li Kang came to report to Zhongming, "As you instructed, we have secured the base's reserve food warehouse. But there isn't too much food inside." Jia Min immediately smiled and suggested, "Then we can announce a recruitment notice." In this kind of weather, the daytime temperature is still high, so the bodies in the base must be moved out quickly. Before Jia Min could say more, Zhongming quickly said, "Immediately arrange for the southern sector to retreat." Before Jia Min could even ask anything, Zhongming shouted, telling him to get a move on. Having known Zhongming for so long, he knew that there was a reason for everything he did. Therefore, Jia Min didn't dare to delay any longer and left immediately. Right at that moment, a tremor came from underground. It was just one bad thing after another. Zhongming cursed,
Shouting, "Damn it! We were too late!"
Jia Min, you immediately organized someone to go to the southern sector and have the people there evacuate quickly. Then tell Ming to take Li Kang's men on the southern road to another area. And you must set up obstacles along the way. Wait for the survivors to retreat. Or if you see the situation is not good, immediately block all of these intersections completely. Zhongming then looked at Li Kang and asked, "Li Kang, have you adapted well to the effects of the 1-star evolution potion?" Li Kang raised his hand. "Okay, got it." Then Zhongming's group, including Mo Yek, Xiao Hu, and Li Kang, immediately ran towards the sandworms. He explained as he ran, "There's a sandworm coming, and whether or not we can protect the base depends entirely on us. Sandworms are a type of mutated creature with a singular ability. Aside from their large bodies and immense strength, their only ability is to quickly burrow underground and create tremors. They're destroying the southern walls right now." Li Kang asked in horror. Zhongming frowned and replied, "The durability of these peacetime buildings isn't strong enough to withstand the sandworms. I estimate they'll collapse before long." After hearing this, Xiao Hu asked in surprise, "Once the outer walls collapse and tens of thousands of monsters rush in, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Boss, since when did you become so kind?" Zhongming watched the tremors in the distance, his blade already drawn. He said, "Course I'm not that kind. It's because I still need this base for the time being. Although the buildings will collapse, they will also turn into giant ruins. These ruins can still serve to block the zombies from entering. We just need to kill all the sandworms, and then we can organize people to reinforce these ruins. The base can still be protected." Just as Zhongming ran near a building, the sandworms broke through and arrived at the door. Looking ferocious amidst the thick dust, Zhongming said nervously, "Watch out, the sandworms are here." Zhongming stood facing the giant sandworm, entering a combat stance. A sandworm burst up from below, and several rocks from the collapsed building around it fell towards Zhongming's group. Zhongming launched himself forward and swung his blade down hard. This blade strike even carried a hint of flames. As Zhongming slashed, he shouted out orders to everyone. Cut its central legs first to restrict the sandworm's movement, then pierce the slightly lighter colored section of its carapace on its back. 2 meters from the tail, that's where its heart is. As he spoke, Zhongming demonstrated for everyone to see. He mounted the sandworm and pulled out the blade embedded in its body. causing black blood to spray everywhere. Yi Zhongming leaned to one side, dodging the blood while saying, "Be careful to avoid its blood, it's a type of neurotoxin, and contact with it will cause stiffness and sluggishness for no more than 2 days." After Yi Zhongming finished his explanation, the sandworm he was riding also collapsed to the ground. The ground around where Xiaohu's group was standing trembled for a moment. Xiaohu looked up excitedly and exclaimed, "Boss, your skills are truly..." But before he could finish, the ground beneath them began to rise. Cutting Xiaohu off, 2 more sandworms shot up into the air to attack everyone, immediately entering a combat state. Another sandworm emerged from behind Yi Zhongming's group, forming a pincer attack against them. Yi Zhongming shouted loudly, "I will handle 2, the rest are yours, kill them or be killed." Then he leaped towards the 2 sandworms, consumed by the fervor of the attack. Meanwhile, Li Qing was sweating profusely, worried. Yi Zhongming isn't mistaken, is he? Those are level 2 sandworms, plus, he had just evolved 5 1-star evolvers trying to deal with 3 sandworms at the same time. It's just that Li Qing only knew Yi Zhongming, so he wasn't sure about the combat strength of his teammates. Muye, holding her blade, said, "Payao Xuyang." Xu Yang nodded. "Got it." Li Qing asked blankly, "What's going on?" Xiaohu, standing behind him, smiled and said, "Sister Muye and Piao Xiu. They will hold back 2 sandworms so we can focus our strength to quickly kill the remaining one." At this moment, Muye also walked towards Li Qing and asked, "Brother Li, I heard your spear skills aren't bad, and you also have a gun that Zhongming gave you." Li Qing had just said, "That's right," when Muye pulled out a gun, aimed it at the sandworms, and shouted,
Attack!
Following Muye's command, everyone moved into their positions to fight. Piao Xiu Ying summoned the Kongling shield to provide support, and Li Qing wasn't a brainless person either. He pulled the gun from his chest, snorted to himself and thought, "So she was trying to let me save face." Intentionally not giving a direct order, but just reminding me what to do. Li Qing held the gun, pointed it to the sky, and shouted, "Go. I will provide support." Liang Chuyin and Xiaohu were just waiting for this, and they immediately charged forward. The leather whip in Liang Chuyen's hand shot out, its tip wrapping around the sandworm's horn several times. Liang Chuyin used it to launch herself onto the sandworm's head and attack it. The sandworm let out a roar, then turned its massive head towards Liang Chuyin. Xiaohu, who was hiding nearby, took this opportunity to throw his blade towards Liang Chuyin to cover her. Liang Chuyin leaned to the side to dodge, catching the blade's tip. Then she raised her hand to catch the high-quality weapon. At the same time, the spot Liang Chuyin chose to land on was right over the sandworm's heart. She knelt on one knee on its body. Her blade was also raised. The sandworm, sensing that someone was about to kill it, roared and lunged its head towards Liang Chuyin. Its sharp fangs looked like they could tear a person to shreds. At this moment, Li Qing demonstrated his true capabilities, immediately opening fire with his gun, shooting at the sandworm to cover Liang Chuyin. The shells flew out, intercepting the sandworm's attack and deflecting its course. Meanwhile, Liang Chuyin was now fully focused on swinging her blade down. The blade plunged down, piercing through the sandworm's body, and black blood spurted out. Liang Chuyin was positioned at just the right angle to avoid the sandworm's blood, successfully eliminating one of them. At this moment, Piao Xiu Ying summoned another Kongling shield, helping Muye block an attack from the sandworm's leg. Xiaohu took the opportunity to climb onto its tail and plunged his blade into the sandworm's body. The sandworm was defeated. Xiaohu climbed up and said with an excited smile, "Captain, we taken care of it. I'm on my way now." Yi Zhongming was currently sitting on the head of another sandworm, observing them. Their performance really wasn't bad. These guys coordinated better than he had imagined, killing one so quickly. The remaining 2 were also. Suddenly, a huge crashing sound came from behind Yi Zhongming, along with a series of noises that would make an ordinary person's face turn pale. Meanwhile, he looked outside, and the zombie horde had arrived in massive numbers. This speed was truly fast. So even if they immediately killed the remaining sandworm, there basically wouldn't be enough time to organize people to fortify this ruin. The situation was truly critical at this moment. Xiaohu hadn't noticed what was happening outside, and continued to stab his blade into their last sandworm. Then he looked excitedly towards Yi Zhongming, smiled and said, "Captain, I'm here to help." But as soon as he looked in Yi Zhongming's direction, Xiaohu froze. The sandworms had already been taken down by him, and Lian Chuyin was treating Muye. Xiaohu asked in surprise, "What's going on, boss? What about the 2 you were dealing with?" Yi Zhongming replied, "Already dealt with." Liang Chuyin, while wiping blood from her face, frowned and asked, "Why did you help us over here? We could have handled it ourselves, and normally you wouldn't have." He pointed outside, and said in a serious tone, "There's no time." Following the direction Yi Zhongming was pointing, everyone hurried to the outer edge, to observe the swirling clouds of dust and sand behind them. Looking at the zombies below, Muye frowned deeply, his voice full of doubt as he asked, How did they get here so fast? Could it have been planned all along? Xiao Hu pointed at the horde of undead and remarked, a lot of sandworms attacked from the same place. And zombies from other areas had already gathered here. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many of them gathered in one spot. Zhongming frowned, his brain working at full capacity to find a way to eliminate this horde. The base would be hard to protect. They could still leave now, but doing so would ruin many things. Just then, Xia Lai suddenly appeared. She looked towards Zhongming's group, smiled, and said, I have a way to stop them. Xia Lai, still in her familiar attire, had finally returned to her team. Moye excitedly jumped down from above and ran towards Xia Lai. Of course, Moye could now sense the aura of an evolver on Xia Lai, and was so excited that she hugged her tightly in admiration. Xia Lai smiled back, then pointed to a nearby building and asked, see that building over there? If it's blown up and made to fall in the right direction, it can block the southern entrance to some other areas. The people in the base will have enough time to organize their defenses again. Coincidentally, I found some explosives in the eastern part of the base. Give me a little time, and I can do what I just said. Xiao Hu laughed excitedly and said, Sister Lei's skills are comparable to the most professional demolition experts. This kind of directional demolition is not a difficult task for her. Zhongming, of course, agreed with this plan. He smiled and asked, how long do you need? Lai replied, half an hour. I need half an hour to set the explosives, and I'll need Xiao Hu and Moye to help. Fortune favors the bold. It was time to take the risk. Zhongming nodded. Alright, I'll give you half an hour. Remember, don't disappoint me. Outside, the zombie horde was like a tidal wave crashing towards the base. They were growing more numerous, and it seemed like they could climb over the barrier walls at any moment. Zhongming looked down and said, fire. The soldiers heard the command and immediately opened fire on the zombie horde. The firepower was dense, but it was no match for the sheer number of zombies. Li Kang said worriedly, continuing like this isn't a solution. We were almost out of ammo. Zhongming raised his hand to signal a ceasefire, then drew the blade from his waist and said, anyone who doesn't want to stay and fight the zombies can leave now. If you stay, I guarantee that anyone who survives the battle will receive a vial of evolution potion. As soon as he finished speaking, he led everyone and jumped down. The blade in his hand slashed a fiery arc, drawing a curve through the air, like a scythe heated to a high temperature in a forge. The more Zhongming slashed, the more excited he became. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he smirked and said, charge. Let's see how lucky you all are. Following Zhongming's lead was Liang Chuyan, her whip sweeping down powerfully. The four directions Wuxuan technique was used, creating countless illusions of a sinew whip that lashed out repeatedly towards the zombie horde. Zhongming jumped down, and perhaps the others still didn't believe it. But when his other teammates jumped down to fight, they got excited too. That woman is so strong, she's also his teammate. With such strong teammates, the promise of evolution potions must be real. Thinking this, the group charged down to fight in unison, figuring killing one zombie would break even. Killing two is a win. They had fought so hard for evolution potions these past few days, and this was now the least dangerous opportunity to get them. The soldiers were all armed with blades from Zhongming, shouting battle cries as they rushed towards the horde of undead. Zhongming stood in the middle of the bloody battlefield. Watching them fight, he couldn't help but remark, at any time, courage is the hope of humanity, and the apocalypse is no exception. Zhongming reminded everyone to pay attention and keep their distance from the person next to them. Not to be reckless, because once you fall into a zombie trap, you will be in danger. Besides using your hands, you can use your feet within attack range to create distance from the zombies. But you must pay attention to the angle of your kick, and try your best to make it a one-hit kill. Don't waste unnecessary physical strength behind the line of fighters. Bei was watching the time, and she anxiously reported to Zhongming, there are only 15 minutes left. Seeing this girl just staying in the back and not fighting, a soldier scoffed angrily. This girl just hides behind us. What a coward. In just a moment of carelessness, that soldier was almost attacked by a zombie. Seeing this, Miss Bei shouted a warning, watch out! Luckily, Bai acted quickly enough to block it, and her move saved that guy from the jaws of death. Having narrowly escaped death, the soldier was terrified and felt incredibly lucky. He immediately drew his spear and attacked. He felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Bi Chun. So I misunderstood you. Urea support, the soldier, with teary, moved eyes, said to Bei, thank you. Beautiful. When we get back, I will treat you to a meal. An invitation to a meal is a great luxury in the apocalypse, but unlike others who would be overjoyed, Miss Bai's eyes were indifferent to the offer. I eat level 2 mutated animal meat. Treat me to a meal. You couldn't afford it even if you worked your whole life. Realizing her thoughts were becoming more and more problematic, as if infected by Liang Chu-yun's way of thinking, Miss Bai spat and threw those thoughts out of her head. How could I think like that? It's all that girl Liang Chuyen's fault for corrupting me. Thinking of Liang Chuyen, she then thought of her teammates fighting outside. She silently prayed that everyone would be safe. Meanwhile, Zhongming was still fighting the zombies outside. Horrific screams mingled with the stench of blood and full fluids. Suddenly his gaze froze. The first casualty had appeared. It was a death gull. A soldier became enraged when he saw the ugly mutated creature before him had killed his close comrade. He raised his blade, wanting to avenge his comrade.
You dare kill a good die!
Seeing prey walk right into its mouth. The gull bared its fangs in anticipation, seeing the man recklessly dare to fight the death gull alone. Zhongming broke out in a cold sweat and warned him,
Watch out! Don't be impulsive!
The instant the blade touched the death gull, it suddenly transformed from a four-legged creature into a long-haired demon with cold, sharp eyes and pointy fangs. It blew a stream of pink gas towards the soldier as the pink gas enveloped him, gradually covering his eyes, nose, and mouth. The man still didn't understand what was happening. By the time the pink gas completely covered him, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and screaming in pain. The pain tormented both his body and mind. Writhing in agony, he couldn't bear it any longer. His eyes looked like they were about to pop out, terrifyingly bloodshot. He grabbed his knife, wanting to end his own life to escape the pain. He screamed incessantly,
It hurts so much, I want to die, I want to die!
Seeing this death gull torture someone to the point of living a life worse than death, Zhongming charged forward in a rage to attack, cursing out loud, You bastard! Suddenly, there was a terrified scream. Hearing it, Zhongming didn't understand what was happening. In front of everyone was a horde of bizarre mutated creatures, and they were all bewildered. What are those monsters? Chickens, even the chickens have mutated. The mutated creatures began to attack the soldiers. The big-faced one, mutated from who knows what, used its enormous mouth to shoot out a tree branch-like tongue, piercing the chests of the humans before it. The mutated chicken also used its razor-sharp beak to pierce through the soldiers' hearts. The battle was filled with nothing but screams of pain. Seeing the situation before him, Zhongming tried to calm everyone down. Don't panic, gather here. Hearing his call, everyone rushed towards him. Zhongming urgently asked Miss Bai Beichun how much longer. Hearing his question, Miss Bai was a little startled and quickly replied, 11 more minutes. Hearing there were only 11 minutes left, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Zhongming raised his hand to encourage them. Chun, cover me. I'll go stop them, don't be afraid. Follow me and slowly retreat. Zhongming fought like he had 3 heads and 6 arms, desperately trying to destroy the growing horde of zombies in front of him to buy more time. He quickly shouted, People in the back, provide cover for everyone. Lekang, observing the zombie horde with his binoculars, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He anxiously told Zhongming, Brother Ye, this is bad. I see what looks like a person behind this horde of zombies. Hearing this, Zhongming whipped his head around and asked, Are they in range? Too far, out of range. Hearing this, Zhongming also felt a sense of dread. If Lekang was not mistaken, then his previous speculation was 90% correct. This place was under attack, and something terrifying was wreaking havoc. Looking at the man standing amidst the horde of mutated monsters, it seemed the zombies and mutated monsters were completely obedient to him. Under his command, this creature, whether man or demon, had already set its sights on Zhongming. Its voice grew excited. It's him. Its blood-red eyes began to glow, becoming even more grotesque and terrifying. Such a delicious morsel. You are mine. Meanwhile, Chuyen was also struggling to fight the zombies. Blue lights flickered around her as the image of the 4-directional black tortoise, summoned by her skill, charged towards the horde. Chuyen fell like a kite with a broken string. She had only used the move twice and was already exhausted. I have to get stronger. As she was falling, Chuyen suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around her. Seeing that it was Zhongming in front of her, made her little heart flutter. But the fluttering did not last long, as she was suddenly spun around. It turned out Zhongming had tossed her like a sandbag over to Bai Chun. Seeing Zhongming throw Chuyen at her, Miss Bai panicked, and quickly put out her arms to catch her. What was that? Before she could finish her question, Chuyen, turning her embarrassment into rage, shouted, Say one more word, and I will strangle you. Zhongming quickly returned to holding off the zombies, not forgetting to turn and remind everyone. All of you, get out of the ruins. Seeing Zhongming holding the line for everyone, fighting a horde of zombies all by himself, Miss Bai called out worriedly, Zhongming. But Chuyen's expression darkened. We've all exhausted our energy. Staying here will only get in his way. So listen to Zhongming. The surviving soldiers quickly retreated into the base, but Miss Bai was still very worried about Zhongming. Can he really hold out? Although Muyi was also very worried about Zhongming, she trusted him. She stepped forward to reassure Miss Bai. He'll be fine for a short while. Before, with us next to him, he had to hold back when using his skills. Now his attack range has expanded, and he has mastered the power techniques I taught him. Besides, he has gained experience from fighting life or death battles. Looking down at Zhongming's red, fiery eyes as he fought the zombie horde, Mo Yi knew her faith in him was not misplaced. Zhongming used everything he had learned, combined with the experience from his past life, to fight the massive zombie horde in front of him. All the soldiers on the wall looked down at the battle below, completely astonished. Who is that guy? Can one person really hold off that many monsters? Even if he can only last for a moment, that is still insane. Is he even human? Zhongming stood atop a pile of zombie corpses, his entire body splattered with blood and gore. Though his limbs ached and his strength was depleted, he continued to hold on. About 5 more minutes. I can still make it. He thought back on his life, silently thankful that he had consumed that attribute stone before his 2-star evolution. The attribute of that stone was primal endurance. Primal endurance doubled his durability and doubled his recovery rate for both stamina and physical strength. The zombies behind Zhongming gave him no time to rest. Screaming as they lunged at him, Zhongming's gaze became resolute. Endurance might seem useless, but once you have it, you realize it does not make you run faster, but it lets you run for much longer. It does not let you jump higher, but it lets you jump many, many times. Seeing that his prey was like a cockroach that just wouldn't die, the monster began to lose its patience, roaring an order to its minions. Its maw was a deep dark abyss, and its pitch-black eyes were terrifying. Hearing the command, the mutated monsters went into a frenzy, as if they'd been shot up with adrenaline. Each one was twice its original size as they continuously charged at Zhongming. Seeing the monsters before him lose all reason, Zhongming was a bit startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Don't these monsters care about their own lives? The people on the wall were also very worried for him, wondering why the creatures had suddenly gone berserk. Besides, where did so many level 2 mutated creatures even come from? The people worriedly called out his name, Zhongming, Brother Yi, Brother Yi. Looking at the pale, gaunt hands with pitch-black nails reaching for him like the hands of death itself, his movements were almost completely restricted. This made it difficult for Zhongming to attack. The zombies formed a mountain, piling on top of each other to surround him. Seeing Zhongming buried deep under the zombie pile, Li Kang stammered in horror. Brother Yi, he's gone. Li Kang turned his head away, resigned to fate. We did everything we could. Mu Yi stopped him. Wait. Mu Yi pointed towards the pile and told everyone,
Look over there!
A blaze of fire is erupting from the zombie mountain, incinerating them.
It's on fire! It's on fire!
The zombies were incinerated by Zhongming's powerful flames, as the crimson fire lit up the sky. Zhongming forcefully pushed off the few creatures still clinging to him, sending them flying. Zhongming rubbed his neck and walked out of the flames, exhaling a puff of smoke, looking incredibly badass. Seeing Zhongming emerge alive from the zombie pile, everyone was stunned beyond belief, stammering, It's Ye, how is he still alive? Just then, the time ran out. Li Kang stood on the wall, waving and calling out to Zhongming.
Bro, brother, yeah, time's up!
After the battle was over, everyone quickly reinforced the walls and bolstered the defenses. Hurry up, hurry up. They filled sandbags and transported stones to the wall. We're out of stones. We'll have to use these instead. Get the oil poured over there.
Move it!
After an exhausting battle fighting off the zombies, Xiaohu's group finally got a moment to rest. They were finally retreating. It would have been bad if we had to keep fighting. Watching the zombies leave in an orderly manner, Xiaohu speculated that these monsters seemed to be under someone's command. Did everyone hear that long screech? Hearing Xiaohu say that, Suyin also recalled that after that long screech, these monsters obediently retreated, if there really was something in command. Mu Yi didn't want to add mental exhaustion from wild speculation to their physical fatigue. She reminded everyone, regardless we survived, the best thing we can do now is recover to our original state as soon as possible. The sky was dark, and the factories were dusty and desolate. After the battle ended, everyone began to take stock of the losses. The casualty count is in, from the chaos last night until the end of this defensive battle. The new base has suffered a total of over 3,000 casualties. Most of them are dead, with only a few hundred injured. The zombies probably won't attack again tonight. We've scared them off. Someone asked Li Kang, but someone still needs to keep an eye on the ruins over there. Li Kang replied, I've already arranged it. A red-haired man raised his hand.